Flower Stealing Master Chapter 1991 to Chapter 2043. Zhou Zhihua suddenly blushed and said in a small voice, "Can we just talk tonight?" I'm coming. Song Qingshu was worried. When he heard what she said, he immediately let out a sigh of relief. That's good, that's good. Huh? Zhou Zhihua looked at him suspiciously. His reaction wasn't right. Song Qingshu smiled awkwardly and hurriedly said, "It just so happens that we've been apart for so long. I have a lot of things I want to talk to you about." Zhou Zhihua pursed her lips and smiled. "I don't have much to talk about in Yangzhou. Let's talk about the things that have happened around you. Also, tell me which sisters we've added to our family. You're my wife. There's no need to hide these things from you." Song Qingshu didn't hide anything. He slowly told her everything that had happened after he left Yangzhou with Zhao Min. Of course, he didn't tell her about Yang Miaozhen. After all, the other women were far away. Even if Zhou Zhihua knew, she wouldn't say anything. However, Yang Miaozhen was so close. If something really happened, it wouldn't be easy to clean up. When she heard about the things that had happened around him, Zhou Zhihua was sometimes nervous and sometimes she sighed. After a long time, she exclaimed, "You've experienced more than 10 lifetimes of other people. I really want to be by your side and experience the wonders of this world with you." Song Qingshu hugged her delicate body and said somewhat apologetically, "It's been hard on you to help me deal with Yangzhou's government affairs." "It's not hard at all. I'm actually enjoying it." Zhou Zhihua giggled. "You don't need to be nervous. I won't go with you. If I'm by your side at all times, how can our young master Song fool around with other women?" Song Qingshu's face darkened. "You know that's not what I meant." Alright, I'm not blaming you." Zhou Zhihua sighed, "I've told you my stance before. Now that you want to conquer the world, if you can provoke some powerful women or women who are useful to you, not only will I not oppose it, but I will also welcome them. For example, the fourth lady of the Red Coat Army." "You mean Miss Yang?" Song Qingshu opened his mouth and was about to say something when Zhou Zhihua rolled her eyes at him. "I'm not deaf. You guys fought so ambiguously at the banquet, and everyone was boiling over. Even if I was meditating, I could still hear it." Song Qingshu smiled sheepishly. "That's because the others were blindly stirring up trouble." Zhou Zhihua sighed, although the fourth Nyangzi usually doesn't put on any makeup, she is still a woman after all. She still has some fragrance on her body. Although you reek of alcohol now, women are most sensitive to the smell of other women. Song Qingshu looked embarrassed. Zhou Zhihua reached out and pressed her hand on his lips. "You don't need to feel guilty. Yang Miaozhen has a high prestige in the Red Coat Army. She is also a famous general. She is a rare talent. If you didn't capture her, I would have scolded you instead." Song Qingshu sighed. Everyone says that a successful man must have a great woman behind him. With such a wife, what more can a man ask for? Zhou Zhihua pouted. "You obviously have a group of women behind you." Song Qingshu, fortunately, Zhou Zhihua did not want to delve into this topic. She quickly changed the topic and asked him about Sichuan, Xianxia, and other places. They talked for a long time before they finally fell asleep in each other's arms. The next morning, Song Qingshu bid farewell to Zhou Zhihua and Yang Miaozhen. He traveled day and night to the north. This time, Huang Chang invited him on a whim, just in case, but he felt that 3 great grandmasters might not be enough. If not for the fact that he did not have enough time, he even planned to go to Mount Luding and ask Patriarch Sunflower for help. Back then, he tied with Dongfang Mushue mainly because he was too old, which caused his realm to decline. These few years, he had absorbed the Dragon Qi at Mount Luding. If there were no accidents, he must have recovered his great-grandmaster realm. He was absolutely unfathomable. Does the illusory Dragon Qi really exist? And can it be refined? Along the way, Song Qingshu was puzzled by this question. But later, he remembered that his joyful genuine Qi and Taishan Sutra were full of strange colors, so he reluctantly felt relieved. I must find a chance to ask Patriarch Sunflower about this. Song Qingshu thought that these few years, after his and Dongfang Mushua's efforts, the Manchurian Qing's fate was probably nearing its end. Patriarch Sunflower most likely would not have many happy days absorbing dragon qi. Was it because of us that the Manchurian Qing's fate was nearing its end, or did Patriarch Sunflower help us by severing the Manchurian Qing's dragon vein? Song Qingshu couldn't figure it out. It was like the chicken or the egg. The camera panned to Zhao Guo's side. A group of people traveled along the river. When they passed by Azhou, someone sent a petition to pay their respects to Yu Fei. After all, Azhou was the Yu army's main camp. This made Zhao Guo furious. Although Yu Fei's murder was nominally committed by Qin Hui, Machi Sua, and the others, these people had his approval. Hence, this matter had always been a thorn in his heart. Previously, he had vindicated Yu Fei because of the public's agitation. He had no choice but to push Machi Sua and the others out as scapegoats. But he was not willing. Now, someone actually publicly invited him to pay his respects to Yu Fei. However, he still had some sense left in him. Although he did not want to go himself, he still sent someone to pay his respects to prevent public opinion from boiling over again. After that, he did not even stop at Azhou. He directly led the group north along the Han River, all the way to Xiangyang. Looking at the looming Xiangyang city, Prince Yi, who was on the other ship, smiled. Finally, they had arrived. He had been under a lot of psychological pressure during this period of time. Soon, he would have an answer. Your Highness, it's not like there are no opportunities along the way. Why must we make our move on Mount Wudong? King Yi's confidant, Yu Tianqi, approached and asked in a low voice. King Yi answered, first, he will only leave the main force once we reach Mount Wudong. Mount Wudong is a holy land of Taoism. It is impossible to let the whole army ascend the mountain together. Secondly, the other opportunities will disappear in a flash. The time and place are uncertain. The few people in Mansion of Spirits are all important people that even I cannot afford to offend. How can I order them to travel back and forth? So in conclusion, Mount Wudong is the best place to make our move. Faceless, will the generals and the others really come as promised? If some of them don't come, our plan will fall short of success. Yu Tianqi was very worried. With the status of those people, not even the emperor could order them around, not to mention the lord who was a king. Once there was a small mistake, they would be doomed eternally. They will definitely come, because they all have a reason to come. Looking at the distant horizon, King Yi's tone was full of confidence. The group soon arrived at Xiangyang. The governor of Jinghu, Lu Wendi, the pacification commissioner of Jinghu, Xiang Shibi, the magistrate of Xiangyang, Lu Wenhuan, the magistrate of Jiangling, Chao Shixiang, the magistrate of Azhou, Fan Wenhu, the commander-in-chief of Wuding Army in Huangzhou, Gao Da, the deputy commander-in-chief of Jing and Yi, and a group of local officials had already come to welcome them. I heard that Guo Jing's family is also in Xiangyang City? After meeting all the officials, Zhao Guo suddenly asked. General Guo's whereabouts are unknown. Now, only his daughter and 2 disciples are in the Guo residence, Lu Wendi answered. Zhao Guo said lightly, bring her to see me. Note, in the first few chapters, when describing the outline of the world, the Lu brothers were set to conquer Jinghu and Lianhui separately. This was obviously unreasonable, so it was changed to the Lu brothers conquering Jinghu together. The officials looked at each other. They could not understand why the emperor would suddenly make such a request. It would be fine if he wanted to see Guo Jing, but Guo Fu was just a commoner, and a young girl who did not know the ways of the world. How could she move the emperor? Could it be that the emperor has heard of her beauty and wants to see her? Although this young Miss Guo is a little arrogant, her beauty is undeniable. She has perfectly inherited her mother's stunning beauty. Although young Miss Guo is beautiful, I don't know why, but I always feel that she is not as attractive as Madame Guo. Isn't that obvious? The crowd made wild guesses. Only a few people knew that Zhao Guo was not lusting after Guo Fu's beauty. After all, his body was already incapacitated. There was still the beautiful imperial concubine Wu in the palace, alone on an empty bed. How could he have such thoughts about Guo Fu? Forget it, let's go directly to the Guo manor. Zhao Guo thought for a moment, then suddenly said, also summon the Jianghu people who have helped defend Xiangyang these years. I will reward them well. We cannot disappoint the hearts of the world. The others had wanted to advise him, but hearing him say this, they did not dare to submit a memorial. Otherwise, they would be cursed by the world. The commander of the front court department, Wang Ziding, led a large group of guards and soldiers to camp outside Xianxia city. After all, it was not convenient for an army to enter the city. Zhao Guo's safety was taken care of by the guards and the front court department. Of course, there were also the guards of Xianxia city. Lu Wendi had already done a lot of security work beforehand. The security of the entire Xianxia city had reached a level where no one would pick up items on the road, and no doors would be closed at night. The group entered the city. On the way, Zhao Guo summoned all the officials in the capital to ask about the situation in the city. He suddenly noticed a few young people and could not help but ask about them. Lu Wendi respectfully replied, "Your Majesty, this is my son, Shi Dao, the current commander-in-chief of Gui province. This is my nephew, Shi Sheng, the current commander-in-chief of Xia province. These two are my eldest son-in-law, Fan Wenhu, the current commander-in-chief of Wuding province in Huang province. This is my second son-in-law, Qiu Tongfu, the current commander-in-chief of Ying province. If Song Qingshu was present, he would definitely look at Fan Wenhu a few more times. This man was a top talent in history. During the last years of the Southern Song dynasty, Fan Wenhu led the last of the Southern Song dynasty's navy and was defeated by the Mongols. But after surrendering to the Mongols, his career actually prospered and he quickly rose to a high position. The Mongols actually let him lead the Eastern campaign against Japan. The result was, without a doubt, the complete annihilation of the Mongols' navy of hundreds of thousands. Of course, Zhao Guo did not know any of this. Looking at how smart and strong they were, he could not help but laugh. As expected of the sons of generals. All these years, it was all because of your concerted efforts that the borders of the Song dynasty were safe. Lu Wendi and the others hurriedly replied, "To serve the country, we will not hesitate to die 10,000 times. We dare not take credit." As Zhao Guo ordered the eunuchs to reward them, he laughed coldly to himself. The Lu brothers had indeed made the Jing Lake region a solid block. More than half of the entire Jing Lake military were their people. And that Qiu Tongfu, if he remembered correctly, his father, was Ma Qiu-ming, the secretary of the Bureau of Military Affairs and supervisor of the Jianghuai army. These people colluded with each other and joined forces. Where did they put me, the emperor? The group quickly arrived at the Guo residence. The Guo family had long been informed. Guofu, Big Wu, and Little Wu were waiting at the door to welcome the emperor. Everyone could only see the girl in red in front of them. Her eyebrows were curved, her small nose slightly tilted up. Her face was like white jade, and her complexion was like the morning sun. It was Guofu. Her attire was not very luxurious. There was only a string of pearls hanging around her neck, which gave off a faint glow. It made her look even more like a jade sculpture. Perhaps it was because she suddenly found out that the emperor was coming, she was nervous. Sweat appeared on her forehead. Her cheeks were illuminated by the red dress, making her look even more beautiful. Everyone sighed in their hearts. Miss Guo was really beautiful. They heard that Guo Jing was tall and strong, but they did not know that Madame Guo had such a beautiful daughter. How beautiful must she be to be able to give birth to such a beautiful daughter with him? Lu Shidao and the other young people stared at the girl in red in front of them. Guofu's beauty had a strong impact on people of their age. They recalled that Madame Guo seemed to have the intention of marrying into the Lu family. However, their father was not very interested at that time. After all, he was prepared to find a wife from a noble family of linen. This way, a strong alliance would be more beneficial to the Lu family's power. Although Guofu was beautiful, and Guo Jing and Huang Rong were popular, they came from a poor family. Their help to the Lu family was limited. Although I can't be the main wife, I can still be a concubine. Lu Shidao swallowed his saliva. At the same time, there was a haze between his brows. Madame Guo seemed to be less interested in her marriage these 2 years. She was not as eager to matchmake the two of them. He did not know why. Lu Shishing also stared closely at Guofu. Looking at this beautiful girl who almost became his sister-in-law, he could not help but feel a strange sense of excitement. If he could take her in as a concubine. But then, his uncle and his family would not look good. Sigh, they were the ones who did not want her, but they did not allow others to have her. What kind of logic was this? Among everyone present, only Zhao Gou's mind was the purest. After losing his virginity, he no longer had those messy thoughts. Looking at this beautiful girl, he thought in his heart, is this the descendant of King Chao's bloodline? Back then, he found out that Gu Jing was the descendant of Chai Rong's fifth son, Chai Shirong, who had disappeared after Taizu Huangpao was added. Therefore, he did not want him to stay in the capital to lead the imperial army. Instead, he was sent to the north on an expedition. No one knew if he was dead or alive. To a certain extent, this solved a big problem for him. Fortunately, Gu Jing did not have a son, so the bloodline of King Chao was broken. Thinking of this, Zhao Gou's gloomy mood for the past few days finally saw a ray of sunshine. His face also became amiable. Miss Gua, please rise. Thank you, Your Majesty. Guafu stood up and quietly looked at this emperor. She thought to herself, he is not as muddle-headed as the people say. After casually praising the Gua family for their contributions, Zhao Gou noticed a few people in ragged clothes at the back. He could not help but frown. Who are they? This is the current chief of the beggar sect, Lu Youjiao, and a few of the beggar sect's 8 pouch elders. These years, it was thanks to their help that Xianxia was not lost. Lu Wendy introduced. These years, Huang Rong had gradually delegated power. Now, she had completely handed over the beggar sect to Lu Youjiao. So they are the righteous people of the beggar sect. Zhao Gou nodded. He had heard of the Gua family's Huang Rong. Although he did not think that these Jianhu people would be of much use on the battlefield, they still had to have the proper attitude to avoid disappointing the hearts of the people. Lu Youjiao and the others hurriedly bowed. Long live the emperor. Zhao Gou walked over to express his condolences. Who knew that at this moment, an 8 pouch elder would suddenly jump towards him? There's an assassin, someone cried out. Lu Youjiao and the others were even more frightened. If anything happened to the emperor, and the assassin came from the beggar sect, then the beggar sect would not be able to clear their name even if they jumped into the Yellow River. The other elders obviously had the same thought. They all attacked at the same time, wanting to restrain this traitor. Lu Youjiao's martial arts were not weak. In addition, in recent years, with the help of Huang Rong and Gu Jing, he had been taught the dog-beating stick technique and the 18 dragon subduing palms. His skills had improved greatly. The others who were able to become 8 pouch elders of the beggar sect were all experts in the Jianhu. They worked together to seal the assassin's vital acupuncture points. If the assassin did not defend himself, he would be severely injured by them. Naturally, he would not have any energy left to attack the emperor. If he defended himself, the people around the emperor would have enough time to react. Unfortunately, the assassin's body swayed strangely. He was like a fish in the water. His body very cleverly dodged the attacks of the 8 pouch elders. Then, with a twist of his legs, he broke through Lu Youjiao's defense. His kick landed directly on his chest. Lu Youjiao spat out a mouthful of blood. His entire body fell backwards. The assassin used the force of the recoil to shoot towards Zhao Gou like an arrow released from a bow. In an instant, he was in front of Zhao Gou. The dagger in his hand was only a few inches away from Zhao Gou. A hint of a smile appeared at the corner of the assassin's mouth. He was very confident in his sword. He had carried out dozens of missions, and not once had he failed. And today's sword had been displayed to an extraordinary standard. The dozens of missions in the past could not compare to the magnificence of this stab. However, he suddenly realized that the cold gleam of the dagger in front of him seemed to have suddenly turned into a blinding white light. The alarm in his heart rose. Unfortunately, it was already too late. He only felt a chill on the top of his head. Then, his entire body sank into endless darkness. A person beside Zhao Gou calmly sheathed his dagger. At the same time, he ordered his subordinates to search for any remnants of the assassin. LV Wendy and the others also hurriedly ordered the soldiers to seal off the scene and search for the assassin. At the same time, they looked at the emperor's bodyguard with some fear. As an important official of the court, he naturally recognized the identity of that person. His name was Li Yanshi. He was Zhao Gou's confidant. After Zhao Gou ascended to the throne, he was appointed to lead the imperial weapons. LV Wendy secretly wiped away his cold sweat. Everyone said that those who led imperial weapons were experts among experts. Now that he had seen it, it was indeed extraordinary. In all of Xiangyang City, perhaps only Gu Jing and Huang Rong could compare to them. No, Huang Rong might not be able to defeat him. Those who led imperial weapons had always been experts among experts. The last batch of imperial weapons had been people like Han Shizhong, Lu Qi, and Yu Yun. The ones who led imperial weapons now, whether it was Ding Dian with the shadowless godly fist or Wu Shi with the peerless sword skills, although he was later involved in the scandal of treason, all of them were famous figures in the martial world. Now, even Li Yanshi, who had never been famous, had such powerful dagger skills. Who knew who the rest of the imperial weapons were? He subconsciously looked at Jia Sherdao, who was not far away, with worry. With such an expert by Zhao Gou's side, would this operation really be okay? Unfortunately, Jia Sherdao's face was expressionless. It was impossible to tell what he was thinking at the moment. Lu Youjiao and the others ignored their injuries and hurriedly struggled over to apologize. Please forgive us, Your Majesty. We don't know why this person suddenly tried to assassinate us. A group of elders of the beggar sect kowtowed desperately to apologize, but they also knew that this excuse was useless. This time, the beggar sect was probably in trouble. Li Yanshi, who was squatting on the ground to search for the assassin's imperial weapons, suddenly felt a waist tag. He presented it to Zhao Gou and said, Your Majesty, this is a spy from the Jin Kingdom's laundry yard. Laundry yard? Zhao Gou's eyelids twitched. This place represented endless humiliation for the entire Song dynasty. He did not expect that someone would dare to come and assassinate him. Report. The Guanghua army is in an emergency. Report. The Suizhou army is in an emergency. Report. The Xinjiang army is in an emergency. Suddenly, soldiers came one after another to report that the Jin Kingdom's troops had split up and were heading straight for Xiangyang. Zhao Gou's expression changed. Didn't they just make peace with the Jin Kingdom? Why did they suddenly start a war? Did they know that he was coming to Xiangyang this time and wanted to kill him? The officials were all talking about it. Jia Sherdao suddenly stepped forward and said, Your Majesty, I am willing to lead an army to the Guanghua army and defend the country from the enemy. King Yi also stepped forward and said, I am willing to lead an army to the Suizhou myself. I will not let the Jin Kingdom cross the Suizhou corridor. Permission granted. Seeing the two's reactions, Zhao Gou felt relieved. It seemed that this urgent military situation was most likely made up by Jia Sherdao. They were far away from him, so if anything happened to him, the world could not blame them. Let's see who has the last laugh. Looking at the two's loyal and courageous faces, Zhao Gou laughed coldly in his heart. Please remember this book's domain name. Com Wonderful Bookhouse mobile version website. Com Jia Sherdao, King Yi, and the others quickly left after receiving the decree. Zhao Gou had a lot on his mind, so he didn't want to stay at the Gua mansion any longer. Seeing Lu Youjiao and the others still kneeling on the ground and kowtowing, he was annoyed. He waved his hand impatiently and said, All right. I know you had nothing to do with this. Even though you were responsible for your negligence, you did a good job in protecting the emperor. Lu Youjiao and the others let out a long sigh of relief. They quickly kowtowed and thanked him. Thank you, Your Majesty. Thank you, Your Majesty. They were a group of Jianghu people who were usually far away from the emperor. They were happy to call the emperor a dog. But when the emperor really stood in front of them, they were shocked to find that the pressure was so great that it was difficult for them to even speak normally. After Zhao Gou and the others left the Gua mansion, they stayed in the palace that LV Wendy and the others had prepared in the city. They then passed down the decree that they would fast and bathe in the palace for 3 days before going to Wutang Mountain to show their sincerity. During this time, the imperial guards checked Wutang Mountain, but they didn't find anything wrong. After listening to the guards' report about Wutang Mountain, Huang Chang suddenly walked out of the shadows and asked, Is Zhang Sanfeng here? The two of them had been friends for a long time. Even if everyone in the world rebelled, he didn't believe that Jia Sherdao and the others could persuade Zhang Sanfeng to rebel with them. The guard shook his head and said, I heard from the Wutang clan that Zhang Sanfeng is in seclusion. Seclusion? Huang Chang frowned. Who received you from the Wutang clan? Yu Lianzhou or Song Yuanqiao? The guard answered, neither. It was Lighting, one of the 6 heroes. Lighting? Hearing this answer, Huang Chang was silent. Xianxia couldn't help but say, Your Majesty, I think something big must have happened to Wutang Mountain. For safety's sake, we should cancel the plan to go up. Zhao Guo snorted coolly. Why? Xianxia knew that Zhao Guo was determined to succeed this time, and would not be swayed by just a few words from him. However, as an old member of the Wutang sect, his loyalty to Zhao Guo made him unwilling to see his master take the slightest risk. Among the 7 heroes of Wutang, Song Yuanqiao is mature and steady, while Yu Lianzhou is calm and collected. With these 2 in charge of the entire Wutang sect, no matter who it is, they will not cooperate with the rebels. However, it just so happens that this Liuxia has a weak personality. From what happened with Amei and Ji Xiaofu in the past, it can be seen that he is indecisive. Zhao Guo frowned and said, You are saying that it is very likely that someone else used the safety of his master and senior brothers to force Lighting to cooperate? Xianxia replied, Most likely so. Seeing that Zhao Guo was silent, Xianxia couldn't help but continue, Your Majesty, as the saying goes, a gentleman does not stand under a collapsing wall. Furthermore, you have a body of gold. Why do you have to take such a risk this time? In my opinion, there is no need to fight to the death with Jia Shidao. Furthermore, the situation is not at its worst. Take the officials in Jinghu for example. North Jinghu Pacification Commissioner Xianxia, Azhou Zhizhou Chao Shixiang, and Jingyi Deputy Commander Gao Da have always been at odds with Jia Shidao. Even if Jia Shidao has any disloyal intentions, they will not sit idly by. He was Zhao Guo's most trusted confidant, and one of the few people who knew the entire plan. Zhao Guo was silent. If there was still time, he would not make such a risky move. Unfortunately, due to some reason, his body had been deteriorating over the past 2 years. He probably did not have many days left to live. Although he had a mixed reputation over the years, rebuilding the Song Empire in a time of crisis was the proudest thing in his life. However, he had accidentally created the monster Jia's group. Once he died, with the crown prince's age and prestige, he would not be able to deal with him. Zhao Guo did not want the Song Empire to follow in the footsteps of Cao Wei and Beizhou, which was why he had made up his mind to get rid of Jia Shidao while he still had the ability. That way, he would be able to face his ancestors in the afterlife. However, he could not tell anyone else about this. The emperor's health condition was the most confidential information in the empire. Only people like Huang Chang, who had nothing to do with the world, knew about his health condition. Other than that, confidants like Xianxia were not allowed to know. There is no need to say anything more. I have made up my mind. Zhao Guo waved his hand and stopped Xianxia from continuing. He turned around and asked Huang Chang, Has Song Qingshu arrived yet? Huang Chang shook his head and said, No, but my disciple is keeping an eye on him. He should be able to get back in time. That is why I am fasting and bathing for 3 days. If he does not arrive in 3 days, then there is no need to wait, Zhao Guo said calmly. Huang Chang hesitated and said, Wouldn't it be too risky to go up the mountain without waiting for him? Zhao Guo shook his head and said, Song Qingshu does not look like the kind of person who is willing to be under someone else's command. His participation in this operation has added a few more variables. I did not consider him in the first place, but you insisted on bringing him in. You even asked me to use Imperial Concubine Wu as a bargaining chip. A useless Imperial Concubine that has fallen out of favor can be used to appease Concubine Jia and get the help of a great Grandmaster. It is a good deal no matter how you look at it, Huang Chang replied calmly. Huang Chang faintly replied. Someone of Imperial Consort Wu's status naturally could not be openly given to Song Qingshu, but with her beauty and status, it was impossible for her to disappear into thin air in the palace. Thus, the emperor sent people to create the illusion that she had committed suicide in the cold palace, so that Consort Jia, who had always regarded her as a thorn in her side, would feel at ease. Zhao Guo laughed coldly and said, Unfortunately, looking at the current situation, it is very likely that I have lost Imperial Concubine Wu for nothing. When we return to the capital, we will settle the score with Song Qingshu. His Golden Snake camp occupies Shandong and northern Jiangsu, and he has 100,000 elite soldiers under him. It goes without saying what his intentions are. Previously, he had not been free. This time, we can take advantage of this opportunity to take back these two places. Previously, these two places were occupied by the Jins and the Qing, so he did not have much confidence. However, in the face of a local separatist force that was made up of Han people, he did not feel the slightest bit of psychological pressure. Huang Chang frowned. It was obvious that he wanted to say something, but in the end, he did not say anything. 3 days passed quickly. Zhao Guo and his entourage set off for Wutang Mountain as scheduled. Prince Yi, who was supposed to be guarding the Suizhou corridor, appeared in Xianxia City. Seeing the emperor's entourage gradually disappear into the distance, a hint of eagerness flashed through his eyes. With great difficulty, he suppressed it and asked, "Is the Wutang side ready?" His confidant, Yu Tianqi, answered, "Everything is ready." According to the news that Widow Hua sent back, they used the safety of the entire Wutang clan and Yang Buhui as a threat. Yin Lighting finally agreed to cooperate. When the time comes, the emperor will not see any flaws. Wutang's Yin Liuxia, what a great reputation, but it is only SOSO. A hint of sarcasm flashed through the corner of Prince Yi's mouth. Yu Tianqi laughed and said, Yin Lighting did not agree at first, but his wife happened to be pregnant, so he had no choice but to agree. With such a young and beautiful wife, if it were me, I would also be reluctant. Prince Yi also couldn't help but laugh. I heard that his beautiful fiancée was snatched away by Yang Shao of the Ming dynasty. At first, everyone was laughing at him, but in the end, the daughter of his former lover actually fell in love with him, putting on a good show of an old cow seducing young grass, making Yang Shao the laughingstock of the world. I don't know who got the better end of the deal. Yu Tianqi echoed, I heard that the mother and daughter look very similar, and I have seen them personally. They are indeed outstanding beauties. After this matter is over, it is impossible to leave the Wutang clan alive. It would be a pity to kill them. If your highness is interested, you can summon her to play after the matter is over. Bastard, what kind of woman have I not seen? Why must I do such an unbearable thing? Prince Yi's face turned serious and he reprimanded a few times, but his heart was in a dilemma. There were indeed many beauties in the prince's mansion, but I have never played with a pregnant woman before. Should I give it a try? But if this gets out, it will not be good for my reputation. Yu Tianqi naturally didn't know that he had already tempted Prince Yi, so he hurriedly changed the topic. By the way, I haven't been able to contact that wandering soul. Still can't contact him? Prince Yi frowned, and his heart was covered with a layer of haze. Should we send someone to look for him? Yu Tianqi saw that the other was not in a good mood and said cautiously. Forget it, Prince Yi waved his hand. Anyway, it doesn't matter if he is there or not. Even if he is there, he can't intervene. Yes. Hearing him say this, Yu Tianqi also felt the same. Although there were so many arrangements, it was still up to the faceless man and the general to decide the outcome. Zhao Guo and his party continued to travel north along the Han River for more than 100 miles by boat, then abandoned the boat and walked by land. They arrived at the small town at the foot of Wutang Mountain the next evening. Soon, the emperor's decree was issued. The next morning, they would go up the mountain to worship heaven. As for Wang Ziding, he had already led the people of the Front Palace Department to set up defenses on the periphery of Wutang Mountain in advance, lest the enemy sent an army to attack and capture the emperor. Is there still no news from Song Qingshu? In the bedroom, Zhao Guo confirmed again. He hasn't returned. Huang Chang's voice floated from the shadows. Ying Luo hasn't returned either? Zhao Guo was somewhat dissatisfied. He thought that it was one thing for Song Qingshu to harbor evil intentions, but you are my imperial sister, how could you not return? He was most likely delayed by something. Not long ago, we received intelligence that the Red Coat Army split up. Xia Quan led the army to attack Yangzhou, and Huaidong commanding officer Lu Gu also cooperated and appeared near Yangzhou. Ding Dian couldn't help but answer. As the commander of the imperial armament, he was naturally by the emperor's side this time. Back then, he and Ling Xuanhua were able to get married because of Song Qingshu, so he didn't want Song Qingshu to become enemies with the emperor, so he spoke up for him. Lu Gu actually dared to mobilize troops on his own? How dare he? Zhao Guo was furious when he heard that, and he smashed the teacup in his hand to pieces. He paced around the room anxiously. Lu Gu is Jia Shidao's man, so he must have been instructed by him to attack Yangzhou on purpose, forcing Song Qingshu to have no choice but to save him. Naturally, he won't be able to come to Wu-Tang Mountain. Jia Shidao actually dared to do such a thing for his own selfishness. It was a taboo for the emperor to mobilize troops on his own. Zhao Go ascended to the throne in the chaos of war, and he had experienced the Miaolu rebellion where he almost lost his head, as well as the Huaishi rebellion where tens of thousands of troops surrendered to the Jin kingdom. This made him even more sensitive to such matters. If this bastard isn't eliminated, I won't be able to eat or sleep in peace. Zhao Go felt that his decision this time was increasingly wise. Tomorrow, on Wu-Tang Mountain, everything would be settled. Whether or not Song Qingshu was there, he had absolute confidence in this operation. On the morning of the second day, the emperor moved to Mount Wudong. Wang Zidong led his personal guards to set up defenses at the foot of the mountain, to ensure that no enemy troops would suddenly appear nearby. Then, Zhu Bangji of the Front Hall Division set up defenses along the winding paths of Mount Wudong. The mysterious imperial armament stayed close to Zhao Go, to ensure the emperor's safety. Since it was a sacrifice, it was not convenient for Zhao Go to sit in a sedan. To show his sincerity, he walked all the way up the mountain. The path up Mount Wudong was not as steep as Mount Hua. In addition, with Zhang Sanfeng's reputation, the emperors of all the countries spent a lot of money to help him build Mount Wudong. Even the path up the mountain was paved with stone steps. It was not difficult to walk. Even so, Zhao Go still walked until he was panting. Along the way, he did not know how many times he had to stop and rest. The officials that accompanied him did not dare to say a word. Many people pretended to be too tired to move for his sake. The emperor's health is getting worse. Wasn't he in good spirits a few years ago? It's probably because he escaped from the Jin Kingdom's search. Hasn't he never had an heir? I don't know how long the emperor can hold on. Luckily, a few years ago, he chose 2 sons to adopt. Now that the crown prince has been decided, if anything happens, the country can be saved. It's a pity Prince E. He is talented and capable. Most importantly, he is courteous and much steadier than the crown prince. It is a pity. Back then, the palace chose 2 sons. Prince E had a great chance to inherit the throne. I don't know why the palace chose the crown prince. Didn't the emperor bring Prince E with him this time? In my opinion, the emperor dotes on Prince E. When the time comes, there may be hope for the throne. These words had been exchanged countless times between the officials in private. Now, everyone could understand each other with just a look. There was no need to say it. Halfway up the mountain, Zhao Go looked back at the scenery between the clouds. He felt his field of vision widen. He could not help but sigh, it really is like a celestial palace. The hard work of climbing was swept away in an instant. But when he looked up and saw the words Prince Slope on the board not far away, the smile on his face froze and became frighteningly gloomy. The Crown Prince Slope was built by the previous emperor. The bronze statue of the Crown Prince was enshrined in the hall. It was the only place of learning and praying for blessings in Mount Wudong. Scholars from all over the world came to observe the Crown Prince's expression while he was reading, to comprehend the Crown Prince's concentration in his studies, so that they could gain new insights and understanding of their studies, so that they could succeed in their studies. Zhao Go also knew these reasons. But when he thought about how he wasn't the Crown Prince in the past, and how the Crown Prince wasn't his biological son, it was hard for him to be happy. When the officials heard him praising this place as a paradise on earth, many of them wanted to flatter him, but when they noticed his unfriendly expression, they all fell silent. Let's go. Zhao Go had originally planned to rest here, but now he wasn't in the mood, continuing to walk upwards. When the officials saw the words Crown Prince's Slope, they could roughly guess what was going on. They thought that the emperor's mental state was really strong. Previously, he was so tired from climbing the mountain, but now, he climbed the mountain as if nothing had happened. After that, the atmosphere of the entire group became much more gloomy, and before they knew it, they had already reached the mountain. Enlightening led the disciples of the Wudong sect to welcome the emperor at the entrance of the Purple Cloud Palace. Only Mount Wudong had this honor. If it were any other sect, they would at least welcome the emperor at the foot of the mountain, even if they didn't welcome him at Xianxia. It was just that cultivators were particular about peace and quiet, plus they had to maintain the mysterious image of immortals, so it was normal for emperors to seek immortality. If you were too ardent and passionate, you wouldn't have the slightest bit of sage-like demeanor. How could the emperor believe you? Of course, the Wudong sect didn't need to learn from the senior Taoists, but now that there was a publicly recognized earth immortal on the mountain, the entire Wudong sect had a corresponding bearing, so they naturally didn't care about the fawning attitude of other sections. Why are you the only one here? Where's Zhang, Master Song, and second hero Yu? Even though he had roughly guessed what was going on, Zhao Go still asked meaningfully. As expected, Enlighting looked conflicted. After a long time, he answered, Master is in seclusion. Eldest brother and second brother are studying with Master, so, the eunuch on the side couldn't help but scold, how dare you people of Mount Wudong? The imperial court has already sent people to inform you, but you all avoid meeting them. Do you have any respect for the emperor? Enlighting looked troubled. I dare not. It's just that when the palace sent the invitation, Master and the others were already in seclusion. This is an important matter, so they can't come out before it's done. Is that so? Zhao Go waved his hand to stop the eunuch from scolding him. Then where is Zhang in seclusion? What is he studying that is so important? Enlighting answered, back at the emperor's house. Master is in seclusion at the back of the mountain, studying with senior brother to perfect the true martial 7 sections formation. True martial 7 sections formation? Zhao Go frowned and glanced at the guards. Of the people leading the imperial equipment, Ding Dian had been in Jianghu for the longest time. He naturally knew more about Jianghu than anyone else. He stepped forward and answered, back at the emperor's house, the true martial 7 sections formation was created by Zhang when he saw the Turtle Mountain and the Snake Mountain in front of the Zhenwu statue. However, the martial arts evolved from the majestic Turtle Mountain and the Snake Mountain are not something that one person can use at the same time. So he taught each of his 7 disciples a set of martial arts, each with its own subtleties. If 2 people work together, they can attack and defend well, and their power is greatly increased. If 3 people work together, the power is twice as strong as 2 people work together, so on and so forth. When the 7 heroes of Wudong work together, it's equivalent to 64 top-notch masters attacking at the same time. Oh? Zhao Go's expression changed. If there's such a magical formation, why is he still studying it in seclusion? Enlighting answered, you may not know this, but this formation requires 7 people to work together. It's a pity that 5th brother committed suicide that year, and 3rd brother's leg bone was injured by the Herculean Vajra finger. He was finally healed, and then 7th brother got into trouble. Zhao Go asked curiously, didn't you just say that 2 people work together can double the power, and 3 people work together can double the power again? There are at least 4 or 5 of you now, can't you still use it? Enlighting replied, we did use it once before. Because of a misunderstanding, eldest brother, second brother, and 4th brother fought with Wuji, with Zhang Jiaozhu of the Ming dynasty. In the end, we were 4 against 1, and we lost. Although our opponent's strange moves were a part of it, we still lost so badly when we worked together, which made Master realize that there are flaws in the true martial 7-sectioned formation. So he has been thinking about how to perfect it all these years. It was not until recently that he got the inspiration, so he summoned eldest brother and second brother, who are the most skilled in martial arts, to perfect it together. Zhao Go frowned. Jia Shidao's words sounded reasonable, as if he was telling the truth. But he knew Jia Shidao well. Since he chose to make a move on the Wutang Mountain, how could he leave Zhang Sanfeng and the Wutang heroes alone? Unless Zhang Sanfeng and the Wudong clan joined Jia Shidao. But he extinguished the idea as soon as it came up. If Zhang Sanfeng could be bought over, he wouldn't have become a land god respected by all countries. Let's go visit immortal Zhang after I finish worshipping the heavens. As if feeling the cold wind at the top of the mountain, Zhao Go couldn't stop coughing. He then signaled the officials from the Ministry of Rites and the disciples of Wudong to go together. To prepare for the worshipping the heavens. In fact, there wasn't much to prepare. The officials that needed to prepare had already come and prepared. Soon, it was Zhao Go's turn to go up on stage to worship the heavens with the article that the Grand Secretary had carefully prepared. Throughout the whole process, some of the ordinary officials and low-level disciples of Wudong all looked excited. Only a few people who knew the truth felt as if a huge rock was pressing down on their hearts, and they didn't dare to relax for even a moment. Enlighting looked at the road down the mountain several times, and he looked worried. If Xianxia couldn't come back in time, Wudong would probably go through an unprecedented disaster. The entire process lasted for several hours. The entire place was immersed in a solemn atmosphere. Although many people were secretly criticizing Zhao Guo's actions in the past few years, the people of this era all respected ghosts and gods, so no one dared to show any abnormalities. After the worshipping was finished, Zhao Guo said to the people around him, as expected, they probably won't make a move during the worshipping. Xianxia nodded and replied in a low voice, there are too many eyes during the worshipping. It really isn't a good time. If the assassins were from the Jin kingdom, they wouldn't care about this. But this time, their ultimate goal was the throne. If they killed the emperor in front of everyone, no one would be able to bear the reputation. Since they don't have a chance, then I will create one for them. Zhao Guo snorted coldly. Xianxia hurriedly advised, think carefully, we haven't reached the point where we have to fight to the death. If we go down the mountain now, with the army escorting us, we can still make it in time. Zhao Guo said in a low voice, we have planned for so long, how can we give up when the time comes? Ignoring Xianxia's advice, he sent someone to invite Enlighting over. It isn't easy for me to leave the palace, and Wudong is thousands of miles away from Linen. I don't know if I will have the chance to see Zhenrenzhang again in this lifetime, so can I trouble Hero Yin to invite Zhenrenzhang here? Hearing his sincere words and his trembling appearance, he didn't look like the ruler of a country, but more like an ordinary old man. Enlighting couldn't bear it, you are so sincere. If it was in the past, my teacher would definitely come, but now he can't leave. In the future, when he comes out of seclusion, my teacher will definitely go and visit you. Why are you in such a hurry? After a pause, he couldn't help but add in a low voice, you are so precious, it's better for you to return to the palace and take charge of the capital. Zhao Guo was a little surprised to hear that he had a double meaning and was secretly reminding him. But now that things had come to this, how could he retreat just like that? Since Zhenrenzhang is in seclusion and has no time to spare, then I will personally visit Zhenren in the bamboo grove at the back of the mountain. Even if Zhenrenzhang can't come out, it would be good to teach him a lesson through the door. Having said that, he had the accompanying officials stay here to deal with the remaining formalities for the worship to heaven, while he himself led the imperial guards and found a Wudong disciple to lead the way, heading to the back of the mountain. Enlighting gritted his teeth and wanted to persuade him again, but suddenly someone stood in front of him, Hero Yin, don't worry. You are the son of heaven, and will definitely be protected by all the gods and Buddhas. Of course, the evil will not be able to hurt him. Lifting his head, he saw a glowing monk smiling at him. Enlighting was shocked. All these years, with the guidance of his master and senior brothers, he had been practicing martial arts wholeheartedly, and his martial arts had improved greatly. Looking at the martial arts world, he was already a first-rate master. He could vaguely judge the strength of a person's strength through their qi movement. Before this, he had already felt the strength of the few people beside the emperor who were carrying the imperial equipment. Among the heroes of Wudong, perhaps only eldest brother and second brother would be able to compete with them. But this monk was clearly standing here, but he couldn't feel his presence. It wasn't that he had never felt this way before, it was every time he faced his master. Could it be that this person was comparable to his master? But since when did Shaolin Temple have such a master? Please remember the domain name of this book. Wonderful Bookhouse mobile version website. It was no wonder Enlighting was shocked. Wudong and Shaolin had never been on good terms. Ever since Shaolin called his master a traitor, they would come looking for trouble every few days. Fifth brother being forced to commit suicide pushed the conflict to its peak. As an imaginary enemy, Wudong sect had also done detailed research on Shaolin sect. Though Shaolin had many masters, the 7 heroes of Wudong were not weak either. Coupled with Zhang Sanfeng, who was an earth immortal, Shaolin had always been afraid of him. Even the 13 ultimate divine monk Xianxia was far weaker than Zhang Sanfeng. 2 years ago, a mysterious sweeping monk appeared out of nowhere. Only then was he able to fight against Wudong. But Enlighting had seen that sweeping monk before. He was obviously different from this red-faced monk. Suddenly knowing that Shaolin had 2 people of this level, Lighting was instantly worried. As his thoughts ran wild, a group of people had already arrived at the bamboo garden behind the mountain. But they were quickly stopped by the children at the door. Grand Master is in seclusion. He will not see guests. A eunuch stepped forward and yelled, "Open your eyes and look carefully. This is an official of the Song dynasty. He is the emperor. Are you just a normal guest?" Seeing such a large group of people walking over aggressively, the two children were a little afraid. But because of their duty, they did not dare to let them in. Sixth uncle. Seeing Lighting, the two children acted as if they had seen their savior and hurriedly called out. Lighting was also a little hesitant. In the end, he sighed. "Let them in. I will ask master." The two children felt as if they had been pardoned. They quickly moved to the side. Zhao Go led the group into the garden. Because the garden was too small, it could not accommodate so many people. So the other guards only surrounded the garden. Only the guards with imperial weapons and a few servants were with them. Of course, the drunkard monk was with them. As for Huang Chang, no one knew where he was hiding. The courtyard was very simple. There were a few bamboos, a small pond, and a few huts. Everyone was curious at first. Taoist Zhang, who was famous all over the world, actually lived in such a simple place. But on second thought, it was normal. If he lived in a magnificent place, it would be disappointing. What's the commotion outside? While everyone was looking around, a faint voice came from the middle house. Lighting hesitated for a moment, but he still stepped forward and replied, reporting to Shifu, "The emperor came to Mount Wudong to offer sacrifices to the heaven. He wanted to see you." Zhao Go, who was not far away, frowned slightly. Hearing him address him like this, could it really be Zhang Sanfeng inside? If Zhang Sanfeng was here, coupled with the strength of the guards by his side, how would those ambitious people dare to make a move? "I'm at a critical juncture in my seclusion, so it's really inconvenient for me to greet you. I hope you can forgive me." The voice sounded again. Is the person inside really Zhang Sanfeng? Zhao Go lowered his voice and asked the person beside him. The imperial guards all looked at each other in dismay. They had never seen Zhang Sanfeng before, so naturally, they couldn't make a judgment. It was the wine fighter who opened his mouth and said, "His voice is quite old, but it's still impossible to judge just from his voice. As for his aura, rumor has it that Zhang Sanfeng has the body of an earth immortal, and has already reached the realm of returning to the natural state. It's normal that I can't feel it." Zhao Go nodded, stepped forward and said to the house, "These years, the imperial court has allocated a lot of funds to Mount Wudong. Every generation of emperors has greatly renovated the Purple Cloud Palace. In this regard, I don't fall behind the previous emperors. And this time, I personally came to Mount Wudong from thousands of miles away, but you aren't even willing to meet me. Isn't that a little unreasonable? Could it be that you are dissatisfied with the imperial court or me?" Hearing his tone gradually harden, Lighting's expression changed slightly, and he looked worriedly at the small house. The house fell into silence, and after a long time, the voice sounded again, "This time, it's my fault. It's just that I'm at a critical juncture in my seclusion, and I can't come out, so I can only trouble you to come in and meet me. I'm at a critical juncture in my cultivation, and I don't want to be disturbed by others. I hope you can help me." Hearing that he wanted Zhao Go to go in alone, everyone's expression changed. Li Yanshi hurriedly stopped Zhao Go. "Sir, be careful, it's a trap. Don't take any risks." If this was a normal situation, Zhang Sanfeng's words would be reasonable. People in Jianghu had reached a critical juncture in their cultivation, and they couldn't be disturbed the most. Being willing to see Zhao Go alone was already giving him face, and there was no reason to let more people go in. However, many of the people present knew why they had come to Wutang Mountain this time. Knowing that there was going to be a big battle, everyone's heart was tense. At this time, Zhang Sanfeng's move was obviously very much like Jia Shidao's killing trap. In fact, Li Yanshi's advice was unnecessary. Although Zhao Go had absolute confidence in this operation, he wasn't a fool. How could he go in alone and risk his life when the situation was unclear? In the house, after Zhang Sanfeng finished speaking, the door automatically opened a gap to show that he was inviting Zhao Go in, and then the room fell into silence. The guards beside Zhao Go all stood on their tiptoes to look in through the gap, but there was a screen inside, and they couldn't see anything. Just as he was in a dilemma, there was a commotion in the distance, and occasionally there were screams. Zhao Go couldn't help but frown. What's happening outside? A guard had already gone out to investigate, and he quickly came back to report, "Sir, someone broke in from the mountain." Zhao Go was instantly furious. How did Wang Zidong guard the outer perimeter? Someone broke into the foot of the mountain. After throwing a tantrum, he remembered that there was still a key question he hadn't asked. How many people are there? But he wasn't too worried. Although Mount Wudong wasn't as steep as Mount Hua, the paths along the way were filled with masters from the front of the palace. Looking down from above, no matter how many people there were, they wouldn't be able to do anything. Only one person, the guard answered bitterly. Only one person? Zhao Go was shocked at first, and then he was furious. He's just one person, and he made such a big commotion. The most elite troops of the Song dynasty entered the Forbidden Army, and the most elite of the Forbidden Army entered the Imperial Guard Army, and the most elite of the Imperial Guard Army entered the Imperial Guard Army, and the most elite of the Imperial Guard Army entered the Imperial Guard Army, to protect the Emperor. Back then, a coach of the Golden Spear Squad, Su Ning, wandered the Jianghu and became a bandit. He was ranked second among the 8 light cavalry of Mount Liang, and the name of the Golden Spear Squad shook the world. And the Golden Spear Squad was just one of the Imperial Guard Army, and their position among the Imperial Guard Army was only average. It could be seen just how many crouching tigers and hidden dragons there were in the Imperial Guard Army. So many masters, defending in a dangerous position, and yet they were all thrown into chaos by one person. How could Zhao Go not be angry? That person's martial arts are very high. The guard's expression was one of fear. And he seems to know evil arts. Every time he raises his hand, a bloody hole will appear on the bodies of our brothers who are dozens of feet away. And because of the terrain, we couldn't surround him, and we couldn't use our advantage in numbers, so he fought his way up. Zhao Go's expression was ugly. Originally, he had wanted to use the terrain to defend so that the enemy could not make use of their advantage in numbers. He had not expected that the terrain would become the enemy's advantage in the end, causing his side to be unable to make use of their advantage in numbers. What kind of evil art is this? It should be a kind of hidden long-range attack martial art. Is it Shaolin's formless finger of disaster or Dali's six-pulse divine sword? Drunkard monk muttered to himself. Enlighting could not help but glance at him, wondering if he was not a Shaolin disciple. The visitor is a thin old man. He doesn't look like someone from Shaolin or Dali, the guard replied. At this time Xianxia said, "Don't worry, unless the person is a great grandmaster, no matter how high his martial art skill is, he won't be able to break through Zhu Banji and his brother's defense line." As the oldest person in charge of the imperial armament, his experience was naturally extraordinary. He knew the strength of Siban Ji in front of the palace the best. Just now, he had been caught off guard. By the time he reacted, the other party would not have been able to get away with it. Sure enough, as soon as he finished speaking, the commotion gradually subsided. It was obvious that the situation was gradually under control. It's not a great grandmaster. Zhao Go secretly let out a sigh of relief. Although he knew that Jia Sherdao would most likely invite a great grandmaster to come this time, it was still great to have one less. However, his smile soon froze, because he heard the sound of waves. An image appeared in his mind. The tide in the distance was slowly pushing forward, and it was getting faster and faster. Behind it, the waves were raging, and the white waves were like mountains. In the tide, fish were leaping and whales were floating, and on the surface of the sea, the wind was howling and the gull was flying. Together with the water demons and sea monsters, a group of demons was stirring up the tide. Suddenly, icebergs were floating, and suddenly, the sea was boiling. It was extremely unpredictable. After the tide receded, the water level was like a mirror, but the undercurrent at the bottom of the sea was turbulent. It was silent and dangerous. Wutang Mountain is inland. How can there be the sound of waves? Ding Dian and the other guards were puzzled. Suddenly, the vigorous sound of the waves changed, becoming erratic and lingering. It was as if there was an incomparably beautiful mermaid in the sea smiling faintly, whispering softly, extremely soft and alluring. Ding Dian heard it for a while, and he felt his face and ears turn red. He felt his heart tremble, and he wanted to jump up and dance several times. He was shocked. No, this isn't the sound of waves. This is the sound of a flute. The sound of the flute was erratic and lingering. It was like a woman sighing, moaning, and then softly calling out. Ding Dian knew it was inappropriate, but he couldn't help but think of the sweet days he had with Ling Shuanghua over the years. He thought of his wife's soft skin, which was as gentle as water. Fortunately, he had mastered the holy illumination art, and there was still a trace of consciousness left in his mind. He remembered that he was protecting the emperor, and he couldn't allow anything to happen to his children. He hurriedly adjusted his breathing, and finally gradually woke up. Only then did he realize that his entire face and ears were red, and his back was drenched in sweat. The others beside him were even worse. They were all dancing, as if they had gone crazy. Only a few people with imperial equipment could still barely control themselves. However, their expressions were painful, and it was obvious that they were almost at their limit. Ding Dian was shocked, and hurriedly looked at Zhao Guo. He realized that his expression was normal, and there was nothing out of the ordinary. He could not help but understand. As the emperor's closest guard, he naturally knew the emperor's physical condition. This strange sound of the flute was mainly to arouse the lust in one's heart. Ever since the emperor's body was injured, he had long lost interest in the matters between men and women. Naturally, he would not be affected by the sound of the flute. Ba. The wine-fighting monk suddenly put his palms together, and his gentle Buddhist chant instantly woke everyone up. Please forgive us, Your Highness. It was a serious crime for a group of guards to lose their manners in front of the emperor. They hurriedly knelt down and asked for forgiveness. Yin Lighting, who was at the side, also blushed. Originally, Wudong Kung Fu was orthodox, and would not be affected by such evil things. However, he thought of his fiancée, Ji Xiaofu, and his daughter, Yang Bu Hui, who looked almost identical to her, becoming his wife. He thought of the intimacy between husband and wife in bed. It was inevitable that his mind would sometimes imagine the woman beneath him as his mother. The Song of the Jade Tide. So it is Island Master Huang of Peach Blossom Island who has graced us with his presence. The wine-fighting monk let out a long sigh, and his voice seemed to contain infinite regret. He could not understand why such a noble person like him would participate in such a filthy thing. You are a beautiful person, how can you become a thief? Even a master of your level has become a lackey of the imperial court. A cold and arrogant voice rang out. Following that, an old man in green with a jade flute in his hand appeared on the wall of the courtyard. His appearance was thin and his eyes were as clear as a god's. His entire body gave off a graceful and elegant air. Xiao Shushuan's unique temperament made it very difficult to associate him with an ordinary old man. Others would subconsciously ignore his age and think that the person standing in front of them was a handsome and carefree man. The man was Huang Yaoshi of Peach Blossom Island. He was one of the 5 masters of the Central Plains and was known as the Eastern Heretic. His magic flicking was famous throughout the world. But even so, he was unable to break through the defenses of the Bonji guards. However, he was proficient in music and spent his days listening to the tides on Peach Blossom Island. He developed a unique skill called the melody of the rising tide. He infused his internal energy into his flute, and even Zhou Badong, who was second only to the 5 masters, was tormented by this song. Of course, although this martial art was amazing, it also had its limitations. It could only be used to its greatest effect against people whose inner energy was weaker than the users or whose mind was in a mess. Against other masters, this song was not very useful. For example, Ouyang Feng, the Western Poison, could use the sound of his iron zither to resist, and Hong Qigong could use the sound of his whistle to resist. But when used to deal with ordinary people, this martial art could be regarded as a group attack skill. When Huang Yaoshi was climbing the mountain, he could use his special skills such as the divine flicking finger to open the way. But when the guards in front of the hall realized what was going on, the pressure on him increased and he might even be surrounded and killed on the mountain path. Fortunately, he was prepared and used the Song of the Rising Tide. Although Zhu Banji had many masters, none of them had reached the level of one of the 5 masters. Huang Yaoshi's flute had evoked the evil thoughts in their hearts and they were unable to extricate themselves from their fantasies. Very soon, they began to kill each other. Huang Yaosher took advantage of this opportunity and went all the way to the small courtyard in the bamboo forest at the back of the mountain. When they saw Huang Yaosher's identity, many people were shocked. Li Yanshi, who was carrying an imperial weapon, stepped forward and shouted, "Island Master Huang, your daughter and son-in-law have been helping the imperial court defend Xianxia for many years and are admired by the people. Why are you rebelling? Bastard, how dare you mention them?" A murderous look appeared on Huang Yaosher's face. A few days ago, Rong Er was schemed against in Lin and almost died. Jing Er was even abandoned by you. Now we don't know if he's dead or alive. Is this the result of defending Xianxia? Zhao Guo said coldly, "I'm sure Island Master Huang knows why Guijing was abandoned. What are you doing here instead of looking for him?" Judging from Zhao Guo's tone, it would be best if he could incite Zhao Guo to go against Jia Sherdao. "Humph," Huang Yaosher snorted, "that stinky brat Guijing, I didn't like him in the past. All these years I still find him very annoying. Why would I come here for him?" Hearing him directly deny it, Zhao Guo started, not knowing how to continue persuading him. The drunkard monk said in confusion, "Everyone says that Island Master Huang doesn't follow the rules of etiquette, and that everything you do is 70% evil. However, I've observed your way of doing things for the past few years. Although you are 70% evil, you are 30% good. Moreover, you are evil in small matters, but you are very serious when it comes to big matters. Your daughter was only slightly wronged in linen, and she was safe and sound in the end. Island Master Huang, why would you go against your superiors just for such a small grievance?" Huang Yaosher's face darkened. That unfilial woman does things indiscriminately. She deserved what happened in linen. Everyone looked at each other, thinking that Madame Guo was beautiful and dignified. She was the best person to deal with people, and everyone around her praised her. Why did he call her an unfilial woman? Then why did Island Master Huang come here? The drunkard monk was even more confused. Huang Yaosher frowned and hesitated for a moment before saying, "If someone else asked me, I would say that since I'm called the Eastern Heretic, I don't need to explain my actions to others. It's just that your martial arts are obviously higher than mine, but you've been so polite from the beginning. Just based on this attitude, I'll let Zhao Guo know." "How dare you? How dare you call an official by his name?" The guards all unsheathed their long sabers. Zhao Guo's face twitched. He was obviously angry. Huang Yaosher ignored them and looked in the direction of the East Sea. He seemed to be recalling something. During the rebellion of Jing Kong, the Central Plains fell into enemy hands. Zhao Guo ascended the throne and reorganized the Song dynasty. Everyone thought that he was the leader of a resurgence. Countless people in the Central Plains formed a volunteer army and waited for the emperor's army to attack the north. In the end, this spineless guy surrendered to Jin Qi and begged for peace. All the people in the court and the public were filled with righteous indignation. Hearing him describe the scene of the past, many people secretly glanced at Zhao Guo. Many of them had personally experienced the events of the past, and they criticized Zhao Guo's actions. Of course, there were also many who felt that the emperor's actions brought peace to the people, and there was nothing to criticize. Zhao Guo's face was dark, and no one knew what he was thinking. Huang Yaosher continued, "The country was in turmoil, and the dissatisfaction with the emperor grew. At this time a mysterious secret manual suddenly appeared in Jianghu, and everyone fought for it. The people of Jianghu were mostly hot-blooded men. Originally, everyone was thinking about how to recover the Central Plains and make the Jin pay in blood. So some people went north to join the volunteer army, and some set their sights on the country, trying to think of ways to force the emperor to change his mind. But once this peerless secret manual appeared, coupled with the many miraculous rumors, everyone's attention shifted to fighting over this secret manual. In the end, the great waves washed away the sand. A few great masters discussed swords at Mount Hua to decide the ownership of this secret manual. I just happened to be there, and received the title of Eastern Heretic. But after a few years of fighting in Jianghu, everyone had formed an irreconcilable hatred. How could they work together to expel the Tartars and restore China? The Nine Manual, hearing this, how could the crowd not understand what this secret manual was? Listening to Huang Yaosher's words, could it be that the whole thing was a trap set up by the court? Ding Dian's expression changed several times. He was originally a Jianghu man, and he was the latest to join the Imperial Armament Division. Later, he learned of Huang Chang's existence by chance. He had wondered why the original author of the Nining Manual was still alive, and why did this secret manual end up in Jianghu and cause such a bloody storm. Of course, he did not think about these things in detail. Now that Huang Yaoshi had analyzed it, it seemed that the internal court had deliberately spread the Nining Manual to Jianghu. Huang Yaoshi's voice gradually became deeper. At that time I was young and full of vigor. I always wanted to train my martial arts to become the best in the world. But at the swords meet at Mount Hua, I saw Wang Chongyang's martial arts. I knew that no matter how much I trained, I would never be able to surpass him. Wang Chongyang became the best in the world, and the Nining Manual naturally fell into his hands. I gave up on this idea. Who would have thought that not long after, Wang Chongyang would die young, and the Nining Manual would fall into the hands of his martial brother, Zhou Badong. When Zhou Badong was mentioned, Huang Yaoshi's face revealed a mixture of anger, admiration, and sorrow. Zhou Buitong's martial arts were not bad, but they were still a bit lacking compared to the rest of us. At that time, the Southern Emperor was disheartened by concubine Lu's affair, and did not care about worldly affairs. The northern beggar wandered around the world, and all day long he was elusive. In the end, only Western Poison and I had any ideas. Western Poison directly broke into the Qiuanzhen sect, but Wang Chongyang, who had faked his death, broke his toad stance. He had no choice but to return to the White Camel Mountain Villa to practice. Although I also wanted the Nining Manual, I could not bring myself to snatch it like Ouyang Feng did. My wife, Heng saw through my thoughts, so she made a bet with Zhou Badong to borrow the Nining Manual. Although Zhou Badong was on guard against me, he knew that Heng did not know any martial arts. Moreover, the Nining Manual was difficult to understand. Even a martial arts expert would not be able to understand it. So he gave her the time it took to burn a stick of incense to burn. But he did not expect that my Heng would have a good memory. In a short period of time, she was able to memorize the Nining Manual. Speaking of this, Huang Yaoshi was full of pride, but he quickly heaved a long sigh and said, "It's a pity that the entire Nining Manual is as obscure as a heavenly book, and Heng is pregnant. Memorizing it will consume too much energy." Later on, the manual was stolen by Mei Chaofeng and Qin Xianfeng. Heng did not want to grieve over this, so she secretly tried to memorize the manual. Heng's body was weak, so after thinking day and night, she finally became exhausted and died of dystocia. Huang Yaoshi suddenly looked at Li Yanshi, Ding Dian and the others and said, "Because of this, I vented my anger on my remaining disciples. I broke their legs and drove them out of Peach Blossom Island. One of them was called Chu Lingfeng. In order to win my favor, he returned to the sect and snuck into the palace to steal some precious calligraphy and paintings. As a result, he was chased by your people with imperial weapons. In the end, he died together with them in a secret chamber in Ox Village." Humph. Chu Lingfeng's kung fu was the best among all my disciples. If I had not broken his legs, he would not have been his match. Li Yanshi sneered and said, "So Shi Yanming was injured by your disciple?" Yanming's palm strength was the best in the imperial palace. He had protected the imperial palace several times and was promoted to the rank of imperial weapon commander and Zhongzhou defense commissioner. With his kung fu, he might not be your match, but he could definitely defeat your disciple, not to mention that he was a cripple. The reason why he died together with your disciple was most likely because he was ambushed. Huang Yaoshi frowned. Years ago, Gu Jing and Huang Rong accidentally broke into the secret chamber of Chusan Tavern in Ox Village and found the corpses of Chu Lingfeng and Shi Yanming. Huang Yaoshi went to the scene to take a look. With his level of cultivation, he could easily reconstruct the scene. Chu Lingfeng was chased by Shi Yanming and managed to escape back to his secret chamber. He tried to use the art of becoming invisible to confuse Shi Yanming. Unfortunately, he was not skilled enough in this aspect and Shi Yanming managed to see through the mechanism and barge in. Chu Lingfeng fought desperately but was still no match for Shi Yanming. 2 rows of his ribs were shattered by Shi Yanming's palm strength. Shi Yanming thought that Chu Lingfeng was dead and turned around to retrieve the stolen calligraphy and paintings from the imperial court. Who would have thought that Chu Lingfeng had taken some medicine like the 9-flowered jade dew pill in advance and was still breathing? Chu Lingfeng used the last of his strength to stab Shi Yanming from behind and kill him. Nonsense. Huang Yaoshi snorted. Although he knew the truth of the matter, he still felt guilty for venting his anger on his disciples. Chu Lingfeng died because of him. Naturally, he did not want to ruin his disciples' reputation after his death. Ba. Speaking of which, it was Island Lord Huang's greed, anger, and obsession that caused this series of consequences. Dojo monk could not help but sigh. Huang Yaoshi's expression changed. He said coldly, in the past, I also thought that I brought all of this upon myself. Therefore, I prepared a flower boat made of glue and waited for Ronger to grow up so that she could ride the boat and be buried with her. However, in the past 2 years, I suddenly found out about the origins of the Nining Manual. Naturally, I knew who the culprit was. Who killed my hanger? Even if it was the emperor, I would still bury him. Please remember this book's original domain name. Wonderful Bookhouse mobile version website. Such arrogance. Suddenly, light twisted in the air and Huang Chang appeared next to Zhao Go. He looked at Huang Yaoshi disdainfully. That year at the sword meet of Mount Hua, how many masters did not participate? Do you really think you can rank in the top 5? Huang Yaoshi indifferently said, although I am a proud and aloof person, I am not an arrogant person. Naturally, I know that there are many experts who disdain to participate. But although my martial arts cannot be ranked among the top 5 in the world, I have never failed to kill someone in all these years. As soon as he finished speaking, he shot a flick deity towards the center of Zhao Go's brows. The sharp little pebble whizzed past with endless inner force, and everyone's ears went numb from the shock. Even if it was a master, let alone a normal person, if it hit the center of the brows, their head would probably explode. Huang Yaoshi's martial arts skill was very high. His sudden attack, coupled with the hatred in his heart, was perhaps the most powerful attack he had used in the last several decades. Not to mention the ordinary imperial bodyguards, even the imperial weapons were unable to react in time. Only Xianxia, who had always been cautious and had been secretly on guard, was able to quickly draw his saber and block in front of the pebble. When the pebble and the saber collided, there was a crisp sound. His saber had already broken into 2. The pebble also turned to dust after being hit so hard. But Xianxia was not happy at all. Because the pebble scattered in all directions, the fragments also shot towards Zhao Go with great power. It was like a storm of pear blossom needles shooting towards him. At this moment, Xianxia even suspected that all of this was part of Huang Yaoshi's plan. He calculated that someone would stop him, so he purposely chose this special stone to catch people off guard. The web between his thumb and forefinger was numb, how could he still have the strength to protect Zhao Go? Ding Dian and the rest of the imperial weapons finally reacted and planned to act, but Huang Yaoshi's whole body flew over like lightning. The imperial weapons had no choice but to stop him. They watched as the countless hidden weapons shot towards Zhao Go. If they hit him, he would be turned into a beehive. All of this took a long time to describe, but it all happened in a flash. At that moment, Huang Chang suddenly attacked. He didn't seem to do anything, but he just swept his sleeve in front of Zhao Go. All the stones that had been whistling in the air disappeared, as if his sleeve was a bottomless black hole. Many people stared at Huang Yaoshi's sleeve in astonishment. It should be known that Huang Yaoshi's name was much more resounding in Jianghu than any ordinary person. His determined strike was easily neutralized, and his famous consummate skill couldn't even pierce through his opponent's sleeve. This was really too shocking. Of course, only the few people closest to Zhao Go knew Huang Chang's identity, and they all acted as if it was only natural. At this time Huang Yaoshi pushed left and right and suddenly jumped out of the ring. He stood 10 feet away and frowned as he looked at Zhang Wuji. This stance seems to be the flying silk strength from the Nining Manual. To be able to use the flying silk power to such perfection, you must be Huang Chang. When his wife died because of the Nining Manual, he swore that he would never practice the Nining Manual again. But later on, his daughter and son-in-law were lucky enough to learn this martial art. Naturally, he also recognized the martial arts in the manual. It should be known that Guojing had practiced the Nining Manual to the point where he could use both hardness and softness. But when this mysterious elder in front of him attacked, it felt as if he had returned to his natural state. He had truly reached the realm of nature, and his level was much higher than Guojing's. In addition, he knew of Huang Chang's existence beforehand, so he was able to confirm the identity of the person in front of him. Huang Chang said calmly, at that time, the country had just stabilized, and the people of Jianghu were fierce and aggressive. If they were incited by people with ulterior motives, it would be very easy for the country to split up again. So we could only think of a way to divert their attention. What happened to you was only because you were greedy, who can you blame? His entire family had died at the hands of the people of Jianghu, so naturally he did not have a good impression of the people of Jianghu. Good, good, good. Huang Yaoshi laughed coldly. The people of Jianghu are all hot-blooded men who want to protect the country, but in your eyes, they are just fierce and aggressive people. You even purposely planned to get rid of them. What a joke. Zhao Go finally spoke, you are just a peasant, how would you know about the matters of the court? Governing a country requires choices, and naturally there will be sacrifices. You still have the nerve to talk about governing a country. Huang Yaoshi's tone was cold. Originally, if you were a good emperor, I would have tolerated this matter for the sake of the greater good. But what have you done all these years? Internally, you killed Yu Fei, destroyed your own great wall, and suppressed the peasant army. Externally, you wag your tail and beg for mercy, and pledge allegiance to the Jin. When both sides exchange letters, you can only call yourself the loyal emperor. Every time the Jin send an envoy, you have to respectfully receive the edict, right? Such a cowardly emperor, why not kill him and keep him? Bastard! Zhao Go could not help but be angry. Huang Chang's face darkened, and he said, those who speak of war may not necessarily be brave. It was not easy for the country to settle down. If we start a war, won't the people be the ones to suffer in the end? Huang Yaoshi replied, you make it sound so dignified, but Zhao Go can become the emperor, isn't it because he is the only surviving prince of Huizhong? All the generals saw him as their leader, but how many soldiers did he have at the time? Most of the country's army is controlled by a few generals. If we continue to fight with the Jin, the power of the army will grow, and when that time comes, there will be people who will follow Taizu's example and wear the yellow robe. The Zhao and Song dynasties have always guarded against military generals, and this concerns his own throne. How can Zhao Go tolerate such a thing? Huang Shang frowned. The right to drink wine and let go of military power is Taizu's national policy. Back then, the warlords of the 5 dynasties and 10 kingdoms fought with each other. Are those days any better? I only know that all of you are sacrificing the interests of others. It's fine if you look down on us Jianghu bumpkins. Huang Yaoshi's voice became more and more severe, but Zhao Go sacrificed the interests of the whole country to humiliate the Jin for peace, and in turn, took care of all the famous generals in the country. Why did Miao Fu and Lu Jingyan start a rebellion, and why did Lu Guangshir's 40,000 soldiers surrender to the Jin in a fit of anger? Other people don't know, but don't you know? It's all thanks to Han Shizhong, Yu Fei, and the others' blind loyalty. Otherwise, how could he sit on the throne? Elder Huang, kill this arrogant man. Zhao Go couldn't hold it in any longer, and he was furious. Huang Shang also knew that he couldn't let him continue like this. If it affected the morale of the army, it would be troublesome. After all, they had to defeat Jia Shidao this time, and they couldn't afford to make any mistakes. With a thought, he appeared in front of Huang Yaoshi, and his jade-like hand reached for his shoulder. Huang Yaoshi had been on high alert. Hastily he used all the skills he had learned in his life to fight the enemy. The divine sword palm of the fallen flower was unleashed to the extreme, mixed with the 5 revolutions of Qi Men and fierce wind that he had been studying for the next sword meet on Mount Hua to deal with the other 5 masters. Unfortunately, no matter how hard he tried to dodge, the jade-like claws still followed him like a shadow, enveloping his vital acupoints. At that moment, he seemed to understand how Xianxia and Yin Kishi felt. One day, he met Yang Wu by chance in an inn, and Yang Wu's martial arts had improved greatly. The two couldn't help but fight against each other, and Xianxia and Yin Kishi happened to run into each other, and they used their palms to push each other around like a ball. Xianxia, Yin Kishi, and Nimiqing were known as the 3 heroes of Mongolia. Back then, they had almost killed Guo Jing together with Jinlu and Fuwang, so their martial arts weren't weak. In the end, no matter how hard they tried to resist, they were still pushed around by the two. After that, they were laughed at as the 3 balls of Mongolia. Huang Yaoshi suddenly had the same feeling. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't stop his opponent's casual grab. But he was still one of the five greats, and in a moment of crisis, he used his special skill, the divine flicking finger. Finally, his opponent's hand revealed an opening, and he took the opportunity to retreat. Huh? Huang Yaoshi made a sound of surprise, but with a flick of his wrist, he seized the opportunity to grab Huang Yaoshi's waist. The whole process was done in one go, without any delay. Huang Yaoshi didn't dare to use any more fancy moves, and used the divine flicking finger for every move. He concentrated and blocked more than 10 moves in a row. His forehead was soaked in cold sweat, and he felt the pressure increasing. His movements were becoming more and more difficult to move. He knew that in another 3 moves, he wouldn't be able to hold on. At that moment, a gray shadow suddenly broke through the courtyard wall, and a fist flew towards Huang Yaoshi's body. This fist was as fast as lightning, and the wind from the fist blew up the small courtyard. Watch out! Li Yanshi and the others only had time to shout, but they didn't have time to react. Seeing that the fist was about to hit, Huang Yaoshi calmly smiled, "I've been waiting for you for a long time." If he hadn't held back his strength, how could Huang Yaoshi have lasted this long? Huang Yaoshi waved his sleeve, and a thin, crystal-like hand reached out to grab the human vein gate. That person quickly changed his move, and his fist directly collided with the opponent's hand. With a loud sound, the two figures separated. Huang Yaoshi stood with his hands behind his back, while his opponent's fist had a faint trace of blood. It was obvious that his opponent had suffered a great loss in that exchange. Everyone carefully looked at the gray shadow, and saw that he had thick eyebrows and big eyes. His face had a simple air to it, and the most important thing was that he looked like a youth. Everyone was shocked. Which youth in this world had the strength to take on Huang Yaoshi's attack head-on? Ding Dian was half a person of Jianghu. Even though he had become an imperial guard, he still paid attention to the situation in Jianghu. Naturally, he recognized this youth who had once shown at the Golden Snake Gathering, Cultivation. Huang Yaoshi said in a low voice, "Last time in Yujin Garden, it was you who lured him away and caused Han Jiefu's death. This time I will settle this debt with you." Look, it was obvious that the youth was not good with words. He only retorted with a red face, "That person is not a good person." "So you are a good person?" Huang Yaoshi coldly snorted. He remembered that last time, it was because of this stinky brat that he made a mistake and caused Han Jiezhou to die in the palace. Because of this, the balance in the court that the emperor had worked so hard to maintain was completely broken. In the end, he had no choice but to set up this trip to Wudong. Just now, he had been preparing to plot against him, so when he saw the youth's simple appearance, he became even more angry. As soon as he finished speaking, he attacked his opponent. Cultivation was not good with words to begin with, and with Huang Yaoshi's merciless attacks, he had no time to be distracted. He could only use 120% of his concentration to fight back. Not far away, the dojo monk watched with amazement. I wonder what kind of fortuitous encounter this youth had. His internal energy has actually reached the level where dragon and tiger meet, water and fire complement each other. With such a high level of internal energy, every movement of his is extremely powerful. Furthermore, his moves are so mysterious. There is a hint of the Isle of Chivalry's style, but there is also a difference in strength. He had traveled the world these past few years and had seen many things. Years ago, he had seen Xianxia and Li Si fight in secret. Even though this youth's martial arts were very different from Xianxia and Li Si's, when one's martial arts reached such a high level, he could naturally look at the source of the martial arts. Only then could he see that the youth's martial arts came from the same source as Xianxia and Li Si. Huang Yaoshi, on the other hand, was frowning slightly. With his eyesight, he could quickly see that even though Cultivation's martial arts were high, his experience was too shallow. If he were to fight against other masters, he could often rely on his exceptional internal energy to crush his opponent. But today, the person he was facing was a grandmaster. His internal energy was no weaker than Huang Yaoshi's, and his battle experience was far superior. Naturally, it did not take long for him to gradually fall into a disadvantageous position. It was only by relying on his incomparably dense internal energy and some marvelous moves that he was able to hold on for a short period of time. He looked at Zhao Go with some reluctance. After the exchange just now, he knew the difference between himself and a grandmaster. If he insisted on assassinating Sherpadian now, the monk would definitely make a move and he would definitely return empty-handed. Rather than that, he might as well cooperate with this youth to stall Huang Chang and leave the rest to the others. He was an extremely intelligent person and instantly analyzed the pros and cons of the situation. His figure flashed and he entered the battle circle to help Sherpadian. With his participation, Sherpadian gradually turned the tables. Huang Chang could not help but frown slightly. Actually, whether it was Sherpadian or Huang Yaosher, if they fought one-on-one, it would not be too difficult for Huang Chang to defeat the other. Maybe Sherpadian would be a little more troublesome, but it would only be a matter of a few more moves. But if the two of them worked together, it would not be as simple as 1 + 1 = 2. It must be known that Sherpadian, whether it was his internal energy or his moves, had actually already touched the threshold of the Grandmaster level. All he lacked was the accumulation of a few decades of experience and a deeper understanding of martial arts. It was not an exaggeration to call him a half-step Grandmaster. Huang Yaosher, on the other hand, did not lack experience or knowledge. What he lacked was his internal energy. Therefore, he stood on the side and watched over Sherpadian. Many of Huang Chang's fake moves were resolved by Huang Yaosher, while Huang Chang's real moves were handled by Sherpadian. In this way, the two of them worked together and actually managed to fight to a draw. This was similar to the Battle of Xiaosher Mountain, when Xiaofeng fought against Yutongji and Murongfu. Yutongji's internal energy was profound, and at the same time, it was mixed with the yin poison, which made Xiaofeng feel restricted in every aspect. However, it was not difficult for Xiaofeng to defeat him. Murongfu, on the other hand, was rich in actual combat experience, and his moves were exquisite, but his internal energy was insufficient, which made it easy for Xiaofeng to defeat him. However, it just so happened that the two of them worked together, and their strengths complemented each other, making Xiaofeng feel restricted in every aspect. If it was not for Duan Yu pulling one of them away in time, even if Xiaofeng managed to win in the end, he would have to pay a heavy price. Zhao Guo, who was standing on the side, had a gloomy expression. He hurriedly said to the drunkard monk, "Great master, please help Mr. Jianshan." The drunkard monk shook his head. "If I join in, won't I be disrespecting Brother Jianshan?" "Don't worry, sir. Brother Jianshan's cultivation base is world-shaking. Even if the opponents work together, they will only be able to last 100 or 200 moves. They will not be able to escape death in the end." However, Zhao Guo said, "Great master, please understand that this is not a martial arts competition in the Jianghu, but a matter that concerns the survival of the country. As the saying goes, even a lion will use its full strength to capture a rabbit. At this time, we don't know how many masters are hiding in the dark. If we don't take advantage of this opportunity to get rid of the two masters on the other side, they will swarm us later, and it will cause some variables to appear out of thin air." The drunkard monk was stunned. What sir says is not without reason. If that's the case, this old monk will not care about those empty titles. Bah. Although he was prepared to attack, he did not want to launch a sneak attack. So, he took a step forward and shouted the name of Buddha to remind the other party. However, he suddenly paused, and looked to the side thoughtfully. "Great monk, your opponent is me. What's the point of bullying a junior?" At this moment, a figure slowly walked out of the bamboo forest. Please remember this book's domain name. Wonderful Bookhouse mobile version website. Everyone in the courtyard was startled. When did this person come? Why didn't they sense him earlier? Everyone looked towards the direction of the voice and saw that the person was wearing a plain white robe. His hair was as white as snow, but it was completely different from the white hair of a normal old man. His hair gave off a faint glow. He stood there casually, and his entire body seemed to give off a celestial air. Unfortunately, his face was covered by a mask. The Imperial Guards had no time to guess his identity. But this did not include the drunkard monk. At their level of martial arts, they could recognize people not just by their eyes, but by remembering a person's aura. Seeing the white-haired old man slowly walk over, the drunkard monk had a surprised expression. "Brother Chongyang, I didn't think you were involved in this." Hearing his words, everyone present was shocked. There was only one person in the world who could face a grandmaster so casually, also called Chongyang. The central theurgy Wang Chongyang. The man smiled and said, "Big monk, I was careless and lost to you in a drinking contest in the pavilion. I've been looking for an opportunity to regain my face. Unfortunately, you've always been traveling the world. I couldn't find you even if I wanted to. I really didn't waste any effort today." Hearing him admit his identity, Zhao Go couldn't help but be furious. "Wang Chongyang, your Wang family is deeply trusted by me. Many of the Wang family's descendants are officials in the imperial court, and all of them are loyal to the emperor. Why did you commit such a treacherous act? Aren't you afraid of dragging down the thousands of people in the Wang family?" Wang Chongyang turned around to look at him. He didn't care about his scolding. The winner takes all. Once this is done, who will hold the Wang family accountable? Zhao Go laughed coldly. "You seem very confident." Wang Chongyang said lightly, "If I didn't have confidence, how could I have been the first in the world for so many years?" The drunkard monk chuckled. "Brother Chongyang, aren't your words a bit too arrogant? It's not like you don't know the truth behind the sword duel on Mount Hua. Do you really think you are the first in the world?" Wang Chongyang turned around and looked at him playfully. "Big monk, I originally thought you were a monk and had already seen through the three words, greed, anger, and obsession. Now, it seems that you are just a normal person." The drunkard monk didn't take it seriously. "I've been a monk and a Taoist all my life. I've been playing around in the human world all day long. I thought I could transcend, but I'm still in the secular world after all. It's only natural that I have some secular thoughts." Wang Chongyang laughed. "Big monk, you're quite honest. I'm beginning to admire you more and more." The drunkard monk looked at him for a long time before he said, "I used to admire Brother Chongyang very much, but seeing you here today, I really don't understand. How did the great hero who was loyal to his country and ran around to fight against the Jin become like this?" Wang Chongyang sighed. "Big monk, didn't you already tell me the reason?" "Did I tell you the reason?" The drunkard monk was confused. Wang Chongyang said, "In my early years, I vowed to fight against the Jin. After the rebellion of Jin Kong, I organized many volunteer armies in the Central Plains to fight against the Jin. But who would have thought that the imperial court would surrender to the Jin and ask for peace? All the volunteer armies in the Central Plains lost hope and foreign aid. In the end, they were annihilated by the Jin. Now, only the Red Coat Army is still struggling at death's door. Do you know how many Red Coat armies there were in the Central Plains?" He originally had an aloof demeanor, but now that he was talking about this, he was extremely pained. Obviously, he was really angry. The drunkard monk was stunned. "So you and Island Master Huang are both radical warmongers. Just for this, you actually dared to risk the world, to commit such a heinous crime and change the world?" Wang Chongyang glanced at him and sighed. "Big monk, you are an outsider and may not have cared about these things. But all these years, I have been watching coldly from the sidelines. Everyone knows about Jufei's grievance, so I won't talk about it. I won't talk about how the emperor used his favorite officials, Wang Boyan and Huang Qianshan, to force Miao Fu and Lu Jingyan to rebel. I won't talk about how the emperor used his favorite official, Zhang Jun, to make trouble, forcing tens of thousands of soldiers in Huaishi to surrender to the Jin. Back then, Zhongzai's husband racked his brains and contacted all the volunteer armies in the Central Plains. After much difficulty, he finally managed to reclaim the ruins of the Central Plains, but in the end, he was mentally and physically exhausted and died in office. Our official immediately sent his trusted aide, Du Chong, to take over his position. This man feared the Jin like a tiger, but he was extremely cruel to his own people. When the Jin invaded the south, many people fled from the north. Du Chong was afraid that they were spies of the Jin, so he killed them all, regardless of whether they were men or women, old or young. To chill the hearts of the people. At the same time, he gave up on the volunteer armies that Zhongzai had worked so hard to win over, and watched as they were defeated by the Jin one by one. Not only that, he also rejected the armed forces that Zhongzai had recruited as potential enemies. As the saying goes, like-minded people. If the emperor's favorite officials are all like this, you can imagine what kind of situation he is in. Li Yancher could not help but interrupt, Du Chong is a man who loves fame but has no talent. The emperor also made a mistake. After all, the emperor may know a person's face but not his heart. General Wang is going too far by blaming the emperor for this. In his early years, Wang Chongyang had led the revolutionary army in the Central Plains to fight against the Jins. Coupled with the illustrious family background of the Linchuan Wang family, he had been bestowed with several titles of general. If Song Qingshu was here, he would immediately realize that Wang Chongyang was most likely the mysterious general of the Mansion of Spirits. You don't blame him? Wang Chongyang laughed coldly. When the Jin invaded the south for the second time, Du Chong commanded a large army. He did not dare to face Wanyan Zhongwang's eastern army head-on. His only countermeasure was to open up the Yellow River's dikes and let the water of the Yellow River flow into the Huai River from the Sisui River in an attempt to stop the pursuing troops. Unfortunately, not only did the river not stop the Jin Eastern Army, it caused more than 200,000 people to drown. The death toll from the plague was several times that of this. The most prosperous area of the Lianghuai River was destroyed. Nearly 10 million people became homeless and became refugees. Du Chong did such an outrageous thing and lost all the land north of the Yangtze River. When he returned to the capital, not only did the emperor not blame him, he even made him the right chief minister and appointed him as the Jianghuai proclamation envoy to guard Jiankong. This kind of emperor, haha. Li Yancher noticed that Zhao Guo's face was as black as charcoal. He knew that as the emperor, it was not convenient for him to refute the emperor's words. He spoke on his behalf. When the Jin were strong, all the defending troops were defeated and the land north of the river was lost. This cannot be blamed on Du Chong. Moreover, after the Lianghuai River fell into the hands of the Jin, if it was still as prosperous as before, wouldn't it be able to provide an endless supply of food to the Jin? Wang Chongyang couldn't help but be stunned. In the end, he shook his head and sighed. Li Yancher, you are the emperor's most trusted bodyguard. If you say that, he must be thinking the same way. For an emperor like this, I can only say that it is the misfortune of the people of the world, and the misfortune of the Song dynasty. Zhao Guo finally couldn't help but explode. Wang Haofeng, you talk about national righteousness, but this time you participated in the case of rebellion. In the end, isn't it because your Wang family and the Jia family are in-laws? Your second brother's eldest daughter is Jia Shidao's wife. Your second brother's eldest daughter, Wang Shifeng, is the daughter-in-law of the Jia family. Your Wang family and the Jia family are clearly in cahoots, but you speak nonsense here, pretending to be a saint. I originally thought that you were generous and kind. I would never participate in such a dirty thing. I didn't expect that I had overestimated your character. Originally, after being listed by Huang Yaosher and Wang Chongyang, many of the bodyguards present were a little shaken. They felt that their emperor was indeed a bit unbearable. However, when Zhao Guo changed the topic, everyone came to their senses. In the end, these people were only doing it for their own selfish desires. Wang Chongyang looked at Zhao Guo with a complicated expression. Emperor, could it be that you have lived in peace in the south for too long that you have forgotten some things in Bianjing? Not only do I have a second brother, but I also have a second sister. Zhao Guo's expression changed several times, as if he had remembered something important. Wang Chongyang's voice became low. In the 6th month of the 2nd year of Yuanfu, she returned to the Duan residence and was given the title of Lady Shen. Emperor Huizong ascended the throne and named her empress, which was Empress Xiangong. She gave birth to Emperor Qinzong and Princess Chonghua. Unfortunately, she passed away when she was only 25 years old. However, in hindsight, it might have been a kind of luck, in case she was caught by the Jins and humiliated in the Huani brothel during the Jinkong rebellion. Zhao Guo's expression was ugly. Empress Xiangong was Emperor Huizong's first wife. His birth mother, Lady Wei, hadn't even met his father at that time. In addition, Empress Xiangong died early, and there were still the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th empresses. His birth mother, Lady Wei, could be counted as the 5th empress, and she was only posthumously named empress after he ascended the throne. Empress Xiangong's existence was so distant that he had almost forgotten about this relationship. However, he reacted quickly, and quickly sneered, I thought that you were fighting against the Jins in the Central Plains for the sake of the public. It turns out that you were only trying to save your sister's son to take the throne. Then, the reason for your rebellion today is clear. Wang Chongyang had been cultivating himself for many years, but when he heard this, he was so angry that he trembled. Bastard, one of them is your father, and the other is your brother. Shouldn't you be saving them? I know what you are thinking. Don't worry, so many years have passed, and they have long been tortured to death in the genes. You don't have to worry about your throne being unstable when they return. Father, brother. Zhao Guo's body trembled, and tears instantly filled his eyes. He wailed towards the north, but there was an inexplicable sense of relief in his heart. These years, Emperor Huizong and Emperor Qin had become a thorn in his heart. Those Jianghu ruffians and some ignorant officials would always use the excuse of pandering to Emperor Huizong and Emperor Qin, and it annoyed him greatly. Now that he had confirmed their current situation, he could finally sleep in peace. Who are you putting on this act for? Wang Chongyang looked at him with disdain. You can say that I am doing this for the sake of the public or for selfish reasons. I am here today for no other reason than to change the world, to return a new emperor to the Song dynasty, and to reclaim the shattered lands in the north. Zhao Guo wiped his tears and laughed coldly. Wang Chongfeng, I wonder who is the new emperor that you have in mind? In the past dynasties, people who had rebelled would use the name of the princes of the imperial family. If they succeeded, then so be it, but if they failed, even if those idle princes and princes were coerced, the emperor would never let them go. No emperor would be merciful to anyone who could threaten his imperial power. Wang Chongyang naturally saw through his intentions, and scoffed coldly. You don't have to waste your time trying to figure it out. Anyone who becomes the emperor is better than someone like you who is cruel and tolerant. Dojiu Monk took a step forward and stood between him and Zhao Guo. Brother Chongyang, even if there are many bad things about being an emperor, it has allowed the country to settle down again. Why do you have to stir up trouble again? Those who walk different paths cannot make plans together. Wang Chongyang shook his head. Brother Shou Yuan, you and I have known each other for a while. I'm afraid that we will have to meet on the battlefield today. Please remember this book's domain name. Com Wonderful Bookhouse's mobile version. Com Ba. The drunkard monk sighed. Since the time of Taizong, our family has received the favor of the emperor. Although I have become a monk now, I still have to repay the karma of the past. This time I will protect the emperor. Wang Chongyang laughed loudly. We have unfinished karma from the wagered fight in the pavilion. Let's continue today. As he spoke, he stabbed. With his cultivation, he didn't need to use a sword against an enemy. But this time, his opponent was not an ordinary enemy. He didn't dare to be careless and pulled out his old sword. Protect the emperor. The guards on the side quickly pulled out their swords and stood guard around Zhao Guo. Even though the other sword wasn't aimed at the emperor, with his level of martial arts, who knew if he would change his move at the last moment? If that happened, would they have time to react? Li Yanqi's throat was a little dry. He usually thought that he was also a top expert in Jianghu. His identity as the one with the imperial armament made him look down on the people in Jianghu. But now, he only stood far away from the opponent's casual sword, and he already felt that it was difficult to block it. If this sword was aimed at him, would he be able to block it? He looked worriedly at the drunkard monk, unsure if he could block this attack. While they were both masters of the same level, the sword in Wang Chongyang's hand shone with cold light and was sharp. It was not an ordinary weapon. The drunkard monk was unarmed and would be at a disadvantage in this aspect. The drunkard monk slowly raised his hand. His sleeve suddenly bulged and he quickly blocked the other's sword. Wang Chongyang laughed. Shaolin's world in the sleeve is only average among the 72 ultimate techniques. I didn't expect you to use it so well. Brother Chongyang, you must be joking. The Chuanjin sword technique is mediocre in the hands of the Chuanjin sect's disciples, but in your hands, it can be turned into magic. The drunkard monk answered as he blocked his attack. I was too naive. Wang Chongyang stopped smiling. His sword technique became even sharper. The others couldn't see his moves clearly. They could only faintly see a ball of silver light in his hand. Staring at the battle in the field, Zhao Guo could not help but ask the people beside him, who do you think will win? Li Yanqi replied, reporting to Sir, I am afraid Dojiu Seng's internal energy has reached a level that can shake the ancients and dazzle the contemporaries. The Jiu Yangshan Gong is good at defense. Although Wang Chongyang's attack is swift and violent, Dojio Singh has been strictly guarding the 3 feet radius around him. If the stalemate continues and Wang Chongyang's strength is slightly depleted, Dashi will counterattack. Hearing this, Zhao Guo's gloomy face finally showed a hint of a smile. Ding Dian also nodded secretly. Although Li Yanzhi's words were meant to comfort the emperor, they also made some sense. The drunkard monk's kung fu was good at defense. If the difference in strength between the two sides was not big, he would have an advantage by using defense instead of offense. If Wang Chongyang did not have a follow-up move, he would probably lose this time. As soon as he thought of this, Wang Chongyang suddenly withdrew his sword and jumped out of the battle. He looked at the drunkard monk and said helplessly, "You're guarding like an old tortoise. It's really hard to find a place to attack." The drunkard monk smiled slightly. "We haven't seen each other for many years. Brother Chongyang, your swordsmanship has improved a lot. Don't say such polite words." Wang Chongyang huffed in annoyance. "Are you secretly proud that I can't break through your defense?" I don't dare. Although the drunkard monk spoke modestly, there was still some pride in his eyes. No matter what, Wang Chongyang was the number one in the world. He did not have any desire to win or lose against others. It was still difficult for him to control himself against Wang Chongyang. Wang Chongyang naturally saw through his thoughts and was not angry. He smiled slightly and said, "Big monk, don't be too proud too early. The next move is the essence of my life's kung fu. It was originally used to deal with you old farts. It's a pity that it was broken by a young man last time." Huh? The drunkard monk was extremely shocked. What young man in this world can break your ultimate move? Wang Chongyang looked at him with a smile that was not a smile. "Big monk, are you smiling from the bottom of your heart? Don't worry, that person is an evildoer. Although he can break it, it doesn't mean that you can. Not to mention that I have learned from last time and have improved the formation. Even if I fight him again, he may not be able to break it." Thinking of the mysterious move of the young man in the Battle of Chongyang Palace, Wang Chongyang secretly sighed. If the other side had agreed to his 3 conditions, this operation would have been in the bag. Now, he only had a 50-50 chance of winning. Wang Chongyang was not an ordinary person. He quickly put this regret to the back of his mind. His whole body moved in the Big Dipper formation and with a very mysterious pace, he circled around the drunkard monk. The people in the small courtyard only saw a blur in front of their eyes. They suddenly found that he had turned into 7 figures, faintly surrounding the drunkard monk. The Big Dipper formation. The drunkard monk's expression changed. Last time in the pavilion, he had gambled with Wang Chongyang. Both sides had only touched the surface, so he hadn't seen the other's special move. However, he had traveled the world and his knowledge was extraordinary. In an instant, he saw the shadow of the Big Dipper formation of the Xianxia 7, but that formation was used by 7 people working together. He didn't expect that Wang Chongyang would use it alone. The drunkard monk admired and respected him in his heart, but soon he didn't have the energy to admire him. Facing the attack of 7 great grandmasters of the same level at the same time, no matter how good his defense was, he instantly fell into a difficult situation. How is this possible? Not far away, Li Yanzhi, Ding Dian, and the others opened their mouths wide. For a moment, it was as if their view of the world had been greatly subverted. The scene in front of them was really beyond their imagination. 7 Wang Chongyangs working together, who in the world could be a match for them? The drunkard monk, who was in the center of the storm, had the deepest experience. Just a moment ago, Wang Chongyang had appeared at the positions of Migres and Alioth and used the killing move of the Qianzhen sword technique. Just as he had blocked it, at the same time, Wang Chongyang had appeared at the positions of Fekte and Mizar and attacked him with the 3 flowers converging palm. The drunkard monk operated the 9 yang divine skill to the extreme to barely block the palm technique from both sides. However, the 2 figures of Wang Chongyang that appeared behind him at the Alcade and Merak positions were something that he absolutely could not withstand. He could only hurriedly circulate his 9 yang genuine qi to protect his vital parts. Then, he was instantly hit by Wang Chongyang's punch, palm, and finger. The drunkard monk vomited a mouthful of blood and opened his mouth, ma, pad, me, hum. The mantra of 6 runes was a sound wave technique, and sound could be transmitted in all directions. To a certain extent, it could also be considered a kind of indiscriminate killing. No matter how fast Wang Chongyang's 7 figures were, they couldn't escape the sound, so they could only retreat slightly to avoid the sharp edge. The drunkard monk took this opportunity to quickly operate his internal energy to heal his injuries. The punch and palm just now were fine, but the finger should be the single yang finger operated by the innate gang qi. When he was hit by the finger, he immediately felt half of his body go numb. It was also thanks to Wang Chongyang's 7 parts that the power of his attack was relatively weaker. Otherwise, if he had been hit by Wang Chongyang's single yang finger in his normal state, even if he had the protection of the 9 yang divine skill, his acupoints would probably have been instantly sealed, and the outcome of the battle would have been decided. When Wang Chongyang saw that the drunkard monk had recovered after vomiting blood, he couldn't help but click his tongue in wonder. The 9 yang divine skill is really unique in treating internal injuries. If other experts were hit by my 3 moves, even if they didn't die, they would be seriously injured. Big monk, you seem to be completely fine. As soon as he finished speaking, he once again used the Big Dipper formation to attack. In the past, he knew how strong the 9 yang divine skill's recovery ability was. If he delayed for a little longer, his opponent's internal injuries might be completely healed, and the advantage he had obtained with great difficulty would be wasted. The drunkard monk's expression was solemn. He used all the skills he had learned in his life to guard his body. If he really couldn't defend, he would use the mantra of 6 runes to retreat. In this way, he wouldn't be hit by his opponent after only a few moves like before. However, he knew that the mantra of 6 runes consumed a lot of internal energy, especially to make an expert like Wang Chongyang worry, so he naturally had to use all his strength. On the other hand, he had to deal with the attacks coming from all directions. Even with the amazing recovery ability of the 9 yang divine skill, he still felt that his internal energy was gradually being consumed. As the saying goes, if you defend for a long time, you will definitely lose. If this continued, he would most likely lose, unless Wang Chongyang used the Big Dipper formation all by himself. The drunkard monk suddenly felt a little regretful. If he had known this would happen, he would have gone to deal with Sherpatian and Huang Yaoshi himself. Although Sherpatian's internal energy was strong, his own strength was also internal energy. Huang Chang's 9 manual was extremely versatile. If it was him facing Wang Chongyang's Big Dipper formation, he definitely wouldn't be as helpless as he was. Of course, this didn't mean that the drunkard monk was weaker than Huang Chang. It should be known that when the two of them fought, the 9 yang divine skill innately restrained the cold internal energy, and the 9 white bone claw's evil energy was restrained to a certain extent by the Buddhist martial arts. Huang Chang, on the other hand, was at a disadvantage. It could only be said that even at the level of a great grandmaster, the principle of mutual promotion and restraint was unavoidable. Zhao Guo and the others at the side also saw that the drunkard monk was in a disadvantageous situation. They wanted to send their guards to help, but the difference between the two sides was just too big. In a fight between great grandmasters, before the others could even help, they were already seriously injured by the shockwaves of the scattered qi. Even Huang Yaoshi, who was at the level of one of the 5 ultimate masters, could only stand at the side and help. Although everyone with the imperial equipment was a master, none of them had reached the level of one of the 5 ultimate masters. Xianxia suddenly had an idea. He looked at the slightly open door and said to Zhao Guo, "Sir, since this is the territory of the Wudang Mountain, why don't we ask Master Zhang to help? As long as he is willing to help, everything will be settled." Zhao Guo frowned slightly. This time, there was something strange about the Wudang clan. In his initial expectations, something must have happened to the Wudang clan, and the person in the wooden hut might not be Zhang Sanfeng. But now that things had come to this, they couldn't just give up. It would be good to let someone try. Seeing that he agreed, Xianxia used his internal energy and said to the hut, "Master Zhang, now that the evildoers are trying to rebel, I hope that you will come out of seclusion and subdue the evil." He shouted 3 times, but there was still no response. "Master Zhang, we have sent someone in." Xianxia frowned and signaled for the two of them to bring their imperial equipment in to investigate. Now that things had come to this, he couldn't care too much. "Yugue, Xiaosu, be careful." Xianxia reminded them carefully. Among the imperial equipment, Zhang Yugui and Bai Shaosu were second only to him and Ding Dian. All these years, they had killed who knew how many Jianghu masters who dared to spy on the imperial house. The two of them looked out for each other. Even if it was a dangerous place, they would still have the ability to protect themselves. The two of them nodded. With their swords and sabers in hand, they walked in step by step with full vigilance. After the two of them passed through the screen, the people outside couldn't see their figures. Seeing that there was no movement after a long time, Li Yanxia couldn't help but ask, Yugui, Shaosu, what's going on inside? Bang! Bang! What answered him were two muffled sounds. Two black shadows shot out and smashed into the ground. Everyone looked over and couldn't help but change their expressions. It turned out that the two guards with the imperial equipment were already dead. When I was writing the chapter names, I suddenly realized that I had already written 2,000 chapters. It really wasn't easy. Please remember the domain name of this book. Com Wonderful Bookhouse Mobile Version. Com, Yugui, Shosu. Li Yanxia exclaimed and hurriedly went over to investigate. Both of their eyes were wide open. How could they still be alive? The rest of the guards felt a chill in their hearts. It should be known that those who brought imperial weapons were all experts among experts, and these two were considered to be the cream of the crop, but they were actually killed in a single move. Just how terrifying was the martial arts of the person inside, however, they had already determined that the person inside was definitely not Zhang Sanfeng. How could a half-immortal like Zhang Sanfeng make such a killing move? Enlighting subconsciously gripped the hilt of his sword tightly. Of course, he knew that the person inside was not his master. Previously, during the Mansion of Spirits' surprise attack, his master was ambushed and his body was pierced by a sharp sword. Fortunately, he was strong enough to survive, but within the next 3 months, he would not be able to fight with anyone. Of course, with Zhang Sanfeng's cultivation, even if he was seriously injured, he would still be able to deal with the experts of the Jianghu. However, Song Qingshu knew that in the upcoming battle on Mount Wudang, grandmasters would be like dogs, and great grandmasters would be everywhere. Staying here was too risky, so he moved Zhang Sanfeng and the others to a nearby Taoist temple to recuperate. The reason why Enlighting stayed here was because he wanted to cooperate with Song Qingshu to beat him at his own game, so that the people of Mansion of Spirits would not be able to see through him. Why is Qingshu not here yet? Enlighting once again looked into the distance, his palms were already slightly sweaty. With the current situation, if he still did not come, the dust would probably settle. At this time, light footsteps suddenly sounded in the room. Everyone in the room looked over at the same time, only to see a gray-robed old man slowly walking out from inside. Someone noticed that this old man's fingers seemed to be incomplete, and couldn't help but whisper, could it be the 9-fingered godly beggar, Hong Qigong? But Hong Qigong had always been loyal and courageous, how could he participate in such a rebellion? However, thinking that Huang Yaoshi, Wang Chongyang, and the others were also involved, even if there was Hong Qigong, it would not be surprising. It is not Hong Qigong. Li Yanxia shook his head, looked at the gray-robed man opposite him, and said in a deep voice, Morong Bo, as a loyal descendant, why are you also involved in the rebellion? Descendant of the loyal and virtuous? The person was naturally Morong Bo. His broken finger was injured by Song Qingshu's sword energy in the Jin Kingdom. Later, he kidnapped Huang Rong in Linen. In order to vent Huang Rong's anger, Song Qingshu seriously injured him. In the end, it was his son Morong Fu who exchanged the whereabouts of Morong Jingyue for his life. At that time, he had been seriously injured and would not be able to fight for a few years. However, this time, the Mansion of Spirits was very powerful and had healed his internal injuries. Now, he had recovered to his peak condition. Hearing the sarcasm in his tone, Li Yanxia shouted, your Morong family has received the favor of the emperor for generations. Back then, your ancestor Duke Yanzhao followed Taizu to conquer the world and was conferred the title of Henan Prefecture Prince. Even in your generation, the imperial court has conferred nobility. You also have the real job of imperial city guard. Is this how you repay the imperial court? At the same time, he felt strange. He had also heard of Gusu Morong's name and had met him once in the imperial city guard. He knew that his martial arts were unfathomable and not below the 5 absolutes. However, Zhang Yugui and Bai Shaosu, two martial arts masters with weapons. Although they were not as good as the five absolutes, they were not weak. How could they be killed without a sound? Do you think that a mere Henan prefecture prince can bribe us? Morongbo reached into his bosom and took out a square seal carved from black jade. On the jade seal was a vivid leopard. As the emperor, Zhao Go was naturally very familiar with this object. He couldn't help but be shocked. Jade seal? However, he immediately realized that the shape of this jade seal was very different from his own. For example, his jade seal was a five-clawed golden dragon, but this jade seal was a leopard. Morongbo flipped the seal over and revealed the seal. Everyone present was an expert, so even though they were separated by a distance, they could still see clearly. The seal was carved with 6 seal characters, treasure of the Emperor of Great Yin. The jade seal was exquisitely carved, but the corners were damaged. It was obvious that it had been worn for many years and had gone through many disasters. Even though they couldn't tell if it was real or fake, they could tell that it was not an ordinary item. Morongbo put his right hand into his bosom and took out an oilcloth bag. He opened the oilcloth and shook out a piece of yellow silk. Everyone fixed their eyes on it. On the yellow silk, there were 2 types of characters written with a red brush. The one on the right was crooked, but no one could read it. They thought it was Xianbei characters. The one on the left was written in Chinese characters. At the top was written, Genealogy of the Emperor of Great Yin. Raising his hand, it was written, Emperor of Civilization of the Emperor of Great Yin. Below it was written, Emperor of Lai Ancestor Jingzhao. Below it was written, Emperor of Yu. On the other line, it was written, Emperor of Wuqing of the Emperor of Great Yin. Above it was written, Emperor of Lai Ancestor Hui Min of the Emperor of Great Yin. Below it was written, Emperor of Yu of the Emperor of Great Yin. On the silk, it was written, Emperor of Middle Sect of Zhao Wu of the Emperor of Great Yin, Emperor of Zhao Wen of the Emperor of Great Yin, and so on. The names of the emperors were all missing strokes. In the 6th year of the Emperor of Great Yin, after the fall of Murong Chao of the Southern Yin, the descendants were all common people, no longer emperors or dukes. It was a long time ago, and the descendants multiplied. Li Yanshi and the others didn't have the mood to read it in detail. It was only until they saw the name Murongfu that they saw the familiar name. Behind it were the descendants of the Southern Prefecture king. The last person in the genealogy list was written, Murongfu, and above it was Murongbo. Country of Yen? Zhao Go suddenly had a feeling of absurdity. Country of Yen has fallen for hundreds of years, and you guys are still thinking of reviving it? Is it funny? Morongbo put away the imperial seal and the genealogy list. We, the descendants of Morong family, do not dare to forget the responsibility on our shoulders. Back then, Emperor of Great Yin was able to revive it from the hands of Fu Jian. Although we, the descendants, are unworthy, why can't we do the same? No wonder that bastard Murongfu would rebel in Sichuan. Zhao Go finally understood. When he thought of the fact that a third of the country was almost divided, he gritted his teeth in hatred. Fu didn't waste my years of nurturing. He can be considered the one who is the closest to reviving the country in history. Unfortunately, he still failed at the last moment. Morongbo's face instantly turned ruthless. Originally, I didn't have to be so anxious. But what happened in Sichuan ruined the reputation that we father and son worked so hard to build. I can only take the risk. Muddle-headed ruler, as long as you die, Song will be in chaos. At that time, it will be a good opportunity to revive it. Over the past several decades, other than engaging in crafty plots and conspiracies everywhere to stir up disputes among various countries, Morongbo had also changed his name to Yan Long Yuan and hid in the Dangfeng area of Henan province. He engaged in various big and small businesses in various places, borrowing this opportunity to increase his financial resources. As long as the Song state was in chaos, he could use this as capital to recruit soldiers and buy horses. How dare you? Li Yanshi was already furious because of Zhang Yugui and Bai Xiaosu. Now that he heard Murongbo insulting the emperor, how could he endure it? But even though he was furious, he didn't act rashly. This attack was 70% offensive and 30% defensive. Once the situation changed, he could immediately change his attack and defend. They say that those who bring imperial equipment are experts among experts. Today, I will have a taste of it. Morongbo laughed evilly. He hit the blade with his palm and used the power of shifting stars to move the blade to the side. Then, he took the opportunity to get within 3 feet of his opponent. He quickly attacked the vital acupoints on Morongbo's chest. Xianxia was already prepared. Without any hesitation, he threw away his blade and used both hands to defend in front of him. He and Ding Dian were the ones with the highest martial arts among the imperial equipment. Naturally, they wouldn't be defeated so easily. On the side, Ding Dian saw that Morongbo's attacks were continuous like moving clouds and flowing water. He couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Gusu's Morong clan truly deserved their reputation. He clearly knew that Xianxia alone wouldn't be Morongbo's opponent. Thus, he sent another imperial equipment to help. Fighting 2 against 1, Xianxia finally managed to stabilize the situation. Ding Dian took the opportunity to say to Zhao Go, "Sir, the situation has changed. We should go down the mountain as soon as possible and meet up with the imperial guards." Zhao Go shook his head. "How can we leave now? The road down the mountain will be even more dangerous. It would be better to stay here. With 2 great grandmasters looking after us, it will be much safer than anywhere else." Ding Dian looked at the battle situation. Huang Chang was currently tied down by Sherpadian and Huang Yaoshi. Although he had the upper hand, it would still take a while for him to finish off his opponent. The drunkard monk's side was at a disadvantage. However, how could a fair battle between great grandmasters be decided so easily? Huang Chang's side should be the first to decide the winner. At that time, he would go over to help the drunkard monk. 2 against 1, Wang Chongyang would probably be defeated. Speaking of which, this place was relatively safer, so Ding Dian didn't try to persuade him any further. At this moment, Zhao Go couldn't help but curse, "We set a bait, and all kinds of monsters and snakes have come out. If you say you want to restore the later Zhou dynasty, we might actually be a bit afraid. The Yan kingdom that has been dead for hundreds of years wants to restore it. Are the brains of the Morong family people filled with shit? Who in this world still knows that the Yan kingdom has a broken jade seal and is dreaming of having hundreds of responses to one call?" Normally, Ding Dian would be surprised that the emperor would say such inappropriate words. However, he didn't have the time to think about it. Instead, he quickly scanned the battlefield, calculating the remaining forces on his side. The person in charge of the imperial armament was the elite of the elite, and there were only 6 of them. Zhang Yugui and Bai Shaosu had just died in battle, and Xianxia had gone up against Morongbo. Now, the emperor only had himself and another substitute, who had replaced the person in charge of the imperial armament that Ling Hucheng had left behind. His strength was the weakest of the 6. If another expert appeared at this time, it would be very difficult to protect the emperor. The only fortunate thing was that there were still dozens of armed guards, all of whom were experts carefully selected from the imperial army. Although they couldn't defeat a true grandmaster, their advantage in numbers was enough to buy them some time. Once Huang Chang and the drunkard monk were free, there was nothing to worry about. "Line up, protect the emperor." Ding Dian gathered the many guards to protect Zhao Go in the center. Huang Chang and the drunkard monk had intentionally lured the enemy away to prevent the aftermath of the battle from hurting the emperor. At this time, they had all moved to the bamboo forest outside the courtyard to fight. Only then did they have enough space in the courtyard. Next, Ding Dian sent people to help Xianxia. Although Morongbo's martial arts were high, he was still not a grandmaster. Their side could completely rely on their advantage in numbers to surround and kill him. However, at this time, the sound of weapons falling to the ground suddenly came from all around them. Ding Dian looked around and saw that many of the guards had already fallen to the ground. Those who were still standing were swaying. Originally, they were all men who were full of vigor, but now, it was as if a gust of wind would blow them over. Sorrowful wind softening. Ding Dian quickly covered his mouth and nose with his sleeves. "Pass the antidote." As he spoke, he took out a porcelain bottle, sucked it, and passed it to the people around him. Sorrowful wind softening could be used against Wudong sect and Beggar sect. It worked every time, but against a country, it was a completely different concept. The Song dynasty and Western Xia had fought for 100 years, and the imperial city guards had fought against Class 1 Hall countless times. Naturally, they knew Class 1 Hall's poison very well, and they had even tried to get some antidotes. This time, they were escorting the emperor, and their safety level was the highest. Besides, Zhao Go was luring the snake out of its hole, and he knew that the other party would use all sorts of methods to deal with him. That was why he ordered the imperial city guards to come up with all sorts of solutions to sudden situations. Forget Class 1 Hall's sorrowful wind softening, they even had an antidote for Mongolia's fragrant tendon-weakening powder. However, the production was limited, and it was impossible for everyone to have it. That was why so many guards fell. Isn't Western Xia an internal strife? Why are they involved? Zhao Go frowned. Clearly, the situation was out of his expectations. At that moment, two beautiful figures walked over slowly. Everyone looked over. Even if they were women, they had to be on their guard when they appeared here. There were two women, one big and one small. The older one was dressed like a young married woman and was very charming. The younger one was a young girl who was as beautiful as a fairy. Even though they knew that the two of them were probably assassins, the guards were still awed by their beauty. Madame Wang, miss you. Ding Dian recognized them. They were Li Qingluo and Xiaolong Nu. One of them was a titled lady, and the other had tried to assassinate the emperor in the palace. He naturally recognized them. Zhao Go couldn't help but say, even you want to assassinate me? Li Qingluo snorted coldly. Everyone has the right to kill an incompetent ruler. Zhao Go ignored her and just looked at Xiaolong Nu. She is from the Wang family, so it's not surprising that she is involved. But what about you? You are Yu Fei's daughter. Last time, I forgave you for the assassination, and I even announced to the world that I have vindicated your father. At the same time, I found your brothers who were scattered among the people and gave them titles. Is this how you repay me? Xiaolong Nu frowned slightly. She was not good with words and did not know how to refute. At this time, Li Qingluo spoke up for her, don't confuse me with the Wang family. I didn't get involved for the Wang family, but to avenge little aunt and uncle. Auntie? Zhao Go frowned, confused. Ding Dian replied in a low voice, Madame Wang's aunt is General Yu's second wife. General Yu was attacked by Yang Yao's kung fu masters at Dongting Lake. Fortunately, Miss Li saved him. Li Qingluo continued, back then, youngest uncle was loyal to the country, but he ended up like that. When youngest aunt was about to give birth, she was also hunted down. Do you think it's enough to deal with two scapegoats? Others may not know, but I've experienced what happened back then, and I'm very clear that you're the mastermind behind the scenes. Otherwise, how could a mere Qin Hui and Ma Qifeng touch youngest uncle when he was at his peak? We were born in Jianghu, and we only believe in the principle of blood for blood. Zhao Go scolded coldly, untamed wolf pup, if I knew this would be the result, I would have eliminated the root of the problem. Now that the situation was getting more and more dangerous, he couldn't care less anymore, and couldn't help but feel exasperated. It's a pity that you won't have the chance. Li Qingluo snorted coldly, and used her water-treading subtle steps. Most of the guards had been hit by the sorrowful wind softener, and had long lost the ability to fight. The remaining 20 to 30 guards could not stop her exquisite movements. Seeing that she had broken through in front of him in an instant, Ding Dian hurriedly stopped her. Shadowless fist against Baihong palm force, they were evenly matched. See, the table sister has made her move. Two swords suddenly appeared in Xiaolong Nu's hands. Although she did not know the magical Qinggong-like water-treading subtle steps, the ancient tomb sect Qinggong was one of the best in Jianghu. In addition, her sword skills were too fast. The guards only saw a white shadow flash before their eyes, and many of their weapons fell to the ground. Looking at the red dot on their wrists, the guards were all shocked. How fast was this sword? Xiaolong Nu had a kind nature. Although she had come to kill Zhao Go, she did not want to harm the innocent, so she was very careful with her attacks. The tip of her sword only touched the guards lightly, and only made them lose the ability to fight back, but did not take their lives. The only remaining guard with the imperial weapon quickly drew his sword and went forward. His martial arts were much higher than the normal guards. If he encountered other top masters, even if he was no match for them, he would be able to hold on for a while. But Xiaolong Nu's sword was too fast. It was obvious that the sword came from the front, but in the next moment, the sword appeared behind him. It must be known that Nimixing, Xiaxiangzi, Yin Kishi, and even Jinlu and Fuwang, these masters' martial arts were clearly higher than hers, but under her unpredictable pure heart of the Jade Maiden sword technique, they were in a difficult situation. Although this guard with the imperial weapons martial arts was strong, it was not higher than Jinlu and Fuwang's. So in just a few moves, his body was hit multiple times, and he could no longer hold his opponent back. Breaking through the last line of defense, Xiao Longnu's face was as cold as ice as she raised her sword and stabbed towards Zhao Guo. At such a close distance, Zhao Guo could clearly see her unparalleled beauty. It was said that the emperor had 3 palaces and 6 courtyards and 72 concubines. He counted all the concubines in the palace, and it was possible that only concubine Wu could compete with her in beauty. In addition, her clothes were as white as snow. Her entire person was like a fairy who had descended from the heavenly palace. But thinking that she wanted to take his life, she seemed more like a witch from the underworld. Even if I die under a peony flower and become a ghost, I will still be romantic. Zhao Guo extinguished this thought as soon as it popped up in his mind. It had been so many years, and he was still thinking about such nonsense. Sir. At this time, a figure leapt in front of Zhao Guo, using his body to block the sword for him. Yanshi. Zhao Guo's calm eyes could not help but be moved. He supported the loyal guard in front of him, and said in a low voice, "Why did you do this?" "This subordinate's mission is to protect the Sir." Li Yanshi turned his head to look at Xiao Longnu. "Lady Yu, you have been merciful with your sword. It is obvious that you are a kind-hearted person. I hope that on account of the Sir helping your father, you will not try to assassinate him again." Just now, when Xiao Longnu realized that she had stabbed the wrong person, she had held back a little. So although Li Yanshi's injuries were not light, they were not fatal. He acutely sensed this, and took the opportunity to persuade her. Xiao Longnu frowned slightly, and shook her head. "No, I want to kill him." These days, they had gone to search for the whereabouts of their father's sons. From the old nanny who took care of them, they found out about the tragic situation that year. Thinking about how their father was killed unjustly by Zhao Guo even though he was loyal to the country, their mother who had just given birth had to bring them along to face the endless pursuit, and how many other Yu clan members had sacrificed themselves to protect their brother's safety. Some relatives were even killed to protect them. How could they give up on pursuing the matter just because they were forced to do so? Li Yanshi covered his wound, and said in a low voice, "If that's the case, you will have to step over my dead body." "You." Xiao Longnu was a little angry, but with Li Yanshi blocking Zhao Guo with his body, it was hard for her to find an opportunity. "Soft-hearted, if you can't do it, then let me do it." A gray shadow flashed, and Morongbo threw a punch. Li Yanshi was shocked. Facing Xiao Longnu, he could bully her, but facing Morongbo, if he didn't retaliate, he would probably lose his life immediately. How could he not be anxious? The person with the imperial equipment who had cooperated with him to deal with Morongbo hurriedly flew over to help. Because he didn't stop the opponent, something happened to the emperor. That was a disaster that could lead to the extermination of the entire clan. How could he not be anxious? He attacked Morongbo's back with all his might, trying to besiege Wei to save Zhao. Who knew that Morongbo's punch was just a feint? He suddenly retreated and crashed into the chest of the person with the imperial equipment. Then, he used his joined finger and stabbed the other party's heart. Originally, although his martial arts were higher than the other parties, it would still take some effort to deal with him. However, he had purposely lured the other party to use all his strength to save Zhao Guo, which was why he was able to deal with the other party easily. Bastard! Li Yanshi saw that the light in his colleague's eyes gradually dimmed. He was shocked and angry at the same time. He hurriedly pounced towards Morongbo to see if he could save his colleague. Morongbo laughed out loud and threw the corpse of the imperial equipment to the side. Then, he calmly dealt with the heavily injured Li Yanshi. His martial arts were originally not as good as his. Now that he was injured and fighting with all his might, it wouldn't be long before he could take his life. "Cousin, what are you hesitating for?" Ding Dian wanted to rush over to help, but Li Qingluo stubbornly held him back. At the same time, she reminded Xiao Longnu. Xiao Longnu nodded her head slightly. Then, a cold light flashed in her hand and her sword stabbed towards Zhao Guo. At this moment, a yellow ribbon suddenly flew over from the side and swept her long sword to the side. Huh? To be able to use a soft ribbon to sweep her sword away, the person's martial arts were not bad. However, Xiao Longnu's expression did not change at all. Since there were weapons everywhere on the ground, she directly picked up a sword from the ground and held it in her hand. She calmly looked at the yellow-clothed girl in front of her. The two of them were both graceful and beautiful. What was even more coincidental was that the two girls' faces were also pale, lacking a bit of color compared to normal people. In the eyes of others, the two girls did not seem like opponents when they stood together. Instead, their temperaments were so similar that they seemed more like sisters. Ying Luo. Recognizing the identity of the person, Zhao Guo was slightly excited. He subconsciously looked to the side, but did not see the figure of the person he had imagined. He could not help but frown and say, "Why did you come back alone? Where is King Qi?" The yellow-clothed girl casually answered, "He is behind me. He will be here soon." Of course, she did not dare to say that she had come back alone. Firstly, she was afraid that the people on her side would lose confidence. Secondly, she wanted to temporarily use the name of Song Qingshu to intimidate the people on the other side. Qingshu. Xiao Longnu naturally knew who the King Qi they spoke of was. She could not help but be a little dazed. The yellow-clothed girl would not let go of such a good opportunity. Her figure flashed and she used the Nining white bone claw to attack within 3 feet of her. Although the opponent's sword skills were high, at such a close distance, the opponent's sword skills were definitely not as powerful as her Nining white bone claw. Xiao Longnu's reaction was also very fast. Her entire body leaned backwards. Her body was like a soft willow branch, dodging the hand that was grabbing towards her chest. At the same time she flipped backwards, the tip of her foot kicked the other's wrist, avoiding the opponent's hidden attack. Taking the opportunity to pull away, the two swords in Xiao Longnu's hands instantly counterattacked. The yellow-clothed girl secretly sighed in pity. She hurriedly used the exquisite martial arts of the Nining manual to deal with the opponent's elusive sword skills. The moves that the two girls used were both very fast and ruthless. However, the two girls' figures were very graceful, as if they were floating in the air. Although they were engaged in the most dangerous competition, in the eyes of the bystanders, it was as if two fairies were dancing together. Ding Dian, who was at the side, was not in the mood to appreciate this rare beautiful scene. From the corner of his eyes, he had already noticed that the nearby Li Yanshi was surrounded by danger. It was very clear that the injured Li Yanshi was not Morongbo's opponent. Before long, he would probably lose his life on the spot. Just as he was thinking of finding an opportunity to help him, a figure suddenly appeared behind him and a fist fiercely landed on his back. First, set a small goal. For example, remember in 1 second, bookseller's mobile Ding Dian spat out a mouthful of blood and fell to the ground. It was unknown whether he was dead or alive. Bodyguard Ding. The rest of the guards cried out in alarm. Many of them rushed over to help. Li Qingluo frowned and didn't attack again. Instead, she looked at the figure in front of her warily. Attacking someone from behind is despicable. Winner takes all. What does a woman like you know? The person laughed coldly. Obviously, he didn't take her words to heart. At the same time, he jumped out of the battle circle and didn't bother with the guards. Zhao Guicheng, it's you. Zhao Guo recognized the person and couldn't help but be shocked and angry. The person was Prince Yi, who was originally guarding the Suizhao corridor. Hearing this, he couldn't help but smile. Greetings, Your Highness. Zhao Guo said hatefully, I wanted to lure Jia Sherdao out, but I didn't expect to lure out 2 hungry wolves. Prince Yi sighed. Your Highness has given us such a good opportunity. If I don't do something, I'll be letting down Your Highness' good intentions. Zhao Guo's eyes were filled with anger. I've treated you well. I promoted you from an ordinary member of the royal family to Prince Yi. Why are you rebelling against me? Treated me well? Prince Yi seemed to have been poked at a sore spot. He said hatefully, back then, the Your Highness had no heirs. The imperial court chose from all the members of the royal family. Zhao Guihe and I were sent to the capital together. Whether it was in terms of civil and military strategy, or intelligence, I was 100 times better than Zhao Guihe. Why did you choose Zhao Guihe, who was inferior to me in every aspect, to be the crown prince and let me be a prince? I'm not convinced. Since you won't give it to me, then I'll take it from you myself. You're really treating me with kindness, Zhao Go said angrily. If it weren't for my care, you would still be an idle member of the royal family. Now that I've given you glory and riches, you're still not satisfied. Doesn't your highness know that it's better not to give people hope in the first place than to take it away with your own hands? Prince Yi's expression was ferocious. Especially when he thought of how Zhao Guihe had been above him all these years, he felt tormented. Zhao Go sighed. Do you know why I chose Guihe to be the crown prince in the end? Prince Yi's pupils shrank. Why? This was something he had never been able to understand. Ever since he had been chosen to be sent to the capital, he had done well in everything, but in the end, the position of crown prince had still fallen to someone else. Zhao Go looked deeply at him and then said, while you are better than Guihe in every way, you are not as good as him in one aspect. How am I not as good as him? Prince Yi immediately asked, his heart full of dissatisfaction. Zhao Go looked in the direction of Linen and let out a long sigh. Although Guihe is not as good as you in many areas, at least he is more generous than you, more tolerant than you. Looking at it today, Shen's initial judgment was indeed correct. Generous? Prince Yi snorted coldly, that's just an excuse to fool the common people. I only believe that the winner takes all. Unwilling to waste any more words with the other party, Xianxia charged straight at him. Along the way, there were guards who tried to stop him, but he ended their lives with a single palm strike. All the guards were shocked, thinking that a prince who had lived a comfortable life actually had such a high level of martial arts. It seemed that he had been harboring disloyalty for a long time. Seeing that Prince Yi was about to reach Zhao Go, suddenly a sword stabbed over from the side. The timing of this stab was very good. Prince Yi did not want to kill Zhao Go and also be stabbed to death with a sword. His life was very precious. Dodging to the side, he finally saw the appearance of the attacker clearly. He could not help but say angrily, "In Lighting, don't forget that the lives of the people of Wudong sect are still in my hands." In Lighting snorted coldly, since the establishment of our Wudong sect, we have always been loyal and righteous. How can we be threatened by you? Seeing that Song Qingshu had not arrived yet, he could only stop Prince Yi first. But now that Zhao Go was dead, everything was settled. You don't care about the lives of the brothers of Wudong sect, don't tell me you don't care about your pregnant wife? Prince Yi was furious. Usually, he did not care about In Lighting, but now that everyone in the small courtyard was busy, In Lighting's appearance had actually changed the situation of the battle. In Lighting's expression turned solemn. If the country does not exist, how can the family rely on them? Buhui should also agree with my actions. Actually, Yang Buhui and the rest had already been arranged to a safe place. Why would he be threatened? It was just that he did not want to expose himself for the time being, so he feigned civility with him. Bastard, you will implicate the whole of Wudong sect and die without a burial place. Prince Yi said exasperatedly. At this time, if he did not take down Zhao Go, it would be inevitable that something unexpected would happen. So he did not waste his breath and directly attacked. Seeing that he was coming at him fiercely, In Lighting immediately concentrated and used a set of Taiji swordplay at will, guarding the door tightly. Although Prince Yi's martial arts were higher than In Lighting's, the Taiji swordplay was created by Zhang Sanfeng in his later years after Taiji Fist. It was truly the pinnacle of swordplay in recent times. Once In Lighting's internal energy was activated, it was endless. Although he could not hurt his opponent, as long as he could protect himself, it was absolutely flawless. Prince Yi was shocked and angry, but it was not easy to break through his defense. Seeing Li Qingluo standing at the side, he shouted, "Widow Hua, what are you waiting for?" Li Qingluo's whole body trembled. She looked at him deeply, "So you are old Saber Honcho." Prince Yi said angrily, "Why do you care who I am? Don't you want to take revenge?" Li Qingluo snorted and then attacked Zhao Go. Those ordinary guards could not block her wave-like subtle steps. The yellow-robed girl at the side had been paying attention to the situation. Seeing that the situation was not right, she hurried over to block her. Xiaolong Nu chased over but was also blocked by her. In an instant, it became the yellow-robed girl against the two of them. Their martial arts were not below hers. Very soon, the yellow-robed girl was surrounded by danger. Li Qingluo was already struggling to deal with Xiaolong Nu's elusive pure heart of jade maiden swordsmanship. Now that Li Qingluo was added to the mix, she quickly had a few wounds on her body. If Xiaolong Nu had not unintentionally tried to kill her, she would have died long ago. The yellow-robed girl knew that she could not withstand more than a few moves like this. Suddenly, she had an idea. She lowered her voice and said, "Are you doing this to Brother Song?" Brother Song? Hearing her intimate tone, the two girls indeed slowed down their attacks. Li Qingluo shouted, "What is your relationship with Song Qingshu?" The yellow-robed girl had originally just wanted to give it a try. When Xiaolong Nu had entered the palace to assassinate Xiaolong Nu, it was Song Qingshu who had risked his life to protect her. Based on her understanding of Song Qingshu, she did not believe that the two of them had no relationship. Now that she saw the situation, she immediately understood. She answered ambiguously, "The relationship between you and him is the same as my relationship with him." "Little wench, you dare to lie to me." Li Qingluo was a bit angry, but her attack slowed down a bit. The yellow-robed girl understood Song Qingshu, and they understood his personality even more. The yellow-robed girl in front of them was a heavenly beauty, and it was obvious that she knew Song Qingshu. If something really happened between the two of them and they hurt her, how would they explain to that bastard in the future? Although Xiaolong Nu did not say anything, her lightning-fast pure heart of jade maiden swordsmanship could not help but slow down a bit. Women are just unreliable. A cold snort came from not far away. Morong Bo passed by them. With his cultivation, how could he not see that Li Qingluo and Xiaolong Nu were going easy on him? However, the current situation was chaotic. He did not have the mind to look into the reason. He directly attacked Xiao Go. The yellow-robed girl was shocked. She hurriedly looked at Li Yancher, who was originally fighting Morong Bo. She discovered that he was lying in a pool of blood. It was unknown whether he was dead or alive. Li Yancher's martial arts were originally not as good as Morong Bo's. Adding on the fact that he had suffered a serious sword wound, the gap was even greater. He was going all out. The yellow-robed girl wanted to save him. However, she was currently fighting with two people. How could she find the time to help? The remaining guards beside Zhao Go hurriedly blocked in front of him. However, Morong Bo's wish that he had held back for decades was about to be fulfilled. Naturally, he did not show any mercy when he attacked. Very quickly, he killed the remaining guards and grabbed Zhao Go's neck. With his martial arts, he only needed to exert a little force and Zhao Go would definitely die. At this moment, Morong Bo was a little hesitant. In the beginning, when he was invited by the Mansion of Spirits, he naturally wanted to kill Zhao Go. When the world was in chaos, their Morong family would take the opportunity to rise up. However, looking at the current situation, if Zhao Go died, it would most likely be Princey who would ascend to the throne. The imperial court would probably be stabilized very soon. This might not be in line with his own interests. Morong Bo and his son had always been proud of the Yan Kingdom's royal bloodline. They usually disdained the culture of the Han people. Whenever they had time, they would at most spend their energy on martial arts secret manuals. How would they have the time to read the history books of the Han people? If he had read the story of Jing Ke's assassination of the Qing dynasty, he would definitely know that at that time, Jing Ke had originally restrained Ing Jing, but when he was about to kill him, he suddenly had a moment of hesitation. He thought that wouldn't it be better to force Ing Jing to hand over the land that he had annexed all those years ago? It was this moment of hesitation that allowed Ing Jing to find a chance to break free from his control. In the end, all his efforts were in vain. At this moment, he also made the same mistake. He saw that Zhao Go did not reveal any expression of panic. Instead, the corner of his mouth revealed a trace of a strange smile. Morong Bo's heart froze. Before he could react, he felt an incomparable piercing pain in his eyes. Then, everything in front of him turned blood red and he could not see anything. Ah! Morong Bo screamed as he covered his bleeding eyes. He was in so much pain that he rolled on the ground. Looking at the two embroidery needles stuck in his eyes, everyone felt that their own eyes were also hurting. Who exactly did this? At this moment, everyone was very confused. At this moment, a remnant shadow beside Morong Bo dashed directly into the bamboo forest. It moved like lightning. It was even faster than Li Qingluo's water-treading subtle steps and Xiaolong Nu's qing gong. Just now, that was Zhao Go? Li Qingluo was instantly bewildered. Even the yellow-robed girl was shocked. She never knew that an official could actually know martial arts. With such an unforeseen event, how could they continue fighting? They very tacitly stopped and hurriedly chased after Zhao Guo. Prince Yi and Yin Lighting, who were at the side, also had a face of disbelief. They also followed out at the same time. In the bamboo forest, a few grandmasters were fighting. The scattered forces had already destroyed the entire bamboo forest. The others wanted to go forward and help, but they could not get close at all. Zhao Guo turned into a ray of yellow light and suddenly appeared at Sherpotian's side from a strange angle. Sherpotian was currently concentrating on dealing with Huang Cheng's power. How would he know that there was another person beside him? A cold light appeared in Zhao Guo's hand. Only a few people at the scene could clearly see that it was only a needle in his hand. A needle that was no different from an embroidery needle, but this kind of embroidery needle, which would normally be insignificant to an ordinary person, was pierced into Sherpotian's body by Zhao Guo. Sherpotian let out an earth-shattering scream. His whole body was like a deflated balloon. Immediately, blood spurted out crazily. As if he was hit by a heavy hammer, he instantly crashed into a big tree at the side, breaking it in half. As for Sherpotian himself, he tried to get up from the ground several times. But after trying a few times, he finally helplessly lay on the ground. Huang Chang seemed to have expected this. Without any hesitation, he directly punched Huang Yaosher's chest with the great demon subduing fist. Huang Yaosher was originally relying on Sherpotian to block the front. Now that there was only one person left, coupled with the fact that he was deeply shocked, how could he defend? He was hit by the fist and his whole body flew out like a broken sandbag. Huang Chang did not look at him again. In an instant, he appeared on the other side of the battlefield. His palm silently pressed towards Wang Chongyang's back. First, set a small goal. For example, remember in 1 second, bookseller's mobile Wang Chongyang was a great grandmaster after all. He had already noticed the abnormality on the other side. Also, Zhao Guo's sneak attack on Sherpotian gave him some time to react. At this time, when Huang Chang attacked, he was able to use the Big Dipper stance and narrowly avoid the attack. Normally, the two great grandmasters wouldn't have put down their pride to bully Wang Chongyang with numbers. However, this was a matter of national importance, and they were pedantic people. Naturally, they didn't have any misgivings in this regard. Without any hesitation, the two of them attacked Wang Chongyang from both sides. At this moment, Wang Chongyang finally experienced the pain Song Qingshu had suffered. The inner energy of the two people opposite him, one of them was extremely yin and gentle, while the other was extremely yang. They took turns to invade his meridians, numbing his hands and feet. The Big Dipper formation was no longer as natural as it used to be. The two great grandmasters took advantage of the situation to attack wildly. Wang Chongyang immediately fell into a disadvantageous position. If it weren't for his Big Dipper formation, he would have been seriously injured in a short time. Even so, he could only barely hold on. As time went on, he was doomed to lose. In fact, if Wang Chongyang had fought against the other two grandmasters, he might not have been able to win by relying on the magical Big Dipper formation, but it wouldn't have been too difficult for him to secure a draw. However, Huang Chang and the drunken monk's martial arts complemented each other perfectly, and the effect of 1 + 1 was greater than 2. On the other side, Zhao Guo did not intervene in the battle between the three great grandmasters. Instead, he walked towards Prince Yi step by step. Don't come over. King Yi himself was a martial arts master, and he could see that although Zhao Guo's martial arts were high, he was not at the level of a great grandmaster. But what happened in the blink of an eye was too shocking. He witnessed with his own eyes how Zhao Guo crippled two martial arts masters, Morong Bo and Sherpotian. His entire body was already shrouded in fear. Zhao Guo's tone had a hint of sarcasm. Didn't you want to kill me just now? Why aren't you coming? Prince Yi's courage was taken away. His voice trembled. How do you know martial arts? Zhao Guo said indifferently, you are just a prince. If you can learn such high-level martial arts, how can I, the emperor, not know martial arts? Prince Yi suddenly understood. As a prince, how could the resources he could use be compared with the emperor? Even he could collect a large number of martial arts manuals and treasures to increase his power. The emperor obviously had an advantage in this aspect. But the emperor had really put in a lot of effort to hide his martial arts all these years. Thinking back to the spy's report, when they went up Mount Wudong, Zhao Go would be out of breath after walking for a short while and needed to rest. So it was purposely to create a false impression for others. No wonder when he saw the crown prince, he was displeased and did not need to rest at all. Since the assassination began, Zhao Go's expression had been relatively calm. Before, they had thought that he was putting on an act, but now it seemed that he had been hiding his trump card. Although the soldier who had been injured by Xiao Nu had lost his ability to fight, he was still conscious. Seeing the sudden change in the situation, not only did he not rejoice, but his heart was filled with sorrow. Since the emperor's martial arts were so high, why didn't he make a move at the beginning? Why did he have to wait until the guards were all dead and injured before he made a move? Seeing Li Yanshi and Ding Dian lying in a pool of blood, as well as the dead and injured bodyguards, for the first time, he began to doubt the creed he had been following all these years. Zhao Go naturally did not have the time to care about the thoughts of a bodyguard. At this moment, he was already close enough to Prince Yi, close enough for him to make his move. Traitor, die. Suddenly, Prince Yi's face changed. He changed his previous look of fear and waved his palm to block. Since he had organized such a rebellion, how could he be so easily shaken? His previous disguise was just to catch them off guard and try to reverse the situation. Unfortunately, the older, the wiser. Zhao Go laughed coldly. He had already guessed his opponent's intention. The attack just now was just a feint. His figure flashed and he appeared behind Prince Yi. In an instant, he attacked several times. His moves were similar to Xiao Nu's. His moves were as fast as lightning, making it hard for people's eyes to react. However, one was like a fairy descending from heaven, while the other was like a ghost. Prince Yi could successfully ambush Ding Dian, who had mastered the god-reflecting scripture, and suppressing lighting, who was proficient in the Tai Chi sword. His martial arts skills were top-notch in Jianghu. However, his opponent's martial arts skills were too strange. In just a few moves, he was injured several times. His heart grew colder and colder. He knew that after a few moves, his blood would be splattered on the spot. Faceless man, why aren't you making your move? Prince Yi suddenly shouted in shock and fear. Zhao Go was startled and quickly gave up on attacking. He focused his mind and calmed his chi to guard against a possible attack. In the distance, the battle between the three grandmasters was coming to an end. Although Wang Chongyang's Big Dipper formation was miraculous, it was still attacked by the Nine Yin and Nine Yang genuine qi. It was inevitable that his internal breath would be a little difficult to operate. Normally, this little bit of difficulty would not affect anything. However, he was facing two great grandmasters today. He would not let go of even a fleeting opportunity. The Nine Yin manual that Huang Chang studied could be said to be the culmination of all the techniques in the world. He quickly saw that the key to Wang Chongyang's formation was the position of the North Star. As long as he occupied the position of the North Star, he could control the Big Dipper formation as the master. However, the previous few attacks were all deftly resolved by Wang Chongyang. It made sense. As a great grandmaster, he naturally knew where the weakness of his formation was and had already made various precautions. Not everyone was like Song Qingshu, who could break through his layers of defense and appear at the position of the Big Dipper formation's eye out of thin air. Therefore, Huang Chang's several attacks were all in vain. Unfortunately, Wang Chongyang's body was slightly stagnated by the hot and cold qi. Huang Chang, who had been looking for an opportunity, finally found it. He seized the fleeting opportunity and occupied the position of the formation's eye before Wang Chongyang returned to the position of the North Star. Since the formation's eye was occupied, the formation was naturally broken. The 7 figures of Wang Chongyang immediately returned to 1. Huang Chang did not waste this opportunity and directly attacked him with the demon subduing fist. Wang Chongyang knew that it was too late to dodge, so he could only use the Xianxia skill to block it. On the other side, the drunken monk instantly understood Huang Chang's plan. Wang Chongyang's title of the world's #1 was not undeserved. He had endless magical and exquisite moves. Now, it was 2 against 1. If they fought normally, it would be difficult to defeat the opponent in a short time, although they had the advantage. Instead, it would be better not to compete in moves and only compete in internal strength. No matter how powerful Wang Chongyang's Xiantian skill was, how could he be a match for two great grandmasters? Therefore, the drunken monk also attacked with his palm. He gave up on all kinds of fancy moves and only used simple and heavy moves, making it impossible to dodge. Wang Chongyang instantly understood the two's plan. However, an overt plot was like this. Even if you saw through it, you could not avoid it. You could only rely on brute force to resolve it. Feeling helpless, Wang Chongyang could only use his single yang finger to poke the wine-fighting monk's palm. The three of them, who had been fighting fiercely, suddenly fell into silence. Wang Chongyang was holding a great grandmaster in one hand, and his whole body was steaming. Obviously, he had used the Xiantian skill to the extreme. At this time, he secretly complained. It was a pity that he did not know martial arts such as the Heaven and Earth Great Shift of the Ming Dynasty or the Big Dipper of the Murong family. Otherwise, in this situation, he could borrow strength to fight strength and let Huang Chang and the drunken monk fight. Now, he could only use his internal strength to resist the internal strength of two great grandmasters. Obviously, he was going to lose. However, Wang Chongyang had always been a proud and arrogant person. It was impossible for him to admit defeat at this time. Moreover, the three of them had already used their internal strength. Even if he wanted to admit defeat, there was no way. In the martial arts world, the internal strength competition was the most dangerous. Before the winner was completely determined, no one dared to withdraw their internal strength. Otherwise, if the opponent took the opportunity to counterattack, they would be seriously injured even if they did not die. After understanding all this, a trace of determination flashed in Wang Chongyang's eyes. Even if he died here today, he would still drag one person down with him. The drunken monk suddenly called out the name of Buddha. Brother Chongyang, now that things have come to this, why are you still so persistent? Why don't you make a vow that you will never return to the Central Plains and we will stop here? I am willing to be your guarantor in front of the government. Wang Chongyang laughed. Chongyang has never been weaker than anyone in my life. It is not that easy for you to defeat me. Huang Chang nodded. Yes, one-on-one, none of us is sure to win against you. But now that the two of us have joined forces, the result has been decided. At the same time, he secretly sighed that the Xiantian skill was really a great skill in the world. How could it last so long under the attack of the two of them? Seeing that Wang Chongyang still wanted to refute, the drunken monk said, Brother Chongyang, now that both of your hands are tied up by us, we still have one free hand. Although we can't use too much internal strength, if we poke you now, you won't be able to survive. Wang Chongyang frowned, but he also understood that what the drunken monk said was the truth. He had used up all his energy to resist the 9 yin genuine qi and the 9 yang divine skill. He had no spare energy to defend against the attacks of the other two hands. The drunken monk continued, since you have no objections, I will withdraw my internal strength first. Then you and Brother Huang can stop. Although Wang Chongyang and Huang Chang were old acquaintances, the three of them knew that Huang Chang pursued the way of nature. He believed that the world was heartless and treated all things as dogs. As long as he could achieve his goal, he didn't care about worldly morality. The drunken monk couldn't guarantee that he wouldn't take the opportunity to seriously injure Wang Chongyang for the sake of the royal family's stability. So, he could only stop first and then be a witness for the two of them. At that time, even if something happened, he could intervene in time to stop it. On the other side, Huang Chang frowned and hurriedly tried to dissuade Big Monk. It had to be known that the internal strength of the three of them was surging, and they had entered an extremely dangerous state. Moreover, once Wang Chongyang took the opportunity to attack, the drunken monk would definitely be seriously injured. Now that the two of them had joined forces, they could easily win. Even if they had to pay a price in the end, why take the risk? The drunken monk shook his head. Brother Chongyang and I are old friends. I believe that with Brother Chongyang's character, you won't take the opportunity to harm me. Wang Chongyang was touched, but he smiled and said, that's not necessarily true. The drunken monk smiled slightly and began to withdraw a portion of his internal strength from his palm. Wang Chongyang was competing with him in internal strength and immediately noticed the change. He frowned and finally withdrew a portion of his internal strength. Excellent, excellent. The drunken monk's gaze became softer and softer. Then, he took the initiative to withdraw a portion of his internal strength. Wang Chongyang returned the favor and also withdrew a portion of his internal strength. At this speed, he would probably be able to separate from the drunken monk in a few breaths' time. At this moment, a shrill cry suddenly rang out, "Faceless man, why aren't you making a move?" As soon as the words were spoken, a masked man suddenly walked out of the small house in the courtyard. The surrounding people instantly felt a sense of absurdity. His speed was clearly not as fast as Zhao Guo's, but it was as if he had already appeared beside the three grandmasters in a stride. His palm lightly hit the Shanzhong acupoint on the drunken monk's chest. Although the three grandmasters were competing in a dangerous internal strength contest, Huang Cheng and the drunken monk could still move one hand. Even though most of their internal strength was competing with Wang Chongyang, with their cultivation and eyesight, even if an expert of the five uniques came over, he might not be able to gain the upper hand. Seeing the opponent's attack, the drunken monk's expression changed drastically. He leaned his body slightly and waved his palm forward at the same time. It seemed ordinary, but this sideways body wave contained the essence of his entire life's martial arts. It could be said that this palm could block all attacks in the world, and the sideways body wave neutralized the opponent's follow-up attack. However, the person's palm that seemed gentler than a lover's caress ignored the drunken monk's defense and directly hit the Shanzhong acupoint on the drunken monk's chest. Please remember this book's original domain name. Com Wonderful Bookhouse mobile version website. Com The drunkard monk's face, which was usually glowing with health, was now pale. At the same time, his monk's robe swelled up, and he seemed to have doubled in size. He quickly retreated, and with every step he took, his monk's robe became smaller. After retreating 10 steps, his monk's robe returned to normal. No, it was even smaller than before. A few sharp-eyed people could clearly see that it wasn't that the monk's robe had become smaller, but that the tall and sturdy drunkard monk had become somewhat thin and stooped. The masked man didn't chase after the drunkard monk. Instead, he attacked Wang Chongyang's back with his palm. When Wang Chongyang saw the sudden change, he subconsciously withdrew some of his inner strength so that the drunkard monk would have the strength to deal with the sneak attacker. However, the sudden withdrawal of inner strength, coupled with the fact that the drunkard monk didn't have time to withdraw his inner strength, caused Wang Chongyang's blood to boil. Of course, with his great grandmaster cultivation, this kind of internal injury could be temporarily suppressed in a few breaths. Unfortunately, the masked man didn't give him the time. Taking advantage of the fact that half of Wang Chongyang's body was numb and he couldn't resist, the masked man pressed his palm on Wang Chongyang's back. Wang Chongyang sighed to himself, "My life is over." Just now, he had clearly seen that the masked man had also reached the great grandmaster realm. Normally, if he was hit in the back with a palm, he would be seriously injured even if he didn't die, let alone in his current state. However, he quickly revealed a shocked expression. He wasn't injured. The opponent's vast, ocean-like inner chi seemed to be using his body as a ferry, flowing through his meridians to his right palm. He was a brilliant person, so he immediately understood the opponent's intention. The opponent wanted to take this opportunity to seriously injure Huang Cheng, who was competing with him in inner strength. Huang Cheng was originally evenly matched with his inner strength. Now that his inner strength had suddenly doubled, how could he withstand it? Wang Chongyang didn't want the masked man to succeed, but he knew that if he withdrew his palm, the surging inner strength in his body would have nowhere to vent. It would instantly explode inside his body and he would immediately die. He wouldn't even have time to say his last words. Survival was a human instinct. Even at the great grandmaster realm, it was difficult to avoid it. Of course, if he had enough time to think, he might have made the choice to sacrifice himself. However, in such a short time, how could he have time to think clearly? What the other party wanted was this moment of hesitation. In that moment of hesitation, the incomparably turbulent true chi had already surged from his palm towards Huang Cheng. When Huang Cheng saw the drunkard monk being ambushed, he reacted quickly enough. He knew that it was impossible for him to escape unscathed, so he decided to interrupt the battle of internal energy even if he had to suffer internal injuries. Wang Chongyang was busy fighting the masked man and would not ambush him at this time. This way, even if Huang Chang suffered the backlash of internal energy, it would still be bearable. He would take advantage of the time when the masked man attacked Wang Chongyang to regain his freedom. That way, he would still have the strength to fight the masked man. Unfortunately, as soon as he withdrew his internal energy, the power in Wang Chongyang's palm suddenly doubled. Huang Chang spat out a mouthful of blood, and his whole body retreated like a broken sandbag. His first thought was that Wang Chongyang had taken the opportunity to attack him, but the next moment he realized that the internal energy that attacked him was completely different from Wang Chongyang's Xianxia skill. Obviously, it was the masked man who attacked him. It turned out that his opponent did not injure Wang Chongyang as he had imagined, but chose to deal with him first. What a deep plan. In that instant, Huang Chang not only suffered the backlash of his own internal energy, but also the internal energy of Wang Chongyang and the mysterious man. It was the equivalent of a person taking the full brunt of the attack. In addition to his old age, he had already lost his vitality. The only thing he could do now was to take a few more breaths. The opponent's timing was so precise that even his reaction after the attack was fully taken advantage of. If it was not planned from the beginning, he would not have believed it. The masked man did not stop after injuring two grandmasters. His palm continued to press on Wang Chongyang's back, and his internal energy was about to shatter Wang Chongyang's meridians. However, when Huang Chang retreated, Wang Chongyang was finally able to free his hands. Because his vitals were being controlled, he knew that he would not be able to escape. Instead, he chose to exchange his life for the masked man's. There was a move in the Chuanjin sect's martial arts, and with Wang Chongyang's current cultivation, he naturally did not have to use a sword. He twisted his arm and stabbed backwards at an incredible angle. The Xiantian skill and the first yang finger directly hit the man's lower abdomen. The masked man retreated. Although his face was covered, it was obvious that his breathing was much faster than usual. It was obvious that the previous move had injured him. However, Wang Chongyang sighed inwardly. He had been ambushed first, and the acupoint on his back had been suppressed right from the start. His opponent's qi had invaded his body, causing the might of his Xiantian skill and single sun finger to be more or less reduced. Right before he stabbed his opponent's lower abdomen, he had crashed into an extremely soft and invisible wall of qi, and a portion of his qi had instantly disappeared. Fortunately, the first yang finger was specialized in breaking internal Zhen qi. Otherwise, with his condition, he might not have been able to hit the opponent. However, after breaking through the wall of qi, the power of his finger was like an arrow at the end of its flight. Although he had injured the opponent, it was not a fatal injury. With the opponent's martial arts, he would be able to recover after a period of rest. Wang Chongyang's situation was much worse. The meridians in his body had been destroyed. Although he would not die immediately, he only had a few months left at most. The muscle bone strengthening scripture is indeed a famous divine skill for thousands of years. Which eminent monk of Shaolin Temple are you? Not far away, the drunken monk finally caught his breath and said in a hoarse voice. Although it had been a long time, it had only been a few breaths' time since the masked man had appeared and attacked him. He could naturally tell what kind of martial arts had injured him from the short fight just now. Only then did the other people in the field notice the drunken monk's situation. Originally, he had been practicing the 9-yang divine skill and looked radiant. But now, his cheeks seemed to be much shriveled, and he looked more like an ordinary thin old man who could be blown away by the wind. The masked man showed a strange expression and said in a low voice, "Master's 9-yang divine skill really deserves its reputation. Just now, in a split second, you were able to sacrifice your essence and cultivation to save your life. Given time, you may be able to regain your cultivation." The drunken monk sighed. How can I leave the mountain alive today? Normally, he had the 9-yang divine skill to protect his body. Ordinary injuries would automatically recover after a few circulations of the 9-yang genuine qi. Even if he was seriously injured, he would recover very quickly. But just now, the opponent's attack directly exceeded the recovery range of the 9-yang genuine qi, so he had to use a secret technique to save his life. However, the reason why a secret technique was called a secret technique was obviously because it came with a great price. Now that his cultivation had fallen, even if he could leave safely, he might not be able to return to the great Grandmaster realm for the rest of his life. No, his internal energy just now. Huang Chang, who was lying on the ground, said weakly. Although his vitality was gone, he still had the foundation of a great grandmaster, so he wouldn't die immediately. Master! The yellow-robed woman cried out in alarm and hurriedly ran to his side to help him up. She could feel his body was cold and his pulse was weak. She couldn't help but feel sad. Huang Chang didn't pay attention to her. He looked straight at the masked man and continued, he seems to be using the carefree sex method. On the other side, Wang Chongyang, who was sitting cross-legged and adjusting his breath, nodded and agreed, that's right. Just now, his genuine qi seemed to be the dark north divine skill. Carrying the Shaolin temple and the carefree sect, could it be that you are? The drunkard monk suddenly thought of someone. The man took off the black cloth on his head and faintly sighed, the reason why I hid my identity was because I didn't want to implicate other related people. I didn't expect that I would still be recognized by you. Only then did everyone notice his shiny bald head and white beard. They thought that it was no wonder he covered his head with a mask. It turned out that he was hiding his identity as a monk. The yellow-robed woman had already recognized the other person's identity. She couldn't help but be shocked and angry, sweeping monk, so it's you. Bah. The sweeping monk put his palms together, but his face was extremely pale. In the blink of an eye, he had seriously injured 3 great grandmasters. Although it was a sneak attack, it was easier said than done to injure a great grandmaster. The 3 attacks just now had almost exhausted all of his energy. Of course, a great grandmaster was a great grandmaster after all. There was a huge gap between them and ordinary masters. Even if he was in his weakest state now, even if others present wanted to take advantage of the situation, they would not be his opponent. The yellow-robed woman angrily rebuked, I used to think that you were an enlightened monk. I didn't expect that you were just a despicable person who secretly attacked. Benefactress, you are right. The sweeping monk did not defend himself. He looked at the drunkard monk and the others with eyes full of guilt. Prince Yi, who was at the side, laughed and said, what do you know? This is not a martial arts competition in Jianghu. The master bears the hatred of his country and family. This can be said to be his only chance. He must hit the target in one strike. Naturally, he couldn't care about other things. Hatred of his country and family? Zhao Go couldn't help but grit his teeth in hatred. Originally, victory was in his grasp. He saw that Prince Yi's party was about to be wiped out in one fell swoop. In the end, a sweeping monk suddenly appeared and turned the situation around. The key was that the 2 great grandmasters he relied on the most were both seriously injured. They might not even be able to keep their lives. Naturally, they could not continue to contribute. How could he not ask clearly, which fallen royal family from hundreds of years ago are you? Because of Morong Bo's ridiculous motive, Zhao Go originally just asked casually. He didn't expect that it would arouse the emotions of the sweeping monk. Originally, I also didn't want to say much. However, if I don't explain everything clearly, it would be a waste of my father's 100 years of painstaking effort. I also can't let the ancestors smile in the netherworld. The sweeping monk's originally peaceful eyes suddenly lit up with a bit of hatred. Xianxia rebellion, wearing the yellow robe. Do you still remember how your surname Zhao's throne came about? Zhao Go's expression changed. You are from the Chai family? The sweeping monk looked to the north, his eyes full of nostalgia. That year, the wise and powerful Emperor Xiaowen died young. Because his first 3 sons were killed by the later Han dynasty's hermit emperor Lu Qingyu, only the young 4th son could succeed the throne. In the end, Zhao Kuangyin bullied their orphans and widows. He came wearing the yellow robe and usurped the great Zhou dynasty. Huang Chang suddenly had a thought. You are the descendant of King Ji, Chai Shijing? All these years, he had been secretly investigating the whereabouts of the former later Zhou imperial clan. After Chai Zongxuan abdicated, he was conferred the title of King Jing. This line had always been under the supervision of the imperial court. King Chao, Chai Shirong, disappeared on the day of the coup and wandered among the people. A few years ago, he had also found the whereabouts of this line. After Guoxing joined the Liangshan rebellion against the Song dynasty and failed, he lived in seclusion in Ox village. He restored the surname of later Zhou's Taizu Guowei. Guojing was the only survivor of this line. The remaining two lines were King Ji, Chai Shi Jin, who was adopted by Pan Mei, and King Qi, Chai Shi Hui, who was adopted by Liu Yan. All of them changed their names and disappeared from the imperial court site. Please remember this book's domain name. Wonderful Bookhouse mobile version website. The sixth prince adopted by Pan Mei changed his name to Pan Lang, and the seventh prince adopted by Liu Yan changed his name to Lu Duishuan. The two later encouraged Zhao Tingmei to rebel. After the failure, Lu Duishuan was exiled to Yazhou, and Pan Lang hid in Jianghu. Finally, he called himself Xiaoyaozi and founded the Xiaoyao sect. Of course, all of this was only discovered by Huang Chang in recent years. However, because the Carefree sect had very few members and was always mysterious, no one knew about them. In addition, the imperial court had been plagued by internal and external troubles in recent years, so they didn't have time to deal with the Carefree sect. Since the monk knew the martial arts of the Xiaoyao sect, he must be from the sixth prince's side. The monk looked like he was reminiscing, and his tone was full of sorrow. When my father hid in Jianghu, he did not forget to overthrow the Song dynasty and restore the Zhou dynasty. However, after the case of Zhao Tingmei, he knew that the fate of the Song dynasty was still there, so he could only pin his hope on the later generations. So he accepted 3 talented disciples and taught them according to their aptitude. The first disciple, Wu Xingyun, taught her the unique and righteous. The second disciple, Wu Yazi, taught her the dark north divine skill. The third disciple, Li Qiushui, taught her the small formless skill. Many people present did not know the inside story. After listening to him, they knew that the famous Tianshan Tong Lao and the others were the disciples of the monk's father. They were all shocked. The monk continued, Father asked them to cultivate their own forces in the western region, Xianxia, and the central plains. They agreed that when there was a change in the Song dynasty, they would take action together to restore the Zhou dynasty. Who would have thought that they would be trapped by love and become enemies? How could they still remember Father's entrustment? In these years, the Song dynasty was in turmoil. Fang Yalei's rebellion, Yang Yao's rebellion, Jin Kong's rebellion, and the Jin kingdom had searched the south several times. Which one was not a great opportunity? Father never had such an opportunity in his life. Who knew that the 3 of them had missed so many good opportunities? Speaking of this, the monk's originally kind face suddenly showed a bit of ferocity. Obviously, he hated these people for letting down his father's lifelong efforts. Looking at the hostility on his face, the drunkard monk frowned and said, "You are possessed." Good, good. The monk put his palms together, and his demeanor became calm again. Yes, this matter has become a demon in my heart. Originally, I had been hiding in the Shaolin Temple's Sutra Pavilion, deeply influenced by the scriptures of the previous generations of senior monks. I had thought that I had let go of everything, but when the people of the Spirit Mountain village came to find me, I realized that I hadn't forgotten anything. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Although we might not be able to restore the great Zhou dynasty, we can at least cause chaos in the Song dynasty. Killing an emperor would be a good way to wash away the humiliation that the great Zhou royal family suffered when they were in the yellow robe. It would also fulfill my father's dying wish. You want to kill me? Let's see if you have the ability. Zhao Go suddenly realized that the other party was probably trying to stall for time by saying so much. They had just heavily injured 3 great grandmasters. How could they not pay the price? Now, he must be an arrow at the end of its flight. If he was given a chance to breathe and recover, with his great grandmaster realm, how could the people on their side be a match for him? As soon as he finished speaking, he transformed into an afterimage and attacked the floor-sweeping monk. He truly moved like a fleeing rabbit, and in the blink of an eye, he was already less than a foot away from the floor-sweeping monk, and their noses were practically about to collide. The strangeness of this charge was unimaginable, and the speed of his movement was even more indescribable. What a strange movement technique. Many people in the field sighed. Just now, when Zhao Go attacked Sherpa Dian, his movement technique wasn't even this fast. As it turned out, facing a great grandmaster, Zhao Go didn't dare to be careless. He used his full strength the moment he started. In his fear, he even used 120% of his power. When normal people fought, their hands were usually used to defend against 3 feet away. If the opponent came within a few inches of them, it would be very difficult for their hands to defend, and they wouldn't be able to use their strengths. So what if you're a great grandmaster? Zhao Guo's movement technique was already as fast as lightning. Now that he was so close to the other party, he was even more determined to win. One hand pressed towards the other's chest, and the other hand hit embroidery needles and stabbed towards the other's eyes. He was very confident in his speed. At such a close distance, even if the other was a great grandmaster, he definitely wouldn't be able to dodge. Furthermore, the other had used up most of his energy, and most likely didn't have much inner power left. Almost in the blink of an eye, his attack hit the other. But just as the corner of his mouth rose slightly, he heard the wine-fighting monk and Huang Cheng call out in unison, "Careful." Zhao Guo's smile instantly froze because he already felt that the feeling coming from his hand was not right. The wine-fighting monk in front of him slowly dissipated. So what he had just stabbed was just an afterimage. Understanding all of this, Zhao Guo felt all the hair on his body stand on end. He hurriedly used his ghost-like movement technique to float to the side. But his body had just moved when a palm suddenly pressed down on his shoulder. "Ah!" Zhao Guo let out an incredibly shrill scream. Then, his entire body shook as if he had been electrocuted. Dark North Divine Art. Wang Chongyang instantly recognized the martial art technique that the wine-fighting monk had used. Just now, the power of his finger had been used up by the Dark North True Qi. Official. Although the yellow-robed girl didn't like this half-brother of hers, how could she not save him? She casually grabbed a long sword and rushed over, trying to save Zhao Guo. She saw the sweeping monk control Zhao Guo with one hand and slowly raise the other. The yellow-robed girl felt her wrist go numb and she couldn't hold the long sword in her hand anymore. Then, a soft force hit her shoulder. She instantly felt all the pressure points in her body being sealed. Her entire body fell to the side powerlessly. It is said that the Tianshan plum-breaking hand of the Xiaoyao sect can gather all the martial arts in the world into it. I didn't think much of it before, but seeing it today, it really lives up to its reputation, Huang Cheng said emotionally. The sweeping monk replied, "In terms of the breadth of martial arts, what in the world can compare to Brother Huang's 9 manual? It's a pity that we can't have a fair fight." I was a bit despicable. Huang Cheng shook his head and said, "If you and I were in each other's shoes, I would have done the same. Also, you heavily injured the three of us in one move. Your timing was very precise. I'm afraid there is no one else in the world with this kind of eyesight and skill." As a great grandmaster who had lived for almost 100 years, his temperament was naturally different from ordinary people. Now that things had come to this, he had already accepted it. He was also very impressed by the other party's ability to hit the target in one strike. On the other side, the wine-fighting monk couldn't help but say, "I also admire this monk, but the only thing I don't understand is that Brother Chongyang seems to be from your mansion of spirits as well. Why did you also attack him?" Before the sweeping monk could answer, Wang Chongyang spoke first, "What's so hard to understand? We don't have any relationship with the mansion of spirits. We only came together because of a common goal. I'm only rebelling against Zhao Guo, that incapable ruler, but I'm still loyal to the court and this country. He's rebelling against the entire Song dynasty. Naturally, the two of us aren't on the same path. To avoid future trouble, we might as well end things once and for all. If it were me, I would most likely do the same." He had fought on the battlefield in the past, so he naturally understood the principle of using all means possible. He couldn't give the enemy any chance to counterattack. And his own cultivation would become the biggest variable in the future, so he naturally couldn't keep it. The sweeping monk sighed and said, "You all understand it this way, but you actually helped me get out of it. I'm really ashamed." At this time, Zhao Guo had already been released. But he didn't have any strength left. His entire hair was white, his cheeks were shriveled, and his eyes were lifeless. He seemed to have aged a few decades compared to his usual self. The sweeping monk looked down at the emperor who was like a pile of mud on the ground. The viciousness on his face slowly faded. "I've already destroyed your inner strength and meridians. From now on, you are a useless person. Killing you would actually be letting you off easy. From now on, you will live a life worse than death. That would be enough to comfort the souls of our ancestors in heaven." Zhao Guo didn't say a word, his eyes extremely empty. This time, he had used all his schemes to hide the fact that he was a top master, but in exchange for such a tragic ending, how could he accept it in such a short time? The sweeping monk frowned slightly. But I am very curious. The movement technique you used just now seemed to be from the Sunflower Manual. How do you know the Sunflower Manual? Zhao Guo didn't seem to hear him. It was Huang Chang who sighed and explained, it's not the Sunflower Manual, it's just the Bixia Sword Manual. The people of Jianghu only know that the Bixia Sword Manual is the ultimate technique of the Fuwei escort company's Lin family in Fujian, but they don't know that the ancestor of the Lin family, Lin Yuantu, was from the Gusu Lin family. Gusu Lin family? When Wang Chongyang heard this family, a strange expression appeared on his face. The yellow-robed woman, who had fallen to the side, thought that the Lin family didn't have many people. The leader of this generation was the Salt and Iron Envoy, Lin Ruhai. Huang Chang continued, everyone thinks that Lin Yuantu died and left the Bixia Sword Manual in the Fuwei escort company. In reality, he was tired of the conflicts of Jianghu and returned to the Lin family. Later, he also left a sword manual in the Lin family, but the requirements to practice it were very strict. Cough, cough. Plus, the Lin family was a family of officials, so no one practiced this dangerous martial art. Later, this sword manual was obtained by the court, and the officials coincidentally met the requirements to practice it, so they practiced this sword technique. The great grandmasters present were knowledgeable and naturally knew the requirements to practice the Bixia sword technique. When they thought of Zhao Guo's incapacity, they all understood. Not far away, Wang Chongyang coughed a few times. Brother Huang, you are wrong. There is still a descendant of the Lin family who practiced this sword technique. Who? Huang Chang asked curiously. Wang Chongyang didn't answer directly, but looked deeply at Xiao Longnu, who was not far away. Brother Huang, don't you think that Miss Longnu's pure-hearted jade maiden swordplay looks familiar? Huang Chang suddenly understood. No wonder. I felt that her sword technique was similar to the Emperor's martial art. It's just that she was too beautiful, like a fairy dancing with the sword, so people didn't think that way. Wang Chongyang had a gentle expression on his face. Back then, Chaoying was extremely beautiful and different from the other ladies. She didn't like the embroidery of female workers, but liked to play with knives and swords. She could learn any martial art just by looking at it. Later, by chance, she found a secret manual at home. She studied it for a long time. At the time, I was very curious about what secret manual could trouble her for so long, and wanted to help her study it. But she refused to let me see it. At the time, I thought she was competitive and afraid that I would learn a powerful martial art that would surpass her. Now that I think about it, she was afraid that I wouldn't be able to resist the temptation and learn this martial art to wield a knife. Hee. Now that I know that the secret manual of the Lin family is the Bixia sword technique, all my previous doubts can be solved. Ancestor Grandma. Xiao Longnu mumbled to herself. How could she not know who he was talking about? Dojo monk couldn't help but sigh. Miss Lin is really a genius. She actually forcefully changed this evil martial art into a martial art suitable for women to practice. She also changed the vicious and treacherous path, and when she uses it, it feels like a fairy. First, set a small goal. For example, remember in 1 second, Bookseller's Mobile, she is indeed a genius. Wang Chongyang's eyes showed a trace of tenderness, but he quickly thought of his current situation. If she knew about it, he was afraid that she would laugh at him. He frowned immediately. After listening to their narration, the sweeping monk breathed a sigh of relief. I see, I thought. He did not finish his sentence. Everyone was still in shock and no one paid attention. This matter is over, I should leave. The sweeping monk put his palms together and bowed to Huang Chang and the others to express his apologies. At this time, Zhao Guo suddenly spoke. Since you hate our surnamed Zhao to the bone, why didn't you kill him? Everyone looked in the direction he pointed and saw Prince Yi's expression changing. Prince Yi had just seen that the sweeping monk did not even let Wang Chongyang of the Mansion of Spirits go. He was already muttering in his heart. He could only pray that the sweeping monk would forget him. Who knew that Zhao Guo would mention it? Zhao Guo continued. You should know that after I die, Prince Yi will most likely usurp the throne and become the emperor. Isn't it still our country? What is the meaning of your actions this time? He was, after all, a hero of his generation. Even though he had lost so badly, he immediately realized the opportunity when he recovered a little. Provoke the relationship between the sweeping monk and Prince E. Even if he died, he would drag Prince E down with him. The sweeping monk shook his head slightly. It's better that he is alive. Why? Zhao Go was shocked and hurriedly asked. After all, there is still a crown prince in the capital. If I kill Prince E, won't it help the crown prince you chose to smoothly ascend the throne? The sweeping monk said. If I leave him alive, he will definitely fight with the crown prince. At that time, there will be a fierce battle. With Prince Yi's scheming, the crown prince will definitely not be his opponent. But after he ascends the throne, the world will not obey him. In the future, those ambitious members of your Zhao family will definitely learn from him and use righteousness to suppress him. In this way, your Zhao family will never have a day of peace. Zhao Go was shocked. He did not think that the sweeping monk could see so clearly. After such an analysis, the subsequent development was most likely as he said. Prince E was about to cry. Although he knew that the sweeping monk was scheming against him, he could not help but thank him for not killing him. But he was worried that he would make the sweeping monk change his mind. So he opened his mouth and did not dare to say anything. The sweeping monk slowly walked down the mountain path. Everyone could see that his face was pale. They knew that after dealing with the surprise attacks of 3 great grandmasters and Zhao Go, no matter how powerful he was now at the end of his tether. But no one dared to stop him. Whether it was Zhao Go's side or King Yi's side, they all wanted him to leave quickly. Seeing his back getting further and further, King Yi stood up proudly. Of Zhao Go's side was that prince. Of Prince E and of, they all of them wanted him. Family, as I said before, if you do not, I, King said, I of it, of King, of E, comma, of It was a pity that Song Qingshu did not keep his promise. Otherwise, you would not have succeeded. Looking at the other party getting closer and closer, Zhao Go's tone was full of resentment. Originally, his side had the absolute advantage. He had hidden his ultimate martial arts for so many years, but because Song Qingshu had not come, it had caused all his efforts to go to waste. Now, the person he hated the most was not the floor-sweeping monk, King Yi, and the others, but Song Qingshu, who had never appeared. He was held up by Prime Minister Jia's men. How could he come back so quickly? Prince Yi sneered, thinking that Xia Quan and Lu Gu had about 100,000 men and horses under their command. Perhaps by this time, they had already conquered Yangzhou under the surname Song. But official can rest assured. On the day I ascend the throne, I will certainly eliminate the surname Song. It can also be considered as avenging official. Song Qingshu's martial arts and reputation were too high. He also had 100,000 elite soldiers under him. If any member of the royal family tried to rope him in, Prince Yi's throne might not be secure. Naturally, he had to get rid of Song Qingshu first. He heard that Song Qingshu had beautiful women around him. When the time came, he would take advantage of the situation and accept them. Men, send the family on their way. Prince Yi waved his hand and called for a subordinate. He was not stupid. How could he do something like regicide himself? It would leave a handle for the world to use against him for no reason. Now that one of his subordinates killed Zhao Go, he could even be used as a scapegoat in the future. That subordinate was a death warrior raised by Prince Yi. He did not hesitate and slashed at Zhao Go's head. At this moment, a cold light flashed. The waist knife in his hand was blocked by a long sword. Looking at the incomparably beautiful woman in front of him, Prince Yi was stunned. Miss you are. Xiaolongnu frowned slightly and said indifferently, you just said that you want to get rid of Song Qingshu? Prince Yi wanted to give himself a big slap. Seeing that he was about to rise to the top in one step, he got carried away and actually forgot that when Xiaolongnu failed to enter the palace to assassinate him, it was Song Qingshu who protected her. If the two of them did not have an affair, why would he take such a big risk? Just now, he said that those women with the surname Song were all beautiful. Now, any one of them was as beautiful as a fairy. He looked at Xiaolongnu greedily. Prince Yi realized that as his power grew, the desire in his heart grew stronger. I don't like the look in your eyes now. Xiao Longnu turned her body sideways, a hint of disgust in her eyes. Prince Yi's face darkened. He thought to himself that he was going to be the emperor soon. How dare a woman from the pugilistic world like you give me that look? He wanted to reprimand her a little, but then he remembered that Li Qingluo and Xiao Longnu were highly skilled in martial arts. If they were to fall out now, it would really bring about changes. It was better to wait for the situation to be settled, and then slowly deal with these two women. While the two of them were in a stalemate, suddenly there was a loud explosion in the distance. Everyone subconsciously turned their heads. The sweeping monk walked a little slowly. When he was about 100 feet away from the bamboo forest, the ground suddenly exploded. Countless hidden weapons mixed with the soil shot towards his body, sealing off all his escape routes. No matter how amazing his qigong was, he would not be able to avoid it. The sweeping monk had just plotted against the three grandmasters. How could he not guard against others doing the same? The reason why he walked so slowly just now was that he had to seize the time to digest the power that he had absorbed from Xiaogo using the northern underworld divine skill. If it was a normal day, although Xiaogo's inner power was strong, the sweeping monk's cultivation was even more unfathomable. After absorbing his lifetime's power, he could quickly transform it into his own power. But this time, he schemed to severely injure the three grandmasters, and then he was counterattacked by Wang Chongyang. In addition, he had to deal with Xiaogo's attack later. His own inner power could be said to be exhausted. In this kind of situation, the process of refining Xiaogo's power was much slower than usual. However, he slowly left like this. The hundreds of feet of distance gave him enough time to refine most of Xiaogo's inner power. It was enough for him to face the danger that suddenly appeared. He spread his robe, and the ultimate skill of heaven and earth in the sleeve became even more amazing. The hidden weapons and soil that filled the sky were all collected into his sleeve. But it was clear that the enemy did not intend to use these hidden weapons to kill a grandmaster. Following behind the hidden weapons was an old man in green with a long beard and a square headscarf on his head. The movement of the old man in green was very unique. It was very different from the movements of the martial arts world of the Central Plains. He was originally in front, but suddenly he moved to the right side of the sweeping monk, and his palm struck towards his ribs. There was no technique to this palm, but the air at the center of the palm seemed to be twisted, reflecting a strange light. This martial art looks a little familiar? Wang Chongyang was deep in thought. Huang Chang humped weakly, the martial art of the Isle of Heroes. He had just fought with Sherpadian for a long time, so he could naturally be sure. Judging by his appearance, I wonder if he is the Dragon Island Master or the Wood Island Master. The drunkard monk was very curious. Now that the three grandmasters were all disabled, they had let go of everything else. They just watched everything with the attitude of watching a show, hoping that the more chaotic it was, the better. Wang Chongyang answered, "The Isle of Heroes rewards the good and punishes the evil. One of them wears yellow, and the other wears green. Since this person is wearing green, he must be the Wood Island Master." Xiaogo said coldly, "Jiaxi, that old man." Jiaxi was Jia Shidao's half-brother. He had almost inherited the title of Duke Ronghua, so he naturally went to the palace to visit the emperor. Now that he was here, it meant that Jia Shidao had finally made his move. Unfortunately, he had lost everything. He had no pawns to use, and he didn't even have the right to enter the game. It was all because of the wrong information. At first, he thought that the Mansion of Spirits was controlled by Jia Shidao, but he didn't expect King Yi to have so many masters. "Is it another great grandmaster?" someone asked. The grandmasters looked at each other and then shook their heads. Wang Chongyang said, "Looks like, but not." Huang Chang added, "This palm is almost at the threshold of the great grandmaster realm. He can be considered half a step to the great grandmaster realm." However, the three of them knew that the difference of one word could make a huge difference. It seemed that the difference wasn't far, but many top masters couldn't break through to the great grandmaster realm in their lifetime. Although it's still not mature enough, with Nameless' current state, it's hard to say who will win, the drunkard monk murmured to himself. They didn't have time to chat anymore. They all watched the changes of the battle intently. In the blink of an eye, the sweeping monk had already exchanged several moves with the Wood Island Master. The sweeping monk was obviously very afraid of his palm power, so he didn't take it head-on. Instead, he used excellent body movements to resolve it. Seeing him in danger, many people felt a trace of sadness in their hearts. They thought that a great grandmaster was going to die in the hands of a small fry. After all, Huang Chang and the other two had been injured by a great grandmaster, which was in line with everyone's expectations. Only a great grandmaster had the ability to injure a great grandmaster. If such a top great grandmaster was killed by someone of a higher realm, it would really make people sigh. Suddenly, the sweeping monk made his move. He gave a light slap, as gentle as a lover's caress. Seeing this, Huang Chang and Wang Chongyang both turned to look at the drunkard monk. He had been seriously injured by the slap. Bah. The drunkard monk seemed to see the end, and his voice was full of sorrow. When the Wood Island master saw his palm coming, he was greatly alarmed. However, he thought that his opponent was now an arrow at the end of its flight, and his own palm power should have reached him first. As such, he clenched his teeth, didn't dodge, and continued to press his palm down. However, his pupils suddenly constricted. He didn't know how the other party's light palm had somehow reached him first even though it had been launched later. The Wood Island master suddenly felt a sharp pain all over his body. He could no longer stand steadily and fell to his knees on the ground. The sweeping monk wasn't feeling well either. If it had been a normal day, this slap would have been enough to kill his opponent and leave him unscathed. However, he was now an arrow at the end of its flight. In the end, he still couldn't avoid his opponent's palm. In an instant, he felt several of his ribs break, and half of his body was paralyzed. At this moment, the ground behind him suddenly exploded again. A figure suddenly leaped out, and taking advantage of the brief moment of paralysis, a punch landed on his back. The sweeping monk stumbled a dozen steps forward and finally sat down under a big tree. His white beard was full of blood. Obviously, the punch was so powerful that it had severely injured him. The man didn't continue to chase. No one in the world could survive a full blow from him. As the saying goes, don't chase a cornered enemy. After all, the man was a great master, and it was inevitable that he would have some secret skills. If he was killed by the man, he would lose more than he gained. Great master. Even though Huang Chang and the others didn't say anything, the others all had the same judgment. The man behind him was obviously much stronger than Island Master Mu, both in body movements and martial arts. Huang Chang and the others looked at each other. The sweeping monk had just found a chance to injure them, but in the blink of an eye, he was also injured by a sneak attack. It was really sad. Why? Island Master Mu had been hit by the sweeping monk, and his life was already gone. However, the sweeping monk wasn't at his peak at that time, so he was still alive. He wasn't asking the sweeping monk, but the man who came out later. The man had his back to everyone, and now everyone saw his face clearly. He had a mustache and a long beard. Who else could it be but Jiao Sherdao? He's a great master? Zhao Go recognized him and couldn't believe it. Huang Chang frowned as well. He should know a special martial arts skill that can hide his breath. Jiao Sherdao often went to the palace before, and he could sense that his martial arts skill was very high, but not at the great master realm. Combined with the power he had now, it was obvious that he had been deliberately hiding his strength. Old cunning fools. King Yi cursed under his breath. Zhao Go was obviously a top master, but he always pretended to be weak. Jiao Sherdao was even more cunning. Previously, when they were cooperating, he used all kinds of excuses, saying that he couldn't deal with a few great grandmasters. King Yi had believed him and used the great grandmasters in the Mansion of Spirits. In the end, Jiao Sherdao had taken advantage of him. What do you mean why? Jiao Sherdao looked at Island Master Mu and said calmly, which made the others feel strange. They thought, aren't you guys brothers? Now that your brother is seriously injured, you should at least go and check on him and heal him. Island Master Mu's tone was weak, but his eyes were full of hatred. If you and I join hands to deal with the sweeping monk, who is like an arrow at the end of its flight, it should be in the bag. Why didn't you make a move and let me face all of his attacks alone? Jiao Sherdao replied, the sweeping monk is unfathomable. I don't know what other trump cards he has up his sleeve, so I asked you to test him, and I'll strike when I have the perfect opportunity. I just didn't expect him to be able to hurt you like this in his current state. Island Master Mu sneered, now that things have come to this, who are you trying to fool by saying this? Jia Sherdao frowned and didn't answer. Island Master Mu was unwilling and continued, you clearly have the intention of killing me with a borrowed knife, but I don't understand, why do you want me dead? You don't understand? Jia Sherdao seemed to be triggered by something hidden in his heart, and a murderous look flashed in his eyes. If you don't want people to know, then don't do it. Island Master Mu's eyes were filled with confusion. What do you mean? Jia Sherdao snorted. Are you still going to pretend? How did my precious jade die? Island Master Mu's expression changed greatly. Is Bao Yu dead? Isn't he missing? Jia Sherdao said expressionlessly, do you think that with my power and the intelligence network of the Isle of Heroes, there is anyone in the world that I can't find? But Bao Yu seems to have disappeared into thin air, and we haven't found any clues after so long. Unless he's already dead. Island Master Mu replied in a deep voice, that's right. I've always had this thought, but I didn't want to make you sad, so I didn't tell you. But I really wasn't the one who killed him. Jia Sherdao looked at him deeply. Do you think people like us would believe someone just because they say so? We only look at the interests behind it, and after thinking about it, only you would have the motive to do so. As soon as Bao Yu died, your Lian would be the nominal heir of the Jia family. I've worked so hard to get this great power, but in the end, I gave it to someone else. Do you think I'm a fool? At first, I suspected Lian and her husband. Wang Shifeng seemed to be a powerful person, but then I thought that even if they wanted to, they didn't have the ability to kill Bao Yu without anyone knowing. After thinking about it, it was only you. Island Master Mu was at the end of his rope, and his voice was getting weaker and weaker. It really wasn't me. Jia Sherdao was expressionless. Obviously, he didn't believe him at all. He just thought that Island Master Mu's refusal to admit it was to protect his descendants. Ignoring Island Master Mu, Jia Sherdao turned around and walked toward the small yard step by step. King Yi's expression changed slightly, and he subconsciously took a few steps back. The aura of a great master wasn't just for show. Thinking that he didn't have a master who could fight against him, he suddenly felt uneasy. Prime Minister Jia, the dust has settled here. It's all thanks to Prime Minister Jia's wonderful foresight. King Yi's tone was full of flattery. At the same time, he thought to himself that when this was over, he must find another great master to protect him. Otherwise, it would be too much pressure to deal with Jia Sherdao. At the same time, he wasn't very worried that Jia Sherdao would harm him. After all, Jia Sherdao wouldn't dare to go against the world and declare himself emperor, would he? He had to rely on his own identity to be justified. Jia Sherdao glanced around, and seeing that Huang Chang and the others were only breathing in, he finally felt completely relieved. As for Li Qingluo, Xiaolong Nu, and the others, they might be considered masters in Jianghu, but he didn't take them seriously. The dust has settled. I'm afraid not, Jia Sherdao said with a faint smile. Oh? King Yi was stunned. What else is not settled? The masters on Zhao Guo's side had all died miserably. Who else could do anything? As for Zhu Bangji and the others, they were almost wiped out by Huang Yasher's melody of the rising tide. Plus, the people he had arranged for them couldn't come here at all. The bodyguards at the foot of the mountain were also stalled, and they were far away. Jia Sherdao walked in front of Zhao Guo and looked at him condescendingly. His eyes were full of sarcasm and disdain. The death of an emperor is a big deal. You have to give the people an explanation about the cause of death. King Yi was confused and said, didn't we agree to let Song Qingshu be the scapegoat? He is good at martial arts, and he has a bad reputation for sleeping around. We can say that he had an affair with concubine Wu, and the officials found out. So the adulterous couple went all out, that's cruel. Zhao Guo suddenly thought that it was a good idea. He could let Song Qingshu be the scapegoat, and then let them fight each other. Not far away, Xiaolong Nu frowned slightly. Li Qingluo pulled her hand, signaling her not to act rashly. Jia Sherdao smiled and said, but Song Qingshu didn't show up at Wutang Mountain, and he was stalled in Yangzhou. Maybe many people saw him, and they wouldn't believe our story. King Yi frowned. Then what should we do? I have a better idea. Jiao Shidao smiled weirdly and said, "Would you like to hear it, Your Highness?" Seeing his smile, King Yi had a bad feeling, but he kept smiling. His face was still full of smiles. "Prime Minister, please speak." Jiao Shidao said calmly. King Yi deliberately organized the Mansion of Spirits and hired the masters in the Jianghu to assassinate the officials in Wutang Mountain, trying to usurp the throne. I narrowly escaped and returned to Xianxia to mobilize the troops in the capital to kill King Yi and the other traitors. What do you think of this story, Your Highness? King Yi's face changed, and he forced a smile and said, "You must be joking, Prime Minister." Jiao Shidao shook his head and said, "Compared with Song Qingshu, everyone knows that Your Highness is a traitor. I think people are more willing to believe this story." At that moment, King Yi suddenly jumped up and ran down the mountain. He didn't even have time to call the men of sacrifice from the Mansion of Spirits. Jiao Shidao seemed to have expected this, and he also moved like a galloping horse. The lightness skills of the Island of Chivalry really live up to the saying, "A silver saddle shines on a white horse, galloping like a shooting star." On the other side, Dojo Monk couldn't help but praise. The great master was very knowledgeable, so he had naturally heard of some kung fu of the Island of Chivalry. Now that things had come to this, there was nothing they could do, so they didn't have to worry about anything else. They just sat back and watched. King Yi was a very hateful person. Letting Jiao Shidao kill him would be a relief for everyone. Of course, it would be better if the two of them could fight each other and hurt each other. However, they all knew that it was impossible. Although King Yi was good at kung fu, he was no match for a great master. As expected, Jiao Shidao caught King Yi's shoulder and threw him back to the ground like a dead dog. "Your Highness." There were still many men of sacrifice from the Mansion of Spirits in the bamboo forest. Seeing this, they all rushed over with their swords, trying to save King Yi. Jiao Shidao snorted and stamped his foot on the ground. The scattered weapons on the ground, such as knives, spears, and swords, were all shaken up. Then, he waved his sleeves, and those inanimate objects instantly turned into the most horrible murderous aura, nailing all the men of sacrifice who were rushing over to the trees. Seeing this, King Yi couldn't help but look defeated. He had lost his last support, and he said, "No, you can't kill me. If you kill me, the crown prince will inherit the throne. He has always hated you. You should know that if he becomes the crown prince, you won't have a good time." Jiao Shidao's face was gloomy. He knew that King Yi was telling the truth. The crown prince liked to play the guqin, so Jiao Shidao had trained a beautiful woman who was good at playing the guqin and sent her to the crown prince. The beautiful woman was good at the guqin, chess, calligraphy, and painting. She was also educated, so the crown prince quickly fell in love with her. There was a map on the wall in the palace. The crown prince once pointed at the Xianxia state and said, "If I succeed in the future, I will put Jiao Shidao here." He also used to call Jiao Shidao Xin, because he would either be exiled to the Xin state or the N state. How could Jiao Shidao tolerate such a crown prince becoming the crown prince? Although he was ambitious, he was now second only to the crown prince. He had been hesitating until he found out about the crown prince's attitude toward him. Finally, he made up his mind and began to prepare for this shocking plan. "Who said I want the crown prince to inherit the throne? We can just support a trustworthy member of the royal family. I think Lord Beijing is a good choice." Jiao Shidao snorted. Although Lord Beijing was also from the Isle of Heroes, he wasn't one of them. He just wanted to let him pass for a while, and he had other plans for the future. Zhao Guo's entire body was extremely weak. At this time, he finally gathered a bit of strength and said, "What a wishful thinking. But there are so many people here who saw you murder the emperor. Can you really shut the mouths of the world?" Jiao Shidao glanced around and said expressionlessly, "Kill them all. Then no one will know what happened here." Please remember the domain name of this book. Wonderful Bookhouse mobile version. What? Everyone subconsciously held their weapons and took a few steps back. However, they were afraid that they would be struck by lightning if they moved, so they didn't dare to be the first to come out. As for the great grandmasters, they had already gotten over it long ago. They looked calm and indifferent. Li Qingluo's hand, which was holding Xiaolong News, was shaking. She whispered, "I'll try my best to hold him back. You're good at lightness skill, so maybe you can escape." Xiao Longnu shook her head. You're good at lightness skill, too. I'll hold him back. You should go. Li Qingluo frowned and said, my wave-like subtle steps is the best at dodging, so I can hold him back for a while. How can you? Don't be impulsive. I'm older than you, and I've experienced everything in my life. You still have many years to enjoy. Remember to tell Song what happened here, in case he falls into Jia Shidao's trap in the future. And, if possible, ask him to avenge me. Xiao Longnu hesitated and didn't say anything. The descendants of the ancient tomb sect had always been pure. She didn't feel sad when Grandma's son died in front of her. Now that Li Qingluo's analysis was reasonable, she didn't argue with her anymore. At this time, Jia Shidao waved his hand, and a group of fully armed soldiers surrounded them with crossbows. The rest of the people from the House of Spirits tried to fight back, but they were quickly killed. These people seemed to have received orders in advance. They only shot the remaining guards of the House of Spirits and didn't attack anyone else. Li Qingluo and Xiao Longnu looked at each other and didn't move. It wasn't a good time to escape. Soon, only Yin Lighting and them were left standing. The others were seriously injured and on the verge of death, lying on the ground. Prime Minister, we're on the same side. We're on the same side. Morongbo had barely gotten used to being blind, so he crawled over and grabbed Jia Shidao's trousers. He knew how pathetic he was right now, but he couldn't care less. He knew that if he died, there would be nothing left. He shouldered the hope of reviving the Yin kingdom. How could he die so easily? On the same side? Jia Shidao sneered and said, you are the descendants of the great Yin dynasty's royal family. I wouldn't dare to associate myself with you. Morongbo squeezed out a smile with great difficulty. It's already been 700 or 800 years, being able to keep my life is already very fortunate, how could I dare to ask for anything else? In the future, I will definitely follow Lord Prime Minister's lead. Morongfu had joined Jia Shidao's side before, so he could be considered Jia Shidao's confidant to some extent. He had been a guest before, so he was still a bit proud, so he hadn't completely joined Jia Shidao. But now, he couldn't care less. Follow my lead? Jia Shidao snorted. I almost lost everything because of what your son did in Sichuan. What's the point of keeping an ungrateful wolf cub like him? After the incident in Sichuan, Morongfu had been accused of treason, and everyone wanted to beat him up. How could Jia Shidao want to be associated with him? What's more, Morongfu had betrayed him, and there was only one betrayal. If there was one betrayal, there would be a second one. Now that Morongbo was blind, how could he and his son still be of any use? That was a misunderstanding, Morongbo hurriedly explained. Suddenly, he fiercely attacked Jia Shidao's lower body with his finger. As an ambitious man, he had keenly realized from Jia Shidao's tone that he wouldn't let him go, so he decided to go all out and attack Jia Shidao at such a close distance. He might be able to save his life. Although he was blind, he still had his martial arts. Of course, under normal circumstances, he wouldn't be able to use his martial arts at all, let alone fight against a great master. Even if he were to fight against someone at the same level as him, or even someone who used to be far weaker than him, he wouldn't be able to use his martial arts. But now, he was clinging to Jia Shidao's leg and begging. Even if he couldn't see, he could still see Jia Shidao's position. The fingers of his right hand Jia Shidao had been disabled by Song Qingshu's sword qi. This time, he clung to Jia Shidao's leg with his right hand and used joined finger with his left hand to poke Jia Shidao's lower abdomen. Joined finger was the most powerful unique skill of the Murong family. This time, in order to survive, he had condensed the peak of his lifetime martial arts. He had never used joined finger so well in his life. As long as he poked Jia Shidao's lower abdomen, even if Jia Shidao was a great master, he would be seriously injured even if he didn't die. At that time, he could take Jia Shidao down the mountain, and he should be able to save his life. After going down the mountain, he could find a place to hide and slowly inquire about Fuer's whereabouts. As long as he was alive, there was hope. However, he suddenly felt a sharp pain coming from his finger, followed by a few crisp sounds. He knew that his finger had been twisted off. In his shock, he wanted to retreat, but a palm as heavy as Mount Tai had already slapped the top of his head. Morongbo's body shook, and then he didn't know anything. Jia Dao took out a handkerchief and wiped the blood on his hand. He said coldly, "Since I know you and your father are wolves, how could I let you get so close to me without taking precautions?" The people on the side looked from afar and saw Murongbo's whole body lying on the ground like a pile of mud. His eyes, nose, and mouth were bleeding, and his expression was hideous. Obviously, he was dead. Giving Murongbo a taste of his own medicine. Most of Murongbo's reputation had been built by Murongbo. Although the people on the scene didn't like his character, they still sighed when they thought that such a master-level person was gone just like that. Only dead people can keep secrets. Murongbo has lived his whole life. Why can't he see through this? Zhao Go, who was watching all this, felt a little happy. He wanted Jia Dao to kill all these traitors. An official is indeed an official. He hit the nail on the head. Jia Dao now had victory in his hands, so he wasn't in a hurry to make a move. He had been humble in front of this person for decades. If he killed him with one strike, the victory would be a little boring. Zhao Go glanced at Sherpatian, who was on the other side, and laughed. "If I'm not wrong, you won't keep this young man alive, right?" Jia Dao smiled and didn't deny it. "What happened on the mountain can't be leaked." "Godfather." Sherpatian was shocked. He had been an orphan since he was a child, and he had never felt the warmth of a family. Jia Dao had been very nice to him recently, and he had even adopted him as his son. In his heart, he had vaguely regarded Jia Dao as his father, so he followed his orders obediently and helped him complete tasks several times. How could he have known that he would be killed in return? Jia Dao showed a disdainful smile and didn't even look at him. His son could only be a precious treasure. How could this bastard want to be his son? "You are really cruel." Zhao Go took a few breaths, and then he had the strength to continue. "Look at this young man, he really does treat you as his family. You won't even let him go. Won't you disappoint your subordinates?" Jia Dao snorted. "Are you still trying to drive a wedge between us? These are all loyal subordinates that I trained myself. They are absolutely trustworthy." Sherpatian looked sad. He understood what Jia Dao was implying. Obviously, he didn't trust him because he didn't know where he came from. Jia Dao was more willing to trust the people that he had trained himself. Dojo monk suddenly said, "You learned the legendary Hori Taishan Sutra?" "That's right." Jia Dao was a little proud. Obviously, his achievements in martial arts were no less than his achievements in power. No wonder, no wonder. Only this legendary martial art can give birth to a great master. Huang Chang sighed. Although Jia Dao was obviously the weakest among them under normal circumstances, he was still a great master. Moreover, the outcome had been decided, so there was no point in worrying about it. "Let's go." At that moment, Li Qingluo pushed Xiaolong Nu and used the wavering subtle steps. She attacked Jia Dao with the wavering subtle steps. "You overestimate yourself." Jia Dao snorted and took a step forward. Li Qingluo was shocked to find that the following changes of the wavering subtle steps were all restrained, so she couldn't dodge it. "Wu Wang is pursuing the younger sister." At that moment, a voice suddenly came from the side. Those were the 2 steps of the wavering subtle steps, and Li Qingluo had already memorized them. But normally, the younger sister would be pursuing the younger sister. If it was the other way around, wouldn't the person be tripped by themselves? But now, she couldn't dodge it, so she could only listen to the instructions of the voice. She didn't expect to dodge it so narrowly. Jia Dao looked back at the source of the voice and couldn't help but frown. "You're not dead yet." "Although I'm not dead, I'm not far from it. But seeing the daughter of an old friend in danger before I die, I can't just let her blood spill on the spot." The monk looked calm, as if he was talking about something that had nothing to do with him. At that moment, Xiaolong Nu also attacked with her sword. Jia Dao used his sleeve to block her sword, and then slapped his back to block the sword that came from behind. Xiaolong Nu's sword was extremely fast, and the pure heart of the Jade Maiden swordplay was elusive. Even if she met someone whose martial arts were higher than hers, they would often be beaten into a sorry state by her swordplay, such as Jinlu and Fuwang. Unfortunately, Jia Dao was a great master, and there was a qualitative difference between them. How could he be hurt by her sword, After blocking his opponent's long sword, Jia Sherdao rushed forward and slapped her shoulder, which made it difficult for Xiaolong Nu to use her left and right inter-combat. Flower under the moon. Wang Chongyang had seen her use the pure heart of Jade Maiden swordsmanship, so he quickly understood the essence of this sword technique. Plus, he knew the Chuanjin sword techniques and the pure heart of Jade Maiden swordsmanship like the back of his hand, and he was a great master, so he naturally knew what move Xiaolong Nu should use next. Little gardening chrysanthemum. Light drinking wine. Colorful brush drawing eyebrows. Raising case to draw eyebrows. After directing several moves in a row, Wang Chongyang suddenly realized the meaning behind the names of these moves, and he suddenly felt a little lost. While he was in a daze, Xiaolong Nu was instantly in danger. Why didn't you leave just now? Seeing her stay, Li Qingluo was a little angry and a little relieved, but she didn't dare to delay, so she hurried over to help. The monk on the side also gave advice from time to time. He knew all the martial arts of the Xiaoyao sect, so it wasn't difficult for him to give advice to a junior. Seeing this, Enlighting also joined the battle. His Tai Chi sword was the best among the 7 heroes. Plus, the pure heart of Jade Maiden swordsmanship was good at attacking, and the Tai Chi sword was good at defending. As soon as Enlighting joined the battle, the pressure on the 2 girls was greatly relieved. Dojo Monk and Huang Chong looked at each other and began to teach Enlighting how to use his moves. Although they didn't know Tai Chi sword, their martial arts were at a high level, so it wasn't difficult for them to teach Enlighting how to use his moves and dodge. Xiaolong Nu and the other 2 were already the best of the young generation. Now, with the guidance of the great masters, the 3 of them were evenly matched with Jia Sherdao. After fighting for more than 10 rounds, he still couldn't defeat them. Jia Sherdao was angry. He knew that the monk and the others had unfathomable cultivation and extraordinary eyesight. With their guidance, it would be difficult for him to gain the upper hand in moves. After thinking about this, he already had an idea. Suddenly, he opened his mouth and shouted. Dozens of years of martial arts surged out. Although the 3 people in front of him were considered good in the Jianghu, they were still young and couldn't compare with the cultivation of the great masters. They were suddenly shocked by the sound wave and blacked out. Jia Sherdao took the opportunity to kick Enlighting away, hit Li Qingluo's shoulder with one hand, and pressed the top of Xiaolong Nu's head with the other. In fact, he was a little hesitant when he attacked. Xiaolong Nu was as beautiful as a fairy, and it would be a pity if she died like this. If Baoyu was still alive, he would definitely like her. Please remember the domain name of this book. Wonderful Bookhouse mobile version website. Jia Sherdao didn't look happy at all when he saw that his hand was on top of Xiaolong Nu's head, because his hand didn't feel anything solid. As expected, Xiaolong Nu's figure started to fade away. It turned out that what he had just hit was just an afterimage. Jia Sherdao looked up and saw a young man holding Xiaolong Nu in his arms. He asked with concern, "Are you okay?" Seeing that everyone was looking at them, Xiaolong Nu blushed a little. She struggled out of his arms and shook her head. "I'm fine." Jia Sherdao's expression changed. "Song Qingshu? Why are you here?" The man was Song Qingshu. His hair was a little messy, and there was a little sweat on his forehead. It was obvious that he had a hard time traveling here. "Why can't I be here?" Song Qingshu went over to check on Li Qingluo and Enlighting's injuries. Fortunately, Jia Sherdao had only intended to attack Xiaolong Nu, so although the 2 of them were injured, they weren't fatal. "Yangzhou." Jia Sherdao closed his mouth as soon as he opened his mouth. He thought that since his opponent was here, he must have taken care of everything there. He had underestimated him. What kind of lightness skill was that? "It's so close, yet so far," Song Qingshu answered as he checked on their injuries. Wang Chongyang, who wasn't far away, smiled. Back in the Chongyang Palace, his opponent had used this move to break his Big Dipper formation. He admired him a lot. When the woman in the yellow dress saw that he had finally come, she immediately relaxed. However, she was still a little annoyed. If he had come with her, the situation on the mountain wouldn't have been like this. Huang Chong and the drunkard monk both sighed. Although his opponent had come, he was still a little late. If the 3 of them had joined forces at the beginning, they wouldn't have been afraid of him. But then they thought about how cunning old foxes like the sweeper monk and Jia Sherdao were, and if he had come earlier, he might have ended up like them. King Yi even looked a bit excited, because he knew that if Song Qingshu hadn't shown up, he would definitely have been killed by Jia Sherdao. At that time, he would have to be the scapegoat for the rebellion and kill the emperor, which would help him maintain his reputation as a loyal minister. Although falling into Song Qingshu's hands wouldn't end well, he was happy as long as Jia Sherdao didn't get what he wanted. He and Jia Sherdao were partners, and now Jia Sherdao betrayed him and plotted against him. Therefore, he hated Jia Sherdao to the extreme. He would rather give it to someone else than Jia Sherdao. Only Zhao Go looked at Song Qingshu's back with resentment. He didn't believe that Song Qingshu had just arrived. He thought that he must have been hiding in the dark, waiting for him, Jia Sherdao, and King Yi to injure each other before coming out to reap the benefits. He had made up his mind that he would pretend to be courteous with him first, and when he returned to the capital, he would issue an edict to depose him as king of Qi. At the same time, he would announce that he had participated in Jia Sherdao's rebellion and call on the whole world to punish him. So close, yet so far? Jia Sherdao murmured, thinking that the name was very appropriate. But he quickly came back to his senses. He looked at Song Qingshu and said, "Although you are good at martial arts, what can you do by yourself?" After saying that, he pointed at the injured people on the ground and ordered his soldiers, "Kill them." Although these people had lost the ability to fight back, they were all extraordinary people. In addition, they had just instructed Xiao Longnu and the others to almost cause him trouble, which reminded Jia Sherdao that keeping them alive would be a disaster, and it was better to get rid of them as soon as possible. Song Qingshu didn't seem to be worried. Instead, he said calmly, "Do you think you're the only one with subordinates?" Jia Sherdao was stunned. Suddenly, he heard a commotion from his soldiers. They screamed, "Snakes! There are snakes!" He turned around and found that the well-trained soldiers were panicking. The well-trained soldiers panicked, and their formation fell into disarray. When they looked at the ground again, they saw countless colorful snakes wandering around. They were obviously extremely poisonous. "Don't panic. Kill them first," Jia Sherdao yelled angrily. These people were well-trained, after all. Although most of them were thrown off their feet by the poisonous snakes, a few of them still found a chance to raise their crossbows and shoot at Wang Chongyang, Huang Cheng, and the others. Seeing that these important people were about to be killed by the sharp arrows, a figure suddenly flashed in front of them and caught all the arrows. "Ha ha ha, old Wang, I didn't expect that one day you would need me to save your life." A tall old man with yellow hair and beard stood next to Wang Chongyang, holding an arrow in his hand. He laughed proudly. "I haven't seen you for a long time. Brother Feng's martial arts have improved." Wang Chongyang couldn't help but smile bitterly. The old man's expression suddenly changed. He snorted and said, "I was severely injured by your single yang finger back then, and it cost me more than 10 years of my life. It's a pity that your martial arts are too good, and I'm usually not your match. But now, hee, I really want to kill you with one slap." Wang Chongyang was speechless. Western poison Ouyang Feng. Jia Sherdao frowned slightly. He had already recognized him. At this moment, another figure flashed by, and a sky full of palms slapped down on the crossbowmen, instantly ending their lives. Iron palm floating on water? Jia Sherdao was confused. "Aren't you all working in the Jin Kingdom? Why are you with that Song guy? Are the Jin people involved too?" Thinking of this, he looked down the mountain worriedly. Xiao Qianren laughed and said, "Although we work in the Jin Kingdom, we are also Jianghu people. Wutang Mountain is so lively, how could we not come to see the great master? I'm afraid you're not qualified." Jia Sherdao raised his hand and shot out a whistling arrow. Soon, a group of people in yellow and cyan clothes came from the other side. These people were different from the soldiers. They were obviously Jianghu masters. They kept shooting hidden weapons, and soon Ouyang Feng's snake formation was disrupted. The soldiers gradually recovered from the chaos. Ouyang Feng's face twitched. Seeing his snake formation being slaughtered like this, his heart was bleeding. Bastard! He couldn't hold back anymore, and he jumped toward those people. The people in yellow and cyan clothes didn't fear him at all. Instead of being cut like vegetables by Ouyang Feng, they quickly put Ouyang Feng at a disadvantage. Seeing that, Qiu Qianren hurried to help, so Ouyang Feng didn't make a fool of himself. At this time, Song Qingshu reminded them, they are the good reward and evil punish messengers of the Isle of Heroes. Their kung fu is not weak. Don't let your guard down. Jia Sherdao smiled coldly and said, I'm determined to win this trip to Wutang Mountain, so I've sent almost all the good reward and evil punish messengers of the Isle of Heroes here. I don't believe that you guys can do anything. Zhu Banji's Jianghu masters. Guarding the way up the mountain had been messed up by Huang Yasher's melody of the rising tide. However, after so long, Zhu Banji's guards hadn't come, mainly because they were stopped by the masters of the Isle of Heroes. After all, King Yi wasn't stupid. If Jia Sherdao had only sent Sherpatian and ignored the others, he wouldn't have cooperated with him. However, he didn't expect Jia Sherdao to be a great master. The other soldiers wanted to kill the wounded on the ground, but Song Yuanqiao and Yu Lianzhou came with the Wutang Mountain disciples and stopped them. The two sides were evenly matched. The Wutang clan isn't controlled? If it were before, King Yi would have cursed. But now, he just wanted to give Li Qingluo a thumbs up and say, well done. Jia Sherdao looked at Li Qingluo and Xiaolong Nu and said in a deep voice, so, you and the Wutang clan are acting together. It makes sense. You guys don't have a clear relationship with Song Yuanqiao, so why would you really attack the Wutang clan? Where's Zhang Sanfeng? Call him out. After all, this was what he was most afraid of. Wu-Tang disciples like Song Yuanqiao and Yu Lianzhou couldn't change the situation. Hearing Zhang Sanfeng's name, even Wang Chongyang, Huang Chang, and the others were moved. Although there hadn't been a convincing ranking in Jianghu, Zhang Sanfeng was still considered the most powerful man in the world by most people. If he was here, who could be his opponent? Song Qingshu answered, I don't need to bother my great master to deal with you. I can deal with you alone. Jia Sherdao rolled his eyes and couldn't help but laugh. It seems that the attack from the hidden mountain villa wasn't in vain. Zhang Sanfeng is either dead or seriously injured. He knew that if Zhang Sanfeng was safe and sound, there was no need for him to hide at this time. The two great grandmasters could crush him with their absolute strength. Why would they let their disciples come out and take the risk? Moreover, with Zhang Sanfeng's character, firstly, he disdained to play these underhanded tricks with Song Qingshu. Secondly, if he were unharmed, he would definitely not sit idly by and watch as his seclusion ground was ruined to such an extent. Song Qingshu said calmly, so what? I've already said that I can deal with you alone. Jia Sherdao snorted. I have so many masters under me. Your people can't hold on much longer. Song Qingshu glanced over. Although Ouyang Feng and Qiu Qianren's martial arts were very high, the Isle of Heroes messengers' reward, kindness, punishing, and evil were not weak either. Moreover, they had the advantage in numbers. Relying on others is not as reliable as relying on your own strength. Song Qingshu sighed and suddenly said in a loud voice, if you want the antidote, you know what to do now. Jia Sherdao was stunned. He didn't understand what he meant. Suddenly, the people of the Isle of Chivalry changed. Zhang San and Li Si attacked the other messengers. Those people didn't expect that their companions would suddenly attack them, and many of them were instantly injured. It took them a lot of effort to calm down, but the situation was already reversed. Zhang San and Li Si, do you know what the price of betraying me is? Jia Sherdao shouted angrily. Zhang San smiled bitterly. Prime Minister, it's nothing more than death. But we were hit by his life-death spell in the Vulture Palace. If we don't listen to him, we'll beg for death. Jia Sherdao turned around and glared at Song Qingshu. Very good. I didn't expect you to be so calculative at such a young age. You planted a spy beside me from the very beginning. I'm no match for you in terms of scheming. Song Qingshu shrugged. Can we start now? Jia Sherdao grinned. You and I are at the same level. Do you really think you can beat me? Song Qingshu took a step forward. One-on-one, you'll definitely die. There seemed to be an invisible aura around him. Jia Sherdao took a step back subconsciously. He was a little angry at himself for retreating. However, he knew that although he was at a high level, he had been pampered all these years, and he didn't have many opportunities to fight. At the same level, he was at a disadvantage compared to the people in the Jianghu, who fought all day long. Jia Sherdao quickly calmed himself down and made a gesture toward the south. I'm a man of wealth. I don't need to fight a desperate man like you. Jia Sherdao quickly composed himself and gestured to the south. Then, a figure slowly walked over. He was wearing a yellow Taoist robe, and he looked like a Taoist priest. Many people were shocked, wondering if it was Zhang Sanfeng. Only the people of the Wu-Tang clan knew Zhang Sanfeng's dressing style. Plus, he was injured, so it was impossible for him to be here. Please remember the domain name of this book.com. Wonderful Bookhouse. As the man's face was revealed, the sweeping monk, the drunkard monk, and the others were all confused. Only Wang Chongyang and a few others seemed to be thinking. Jia Jing? Zhao Go exclaimed. Jia Jing was the heir of Duke Ning, so he had been to the palace to see the emperor. But most of the time, he lived in seclusion, making elixirs in a Taoist temple all day long. Many people in Linen said that he was possessed. If he ate elixirs like that, he wouldn't live long. Because he hadn't shown up in public for many years, many people thought he had died from taking too many elixirs. They didn't even remember his existence. Even Zhao Go had to think for a long time to recognize him. At this time, Huang Cheng and the others looked at each other and saw the same confusion in each other's eyes. Another great master? This great grandmaster was too worthless. Every one of them was a legendary figure in the Jianghu. Every one of them had either created an amazing ultimate skill or had a legendary battle record. Every one of them was an existence that resounded like thunder in the ears of the world. But Jia Sherdao and his brother were beyond everyone's understanding. They had never heard of them practicing martial arts. How could they be great masters? And both of them were great masters? Dragon Island Master? Sherposhan's shout woke everyone up. Jia Jing was the Dragon Island Master. Everyone was shocked. Who was Jia Sherdao? As if he had seen everyone's confusion, Jia Sherdao laughed and said, people only know that there are 2 Dragon Island Masters on the Island of Heroes, but they don't know that there are actually 2 Dragon Island Masters. Everyone was confused at first, but they were all smart people, so they quickly understood. Jia Sherdao was a powerful minister in the imperial court. The government affairs in the imperial court were complicated enough, and he had to go to the court often. Naturally, he didn't have much time to take care of things in Jianghu. When he was away, he had to ask someone else to take care of things on the Island of Heroes. However, to be in charge of such an important department like the Island of Heroes, one had to be powerful enough, and the other had to be one of his own people. After thinking about it, his cousin Jia Jing was the best candidate. Everyone in the capital knew that Jia Jing hid in a Taoist temple all day to seek immortality, so it was a good cover for him. At this time, Song Qingshu looked at Sherpadian and asked, little brother, did you tell them how to decipher the patterns on the stone wall? Sherpo Xianxia subconsciously nodded and said, yes, I was invited to the island by the 2 island masters, and I coincidentally learned the martial arts on the stone wall. Those martial arts belonged to them, of course I wouldn't hide it from them. No wonder. Song Qingshu nodded to himself. Unlike Sherpadian, Dragon Island Master and Jia Sherdao were already masters at the Grand Master level. Now that they knew the correct way to practice the Taishan Sutra, they were like tigers that had grown wings. In comparison, Sherposhan's martial arts foundation was too shallow. He had accidentally learned the pictures on the stone wall. Although he was already a top master in Jianghu, he was still one step away from becoming a real Grand Master. Of course, Song Qingshu wasn't worried at all, because he had taken the best part of the Taishan Sutra. The tadpole text in the secret room was even more important than the Sanskrit general principles in the Nining Sutra. Without the best part, they would never be able to use the true power of the Taishan Sutra. How did you know about the patterns on the stone wall? Jia Sherdao suddenly turned around and stared at him sharply. He even had all kinds of guesses in his mind, wondering if he had been to the Island of Heroes, or if he had something to do with Baoyu's disappearance. Song Qingshu smiled and said, you're not the only one who has an intelligence network. I have my own channels of information, too. As he spoke, he subconsciously glanced at Zhang San and Li Si, who were in the middle of the battle. Now that he was facing 2 great grandmasters, he didn't dare to be careless. He naturally had to find a way to give them false information, and at the same time, hide his strength in preparation for the upcoming battle. In this regard, he admired Xiao Feng in the original work. The reason why Xiao Feng was recognized as the god of war was that every time he fought, no matter how strong or weak his opponent was, he would always use all of his strength to fight. When facing second or third-rate masters like Elder Tan and Granny Tan, he had to be extremely vigilant in case they hurt him. Xiao Feng always imagined the worst at the beginning. For example, he was worried that he wouldn't be able to defeat Murong Fu and Yu Tongji at the same time. When Liao rebelled against the king of Chu, he also thought he was going to die. Who knew that the situation would be reversed the next moment? That was why in the original work, Xiao Feng had never lost a battle. He wasn't like Duan Yu or Zhang Wuji, who wore godly equipment but were often beaten by people who weren't as good as they were. However, although this was good for the actual battle, there was also a disadvantage. That was, Xiao Feng would use all of his strength when he attacked. If he wasn't careful, he could easily hurt his own people, which would lead to irreversible consequences. For example, Azu at Little Mirror Lake. As expected, Jia Sherdao was misled by the look in his eyes. He suddenly felt relieved. He thought that when this was over, he would definitely let Zhang San and Li Si, the two traitors, know what it meant to be better off dead than alive. At that moment, Dragon Island Master glanced at Island Master Mu, who was lying not far away. He frowned but didn't say anything. This was the internal fight of the Ronghua mansion, and it had nothing to do with the Ningguo mansion. In case anything unexpected happens, we'd better get rid of him as soon as possible. Dragon Island Master immediately turned his attention to Song Qingshu. Song Qingshu gestured for Xiao Longnu to hide aside, and then said proudly, "You two can come at me together." Jia Sherdao was so angry that he laughed. How arrogant. Dragon Island Master also looked at him. Young man, how arrogant you are. Song Qingshu smiled faintly. If I didn't say that, would you fight me alone? The two of them held their breath, and they couldn't say a word. You're just trying to talk big. Dragon Island Master snorted and didn't say anything else. He slowly raised his right hand. At first, he was holding nothing in his hand, but as he raised his hand higher and higher, there seemed to be a sort of nothingness in his hand. Jia Sherdao made a strange gesture. He clenched his fist, as if he was holding a transparent wine cup in his hand, and he was going to drink it. The sweeping monk's eyes froze. He recognized that he had just been injured by this punch. The two of them locked their auras on Song Qingshu, who was in the center. The whole bamboo forest moved even though there was no wind, and the atmosphere was extremely chilling. Huang Chang and the others couldn't help but nod. The Taishan Sutra is indeed worthy of its reputation. The great masters had experienced many things in their lives. Even if they died here, they wouldn't have many regrets. Being able to see the legendary Taishan Sutra with their own eyes before they died was even more gratifying. Song Qingshu was the only one who recognized the two's moves. The Dragon Island Master's move should be the starting move of taking off the sword and crossing the knee, while Jia Sherdao's move was the fist technique contained in 3 cups of breath promise. The two of them had indeed practiced the martial arts moves on the stone wall to the extreme. Huang Chang couldn't help but ask, who do you think will win? The great masters had been carried together by the disciples of the Wu-Tang sect and left in a relatively safe corner, so they decided to have a tea party. Dojo Monk thought for a while and answered, if it were one-on-one, I think Almsgiver Song would win. But one-on-two, it would be too difficult. He didn't say it directly, but it was clear what he meant. Xiao Longnu and the yellow-robed woman were suddenly nervous. Wang Chongyang shook his head and said, I think at least little brother won't lose. Although there was a big gap between their ages, in Jianghu, Song Qingshu's martial arts were already at the same level as theirs, so no one objected to him calling him little brother. Back in the Chongyang Palace, Wang Chongyang had used the Big Dipper formation with all his strength, but still hadn't been able to defeat him. Looking at his martial arts now, it was obvious that he had made great progress. Although Jia Sherdao and the yellow-robed woman were great masters, they weren't as strong as Wang Chongyang alone. Even if the two of them joined forces, they might not be able to defeat each other. However, thinking of how he had been restrained when fighting against Huang Chang and Dojo Monk, he wasn't so sure about Song Qingshu's outcome. Hearing him say this, the women's hearts calmed down a little. At that moment, the sweeping monk suddenly said, I think Song Qingshu will win. Oh? Why? The others couldn't help but ask. Although they had just been injured by him, they were all in the same situation now. They had lived for most of their lives, so there was nothing they couldn't accept. The sweeping monk smiled but didn't say anything. In his mind, he remembered how the masters of the Shaolin Temple had surrounded Song Qingshu and been seriously injured by him. He had appeared to save him, and the little golden man in Song Qingshu's eyes was like a shadow. Even thinking about it now, he still felt a little scared. At his level of martial arts, it could be said that he was the best in the whole martial arts world, and almost nothing could bring him a sense of crisis. However, at that time, a flash of gold in Song Qingshu's eyes made his hair stand on end. That feeling was something he had never felt before. Seeing that he was keeping them in suspense, the other great masters were secretly dissatisfied. They thought, if you don't tell us, can't we see for ourselves? Only Huang Chang seemed to be deep in thought. Clearly, he also remembered when he had fought against Song Qingshu in the Imperial Palace, and how he had held back his attack. At that moment, they had already exchanged blows. The Dragon Island master made the first move. He had originally looked old and clumsy, but when he made his move, it was as if he had instantly become a vigorous young man. His whole body seemed to flash, and his figure kept appearing in all directions around Song Qingshu. The sword of nothingness in his hand pierced towards Song Qingshu from all sorts of strange angles. Is this the sword technique of the Supreme Mystery Sutra? In the whole martial arts world, I think only the sword demon's solitary 9 swords can match it. Wang Chongyang couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. His attainments in swordsmanship were extremely profound, and with just a few glances, he could tell that this sword technique was much more profound than his Chuanjin sword technique. Of course, his Chuanjin sword technique was moderate and gentle, suitable for martial artists of all levels to practice. It was a martial art that truly benefited the whole martial arts world. The Dragon Island master's sword technique had a very high requirement for skill, and there weren't many people in the martial arts world who were suitable to practice this sword technique, so it was not suitable to be popularized. Huang Chang snorted. I think the ancient Tomb Sect's pure heart of Jade Maiden sword technique improved by the Bixia sword manual is not bad, but the young lady's skill is too weak. If you were to use it, it would definitely be better than the Dragon Island master's sword technique. Wang Chongyang laughed awkwardly. I don't know my shitty's left and right and turf fighting technique, so I can't use the sword with both hands like Miss Long with his eyesight. He could naturally tell that Xiao Long Nu must have received guidance from Zhou Badong, which was why she could use the Chuanjin sword technique with one hand and the Jade Maiden sword technique with the other. The drunkard monk laughed. With you and Miss Lin working together, who in the world can beat you? These great masters all knew about the trivial matter between Wang Chongyang and Lin Chaoying, so they wanted to use this to make fun of him. Wang Chongyang's face heated up. Matters of the heart, what do you, a monk, know? The sweeping monk on the side didn't have the mind to care about their romantic past. Looking at the battlefield, he mumbled, I feel that the power of this sword technique is mostly due to this set of light footwork. First set a small goal, such as 1 second. The drunkard monk also nodded in agreement. Yes, this set of footwork is indeed strange. When running, it is like a galloping horse. When attacking in a small area, there is no sign of advance or retreat. In the entire Jianghu, it is also the top lightness skill. Wang Chongyang sighed. Unfortunately, compared with Song Qingshu's lightness skill, it is still a lot worse. During the battle at Chongyang Palace, Song Qingshu so close, yet worlds apart had filled him with awe. It had even faintly opened the door to a higher realm for him. Thus, in his heart, if one were to talk about the #1 lightness technique in the world, it would definitely be Song Qingshu. His lightness skill is indeed beyond the reach of human beings. At this time, Huang Chang's mind was thinking of the scene in the Lin Imperial Palace when Yi Futian went up to the sky to pray for rain, which was indeed beyond his understanding. Although the Dragon Island master's lightness skill was excellent, none of them were worse than him. However, compared with Song Qingshu, there was a world of difference. Thinking of how he had sneaked into the Imperial Palace several times and how he couldn't catch up with him, Huang Chang suddenly felt that his teeth were itching. Hearing that the great masters seemed to have become Song Qingshu's fans, Xiao Long Nu, who had been as cold as ice, slightly raised her lips and showed a faint smile. The yellow-robed woman on the side saw her reaction and couldn't help but sigh secretly. Just now, when Song Qingshu came, he had been hugging her and asking about her well-being, but he didn't even talk to her. Such a difference made her joy when she first saw Song Qingshu disappear. Although she felt a little sad, she still looked at the field with worry. No matter how much of a jerk Song Qingshu was, it was better than letting Jia Shidao's people become the winners. Facing the Dragon Island Master's attacks from all kinds of unpredictable angles, Song Qingshu's body was much slower. It was as if he was just taking a walk after dinner. His movements were extremely slow. But even with such a big difference in speed, the Dragon Island Master's storm-like attacks didn't even stab the corner of his clothes. Huang Chang couldn't help but sigh. No wonder he can be among the great masters at such a young age. His eyesight and control are even better than mine. The drunkard monk smiled bitterly. If I were in his place and faced the Dragon Island Lord's attack, I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to do what he did. The other great grandmasters also nodded their heads in agreement. They had always felt that Song Qingshu had become a great grandmaster at such a young age, most likely because of all kinds of fortuitous encounters. It was only when they saw his response that they realized how heaven-defying his innate talent was. They thought to themselves, if he was given another few decades, to what extent would he grow to? Of course, these great grandmasters didn't know that they were actually underestimating themselves. It was important to note that the reason Song Qingshu was able to walk so leisurely was largely because he was familiar with the Taishan Sutra sword techniques, so he could often predict the enemy's moves. It was just that his reputation was out there, coupled with his outstanding qigong. A group of people subconsciously thought that he had this ability, so they did not think in that direction. Jia Shidao had been waiting for an opportunity. He had planned to wait for the Dragon Island Lord to stall Song Qingshu, and when he showed a flaw, he would take advantage of the situation to attack and kill him with one strike, just like how Wan Chongyang had sneak-attacked Huang Chang and the drunkard monk, and how he had sneak-attacked the sweeping monk. Unfortunately, after watching for a while, he found that the Dragon Island Lord was not a threat to Song Qingshu at all. He didn't dare to wait any longer. If the Dragon Island Lord was killed, wouldn't he have a great advantage and be defeated by his opponent one by one? Jia Shidao's palm strike even created a sonic boom, which made the great grandmasters secretly compare. Jia Shidao was weak in experience and timing, but in terms of inner power and martial arts, he was no worse than them. Song Qingshu sighed inwardly. Originally, he had finally found an opening with great difficulty. He had thought that he could severely injure the Dragon Island Lord in 3 moves, but Jia Shidao did not give him the chance. With Jia Shidao's participation, Song Qingshu suddenly felt more pressure. Jia Shidao and the Dragon Island Lord's martial arts were the same. One practiced the sword skills in the Taishan Sutra, and the other practiced the fist skills in the Taishan Sutra. Plus, they had the same qigong and inner breath, so they were like fish in water when they worked together, which was more than 2. When 2 great grandmasters fought against one, there was no way they would lose, not to mention that the 2 great grandmasters could cooperate with each other, so it was even more certain that they would win. If Song Qingshu was not very familiar with the martial arts of the Taishan Sutra, he would have been able to resolve the crisis in advance, and they would not have been defeated. The 3 of them fought fiercely. Occasionally, when they fought, their genuine qi would spread, and even giant rocks would be turned into powder. Even Ouyang Feng, Qiu Qianren, and the messengers of the Isle of Heroes, did not dare to face them directly, and they all kept a distance from them. The disciples of the Wu-Tang clan hurried to protect the wounded and retreated further away, so that they would not be affected. The woman in the yellow dress couldn't help but say, King Qi doesn't seem to be in a good situation. Her acupoints had been unsealed by the disciples of the Wu-Tang clan, so she didn't join the other battles. Instead, she stayed to protect her master. Huang Chang nodded and said, Jia Shidao and the Dragon Island Master seem to have practiced a special joint attack technique. Every attack is made with the power of both of them. It's not easy for Song Qingshu to be able to withstand it until now. Dojo Monk also praised, this method of joint attack is really powerful. If we knew it, I'm afraid we could have defeated Brother Chongyang within 10 moves. Wang Chongyang said indignantly, don't even think about it. They were able to practice this joint attack technique because their martial arts, inner energy, and movement techniques are of the same origin. That's why they were able to cooperate perfectly. How could anyone else learn it? Dojo Monk knew that he was telling the truth. Generally, all the sects in the Jianghu had their own formations. Because everyone learned the same things, they could gather numbers to fight against strong enemies. For example, each of the Qiuanzhen 7 was much weaker than Huang Yaoshi, but when they set up a formation together, they could compete with Huang Yaoshi. However, this kind of joint attack formation was only practiced by the younger disciples of the sections. When one's martial arts reached a certain level, he or she would fight alone and would never cooperate with others, let alone people in the Great Master realm. First of all, it was difficult to reach the Great Master realm, and every Great Master had their own path. There were countless sects in the Jianghu, but there were only so many Great Masters in the entire Jianghu. It was impossible for the same sect to send out 2 Great Masters, so naturally, they couldn't practice this kind of joint attack formation. Second of all, when one reached the Great Master realm, he or she had his or her own pride. It was already difficult for them to cooperate with others to fight. Who would be so shameless as to practice this kind of joint attack formation with others? Shameless. The Grandmasters all looked down on Jia Shidao and Xiao Luo at the same time. Xiao Longnu frowned and took a step forward. Wang Chongyang seemed to know what she was thinking, so he hurriedly said, "Don't be impulsive. Although your sword technique is good, you are too weak. I'm afraid you will be torn apart by the wind from their fight before you get close. It will only distract Song Qingshu and do nothing else." Although Xiao Longnu didn't like Wang Chongyang because of the ancestral rules of the ancient Tomb sect, she knew that what he said was true, so she couldn't help but hesitate. Li Qingluo couldn't help but say, "Grandmaster, are we just going to do nothing and watch? If Jia Shidao wins, we will definitely die." She was a descendant of the Xiaoyao sect, and the sweeping monk had just been seriously injured. She didn't want to ask the 3 Great Masters about it. The sweeping monk said, "Don't worry. Believe in Mr. Song." Seeing that he was so calm, Li Qingluo could only continue to watch the fight uneasily. Seeing that Song Qingshu had dodged another joint attack, Jia Shidao wasn't surprised. Instead, he laughed and said, "Song, you're so close, yet worlds apart must have consumed a lot of internal energy. I'd like to see how many times you can use it." At the same time, he was secretly glad that Song Qingshu had used so close, yet worlds apart several times and suddenly attacked from unexpected places. If the 2 of them hadn't cooperated in taking care of each other's weaknesses, he wouldn't have known how many times he would have died. With such a magical technique, so close, yet worlds apart, no one would be a match for him in a one-on-one fight. Jia Shidao admired Song Qingshu, and at the same time, he made up his mind to take this opportunity to kill Song Qingshu. Otherwise, he would definitely become a big problem. He knew that he couldn't take the Dragon Island Master with him all the time. Once he was alone, he would be easily killed by Song Qingshu. How could he let that happen? Normally, Song Qingshu wouldn't be able to stop him with his lightness skills. But now, there were so many disciples of the Wu-Tang sect here, and his father and uncles were all there. He also had a confidant like Xiao Longnu. Besides, it was said that the yellow-shirted woman also had an ambiguous relationship with him. With so many people he cared about, how could he leave? So, today was the best opportunity to kill him. Song Qingshu, who was dozens of feet away, didn't say anything. He opened his hands and slowly raised them up. The swords and knives scattered on the ground seemed to be attracted by an invisible force. They gradually rose into the air and formed a rain of swords and knives around him. Million swords returned to origin. Many people had seen Song Qingshu use this technique, and they couldn't help but exclaim. The others looked at the swords and knives in the sky, and they were also stunned. Oh no! Unlike the ordinary experts, the Earth Sweeper monk and Huang Chang frowned, and a hint of confusion flashed in their eyes. What's wrong? Li Qingluo and the yellow-shirted woman asked in unison. Although Xiao Longnu didn't say anything, she also pricked up her ears to listen. Wang Chongyang explained, "This technique of Song Qingshu is indeed powerful. It can cause indiscriminate damage to enemies in all directions. If we were to face thousands of soldiers on the plains at the same time, we would have nowhere to hide and could only fight them head-on. Even if we were great masters, we would probably be killed by the army." However, Song Qingshu relied on this move to enter an unstoppable state amidst thousands of soldiers and horses. It's just that a group attack technique means that the power is scattered, which means that the power of each point is weaker. Of course, this weakness is relative. The power of million swords returned to origin is enough to deal with most experts, but it's not enough to deal with great masters. Li Qingluo said worriedly, fighting two great masters at the same time for so long, he's already exhausted a lot of his inner power. Isn't he just wasting his inner power by using a technique like this? The Earth Sweeper monk answered, as far as I know, he isn't such a reckless person. He probably has his reasons for doing this. That's right. Huang Chan had fought with Song Qingshu several times, and he didn't look like such a reckless person. At that moment, Jia Sherdao laughed in the distance. Song Qingshu, you're courting death. When it came to Song Qingshu, he had long since prepared detailed information on him. Naturally, he recognized the sect origin 10,000 swords and had analyzed its advantages and disadvantages. Now that Song Qingshu had actually tried to use this kind of area of effect skill to deal with two grandmasters, it seemed like he had been thrown into confusion by the two of them and had temporarily lost his mind. Please remember the domain name of this book.com. Wonderful Bookhouse. Song Qingshu suddenly smiled. The flying swords in the sky didn't attack Jia Sherdao and Li Si. Instead, they flew toward the masters of the Island of Heroes. The messengers of good and evil were focused on attacking Ouyang Feng, Qiu Qianren, Zhang San, and Li Si. They didn't expect the great masters to attack them. Suddenly, many masters of the Island of Heroes were killed by the flying swords. Ouyang Feng and the others were shocked at first, worried that they would be hurt. However, after watching for a while, they realized that the flying swords in the sky seemed to have eyes. They avoided them every time and only targeted the people of the Island of Heroes. Therefore, they were relieved and took the opportunity to attack the people of the Island of Heroes. His control is so good that he can do whatever he wants. The great masters who were watching the battle from afar all exclaimed. His precise control was an eye-opener for them. How dare you? Jia Sherdao's heart was bleeding. He had spent decades training the masters of the Island of Heroes, and they were like his life depended on it. Last time, when a group of people died in a rundown temple, he was distressed and angry for a long time. Fortunately, although the loss was not light, it was not serious. Now, the Isle of Heroes' remaining foundation was here. If they were to fall in Song Qingshu's hands, even if he managed to win, it would be a bitter victory. In a flash, he had already pounced into the midst of the messengers of rewarding kindness and punishing evil. He used his supreme fist strength to help them disperse the flying swords that filled the sky. At the same time, he secretly made up his mind that when he was free, he would definitely attack Song Yuanqiao, Xiao Longnu, and the others. He did not believe that he would not reveal any flaws. The Dragon Island master didn't go to help them. Instead, he rushed towards Song Qingshu. He knew that the flying swords in the sky were controlled by Song Qingshu. As long as he attacked Song Qingshu and distracted him, the flying swords would be destroyed. The Dragon Island Lord's first move was the fiercest killing move in the Supreme Mystery Sword art. It carried an indomitable determination. If the opponent didn't defend, this sword would be enough to kill him on the spot. The Dragon Island Master had thought it through very clearly. Song Qingshu's reaction to this move would either be to use his peerless movement technique to dodge, or to focus all his attention to defend himself. But no matter which one it was, he would definitely not have the energy to control the sect origin swords. If he hesitated even a little, he might even be heavily injured by this move of his. However, contrary to his expectations, Song Qingshu did not reveal any panic on his face. Instead, he revealed an inexplicable smile. Dragon Island Master felt a chill in his heart. He kept feeling that something was wrong, but no matter how he thought about it, he could not figure out what was wrong. He's bluffing. Soon, he came to a conclusion. At that moment, Song Qingshu no longer controlled each sword precisely. Instead, he urged all of the flying swords to shoot at Jia Sherdao. The swords spun rapidly, forming a terrifying storm of swords that could tear apart any obstacles along the way. I thought you could really do two things at the same time. The Dragon Island Master breathed a sigh of relief. Obviously, his opponent was going to turn around to defend against his move. As for that terrifying storm of swords and knives, in his opinion, it was just a facade. It could not hurt Jia Sherdao, who was a great master. In a few breaths at most, Jia Sherdao would be able to break the swords and knives that were not controlled by true qi. At that time, Jia Sherdao would come over and join hands with the Dragon Island Master to fight against Song Qingshu, who had used up most of his true qi. 10 steps to kill a person, 1,000 miles unstoppable. The Dragon Island Master was quite satisfied with this sword move. No matter whether it was accuracy, speed, or momentum, it was not at its peak. At that moment, he had a kind of confidence that even without Jia Sherdao's help, his sword move was enough to kill his opponent. Suddenly, his pupils shrank because Song Qingshu, who had been locked by his aura, had suddenly disappeared. His opponent had a move like so close, yet worlds apart, so he was not unprepared. His aura had already locked the space within a radius of dozens of feet, but his opponent had still disappeared. Retreat! At that moment, Jia Sherdao's scream came from the distance. Before the Dragon Island Master could react, he suddenly felt a chill on his forehead, and then he didn't know what happened. The moment before he fell into the endless darkness, he seemed to hear his opponent say something that was almost inaudible in his ear: "When the matter is done, go away in a huff, and hide your name and body." At that moment, he finally understood. His opponent also knew the Taishan Sutra, and he knew his sword moves very well. He had been waiting for the moment when the two of them were separated. Song Qingshu had stalled Jia Sherdao with the innumerable swords returning to origin, giving him a chance to attack. Then, under Jia Sherdao's intentional or unintentional guidance, Jia Sherdao had used the fastest, fiercest, and most powerful sword technique in the Taishan Sutra. When two masters at the same level were fighting, if one knew all the moves of the other, and could even be sure which move the other was going to use next, it was completely possible to determine the winner, or even the winner, with one move, if the other didn't expect it. However, in the eyes of others, it was a different scene. Just now, the two of them had moved at the same time, and the Dragon Island Master seemed to have been possessed, and he automatically bumped into the sword in Song Qingshu's hand. At the last moment, the winner had been determined. How is this possible? Although the sweeping monk thought highly of Song Qingshu, he had imagined that Song Qingshu would use his trump card, such as the mysterious little golden man shining in his eyes. He had never expected that Song Qingshu would win in such a way. He didn't understand why the Dragon Island Master had voluntarily bumped into Song Qingshu's attack, as if he had lost his mind. Could it be that his eyesight and judgment have reached a higher level? Wang Chongyang was also dumbfounded. He was also confused. How is this possible? Huang Chang had fought with Song Qingshu many times. He knew that although Song Qingshu was a bit abnormal, no matter how abnormal he was, his eyesight shouldn't be higher than theirs. Xiao Long knew, and the yellow-shirt woman didn't care about the reason. In their eyes, nothing else mattered, as long as they won. Boy, you. Jia Sherdao, who had broken the swords and knives of the 10,000 swords returning to origin, pointed at Song Qingshu, trembling. A moment ago, they had had the upper hand, but in the blink of an eye, the situation had been reversed. How is this possible? He also had the same doubt. After all, he had only been delayed by those swords and knives for a few breaths. Even if the Dragon Island Master wasn't as strong as his opponent, he was still a great master. He had never heard of a great master being killed one-on-one in such a short period of time. He hadn't heard what Song Qingshu had said to the Dragon Island Master, nor had he felt his opponent's attack, so he couldn't see the reason like the Dragon Island Master could. You're just an arrow at the end of its flight. You've just performed a series of unique skills, so I'm afraid your strength is less than 30% of your peak. It's easy for me to kill you. Jia Sherdao was, after all, a fierce and ambitious person. He quickly realized that his opponent seemed to be relaxed, but he had first performed so close, yet worlds apart under the attacks of the two of them, and then used the 10,000 swords returning to origin, which consumed a lot of true qi. Although the move he had used to kill the Dragon Island Master didn't look special, it must have cost him a lot to kill a great master. The cost was that his opponent didn't have much strength left. Song Qingshu smiled and said, "If you're really as confident as you say, why don't you come and kill me now? Why don't you just stand there and kill me?" At the same time, he secretly sighed. What he had done had indeed cost him a lot of true qi. It would have been much easier to use Sword 23, but there were so many people watching, so he didn't want to expose his trump card. If he really Used it, those great masters would naturally understand that although Sword 23 was powerful, it had a fatal weakness, and it would be bad if the enemy was on guard in the future. Since it was a trump card, he could only use it at the most critical moment. Although Jia Sherdao and the Dragon Island Master were strong together, they weren't strong enough to make him use Sword 23. On the other side, Jia Sherdao's expression changed. His reason told him that Song Qingshu must have used up a lot of true qi. Even if he was weaker than his opponent before, he might be able to kill him if he seized the opportunity. On the other hand, he didn't understand how his opponent had killed the Dragon Island Master in a second. His skills were similar to the Dragon Island Master's, so he was worried that he would be killed by the same skill if he went there. You have the cultivation of a great master, but you don't have the state of mind of a great master. How sad. Song Qingshu knew that Jia Sherdao was paranoid, and the more he provoked him, the more he didn't dare to act rashly. So, he took the opportunity to secretly recover his true qi. Using several skills in a row had consumed a lot of his true qi. Of course, if he really fought now, although his true qi was damaged, he was far from being unable to fight. He was just used to playing it safe. Jia Sherdao snorted and said, "Do you really think you can win?" Song Qingshu shrugged and said, "Isn't the situation obvious now?" Jia Sherdao's face darkened, and he despised himself. They were both great masters, but he didn't dare to fight even though he knew his opponent had used up a lot of his true qi. It seemed that he had been living a comfortable life all these years. "I'm in a high position, so I don't need to learn to fight like these Jianghu people. Strategizing is my strength." After all, he was a strong-willed man, so he quickly calmed down. Jia Sherdao sighed and said, "I've always been cautious. In the beginning, I specially prepared a gift for you, the uninvited guests, just in case. I didn't want to use it at first, because it was expensive, but now I have to." Song Qingshu was shocked. Did he still have a trump card? Jia Sherdao suddenly raised his hand and shot a whistling arrow into the sky. His voice, mixed with true qi, resounded through the entire Wu-Tang Mountain. "Welcome, Grand Elder." Grand Elder? Everyone was shocked. What Grand Elder? Was he the ancestor of the Jia family? Jia Sherdao and his brother were already so powerful, so the Grand Elder of the Jia family must be even more terrifying. The other great masters also looked at each other, wondering which old acquaintance's name was related to the Grand Elder. Suddenly, they all thought, could it be him? Little Jia, in the end, it still depends on the Grand Elder to clean up the mess. A sharp voice that was like that of an owl entered everyone's ears, causing many people to feel disgusted and nauseous. Both parties that were fighting simultaneously stopped and started to adjust their internal breathing. Only then were they barely able to suppress the disgusting and uncomfortable feeling that surged in their hearts. Then, a cyan shadow rushed to the back of the mountain. It was so fast that no one could see what it looked like. They couldn't even tell if it was young or old, male or female. Please remember the domain name of this book. Calm Wonderful Bookhouse. Calm, is it really that person? Huang Chang was a little surprised. The monk frowned. His aura is like that person's, but his age doesn't seem right. Wang Chongyang nodded. He looks a little too young. By then, the others could see the person's face clearly. They saw an old man in green standing proudly in the field. But it was a little hard to call him an old man, because his skin was far less wrinkled than that of an ordinary old man. He looked like a middle-aged man. In addition, his appearance was quite strange, so it was hard to tell whether he was a man or a woman. "You are Patriarch Sunflower?" Song Qingshu said uncertainly. When he saw him in the Qing Kingdom's imperial palace a few years ago, he looked like he was half buried in a coffin. But now, he looked dozens of years younger. If it weren't for his unique aura, he wouldn't have been able to tell that they were the same person. "Little Song, how come it's you?" Seeing Song Qingshu, Patriarch Sunflower also opened his eyes wide. Obviously, he didn't expect to see him here. Seeing that he didn't deny his identity, Huang Chang and the others looked at each other. They all had the same question in their minds. Is there really a technique to rejuvenate one's youth in this world? "Patriarch, do you know each other?" Jia Sherdao, who was standing to the side, had been very proud of himself. Seeing that the two of them were talking, his heart sank. how could he fight? I've dealt with the Qing court a few times. Patriarch Sunflower looked at him with a faint smile. Don't worry. As long as you keep your promise, I won't betray you. You're joking, Patriarch. Xiaoshidao let out a long sigh of relief. Then he remembered that the two of them had been in the Qing court, so it wasn't surprising that they knew each other. He was so panicked that he forgot about it. Song Qingshu looked at him from head to toe and said using the secret sound transmission, aren't you absorbing the dragon energy at Mount Looting? Don't tell me the several hundred years of dragon veins have been absorbed by you. One must know that the Manchurian Qing dynasty originally had 200 to 300 years of national fate. How could the dragon veins disappear so quickly? Patriarch Sunflower glanced at him. The dragon ley line was a secret between the two of them, and he naturally didn't want anyone else to hear about it. So, he replied via secret transmission, I don't know why, but the aura of the dragon ley line was very abundant in the beginning. But in recent years, it's dissipating faster and faster. Initially, when he found the full clear dragon vein, he felt that he had a chance of breaking through the void. However, the speed at which the dragon vein was dispersing far exceeded his expectations. As a result, he had no choice but to leave seclusion in advance. Song Qingshu had a strange expression on his face. He wondered if he had replaced Kongxi and indirectly seized part of the Manchurian Qing's fate. Did Patriarch Sunflower absorb the dragon energy of the Manchurian Qing, which led to the decline of the Manchurian Qing's fate, and I succeeded in usurping the throne? Or did I succeed in usurping the throne and indirectly help Patriarch Sunflower seize the dragon energy of the Manchurian Qing? Song Qingshu's head was spinning from thinking about it. It was a question of which came first, the chicken or the egg. Patriarch Sunflower replied. Then, he noticed the group of great grandmasters and couldn't help but walk over. He said with a smile, tut, tut, tut. What's wrong with you guys? You're always so powerful. Why are you all so half dead today? Don't gloat. Are you possessed by a monster? Why do you look younger and younger? Huang Chang snorted. He was the oldest among them, and he was the only one who had met Patriarch Sunflower. The others had only heard about him. When Huang Chang saw him, half of his body was buried in the soil. After so many years, Huang Chang thought he was most likely dead. He didn't expect to see him in front of him, full of vigor. Patriarch Sunflower smiled. You want to trick me into giving you the secret of immortality? Do you think I'll be so easily fooled? Is there really a way to live forever? The great grandmaster's hearts trembled. At their level, they could remain calm even if MT Tai collapsed in front of them. But none of them could resist the temptation of immortality. Normally, they would have treated it as nonsense. But now that they had seen it with their own eyes, they couldn't help but be tempted. I can't believe that after living for so many years, I still can't see through such things. If I don't show it off, it'll be like walking in the dark. Patriarch Sunflower sounded regretful, but his face was gloating. Clearly, he was feeling very good at the moment. After showing off his superiority in front of Huang Chang, Patriarch Sunflower walked back. He sized up Song Qingshu and said, I can't believe you've become a great grandmaster in such a short period of time. Song Qingshu smiled. Didn't you become a great grandmaster as well? Patriarch Sunflower said angrily, bastard. I was a great grandmaster decades ago. Later, my lifespan came to an end. That's why my level dropped. My apologies, my apologies. Song Qingshu thought that Patriarch Sunflower was probably the oldest great-grandmaster he knew. God knew how many years he had lived, and his level of cultivation was unfathomable. It would be a bit tricky to deal with him. Patriarch Sunflower snorted with dissatisfaction. You don't even know how to flatter me. I was going to show you some mercy later, but it seems there's no need for that now. Song Qingshu said with a bitter smile, Patriarch, we're friends after all. Do you really have to fight? Why don't you and I join hands to deal with Jia? Patriarch Sunflower said loftily. How could I possibly renege on a promise I've made to someone? Are you trying to make me lose face? Don't be so glib. Let's talk with real strength. Hearing Patriarch Sunflower's words, Jia Sherdao finally relaxed. He stared at Song Qingshu viciously. Now it's two of us against you. You'll definitely die. Song Qingshu frowned and said, Patriarch, are you going to join hands with him? Patriarch Sunflower answered, if it were before, I wouldn't need to. But after seeing how miserable Huang Chang and the others were, I don't want to follow in their footsteps. I'd better be careful. Song Qingshu thought, Patriarch, you're getting more and more cowardly. Where's your demeanor? Where's your pride as a great grandmaster? Jia Sherdao interrupted him. Don't try to use flowery words. The patriarch's mind isn't something you can shake with just a few words. Weren't you very proud just now? If you have the guts, why don't you do it now? Song Qingshu looked at him deeply. Do you really think you can beat me? Jia Sherdao imitated what he had just said and replied, you'll definitely die today. The reason why you're so confident is because you have the advantage in numbers. Song Qingshu sighed. But are you the only one with 2 great grandmasters? Jia Sherdao didn't understand, but Patriarch Sunflower looked at the forest in the distance thoughtfully. Once you enter the Jianghu, time flies. Patriarch, it wasn't easy for you to extend your lifespan. Why do you want to enter the chaotic Jianghu again? A red shadow slowly flew over from the sky. Compared to the annoying voice of Patriarch Sunflower just now, this voice was much softer and nicer. Please remember the domain name of this book, .com. Wonderful Bookhouse. Everyone looked in the direction of the voice and saw a man in red standing with his hands clasped behind his back. He was a man, but his lips were red, his teeth were white, his skin whiter than snow, and he was outrageously handsome. Song Qingshu had the nickname Jade Face Mengcheng in Jianghu in his early years, and was widely recognized as a handsome man. But in front of this man in red, he was still somewhat dwarfed. If he was a woman, he had straight eyebrows and bright eyes, and was full of heroic spirit. Just by standing there, he had a domineering air about him. Plus, he was dressed as a man, so everyone assumed he was a man. It's you? Patriarch Sunflower frowned. The others might not have recognized him, but how could he not? This man practiced his sunflower manual, which he had fought in the Qing Kingdom's imperial palace, ending in a tie. Although his cultivation level had dropped because he was nearing the end of his lifespan, he still had the foundation of a great grandmaster. This man was young, and had only practiced the sunflower manual for a few years. This showed that he was definitely a rare genius. The man in red smiled, and the smile disappeared in a flash, revealing a beauty that could topple nations. Long time no see, Patriarch. Invincible. Dongfang? The sweeping monk muttered to himself with some uncertainty. The other great grandmasters were also sizing him up curiously. Invincible Dongfang, the head of the Sun Moon sect, was famous in Jianghu, and was known as the #1 expert of the devil path. But he was just a junior, and none of the great grandmasters took his name seriously. They had never had any dealings with each other. The monk was the only person he had met once. When Invincible Dongfang had snuck into the Sutra Pavilion to look up Shaolin's secret arts, the monk had been watching silently from the side. Invincible Dongfang had keenly sensed that he was being watched, but he couldn't figure out why. Afraid, he had quickly left the Shaolin temple, and the monk had returned to being an ordinary old monk. It was this one encounter that had allowed the monk to recognize him, but he was still a little uncertain. This man in red seemed to have more of a woman's gentleness than before. However, when he thought about it again, he thought that it was because he cultivated the sunflower manual, so he didn't suspect anything. Invincible Dongfang? Aren't you dead? Jia Sherdao was shocked. The information from the Isle of Heroes said that Invincible Dongfang had been seriously injured after his battle with Feng Qingyang, and Ren Wuxing had taken the opportunity to restore his position. Together with Zhang Wuji of the Ming dynasty, they had beaten him off a cliff. Although there were rumors that he wasn't dead, and there were even rumors that someone similar to him had appeared on the battlefield in Yangzhou, Jia Sherdao thought that since Invincible Dongfang hadn't gone to Blackwood Cliff to take back the position of sect master, and the people in Jianghu hadn't heard any news about him contacting his former subordinates, it wasn't hard to tell that even if he wasn't dead, he was severely injured and couldn't return to his peak. Even if he of Dongfang was of Invincible Dongfang, his life, he was dead, and of. However, the person they had thought to be dead was now alive and well. Furthermore, even though he was just standing there, it was as if he had fused with heaven and earth. This sort of aura was truly unfathomable. Yang, in, and of the Shui, and of. If I wasn't, how could I call myself invincible? Invincible Dongfeng stood there, his red clothes fluttering in the wind. He was like a burning flame. Song. Xianxia watched with envy, jealousy, and hatred. She was indeed a figure who once stood at the top of the diabolism. Her gestures were much more pretentious than Xingshu's. Alas, as a nouveau riche who had a fortuitous encounter, his temperament was really far from hers. In the future, he would have to ask her how to act pretentious. How dare you be so arrogant in front of me? Suddenly, Patriarch Sunflower frowned. Hey, your level has increased again? He didn't feel good. She had learned his martial arts, but how old was he when he became a great grandmaster? How old was she now? The other great grandmasters were also speechless. Although Invincible East's name had shaken the world a few years ago, he was much younger than them in terms of seniority and age. They did not expect him to become a great grandmaster so quickly. Why were great grandmasters so worthless nowadays? But then they remembered that song. Xingshu was even younger, and had become a great grandmaster in just 2 or 3 years. Invincible Dongfeng was the first of the demonic path, so it was more acceptable for him to become a great grandmaster. That's not right. Patriarch Sunflower's almost bald eyebrows scrunched together. I wrote the Sunflower Manual. How could I not know the progress? You're so young, there's no way you could become a great grandmaster. There was one more thing he didn't say. The prerequisite to practicing the Sunflower Manual was to castrate oneself. It was more difficult for a person with a broken body to pursue the heavenly Tao than other great grandmasters. He himself had spent countless years accumulating and finally comprehending Dragon Qi, which was how he became a great grandmaster. Invincible Dongfeng didn't go through the castration process, but this martial art was not written for women. She had relied on her outstanding talent to master it, but how did she catch up and become a great grandmaster? Dongfeng Mushue subconsciously glanced at Song Qingshu not far away, and a blush flashed across her cold and arrogant face. Humph, since when did the path of martial arts depend on age? If that's the case, why do we need to compete in martial arts in the future? Just compare age. She had finally become a great grandmaster thanks to Song Qingshu who had healed her in Yangzhou. The Joy Zen of the Tantric Buddhism was really magical. Not only had it healed her internal injuries, but she had also gained half of his power. Her cultivation had improved by leaps and bounds. She had been the first person below the great grandmaster, but with the help of the Joy Genuine Qi, she had finally broken through the shackles. But when she thought of the erotic process of healing her injuries, she couldn't help blushing despite her strong will. Patriarch Sunflower nodded and said, "Indeed, I was pedantic." At the same time, he was a little envious and jealous. What a heaven-defying talent. Her progress in martial arts was even faster than him, the original author. Jiao Sherdao had recovered from the shock, and he quickly understood the situation. He asked, "Why did you help Song Qingshu, sect master Dongfeng?" Why did he help him? Dongfeng Mushua's heart skipped a beat. She snorted and said, "You don't need to know that." Jiao Sherdao wasn't annoyed. He continued, "I'm afraid you don't know that Song Qingshu has formed an alliance with Ren Wuxing while you were injured, and he married Miss Ren. He has changed from being your friend to your enemy. Why don't you join hands with us? Although I'm not very talented, the power I can use is much more than Song Qingshu. Wouldn't it be better to help him return to Blackwood Cliff?" Song Qingshu secretly admired him. He had to admit that Jiao Sherdao was good at persuading people. His analysis was reasonable. If it were someone else, he might have been persuaded by him. Unfortunately, Song Qingshu didn't know the real relationship between them. They were just friends. How could he be persuaded to defect so easily? As expected, Dongfeng Mushue directly refused and said, "What a joke. I don't care about Blackwood Cliff." Her original intention was that being the emperor was so comfortable, a mere cult leader of the evil cult was not something that she cared about. But others thought she was a great grandmaster now. If she really wanted to take back the position of master, Ren Wuxing wouldn't be able to stop her. She didn't need anyone's help. Seeing that Jia Sherdao was going to say something else, Dongfang Muxue said impatiently, "If you want to fight, let's fight." Great grandmasters are martial arts grandmasters, not eloquent grandmasters. Jia Sherdao choked on the rest of his words. He couldn't help but look gloomy. No one dared to disrespect him like this in his high position all these years. Dongfang Muxue turned to look at Song Qingshu and asked, "How do we fight?" Song Qingshu replied, "You can pick anyone." Dongfang Muxue noticed that his face was paler than usual. She knew he must have consumed a lot of spiritual qi. She turned to Patriarch Sunflower and said, "We didn't win the last battle in the palace. It's always been a pity. Why don't we continue the last battle?" "That's exactly what I want." Last time, he was forced to a draw by a junior, and it was a junior who practiced the Sunflower Treasure Book. He had been holding a grudge for a long time. Now that he had been nourished by the dragon vein of the Qing dynasty, he was even stronger than when he was at his peak. Of course, he wanted to avenge himself. People in the field only saw something flash in front of him. Then they saw the two of them move, but it also seemed that they didn't move at all. Many people were curious. Were they just observing each other's flaws? Many masters could sometimes see what the other was going to do with just a glance or a change of body position. At the same time, they could adjust their positions accordingly and neutralize the other's attack. It seemed that there was no real contact, but in fact, there was a hidden killing intent. "I thought you were great, but it turns out you're just SOSO. Dongfang Muxue twirled her fingers with a playful expression. The others were confused. What was going on? Did the two just fight? Many people looked at the great grandmasters. The monk nodded and said, "They just rushed at each other, but they separated immediately. And they were so fast that ordinary people couldn't see them." Beside him, Li Qingluo was speechless. She thought her wave-like subtle steps was fast enough, but compared to this, no, it couldn't be compared at all. She couldn't see the two of them move at all. How fast were they? Even the monk and the others were frowning, thinking that if they were in Dongfang Mushue's shoes, they would probably just guard their positions to ensure that they didn't lose, and then see if there was a chance to counterattack later on. Patriarch Sunflower was furious when he heard this. He shouted in a shrill voice, "Little boy, you don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. I'll teach you what it means to respect your master." His movement was like a flash of lightning, like the rumbling of thunder, without any prior signs. In the eyes of the crowd, it was truly frightening. Even Dongfang Muxue was not inferior to him. This time, they were no longer fighting like before. Instead, they were moving swiftly like ghosts, constantly looking for the opponent's flaws. Thus, the spectators were no longer unable to see anything like before. Now, they could at least see a green shadow and a red shadow revolving around each other like ghosts and spirits, drifting in and out of the blue like smoke. The two of them were so fast that after so many moves, everyone could still vaguely see the afterimages of the two of them standing where they were when they confronted each other. They were all shocked. Calm. Wonderful bookhouse. The fight between Dongfang Muxue and Patriarch Sunflower was thrilling, and most people couldn't see what they were doing. They could only see two shadows spinning rapidly, like two tornadoes. After watching for a while, everyone felt dizzy and quickly looked away. Now all their attention was on the two remaining people. Song Qingshu smiled at Jia Sherdao and said, "There are so many people watching. Shall we start?" Jia Sherdao frowned and said in a low voice, "You are only the brother-in-law of the emperor, and you are not married yet. Besides, the two princesses are not from the same mother as the emperor. Do you really have to work so hard for him?" Song Qingshu couldn't help laughing. "Didn't you just promise to kill all of us? Isn't it too late to ask for peace now?" Jia Sherdao didn't look embarrassed at all. He still said calmly, "You are young, but you are in such a high position. I don't think you are the kind of person who acts on impulse. People like us should understand that the key to everything is profit. We don't have to fight for someone we don't have anything to do with. If we can shake hands and make peace, you and I will have the final say in the great Song dynasty. If you are still worried, we can still unite by marriage. Although my daughters are not devastatingly beautiful, they are still beautiful." Considering that you already have a wife, I can even make them your concubines. Many people in the distance couldn't help but curse, how shameless. Jiao Sherdao was the prime minister. Any official in Linen, even the daughter of a concubine, wouldn't be a concubine. How could Jiao Sherdao be so crazy? Zhao Go was afraid that Song Qingshu would be persuaded, so he hurriedly said, King Qi, don't believe him. He is just stalling. When we get back to the capital, I will personally arrange a marriage for you. Wouldn't that be better? I'll let you marry the King of Hell's daughter after we return to the capital. However, with the cultivation of a great grandmaster, it won't be easy to kill him. However, I have the wealth of the 4 seas. When the time comes, I'll gather more experts and I'll be able to find someone who can deal with him. Seeing the emperor and the prime minister competing like commoners, the people around them were dumbfounded. They thought that both of them were really shameless. But on second thought, this was a matter of life and death, so how could they care about this little bit of face? Song Qingshu smiled and said, I didn't expect I would be so popular. Then he turned to Jiao Sherdao and said, but I can win all of them. Why should I give you half? Hearing that, Zhao Go's eyes became gloomy. Jiao Sherdao laughed and said, do you really think you can beat me? If you were confident, you wouldn't have wasted so much time talking to me, Song Qingshu said as he slowly walked toward him. Jiao Sherdao's face changed, and he took half a step back. But he quickly took his foot back and said angrily, you are right. You might be better at martial arts, but there are many things in this world that can't be solved by martial arts alone. The Liu brothers have thousands of troops at the foot of the mountain. No matter how good you are at martial arts, you are no match for them. Other than the masters of the front palace department, the emperor had also brought 10,000 bodyguards to guard the foot of the mountain. The mountain had been in turmoil for a long time, but the bodyguards at the foot of the mountain hadn't reacted at all. No one would believe that they hadn't noticed anything strange. It was impossible to say that they had all been bought by Jiao Sherdao. Zhao Go's trip was obviously to deal with Jiao Sherdao, and these 10,000 people were all carefully selected and trusted. Although Jiao Sherdao could buy some people, he only controlled a small portion of them. Therefore, he could only use the fake military intelligence of the Jin Kingdom to mobilize the Liu brothers' troops to stall the 10,000 bodyguards. Song Qingshu smiled and said, after the last time you used Yangzhou to mess with me, how could I not be prepared this time? The Liu brothers' troops have long been held up by another army. How is that possible? Jiao Sherdao sneered. I'm now the Pingzhang army's national affairs, and I'm in charge of all the affairs of the court, big or small. The Privy Council is controlled by my confidants, so no other troops can come within 100 miles. Song Qingshu sighed and said, you are right. No army in the court can hide from you, but what about other countries? Jiao Sherdao's face changed, and he suddenly looked down the mountain. Unfortunately, he was so far away, so he couldn't know what was going on down there. The Jin Kingdom? After thinking about it, the only possibility was the Jin Kingdom's army to the north of Xianxia. But there was one thing he didn't understand. Why would the Jin Kingdom cooperate with you? Many people looked at Song Qingshu suspiciously. The Song Kingdom and the Jin Kingdom were enemies. If he colluded with the Jin Kingdom, he would be despised by all the Han people in the world. Qiu Qianren laughed and said, did you forget that I am now the commander of the Jin Kingdom? The Liu brothers cooperated with you and pulled back the border troops. How could we miss such a good opportunity? Of course, we took the opportunity to see if we could get anything out of it. I didn't expect to see such a good show. Song Qingshu's identity in the Jin Kingdom couldn't be exposed, so he had to come out and take all the blame. The dogs of the Jin Kingdom. Jiao Sherdao gritted his teeth and cursed. Qiu Qianren laughed and said, you are a treacherous official who tried to kill the king. How dare you scold me? Zhao Go suddenly said, General Qiu, the Jin Kingdom and the Song Kingdom have been in peace for a long time. As a country of uncle and nephew, we should help each other. Now that our country is in chaos, I hope that the Jin Kingdom can help us suppress the rebellion. We will repay you generously in the future. Emperor. Huang Chang's breathing was rapid. He was obviously excited and wanted to say something. In the beginning, when the Song Kingdom and the Jin Kingdom were in peace, the Song Kingdom submitted to the Jin Kingdom. Even the title of emperor had to be conferred by the Jin Kingdom's emperor. It was similar to how the dynasties in the Central Plains conferred titles to countries like Goryeo and Dali. Later, the court felt that it was too much, so they requested to change the relationship to a country of uncle and nephew. After several wars and peace talks, they finally managed to get it to be a country of uncle and nephew. But everyone knew that this title was a great humiliation. They didn't expect Xiao Go to shamelessly call himself a country of nephew in order to survive. Huang Chang was filled with righteous indignation, but his injuries were too severe. Now, his blood was boiling, and his injuries were aggravated. Soon, his face was as white as paper and he couldn't speak. "Master!" The yellow-robed woman hurried to heal him, but she knew that he was dead. It was good enough that he was still breathing. Seeing the anger and humiliation in the eyes of the people around him, Xiao Go quickly ignored them. He had thought it through. Even though the people hated the Jin Kingdom, he had a good relationship with the Jin Kingdom. After several peace talks, it would be difficult for the Jin Kingdom to find another emperor who would be so cooperative. The Jin Kingdom probably did not want any trouble here. And even if the Jin Kingdom really wanted to take the opportunity to invade, all the Han people in the world wouldn't allow it. They would definitely fight back, and he, the emperor, was the ruler of the world. On the contrary, if Jia Sherdao got what he wanted, he could casually choose a member of the royal family to succeed him. Then, who would care about him, the former emperor? After understanding the situation, Xiao Go struck while the iron was hot. "If your country can help us, we will increase the annual coins by 100,000 taels and 300,000 bolts of silk every year." Hearing this, the drunkard monk put his palms together. Ba. Wang Chongyang laughed coldly. "This is the emperor you want to protect." The sweeping monk also shook his head and whispered, "If only father and uncle didn't meet Taizu Taizong, but this emperor. How good would that be?" Xiao Go didn't hear their rumors. He thought to himself, what do these people know? A real man is one who knows when to bow and submit. Back then, he colluded with the Jin Kingdom and even personally tasted Fuchai's shit. In the end, he was able to avenge himself and become a legend. Qiu Qianren was stunned. "Ha ha ha, this dog emperor knows his place." He looked at Song Qingshu and didn't know how to respond. Song Qingshu sighed. "Back then, I didn't understand why the Empress Dowager Cixi would rather be a friend than a servant. Now that I see it, they are indeed birds of the same feather." Xiao Go was stunned. Who was the Empress Dowager Cixi? However, these words have touched the bottom of my heart. "Die, stupid emperor." Jia Sherdao suddenly pounced on Xiao Go. He actually didn't want to do it himself and be known as a regicide, but he had no other choice. If Xiao Go really convinced the Jin people, he would really be surrounded by enemies. On the other hand, if Xiao Go wasn't around, he could represent the Song dynasty to negotiate with the Jin Kingdom. Moreover, Xiao Go had just said such humiliating words. Even if he killed the emperor, he would have a legitimate reason in the future. But he had to stop halfway, because Song Qingshu took a step forward and stood between the two of them. "You want to stop me?" Jia Sherdao couldn't understand why Song Qingshu would take such a big risk to help Xiao Go. He didn't seem like a loyal person to the emperor. Song Qingshu said coldly, "I still have use for this person. I can't let you kill him." In fact, he was also hesitating about whether or not he should borrow someone else's hand to kill Xiao Go. That would be the end of it. But after thinking about it, he still suppressed this tempting idea. He couldn't hide behind the scenes with his disguise forever. One day, he had to gradually walk out into the light. This was a good opportunity. A disabled Xiao Go was much more useful than a dead Xiao Go. Jia Sherdao opened his mouth as if he wanted to say something, but in the next moment, he suddenly attacked. He was also an ambitious person. At first, he thought about getting lucky and wanted to rope in Song Qingshu. Once he saw that he couldn't rope him in, he immediately abandoned all distracting thoughts and used everything he had learned in his life, trying to cut off all means of retreat. He knew that if he were in his normal state, he probably wouldn't be a match for Song Qingshu. But Song Qingshu had used up a lot of his true qi, and with his unexpected attack, he might still have a chance. Now that he was in a desperate situation, his punch was in line with the characteristics of pressing forward with indomitable will. The air in front of him was compressed to the extreme by his punch, and one could even faintly see that there seemed to be lightning flowing on his fist. Jia Sherdao had been timid just now, which made many people look at him with disdain. It wasn't until they saw this move that they all realized that he was a great master. After all, Song Qingshu's eyes focused, and a sort of the void seemed to form between his fingers. He didn't defend against the punch at all, and he directly stabbed at his opponent's chest. It was a move that would take him down with him. Seeing that the two of them were going to fight to the death with one move, the crowd not far away started to exclaim. Li Qingluo wasn't the only one. Even the yellow-shirt woman who was healing her master and Xiaolong Nu, who was always expressionless, were all staring at the fight. Jia Sherdao was also shocked to see his opponent fight to the death with him. He had always been in a high position, so he didn't like to put himself in danger. However, he reacted quickly. He immediately realized that his opponent had the upper hand, so why would he choose to fight to the death with him? He was most likely trying to make him retreat. Once he retreated, his opponent's attacks would come one after another, and he would be further and further away from victory. Although he had the help of the Taishan Sutra, he was still able to become a great grandmaster. All of them were extremely intelligent. Jia Sherdao instantly figured out who was more powerful, so he still threw a punch without hesitation. He was also taking a gamble. He didn't believe that his opponent would really die with him. I didn't expect them to fight to the death with one move. The great grandmaster sighed. Although Jia Sherdao was slightly weaker, he was still a great grandmaster, and Song Qingshu had used up a lot of his vitality. Objectively speaking, the two of them were about the same level of strength. If they really fought, they wouldn't be able to win without a few hundred moves. However, Jia Sherdao was afraid of his opponent's actual combat experience. He was worried that he would make mistakes if they really fought for a few hundred moves, so he decided to fight head-on. Presumably, Song Qingshu was also worried that Jia Sherdao's vitality would be more and more damaged if they fought for a few hundred moves. Therefore, the two of them both chose to end the fight quickly. Unlike the previous sneak attacks, this time the two great grandmasters were fighting face to face, and they wanted to fight to the death with one move. The air seemed to be filled with a sense of desperation. Song Qingshu suddenly disappeared halfway. Jia Sherdao wasn't surprised. Instead, he was happy. I've been prepared for this move for a long time. In their previous exchange, the other party had used so near, yet worlds apart several times, so how could he not be on guard at all? Even though he was charging forward with this move, he still secretly held back 30% of his strength. Seeing that the other party had disappeared, he did not hesitate to circulate his internal energy and push it behind him. In the previous exchanges, every time the opponent used so close, yet worlds apart, he would always appear in an unguarded position in the next moment. This time, he attacked with an indomitable will, deliberately exposing the flaw in his back. If they were in each other's shoes, he would definitely use so close, yet worlds apart to appear behind his opponent. Unfortunately, his short kill attack did not land on his opponent as he had expected. Instead, his fist struck the air. Did he choose to appear on the side? Jia Sherdao was shocked. He immediately looked to the side, but there was no one there. At that moment, he was alarmed. He didn't need to check where his opponent was, because an extremely sharp sword aura was coming toward him. It turned out that his opponent hadn't appeared behind him or on the side. Instead, he had taken a step forward and appeared 3 feet in front of him. He had never expected that his opponent would choose to appear in front of him, where his attack was the strongest. His fist had hit his opponent's shoulder, but his opponent's sword aura had also pierced into the Shanzhong meridian on his chest. The two of them separated as soon as they touched. Song Qingshu knelt on the ground and spat out a mouthful of blood, which made Li Qingluo and the others exclaim. Jia Sherdao grinned. He seemed to want to laugh and cry at the same time. In the eyes of others, his opponent seemed to be more seriously injured when he spat out blood. But deep down, he knew that although he looked fine, his meridians had been filled with his opponent's sword aura, and he was no different from a disabled person. At that moment, he finally understood why his opponent had done the opposite and appeared in front of him, where he was the strongest. Although that punch was powerful, he had held back 30% of his power in case Jia Sherdao attacked from behind, so the punch had only 70% of its power. Moreover, his opponent had appeared in front of him in advance, and they were too close. As a result, his punch didn't have enough distance to unleash its full power, so it was greatly reduced. One of them had planned it, and the other had attacked in a hurry. Therefore, although they had both hit each other, the damage they had caused was worlds apart. It seems that I'm still lacking a little bit of ruthlessness in my bones. Jia Sherdao was surprisingly calm now that things had come to this. You've done well enough. Song Qingshu evaluated objectively. To be able to plan such a shocking plot and almost succeed, how could he lack ruthlessness? However, he was good at arranging everything behind the scenes and manipulating others to fight for their lives. Now that it was his turn, although he knew what to do rationally, he still lacked experience. What are you going to do with this mess? Are you going to replace the emperor, or? Jia Sherdao couldn't help but ask when he saw Zhao Go looking at him with a pleased expression. Song Qingshu shook his head. If I replace him, won't I become another you? As expected, you didn't let victory get to your head. Jia Sherdao smiled playfully, as if he had already predicted Zhao Go's fate. It's a shame that I've been scheming for 10 years, but it's all for someone else. Song Qingshu didn't respond. He was recovering. Jia Sherdao was a great grandmaster, after all. Although his punch hadn't unleashed its full power for various reasons, it was still the last attack of a great grandmaster. It wouldn't be easy to take it, and he would need a few months to recover. Jia Sherdao suddenly said to him, Prince Song, I want to ask you for a favor. What is it? Song Qingshu frowned slightly, but he didn't think that Jia Sherdao would beg for mercy. A few days ago, young master came to our house as a guest, and you promised to teach those good-for-nothing children. You even drank from them. I hope young master will take care of them in the future for the sake of that. Jia Sherdao looked at him quietly. Song Qingshu frowned slightly. How could he not understand what Jia Sherdao was implying? Jia Sherdao had rebelled, and according to the laws of every dynasty, his entire family would be executed. If he failed this time, the young masters and young mistresses of the Jia clan would be implicated as well, so he wanted to use Song Qingshu to protect the Jia clan. When he promised to teach those young masters and young mistresses of the Jia clan, he was just pretending. Both sides knew that they couldn't take it seriously. Now that Jia Sherdao was talking about this, it was really a hot potato. At this time, Zhao Go said angrily, ****, you rebelled against your superiors, and your entire family should be executed. Jia Sherdao didn't even look at him. Instead, he waited for Song Qingshu's answer. You can make the decision yourself. Why do you need to listen to other people's orders? Song Qingshu answered, Are you trying to sow discord between us, the ruler and the minister? Ruler and minister? Jia Sherdao acted as if he had heard a joke. Neither of you treat the other as a ruler, and neither of you treat the other as a minister. Do you believe that the first thing Zhao Go will do when he returns to the capital is plan to kill you? Zhao Go hurriedly said, Don't listen to his nonsense, Minister Song. You deserve the most credit for suppressing the rebellion. After we return to the capital, I will announce it to the world and reward you generously. Jia Sherdao sneered. He is already a lord, who is second only to one. What else can you reward him? Zhao Go opened his mouth, but couldn't say anything, because he hadn't thought about that at all. Jia Sherdao continued to look at Song Qingshu. You are a smart man. You should know what fate awaits a minister when he is too meritorious to be rewarded by the ruler. Zhao Go finally reacted and yelled, Don't try to sow discord between us, you thief. Minister Song is my brother-in-law, and we are family. Of course, we are different from other ministers. Jia Sherdao rolled his eyes at him, thinking that those words could only fool a 3-year-old. Although the people in the room weren't old foxes, they wouldn't believe those words. Seeing that Song Qingshu was silent, he continued, Actually, this isn't a request. To be more precise, it's a deal. Oh? I'd like to hear more about it, Song Qingshu said curiously. Jia Sherdao waved his hand. Come closer. It's best not to let anyone else hear our conversation. Song Qingshu frowned. Jia Sherdao smiled bitterly. I'm like this. Are you still afraid that I'll plot against you? If I could use my inner power, I would have used secret voice sending. It wouldn't be so troublesome. Song Qingshu nodded and walked to his side, but he didn't let his guard down. Jia Sherdao lowered his voice and said, I can roughly guess what you're going to do next, but I advise you not to make it public that I'm the one behind this trip to the Wudong sect. Why? Song Qingshu didn't understand why he was still so calm. Jia Sherdao smiled and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Dong Zhuo was killed in the last years of the Eastern Han dynasty, and Wang Sidu wanted to kill him. In the end, the Xiliang army attacked the capital in desperation. In the end, the capital fell, and the world fell apart. I don't think you want to repeat the same mistake, do you? Song Qingshu was slightly moved, and he understood what he was implying. Jia Sherdao had been defeated, but the Jia's group was still powerful. After decades of operation, he had disciples and officials all over the court. If people found out that Jia Sherdao had failed in his rebellion and been killed, they would definitely be in danger. If there was a spark, the whole situation would explode. Not to mention other things, the four families were connected, and they were related by marriage. How could they not find a way to protect themselves? And the Liu brothers had been running Xianxia for so many years, and they controlled one of the three major military regions of the court. If they had nowhere to go, they wouldn't have to think about whether they would stretch their necks or rebel. Not to mention that Jia Sherdao had run the Privy Council for so many years, and he didn't know how many people in the military were related to him. There must be many people like Lu Gu. Even if the court let them go, how could they not be suspicious? Once it was used by someone with ulterior motives, the whole country would immediately fall apart. Song Qingshu had spent so much effort, and he didn't want a divided country. At this time, Jia Sherdao continued, there is no personal grudge between you and me. What good will it do you to identify me as a rebel? On the contrary, you can maximize your benefits by protecting my reputation. Song Qingshu sighed and said, I kind of admire you. Even in this situation, you can still find the best way to protect your reputation and family. Jia Sherdao was indeed an old fox who had been immersed in politics. He had hit the nail on the head with just a few words, and he had no choice but to reconsider. Hearing what he said, Jia Sherdao was completely relieved. Ha ha ha, then I can go in peace. Then he looked at the emperor in the distance and shouted, Zhao Go, although I lost, I didn't lose to you. My life is mine, and no one can take it away except for myself. After saying that, he gathered the last of his genuine qi and slapped his forehead. The hero of a generation had come to an end. Ba. Seeing Jia Sherdao commit suicide, the drunkard monk put his palms together. This matter had finally come to an end. But why was the ending so bleak? Jia Sherdao had suffered a crushing defeat, but had he won, although he had saved his life with a secret method, he was so badly injured that he would never be able to return to his former state. Huang Chang was even more badly injured than him. Bastard, it's too easy for you to die like this. Zhao Go gnashed his teeth with hatred. He thought that if it weren't for Jia Sherdao, he wouldn't have taken such a risk. He would still be leisurely in linen as an emperor, and he wouldn't be as useless as he was now. He had made up his mind that when he returned to the capital, he would burn Jia Sherdao's bones and scatter his ashes, and then wipe out the entire Jia family. On the other side, Song Qingshu was silent. Jia Sherdao committed suicide not only because he didn't want to be humiliated by others, but also for the future of the Jia family. He knew that he was going to die, but if he died at the hands of Song Qingshu and the news spread, the Jia clan and Song Qingshu would have an irreconcilable enmity, which would be disadvantageous to the clansmen of the Jia clan. If he killed himself, the clansmen wouldn't have to think about avenging him, and Song Qingshu wouldn't have to worry about it to the point of having the thought of cutting the weeds and eliminating the roots. No wonder he was a hero of his generation. Even Song Qingshu felt a bit of admiration. Even though he was at the end of his rope, he was still able to make arrangements for his funeral in such a short time. But now was not the time to think about that. His attention was soon attracted by the fight between Patriarch Sunflower and Dongfang Muxue. Although the two of them practiced the same martial arts, there was a clear difference in the way they fought. Dongfang Muxue moved like a ghost, and Patriarch Sunflower was also very fast. However, the difference was that the aura of death that seemed to come from the netherworld was much fainter now. Even the same moves he made were more dignified, with an air of elegance and nobility. Every time he attacked, There seemed to be a strange airflow around him, which seemed to be in the shape of a dragon. Does dragon qi really exist? Song Qingshu was speechless. It was obviously the Sunflower Treasure Manual, but now he was using it like King Zhao's 18 dragons subduing palms in the TV series. Dongfang Muxue was, after all, much younger than Patriarch Sunflower. Although she was talented enough, it was difficult to make up for the 100-year gap between them. At first, they'd been evenly matched, but now, she was on the defensive, and was clearly at a disadvantage. Song Qingshu was worried that something might happen to her, so he took a step forward, intending to help. That was when Patriarch Sunflower suddenly jumped out of the battle and waved his hand at Dongfang Muxue. That's enough, that's enough. Dongfang Muxue's chest heaved up and down. It was clear that the previous exchange had put a lot of pressure on her. At the same time, she was also somewhat impressed by the progress of her opponent's martial arts, so she didn't know what to say. Song Qingshu smiled and stopped. Why did the Patriarch stop? Patriarch Sunflower pursed his lips and glanced at the half-dead Huang Chang and the others in the distance. It's obvious that you want to fight 2 against 1. I don't want to end up like them. There were too many martial grandmasters who'd died on the mountain this time. He didn't want to fail miserably and die here. I'm afraid that's not up to you, Patriarch. Song Qingshu secretly breathed a sigh of relief. He'd expended too much energy at the moment. Even if he and Dongfang Muxue joined forces, they might not be able to take down Patriarch Sunflower. Even if they did, they'd have to pay a heavy price, and some of them might even die. However, although he wanted to stop fighting, he didn't say anything about it. He didn't want Patriarch Sunflower to see through him and think that he could take advantage of the situation. That would be troublesome. Patriarch Sunflower chuckled. Come to think of it, we're old friends. How can we fight for real? Song Qingshu rolled his eyes. That's not what you said just now, Patriarch. Patriarch Sunflower glanced at Jia Sherdao, who was lying on the ground, and said, I was hired by him. Of course I had to be loyal to him. Now that he's dead, what's the point of fighting? Song Qingshu smiled. You're honest, Patriarch. Patriarch Sunflower chuckled. I don't even remember how long I've lived. I know it's not easy to get my lifespan. I cherish my life the most. I don't care about those useless things. Song Qingshu couldn't help but ask, I'm curious. How did Jia Sherdao manage to hire you? Patriarch Sunflower pursed his lips. Didn't I tell you before that the dragon veins of the Manqing dynasty were disappearing so fast? I had no choice but to look for other dragon veins. Now that Jia Sherdao offered the dragon veins of the Great Song as a bargaining chip, how could I not be tempted? Song Qingshu had a strange expression on his face. He thought that the dragon veins of the Manqing dynasty were disappearing because of him. Where do you plan to go next, Patriarch? Back to the dragon veins? Patriarch Sunflower glanced at Zhao Go and the others in the distance. He leaned over and said in a low voice, I plan to go to Gong County of the Henan Province. Gong County of the Henan Province? Song Qingshu was stunned. He wondered what was so good about that place. Suddenly, he remembered that it was where the imperial mausoleum of the Northern Song dynasty was located. But during the Jingkong era, the imperial mausoleum of the Northern Song dynasty was mostly plundered by the Golden Men. I wonder if there are any remnants of the dragon veins left. Patriarch Sunflower frowned. If I can't find them, I'll go to Shanin. I don't believe that I can't find the dragon veins without Jia Sherdao. Hee hee. Song Qingshu had been named King Qi by the Southern Song dynasty. He was quite familiar with the affairs of the imperial court. Zhao Go had long chosen Qigong Mountain in Shanin as the location of the imperial mausoleum. It was obvious what Patriarch Sunflower was going to do there. His chuckle was really coquettish. Huh? Patriarch Sunflower seemed to have noticed something. He kept looking up and down at Song Qingshu. What are you looking at? As bold as Song Qingshu was, he couldn't help but feel his hair stand on end when an old eunuch kept looking at him like that. Strange, strange. Patriarch Sunflower rested his chin on his hand and mumbled to himself. Song Qingshu took a step back nervously. Let me make this clear. I don't like men. Bah. Nothing good comes out of a filthy mouth, Patriarch Sunflower shrieked angrily. I don't even like women, much less men. Song Qingshu was speechless. Patriarch Sunflower's words made so much sense that he couldn't refute them. Patriarch Sunflower paused for a moment before voicing his doubts. When I saw you in the Qing Kingdom's imperial palace, you were filled with the scent of peach blossoms that I didn't like. But this time I can vaguely sense the presence of Dragon Qi. But you're clearly not the emperor. Could it be that I'm seeing things? Dragon Qi? Song Qingshu was taken aback. Could it be that I've been pretending to be the emperor in a few countries, and that's why it's here? Patriarch Sunflower shook his head. No, no. It's still a little different from true Dragon Qi. It's not as rich. Why don't you let me try inhaling it? Song Qingshu's face darkened. Get lost. TCH stingy. Patriarch Sunflower waved his hand. Forget it. I'll give you a present before I leave. With that, he flashed away. Everyone heard a series of clanging sounds as the weapons of the Island of Heroes, messengers of rewarding kindness and punishing evil, fell to the ground. Then, their bodies swayed a little, and their mouths fell open. Suddenly, they fell to the ground and lay there motionless. Although it was only for a moment, everyone present was an expert. They could clearly see that there was a tiny red dot on their foreheads, from which blood seeped out. Clearly, they had been killed by Patriarch Sunflower. Zhang San and Li Si, who were lucky enough to survive, quickly retreated, trembling violently. Even Ouyang Feng, Qiu Qianren, and the others hurriedly retreated, cold sweat dripping from their temples. They looked as if they were facing a formidable enemy. But as far as the eye could see, Patriarch Sunflower was nowhere to be seen. Clearly, he had left the mountain after killing these people. How terrifying. The same thought popped up in everyone's mind. Ouyang Feng and the others had been suppressed when they fought against the messengers of reward of kindness, punish of evil. But now, Patriarch Sunflower had killed them as easily as if they were chickens, although it had been a sneak attack. Such things were common in the Jianghu. Ouyang Feng and the others were covered in cold sweat, wondering if they could have survived if Patriarch Sunflower had attacked them. Especially Ouyang Feng, who was one of the 5 unique masters. He had been with Song Qingshu for many years, and he had seen too many top-notch fights. He had learned a lot, and after a period of seclusion, he felt that his cultivation had improved by leaps and bounds. Although he wasn't as strong as Wan Chongyang, he had already surpassed the other 5 unique masters. This time, he had seen a great master fight on Wutang Mountain. While admiring him, he also thought that if he were to fight a great master, he might be able to withstand a few dozen moves. But if his opponent was Patriarch Sunflower, would he be able to withstand even one move? Of course, this didn't mean that Patriarch Sunflower's martial arts were far better than Huang Chang and the others. It was just that he was too fast, and he could kill those who were weaker than him in an instant. In this aspect, he was indeed better than the other great masters. Song Qingshu sighed inwardly. These people from the Isle of Heroes were all Jia Shidao's trusted subordinates, and they had witnessed what had happened on Wutang Mountain. They couldn't be left alive. Patriarch Sunflower had killed them to return the favor. Of course, from Patriarch Sunflower's point of view, he probably felt that it would be embarrassing to retreat in front of 2 juniors, but he didn't want to risk his life, so he used this opportunity to show others how powerful his martial arts were. This time it wasn't because he was afraid to run, but because he was thinking rationally. Song Qingshu looked around at the scene. Zhao Guo's royal guards had all been killed, and King Yi's men of sacrifice from the Mansion of Spirits had all been killed by the people of the Isle of Heroes. Even King Yi himself had been disabled by Jia Shidao and was now in a coma. Jia Shidao, Island Master Long, and Island Master Mu were all dead. The 3 of them were not only the leaders of the Isle of Heroes, but also the masters of the Ronghua House and the Ninghua House. Now that they were dead, the Jia family only had some young people and women left. Some of the masters of the Isle of Heroes had been killed by Ouyang Feng and the others, and the rest had been taken care of by Patriarch Sunflower. Now, apart from the people of the Wu-Tang clan and his own people like Li Qingluo and Xiao Longnu, the rest were the great masters who were seriously injured and on the verge of death. "Brother Song, please save my master," said the yellow-robed woman. At this moment, the yellow-robed woman's voice sounded. Her tone was filled with anxiety, and there was even a hint of sobbing in her voice. Song Qingshu hurried over and took her place. He gently pressed his palm on Huang Chang's back and continuously transferred genuine qi to him. His inner qi was much higher than the yellow-robed woman's. Huang Chang quickly opened his eyes and said weakly, "I'm dead. You don't have to waste your energy. Besides, you're also seriously injured." Song Qingshu said apologetically, "I'm late." Otherwise, Huang Chang waved his hand slightly to stop him. "You don't have to blame yourself. The way of heaven is constant. It doesn't exist for good or die for evil. If you and I were in each other's shoes, I would have made the same choice." Song Qingshu was silent. He had been looking for helpers all along the way, so time was a little tight. But no matter how tight time was, it wouldn't have been so coincidental. He could have gone up the mountain earlier. But if he had done that, he wouldn't have been the fisherman. Instead, he would have been the sandpiper and clam. He had to be responsible for the safety of himself and his men. So if he had to do it again, he would probably have made the same choice. Huang Chang obviously saw through all this, but he understood it very well. This understanding wasn't polite, because he cultivated the way of nature. He didn't have many rules and regulations. As long as he could achieve his goal, he could do anything. So he also approved of Song Qingshu's way of doing things from the bottom of his heart. After all, he had miscalculated this time. He didn't expect King Yi and Jia Shidao to join forces and find so many great grandmasters. Otherwise, with his and the drunkard monk's cultivation, they would have been able to suppress everyone. Now that he had lost because he didn't expect all this, he certainly could afford to lose. "I had a premonition that my lifespan was coming to an end, so I don't have too many regrets now." Huang Chang looked calm and looked at the yellow-robed woman beside him. "But my apprentice has had a hard life. She used to be a noble, but she was captured by the Golden Men as a slave when she was very young. Luckily, I happened to pass by and saved her." The yellow-robed woman choked with sobs. "Master's great kindness, Yingluo will remember it for the rest of her life." Huang Chang smiled and said to Song Qingshu, "Her identity is awkward. Without my care in the future, I'm afraid it will be difficult for her to survive in linen. Since you are friends, help me take care of her." When he said that, he suddenly closed his mouth because he realized that the word "take care of" had many meanings. It was as if he had entrusted her life to the other party, so he immediately changed his words. "Although she has learned the Nining Manual, she has not understood its true essence. Since you also know the Nining Manual and are her friend, please give her some pointers in the future." In the past, Huangshang's entire family was killed by the Ming dynasty. He was focused on revenge and practicing martial arts, so he did not remarry. Later on, when his martial arts reached a high level, he was old and did not have the desire to marry. Therefore, he lived a lonely life and did not have any children. Although the yellow-robed woman was his disciple in name, he treated her like his own granddaughter in his heart. Previously, when he found out that she and Song Qingshu had some ambiguous relationship, Huang Shang was unbearably angry. He had a feeling that the cabbage that he had painstakingly planted had been taken away by a pig. If it was someone else, it would be fine. He was young, handsome, and skilled in martial arts. However, Song Qingshu was a greedy and lecherous person. Not to mention the rumors in Jianghu, the key point was that he had personally seen him sneak into the inner palace and flirt with the concubines. How could such a person be a good match? Huang Shang treated the yellow-robed woman as his own granddaughter and naturally did not want her to get involved in this mess. Therefore, he changed his words in time and changed from taking care of her to giving pointers in martial arts. Not to mention the surnamed Song's character, his martial arts were first class. With his pointers, the yellow-robed woman would at least reach the level of a grandmaster. Perhaps she would even have the opportunity to see the threshold of a great grandmaster. At that time, in this big world, who would dare to bully her? "Senior, do not worry. I will do my best," Song Qingshu answered solemnly. "And the officials?" Huang Shang glanced at Zhao Go in the distance and noticed that his eyes were filled with hatred as he stared at Song Qingshu's back. He hesitated and swallowed the rest of his words. "Never mind, there is nothing else. You all are on your own." After he finished speaking, the light in his eyes slowly disappeared. Before the others could react, the drunkard monk and the sweeping monk put their palms together. Amitabha Buddha, the yellow-robed woman finally understood that her master had passed away. She forced back the tears in her eyes and suddenly grabbed the long sword on the ground to stab at the sweeping monk beside her. At this moment, Li Qingluo, who was guarding the sweeping monk, used the ice sleeve acupuncture point technique to deflect the long sword in her hand. She frowned and said, "What are you doing?" The yellow-robed woman pointed at the sweeping monk and said angrily, "Master clearly died under his sneak attack. Now you are pretending to be kind and righteous." Amitabha Buddha. Li Qingluo gave a humph. On the battlefield, victory or defeat is based on one's own ability. This cannot be blamed on my Shu. Because she knew of the relationship between the sweeping monk and the Xiaoyao sect, she had to protect him no matter what. Song Qingshu was in a dilemma. At this moment, he could not help but feel a headache coming on. Luckily, the drunkard monk spoke at this moment. "Luo, this is a matter between us Grand Masters. The other party is burdened with the hatred of his country and family. What he did before was understandable. But..." The yellow-robed woman wanted to say more. The drunkard monk shook his head and said, "When your master died, did he ask you to avenge him?" "He did not." The yellow-robed woman bit her lip. "But that was because master took pity on his disciple and did not want me to take the risk." The drunkard monk said seriously, "If that is the case, how can you repay his efforts by taking the risk? One thought to become a demon, one thought to become a Buddha. Please reconsider." Seeing that she was still a little indignant, he could only use the secret sound transmission to say, "Silly child, the sweeping monk's identity is special. He is a Shaolin High monk and an elder of the Xiaoyao sect. These two sects have many masters. If you kill him, the masters of these two sects will come endlessly to seek revenge on you. Moreover, there are people protecting him now. You cannot kill him. Anyway, he is heavily injured and will not live for long. What harm is there in letting him live for a few more days?" Hearing his explanation, the yellow-robed woman was relieved. She said apologetically, "Thank you, Senior, for your explanation." The drunkard monk nodded and stood up to bow to Zhao Go. "Master, I have fulfilled my promise from before. It can be said that I have repaid the Song Emperor's kindness to my family. Now that the matter has been settled, I will take my leave." "Master, you cannot abandon me." Zhao Go was anxious. Now that all the guards by his side were dead and the last person on his side was about to leave, how could he not panic? The drunkard monk shook his head. "I am no different from a useless person now. There is no point in staying. Now that I have repaid the karma of the past, it is time to fulfill my old wish." After saying this, he ignored Zhao Go's repeated requests to stay. His slightly hunched and thin figure gradually disappeared in the mountain path. His singing could be faintly heard in the air. "When the porridge is gone, when will the rice come? It is all because a skin bag is hard to cure. This body is so ignorant. Once it enters the throat, it reaches the stomach. In the blink of an eye, it is hungry again. Only the monk does not care and must slowly drink 3 cups. When winter comes, I still wear summer clothes. Although my body is ugly, my heart is not lost." The sweeping monk at the side had a strange expression. "Amitabha. This state of mind and attainment of the Dharma far surpasses me." Li Qingluo beside him frowned. "Why do I feel that the lyrics are so vulgar?" The sweeping monk smiled slightly and did not explain. After a long time, he sighed. "The matter here has been settled. It is time for me to leave." Li Qingluo hurriedly said, "Martial uncle, let me see you off." The sweeping monk shook his head. "There is no need. If this stinky body dies by the side of the road, it is what it deserves." "But..." Li Qingluo wanted to say more. The sweeping monk had already walked in front of Song Qingshu. "Benefactor Song, do you want to stop me?" Song Qingshu hesitated for a moment but still shook his head. "That year in the depository of scriptures, I was fortunate to receive Senior's guidance. That is why I am where I am today. Why would I make things difficult for Senior? The cause of the past, the effect of today." The sweeping monk sighed. "Benefactor Song, do not worry. I will not say a word about what happened today. Looking at his departing figure, Song Qingshu laughed involuntarily. Why did the sweeping monk make it seem like you wanted to kill the king and take the throne? But he was also a little curious. The other's aura, it seemed that his injuries were not as serious as he had imagined. But his back had been hit by a great grandmaster's full-force attack. How could he have kept his life? Just as Song Qingshu was puzzled, he suddenly heard Zhao Go yell, "Ing Luo, help me kill the traitor Wang Chongyang." He had seen the wine-fighting monk and the sweeping monk leave one after the other. He was worried that Wang Chongyang would also escape, so he had yelled out in advance. But now he had no one he could use. Only the yellow-robed girl could be counted as his brother and sister. They should be on the same side. Hearing this, the yellow-robed girl frowned. Different from the sweeping monk, Master had not been injured by Wang Chongyang. Also, he and Master were good friends. He would occasionally appear at Jianshan Academy. Years ago, he had even taught her once. She really could not bear to act against him when he was heavily injured. "Sir, he is heavily injured. He does not have many months left to live," the yellow-robed girl could only answer. He rebelled against his superiors. How can we let him die so easily? Much less live for a few more months? Zhao Go's face was a bit twisted. Normally, he would not have lost his composure like this. But this time, his plan, which he thought was flawless, had failed. Then, he had become completely disabled. His mental defenses had finally been broken, so he seemed a bit hysterical. "What are you waiting for?" The yellow-robed girl was unwilling, but she could not disrespect the emperor in front of everyone. So, she stood there with an awkward expression. Wang Chongyang laughed. "Forget it. Chongyang has never been weaker than anyone. Even Jia Shidao did not want to die at the hands of others. How could I die at the hands of an incapable ruler like you?" After saying this, he extended his finger and pointed at his own acupuncture point. He was a master of the one-yang finger. If this finger were to hit him, there was no way he would survive. Song Qingshu was shocked. Not to mention that the two of them had once been friends, Wang Chongyang's personality and ambition suited his temperament. How could he let him die like this? Just as he was about to save him, a white shadow suddenly flashed by. With a flip of a wrist, it blocked Wang Chongyang's finger. Everyone around was shocked. Although Wang Chongyang was heavily injured, he still had the power of a great grandmaster. Who could easily block this attack without any warning? They quickly looked over and saw a person in white standing next to Wang Chongyang. She was holding his wrist. Her figure was slim and graceful. It was obviously a woman. Her dress fluttered in the wind, making her look like a fairy. She seemed to be around 40 years old. She was very beautiful, but her eyebrows were long, and there was murderous intent in the corners of her eyes. The person in white laughed coldly. Although her voice was pleasant to hear, her words were full of mockery. "I can't believe you can't change your personality even when you're about to die." Li Qingluo was the mistress of the Wang family, and Wang Chongyang was her elder. But as she watched the sweeping monk leave, she remembered some things of the past. For a moment, she was in a daze and did not pay attention to the situation here. When the change happened, it was too late for her to stop it. Fortunately, this mysterious woman appeared at this time. Before he could thank her, Wang Chongyang's body shook. He looked at the white-robed person in front of him. His mouth opened several times, but no words came out. But everyone could see the excitement in his eyes. "What, don't you recognize me?" The white-robed person snorted. Her tone was clearly dissatisfied. "Chaoying, is it really you?" Wang Chongyang asked uncertainly. Song Qingshu, who was at the side, was startled. Who else could make him so excited with this name other than Lin Chaoying? Years ago in the ancient tomb, he had seen a portrait of Lin Chaoying when she was young. Although this white-robed person was not that young, he could still vaguely recognize her. He subconsciously glanced at Xiao Longnu, only to see her blinking her beautiful eyes, curiously sizing up this ancestor grandmother who had suddenly appeared. Wang Chongyang suddenly thought of something and couldn't help but ask, "Aren't you already dead?" Lin Chaoying sneered. "You are not dead, how can I die earlier than you?" "That's true." Wang Chongyang showed a bit of a smile. "Then why have you never contacted me after all these years?" Lin Chaoying spat. Who do you think you are? Why would I contact you? I don't know how free and unfettered I am. Wang Chongyang frowned. Why are you still like this? Lin Qiaoying immediately said angrily, what do you mean by like this? You make it sound like your temper is so good. When the news of my death spread, you ran over and didn't even pee. In the end, you spent all your energy on deciphering my Jade Women's Heart Sutra. You purposely left the deciphering method on the stone coffins of the ancient tomb disciples. The ancient tomb disciples could only find out before they died that their lifetime of martial arts had been completely broken by someone else. They died in endless regret and regret. Pa, what kind of man are you? He even proudly wrote that Chongyang would never be weaker than anyone. Song Qingshu, who was at the side, was speechless. Lin Qiaoying's personality was really fierce. No wonder she would fight with Wang Chongyang for a lifetime, neither willing to submit to the other. They were originally a pair of immortal lovers, but in the end they could only love and kill each other for a lifetime. Compared to Lin Qiaoying's personality, Song Qingshu felt that he preferred the gentle type. Even Xiaolong Nu's cold personality was better than Lin Qiaoying's hot temper. Of course, objectively speaking, Old Wang was the one who had done the wrong thing. In the past, Old Wang had criticized Old Wang for carving the technique to break the Jade Maiden Heart Sutra on the coffins of the ancient tomb disciples. It was a little cheap. Wang Chongyang's face turned red, but he didn't want to admit defeat. In the end, isn't it because your ancient tomb sex kung fu is designed to counter the Chuanjin sex kung fu? You can counter it, but I can't. You. Lin Qiaoying frowned, her eyes filled with rage. Seeing that the two of them were about to argue again, Song Qingshu couldn't help but feel a headache coming on. He quickly stepped forward and interrupted, you must be Senior Lin from the ancient tomb sect. Lin Qiaoying turned around to look at him and nodded with some appreciation. You must be Song Qingshu. I know about your deeds. Not bad. Not only are you more handsome than that Mr. Wang, but you are also more responsible than him. Song Qingshu smiled, but didn't know how to respond. However, he was a little surprised that Lin Qiaoying had a good impression of him. He thought that she would hate him. After thinking about it, it must be because he had risked his life to protect Xiaolong Nu in the palace. Ancestor Grandma? Xiaolong Nu also walked over at this time and greeted in a low voice. Longer, be good. Even your master couldn't understand the essence of my kung fu. In the end, you were able to use the pure heart of fairy swordplay. You are really talented. Looking at Xiaolong Nu, Lin Qiaoying's expression softened. But I admire your taste in men. You are much better than ancestral grandmother. Lin Qiaoying's next words almost choked Wang Chongyang to death. He thought to himself, you can praise me if you want, but why do you have to step on me? Song Qingshu, on the other hand, was bursting with joy. He wished he could hug her and kiss her. This assist really caught him off guard. Xiaolong Nu didn't think that ancestral grandmother would say this to her. Even though she had a cold personality, her pale face blushed. Ancestral grandmother, you misunderstand. Between him and I, Lin Qiaoying sighed. It's not easy to find a man in this world who is willing to die for you. Xiaolong Nu was stunned. She couldn't help but think of the time when she put down the broken dragon stone. Yang Wu risked his life to jump in to accompany her. At that time, senior apprentice sister Li Macho also said the same thing to her. But soon, the scene of Song Qingshu protecting her in the Lin and Imperial Palace appeared in her mind. For a moment, her heart was in a mess. It's a pity that this person is greedy and lustful. Everyone in Jianghu knows that he is a playboy. He may not be a good match. Lin Qiaoying glared at Song Qingshu fiercely. Her dissatisfaction was clear in her words. Song Qingshu's face heated up. He really couldn't refute this. Lin Qiaoying was obviously not in the mood to participate in the matters between the younger generation. She went over and lifted Wang Chongyang's collar. I'm taking this person away. You don't have any objections, do you? Wang Chongyang was embarrassed and angry. Outrageous. Put me down. He had always cared about his reputation and reputation. Moreover, he had been fighting with Lin Qiaoying for a lifetime. Now that he was lifted up like a chicken in front of so many people, he was really ashamed and angry. But now that he was seriously injured and on the verge of death, he didn't have the strength to resist Lin Qiaoying. Looking at his somewhat comical appearance, Song Qingshu couldn't help but want to laugh. Seeing that Lao Wang kept signaling him with his eyes, he thought of the friendship between them. He coughed lightly and stepped forward. "Senior Lin, his injury is not trivial. Why don't you stay and let's think about it together and see if there is any way to save him?" "No need." Lin Qiaoying directly rejected his proposal. Song Qingshu didn't understand. Wang Chongyang's injury could not be healed even if he used the one yang finger to heal him. Unless he used the blissful Zen technique to perform dual cultivation with Wang Chongyang, there might be hope. Vomit. Thinking of that scene, Song Qingshu felt a chill run down his spine. Even if he was beaten to death, he would not allow it. If he didn't know the relationship between Lin Qiaoying and Wang Chongyang, Song Qingshu might have suspected that she didn't want to save him. But he knew that although Lin Qiaoying's mouth was not forgiving, she would never harm Wang Chongyang, so he didn't stop her. Soon, Wang Chongyang was shouting and protesting. Lin Qiaoying carried him and disappeared on the distant mountain road. At this time, Song Qingshu checked the rest of the people on the mountain. He first went to Huang Yaoshir's side and found that he was unconscious. He checked his pulse and found that although his injury was serious, he was still alive. He couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. If something happened to him, he didn't know how sad Rong'er would be. He quickly took a 9 turns bear snake pill and fed it to him. Then he said to Yu Lianzhou and the others, "Martial uncles, please arrange a place for me to take him to heal." Yu Lianzhou nodded. Of course. Huang Yaoshir was, after all, a world-famous person. It was as easy as lifting a finger to befriend the Peach Blossom Island. Why not? His only concern was that Huang Yaoshir was involved in the rebellion, but with Song Qingshu here, it should not be a problem. Oh right, this Sherpatian should be related to the black and white swords of Shangqing Temple. They are both from the Wudang sect. Martial uncles, please take him to the people of Shangqing Temple. Song Qingshu checked Sherpotian's injury. Fortunately, his inner energy was really strong and he wasn't injured by a grandmaster, so he was able to keep his life. But after being injured by Zhao Guo's attack, most of his martial arts would probably be crippled. Shangqing Temple sent people here during the headmaster ceremony, so we can ask them, Zhang Songshi answered. He checked the others. No matter if they were Zhao Guo's guards, the Mansion of Spirits, or the Isle of Heroes, they all died in the battle. Only Ding Dian survived because of the special effect of the God Illuminating Sutra, but he had automatically entered a state of tortoise rest. Song Qingshu fed him the 9 turns bear snake pill and handed him over to the people of the Wudang sect to take care of. Many people of the Wudang sect were also injured. For example, Yin Lighting was kicked by Jia Sherdao and was badly injured. The other third-generation disciples were more or less injured. Soon, the warriors of the Wudang sect took everyone to a place to heal. After they left, the bamboo forest became much emptier. At this time, Zhao Guo finally spoke. You sent away all the irrelevant people. I guess you are going to make a move on me. Seeing that he let go of the sweeping monk and Wang Chongyang, and even took care of Huang Yaoshir, how could he not understand? The yellow-shirt woman was shocked and quickly spread her arms in front of him. Don't kill him. Although she didn't like this brother, she was still a member of the royal family, and they were related by blood. At this time, Li Qingluo pulled Xiaolong Nu's hand and walked over. Kill him. Why don't we kill him? Just now, they wanted to kill the sweeping monk, and she stood up to stop them. She didn't expect the tables to turn, and their roles were reversed. You. The yellow-shirt woman was angry, but at the same time, she understood that she could deal with one of them. If the two of them worked together, how could they stop them? She had no choice but to look at Song Qingshu for help. Brother Song. Song Qingshu looked like he was in a difficult position. They were both people, and it wasn't good to offend either of them. At this time, it was Dongfang Mushui who couldn't stand it anymore. She walked over and snorted. I will listen to whoever can beat me. Maybe it was because of her experience as the leader of the devil cult, or because she had become an emperor in the past 2 years, but she always had a kind of power about her, which shocked the 3 women. Are you kidding me? You are a great grandmaster. How can we beat you? Since there are no objections, then listen to me. Dongfang Muxue said and looked at Song Qingshu with disdain. You really lack dominance. A harem should look like a harem. If you can't even control it, how can you have a harem? Today is New Year's Eve. Happy New Year, everyone. Song Qingshu smiled bitterly. In terms of aggressiveness, he really could not compare to Invincible East, who had shocked the martial world for so many years. This kind of thing was innate and hard to learn. The other two girls had different reactions when they heard her words. Li Qingluo was fine. She was a mature woman and did not feel anything, but the yellow-robed girl could not help but stomp her foot. What are you talking about? What harem? We are not like what you think. Dongfang Muxue glanced at her and did not pay attention to her. She said directly, since you can't beat me, then listen to me. The expressions of the people on the side were interesting. From her tone, it sounded like she was also a member of Song Qingshu's harem. But she was clearly a man. Could it be that Song Qingshu liked that kind of thing? Thinking of this, they all stared at Song Qingshu strangely, thinking that the moral degeneration of the world was getting worse day by day. People's hearts were not what they used to be. At this time, Dongfang Muxue continued, it is not wise to kill Zhao Go now and leave behind a big mess. Why don't we keep him alive and let him be a puppet? How dare you? Zhao Go was originally very weak from his heavy injuries. Now that he heard the other party publicly announce that she wanted him to be a puppet, he could not help but be furious and immediately sat up straight. Now that things have come to this, there is no place for you to speak. Dongfang Muxue huffed and waved her hand casually, looking like she could not be bothered with him. Zhao Go was furious and was about to open his mouth to curse when Dongfang Muxue laughed coldly and said, if you don't know what's good for you, do you believe that I will kill you right now? Zhao Go's face was green and his expression was uncertain. Seeing that he did not dare to say anything, many people sighed in their hearts. No wonder he had been bullied so badly by the Jin kingdom all these years. This emperor was too tolerant. The yellow-robed girl was about to speak when Dongfang Muxue cut her off. It is already because of you that he is able to keep his life and the throne. Don't push your luck. When the time comes, you will lose everything and get nothing. The yellow-robed girl hesitated but did not say anything in the end. It was unknown whether she was afraid of the other party's temperament or worried that saying too much would bring Zhao Go to his death. At this moment, a commotion suddenly came from halfway up the mountain. Very soon, a Wu-Tang disciple came to report, a group of soldiers from the imperial court has charged up here. Zhao Go suddenly looked happy. Although those soldiers were most likely Jia Shidao's or King Yi's subordinates, no matter which side they were from, they wouldn't be able to deal with Song Qingshu. Then, he would have room to maneuver. Soldiers of the royal court? Song Qingshu was also trying to guess which group it was, but he didn't have to worry about it because the other party had already rushed over. Officials. The leading general was shocked when he saw the corpses strewn all over the ground. When he saw that Zhao Go was still alive, he visibly heaved a sigh of relief and shouted excitedly. Wang Ziding? Song Qingshu had already recognized the other party. He was puzzled as to why he would appear here. At first, Wang Ziding's 10,000 bodyguards were held up by the Liu brothers' army. Then, in order to hold up the Liu brothers' army, Song Qingshu mobilized the loyal army of the Jin kingdom to the south and pretended to attack Xianxia. Wang Ziding must have slipped out during this time. Of course, it wasn't easy for him to escape. He didn't have many soldiers with him. Although he didn't count them, it was clearly far from 10,000. The majority of the army was fighting with the Liu brothers and the Jin kingdom's army, and he had brought some elite troops to break out. Quick, help me kill this traitor. Zhao Go pointed at Song Qingshu agitatedly, and instantly gave the order. It looks like Wang Ziding and Jia Shidao aren't on the same side. Originally, Song Qingshu had been thinking about whether or not the Wang family had participated in Jia Shidao's rebellion. After all, they were both from the four major families, and they were related by marriage. But now, seeing his reaction when he saw Zhao Go, he was finally sure that he hadn't participated. In fact, it made sense. If the two of them were on the same side, Zhao Go wouldn't have brought him here to dig his own grave. At this time, Wang Ziding also heard Zhao Go's order, and could not help but be shocked. But his long-time loyalty instinctively made him pull out his sword. The soldiers under him also took up their weapons and surrounded Song Qingshu in the middle. Song Qingshu frowned slightly. At that moment, Li Qingluo ran out and stood in front of him. "Second brother, what are you doing?" Wang Ziding was the second son of the second branch of the Wang family, and Li Qingluo was the wife of the eldest son of the third branch of the Wang family. The two of them naturally knew each other. Wang Ziding was shocked. "Sister, why are you with the traitor? Come over here." Li Qingluo smiled bitterly. "King Qi saved the emperor. I am the traitor." Wang Ziding was dumbfounded. He didn't expect her to be involved in the rebellion. Li Qingluo glanced at the soldiers beside him and said, "I have some things I want to say to you in private." Zhao Go quickly opened his mouth and was about to say something when Dongfeng Muxue raised her hand. An invisible force sealed his acupuncture point, making it impossible for him to make a sound. Wang Ziding hesitated for a moment and then waved his hand, indicating for the soldiers to retreat. However, he had seen Song Qingshu's martial arts and was worried that the other would take the opportunity to attack him. So, he gave an order. "Archers, get ready. If anything happens to me, kill everyone standing on this mountain." He didn't emphasize the emperor's safety. These bodyguards wouldn't be so blind as to shoot the emperor. He didn't say it because he didn't want these people to hide behind the emperor and use him as a shield. That would be very troublesome. On the other side, Dongfeng Muxue also quietly shifted her position. She quietly calculated whether she should directly attack the archers or use Zhao Go as a hostage. Song Qingshu, on the other hand, stood there calmly, as if he wasn't worried about how the situation would develop. Li Qingluo walked to Wang Ziding's side and roughly explained what had just happened. However, whether intentionally or unintentionally, she left out some details that were disadvantageous to Song Qingshu. Dongfeng Muxue looked playfully at Song Qingshu and used secret telepathy to say, "You really have a lot of luck with women. I feel like all beautiful women are related to you, whether it's a young girl in the prime of her life or a married lady." The others couldn't hear what Li Qingluo said, but how could they hide it from the two grandmasters? Song Qingshu smiled awkwardly, not knowing how to respond. Li Qingluo continued to persuade Wang Ziding, saying, "Second brother, let's not talk about the two grandmasters. There are also grandmasters like West Poison and Qiu Qianren. There are also many masters in Wudong. If we really fight, it's hard to say who will win." Wang Ziding was silent. If they were on an open plain, he wouldn't be afraid of these Jianghu people with his army. However, there were barriers everywhere on Wudong Mountain, and the army couldn't use their formation at all. They might not be able to stop these masters. Moreover, his army was stalled. This time, he could only bring 1,000 or 2,000 people up the mountain. Li Qingluo continued, "Just now, Jia Sherdao and King Yi rebelled. The Wangs and the Jia are so close. Your sister is married to Jia Sherdao, and I'm involved in this case. Will Zhao Go really believe in your loyalty? Will he let the Wangs go after this?" Wang Ziding knew that the emperor was the most suspicious person. He might have believed it before, but after the series of events on Wudong Mountain and his delay, it was impossible for the emperor not to have any doubts. "But he killed Xian. Xian is my brother-in-law, and my niece Shifeng is married to the Jia," Wang Ziding couldn't help but say. "Are we supposed to help him?" "Second brother, you might not know this, but King Qi is also one of us," Li Qingluo whispered. In the distance, Song Qingshu couldn't help but be surprised. Was she going to announce their relationship to her family? But her husband was Wang Ziding's cousin. If she announced their relationship, it would bring shame to the Wang family. Wouldn't it backfire? One of us? Wang Ziding clearly didn't understand. Li Qingluo hesitated for a moment before explaining, "Actually, Yu Yan and he are in love with each other and have already pledged to marry each other." What? Wang Ziding was shocked. Wang Yuyan was the daughter of the third branch. Her beauty was so beautiful that it would put the moon to shame, and her personality had always been gentle. After what had happened to Shen Bijuan, the Wang family had even tried to find a chance to match her with the crown prince and make her the new crown princess. Now that they suddenly found out that she had already decided to marry another man, how could they not be shocked? He wasn't the only one who was shocked. Even Song Qingshu was shocked. When did he and Wang Yuyan decide to marry each other? Although Wang Yuyan was as beautiful as a fairy, pure and gentle, knowledgeable, the two of them were friends, and he had a good impression of her. But wasn't this still far from being pledged to marry each other? Dongfang Muxue looked at him teasingly. Do all the beautiful girls in the world have that kind of relationship with you? Song Qingshu blushed and replied using secret voice transmission, don't talk nonsense. She must be using this as an excuse to bury the hatchet. Dongfang Muxue snorted. Why go through so much trouble? With Wang Ziding's thousands of men, it won't be difficult for us to deal with them if we work together. Let's not talk about the fact that weapons have no eyes and that the Wu-Tang people will inevitably suffer losses. Wang Ziding is the current head of the Wang family. If we can obtain his support, it will be much easier for us to control the imperial court in the future, Song Qingshu replied. Dongfang Muxue knew that he had a point and didn't refute. It seems that you plan to move from behind the scenes to the front? Song Qingshu nodded. Although it's easy to disguise, I'm still hiding in the shadows. I can't live as someone else for the rest of my life. In the past, he had also been troubled by this problem. It was not until he became closer to Zhao Min in the Liao Kingdom that Zhao Min learned about his situation. She talked to him a lot and provided him with a lot of advice, especially the history of Yang Jian and the process of Zhao Kuangyin's rise, which touched him a lot. Therefore, this time he had the opportunity, he did not continue his previous disguise. Instead, he planned to walk step by step in front of the stage with his real identity. On the other side, Li Qingluo struck while the iron was hot and continued to persuade, second brother, Jia Sherdao is doomed. Instead of holding on to his ship that is destined to remain silent, why don't we form an alliance with King Qi? With Yu Yan's help, we can rest assured about the future. Seeing that Wang Ziding was still a little hesitant, Li Qingluo finally used her trump card. Second brother, do you know why the two great grandmasters by the emperor's side were heavily injured? Why? Wang Ziding was curious. In his opinion, the emperor had imperial weapons, many masters, and masters like Huang Cheng and Dojiu Monk. How did he end up like this? Li Qingluo sighed. Because my uncle also joined the Mansion of Spirits. He is the one with the codename General. He also participated in this rebellion. What? As the commander of the Front Palace Guard, Wang Ziding naturally knew about the Mansion of Spirits. The Imperial City Guards had been investigating this rebel organization, but they had not been able to find much useful information. They did not expect Wang Chongyang to be the core of this organization. Other than Banshan Duke, Wang Chongyang had played a crucial role in the Wang clan's current success. To a certain extent, he could even represent the Wang clan. If Li Qingluo was the only one who participated in the rebellion, they could claim that it was her own action, and the Wang family could get away with it. But now, even Wang Chongyang was involved in the rebellion. The Wang family couldn't get away with it. Song Qingshu saw that the time was right. He stepped forward and said, Commander, Yu Yan and I are in love with each other. In the future, we will be one family with the Wang family. Previously, Li Qingluo and Wang Ziding had been conversing in low voices. Other than the two great grandmasters, no one else could hear the content of their conversation. Now that Song Qingshu mentioned this relationship, everyone was shocked. Li Qingluo glared at him. She had said that to win over Wang Ziding. In any case, they were all members of the Wang family. In the future, she could just find a reason to get away with it, and Yu Yan's reputation would be preserved. But now that Song Qingshu had said it publicly, the nature of the matter was different. There were so many people present. If word got out, how could Yu Yan's reputation be preserved? He was really the most despicable bastard in the world. Li Qingluo suspected that he was trying to take advantage of her daughter on purpose. She was so angry that she was about to explode. But now she had to consider the big picture, so she didn't lose her temper. She would deal with him later. Ignoring her murderous eyes, Song Qingshu continued to persuade Wang Ziding. I know what you are hesitating about, Commander. Your sister and nephew have both married into the Jia family, and you are worried that they will be affected this time. I can promise you here that after we leave the mountain, we will not publicize Jia Sherdao's participation in the rebellion. We will still keep the title of nobility of the Jia family. In this way, you won't have to worry that the Wang family will be affected by the Jia family. Also, the happiness of your sister and niece will be guaranteed for the rest of their lives. Wang Ziding was surprised. Really? Song Qingshu smiled and said, of course. But. Wang Ziding glanced at Zhao Guo, who was not far away. The emperor will never agree. Song Qingshu said calmly, now, these things are not up to him. Wang Ziding's expression changed slightly. Obviously, he understood what he meant. Song Qingshu sighed. Among the Jia, Shi, Wang, and Shui families, the Wang family can only be ranked third. Has Commander never thought about becoming the first family? During the Eastern Jin dynasty, people said that the king and his horse share the world. Why don't we recreate this legend? Wang Ziding's expression changed. As if he had made up his mind, a smile finally appeared on his face. No, it should be called The King and the Song, Share the World. Actually, after knowing that Wang Chongyang had participated in the rebellion, he was destined not to stay in Zhao Guo's camp anymore. Later on, he was only thinking about how to preserve the glory and interests of the Wang family. At this time, with Li Qingluo acting as the middleman and his relationship with Wang Yuyan, coupled with the bargaining chips that she had put into his heart, he finally made up his mind. You're right, uncle. Song Qingshu laughed heartily and held his hand tightly. Uncle? Wang Ziding was taken aback for a moment, but he soon realized that the other party was referring to him because of how Wang Yuyan had addressed him. He was extremely pleased to have such a renowned figure greet him as a junior, and he returned the other party's hand with a hearty laugh. Li Qingluo's eyes were about to spit fire. She thought, I call Wang Ziding second brother, but you call me uncle. What should you call me then? Unfortunately, she couldn't vent her anger in front of so many people, so she felt even more depressed. Song Qingshu and Wang Ziding reached a preliminary agreement. Next, they discussed the details of the cooperation. Zhao Guo was placed under house arrest by Song Qingshu's people. Wang Ziding's pupils shrank, but there were too many masters on their side. He wasn't sure that he could take Zhao Guo back, so he could only acquiesce. The next step was to find someone to take responsibility for this. Since they wanted to preserve Jia Shidao's reputation, it was obvious that Prince Yi was the best candidate to take the blame. His subordinates were all dead, and he himself was seriously injured and unconscious. There was no way he could protest against his impending fate. To prevent any more trouble, Wang Ziding chopped off Prince Yi's head. That way, there would be no more evidence. The whole process made Song Qingshu's eyelids twitch. He thought that these people from century-old families usually acted like gentlemen, but when it came to the interests of their families, they were more ruthless than anyone else. After that, Wang Ziding also wanted to kill the only survivor who was carrying the imperial equipment, Ding Dian. However, he was stopped by Song Qingshu. What kind of joke was this? Ding Dian was his friend. How could he let him die without knowing why? Although Wang Ziding was a little worried, his attention quickly shifted to something more important, the LV brothers, who had a lot of troops. How about I take the official's order and send troops to all the prefectures to kill the LV brothers? Now that Jia Shidao is dead, they don't have a leader, so they can't do anything, Wang Ziding said. Song Qingshu shook his head and said, no, the Jia's group has too many people. If we kill the LV brothers, the rest of the Jia's group will be suspicious. Even if we announce that Jia Shidao died protecting the emperor, many people won't believe it. The court will be divided and the country will be in turmoil. It will be hard for us to clean up the mess. That's right. Wang Ziding nodded and obviously agreed with his judgment. If we can't kill them all, what should we do next? The tens of thousands of troops under the LV brothers are not just for show. Song Qingshu also had a headache. At this moment, a soldier suddenly came to report, General, a woman is coming up the mountain. A woman? Wang Ziding didn't dare to be careless. Now that there were troops everywhere, ordinary people wouldn't be able to get in. What woman? That woman is dressed like a young woman. I don't know which man is so lucky to have such a beautiful wife, the soldier said with envy. Wang Ziding almost died of anger. Get to the point. In front of so many people, his soldier's first reaction was to pay attention to these messy things, which really made him feel ashamed. But that woman is really beautiful. She is more beautiful than all the women we have seen in the past decades, and her breasts are so big, the soldier murmured. Noticing that Wang Ziding was staring at him fiercely, he hurriedly said, that woman is very good at martial arts. She has a bamboo stick in her hand, and she has hurt many of our brothers. But we have almost controlled the situation, and it won't be long before we catch her alive." Although they didn't get orders from their superiors, all the soldiers were men. No man was willing to kill such a beauty, because it was such a waste. Song Qingshu frowned and said, "Can you see the woman's martial arts?" The soldier looked confused. After a long time, he said with uncertainty, "I heard someone say that her martial arts are from the beggar gang." "The beggar gang?" Song Qingshu was shocked. "Don't make things difficult for that person. Let her come up." Seeing that his subordinate was looking at him, Wang Ziding nodded. "Let her come up." What kind of joke was this? There were 2 great grandmasters here, and the others were also top-notch experts. Why would they be afraid of that woman? Moreover, since she could be trapped by the soldiers, it was obvious that her martial arts skills were limited. In addition, he was also slightly curious in his heart. How beautiful must this woman be to make his subordinate lose his composure like this? Not long after, a mature and beautiful figure appeared in front of everyone. Her hair was coiled up on her head, and she was indeed dressed like a young married woman. Her neck was slender and fair, and she exuded a noble aura. Her cheeks were as red as peach blossoms. She was clearly born with an incomparably dignified appearance, but her plump and smooth cheeks always gave others an illusion, as if she was faintly revealing an overflowing feeling of spring, causing one's imagination to run wild. "It's really huge." Wang Ziding couldn't help but swallow his saliva. He finally understood why his subordinate had lost his composure just now. The young woman's chest was swollen and trembling, and her dress was tightly wrapped around her, as if it would burst open at any time. The key point was that unlike ordinary women who were bloated, she had a slender waist, which was extremely visually impactful. Moving his eyes away with difficulty, Wang Ziding stepped forward and cupped his hands. "It turns out to be Chief Wang. Please forgive me for my impoliteness just now." Rongwer Song Qingshu was extremely excited. He never thought that he would be able to meet her again. However, when he thought about how their identities were not accepted by the secular world, he could only temporarily suppress his excitement and pretend that nothing had happened. This young married woman was Huang Rong. When she and Guojing went to Linen City, they caused a lot of sensation. As the commander of the front palace, Wang Ziding had naturally seen her. He felt strange in his heart, thinking that although she was big when he saw her last time, it was obviously not so exaggerated. At this time, Huang Rong's attention was completely focused on Song Qingshu. Seeing him here, a trace of unnaturalness flashed across her face. She hurriedly looked away and said, "Greetings, Palace Marshal. I was in a hurry to break into the mountain and had a misunderstanding with them." "No problem." Wang Ziding's face showed a trace of a smile. In the face of such a beautiful woman, few men could get angry. "May I know why Madam has come to Mount Wudong this time?" Huang Rong bowed and answered, "These days I have been traveling with my father. 2 days ago, we accidentally got separated. I remembered that I had heard him mention that he admired Wudong Zhenrenzhang's elegant demeanor, so I came here to find him." Her words were half true and half false. A few days ago, when she was about to give birth, Huang Yaoshi, who had always doted on her, did not stay on Peach Blossom Island. He only found his disciples Qingying and Lu Wushuang to take care of her. He himself was always secretive, as if he was planning something big. Huang Rong was quick-witted and realized that something was wrong. Later on, by chance, she found a letter in her father's room. Combining the clues, she deduced a terrible guess. Just a few months after giving birth, she handed the infant over to Qingying, her sister, and the wet nurse to take care of her while she hurried to find her father. With great difficulty, she finally found traces of her father and rushed to Wudong. Unfortunately, her lightness skill was not as good as Huang Yaoshi's and she was still too late. In front of the commander of the front palace, she naturally did not want to tell him the real reason. At the same time, she deliberately said this to explain Huang Yaoshi's motive, trying to be the first to exonerate him. "Huang Yaoshi?" Wang Ziding looked at Song Qingshu with a puzzled expression. He had just arrived and did not know much about what had happened at the back of the mountain. Song Qingshu finally found an opportunity to talk to Huang Rong. "Chief Huang, your father is seriously injured. I have sent people to take him to a safe place to treat his injuries. He did not want to call her Madame Gua, so he used Chief Huang instead. Seriously injured? Huang Rong's body went limp. Even with Song Qingshu's martial arts, he still felt that it was a serious injury. Seeing that she was scared out of her wits, Song Qingshu hurriedly said, "Don't worry, Island Master Huang's life is not in danger. It's just that his injuries are a little troublesome." Huang Rong bit her lip and did not care about her vow not to talk to him anymore. She pleaded, "Where is my father? Take me to him quickly." Song Qingshu didn't want her to worry so much and was about to agree when Dongfang Muxue stood up and said, "I've heard that Madam is very quick-witted. Now, there is a huge problem that is bothering us. I'll have to trouble Madam to give us some advice." Huang Rong looked at him in surprise. Who was this unbelievably handsome man? Moreover, he had a unique temperament that gave off a strange and evil charm. But in comparison, she still found Song Qingshu's manly temperament more pleasing to the eye. Her face blushed slightly and she hurriedly abandoned her distracting thoughts. She tactfully declined, "Thinking of my father's serious injuries, I am very confused. I am afraid I cannot give you any advice." Dongfang Muxue smiled slightly, "That is not up to you. Your father is suspected of being involved in a rebellion. If this matter is not resolved, even if Island Master Huang survives, I am afraid there will be no place for your family in this big world." Huang Rong's expression changed several times, but she reacted quickly. She immediately realized that the other party was not accusing her, but forcing her to come up with a plan. She had no choice but to ask what had happened. Dongfang Muxue was a little hesitant. She didn't know the relationship between the other party and Song Qingshu. She didn't know if she could trust him or not, so she glanced at Song Qingshu with an inquiring look. Song Qingshu coughed softly and went forward to tell Huang Rong what had just happened in the back mountain. Seeing that he was very detailed and didn't seem to be worried, Dongfang Muxue showed a thoughtful expression. Maybe it was because it was related to her father's safety. Huang Rong's mind was a little clearer than usual. Soon, she had an idea. "First of all, we have to give the LV brothers a way out of this embarrassing situation. We can use the Emperor's seal to summon all the officials in the capital to rescue the king." Xianxia, the pacification commissioner of Jinghu North Road, Chao Shixiang, deputy commander of Jing and Yi province, Gao Da, and others are not on the same side as the LV brothers, so they will definitely come with their troops. The imperial edict also states that Jia Shidao died while rescuing the king and praises him for his contribution. Everyone knows about this, so even if it's fake, it has become a fact. The LV brothers know that Jia Shidao is dead, and they don't know that they are involved, so they have a backup plan. Everyone knows about this, so even if it's fake, it will become a fact. But Huang Rong changed the topic. The LV brothers are very suspicious, so the key is to find someone that both sides can trust to send a message to them and act as a mediator. I used to work with them in Xiangyang, so we can sort of be friends. Let me send a message to them. Song Qingshu was worried. That's too dangerous. If they do something desperate, you will be in danger. Huang Rong looked at him deeply and then shook her head. Thank you for your concern. I've lived in Xiangyang for so many years, and there are many disciples of the beggar gang in the city. In addition, my husband and I are a bit unlucky, so the LV brothers have to think twice before they want to hurt me. Besides, based on my understanding of them, they wouldn't dare to do anything that would cause a life and death struggle. Wang Ziding laughed. That's great. Then I'll have to trouble you, madam. Wang Ziding laughed. That's good. Thank you, madam. Dongfang Muxue smiled and said, Don't worry, Island Master Huang has been arranged by Qingshu. Madam will arrange for you to meet when she returns. Huang Rong nodded slightly, then pretended to glance at Song Qingshu unintentionally. After hesitating for a moment, she did not say anything in the end and left with a sweet smile on her face. Wang Ziding couldn't help but swallow his saliva as he watched her leave. He thought to himself, she really is a stunner. It's a pity that she married Guojing, who doesn't understand romance. Although he wasn't fond of women, he was still a man. If he was 10 years younger, he might have also fallen for her. As Song Qingshu stared at her back in a daze, Dongfang Muxue walked to his side and whispered, This woman is full of wisdom. If you can make use of her, she will definitely become your hidden dragon and phoenix chick. Song Qingshu nodded subconsciously. Dongfang Muxue couldn't help but laugh. Do you want me to secretly kill Guojing? That way, there won't be any obstacles between the two of you. Back then, wasn't it all thanks to me, the Moon Elder, that you were able to hook up with Xia Qingqing? Guojing's martial arts were high, but if Dongfang Muxue wanted to kill him now, it would be a piece of cake. Song Qingshu was shocked. Don't do anything rash. Hirogua is a great hero, you can't suffer such a fate. Alright. You're a whore and you still want to keep your chastity. Dongfang Muxue curled her lips, her tone full of disdain, but according to what I know, Guojing's entire army was annihilated in the northern expedition. I don't think he's going to survive, so I don't have to worry about him. Song Qingshu didn't explain. Guojing was saved by Huazheng, so his life was probably saved. He just didn't know where he was now. Since the general situation has been decided, I should go back. Dongfang Muxue suddenly said. Song Qingshu was shocked. Why are you in such a hurry? Don't you want to stay and fight with you girls? Dongfang Muxue glanced at the yellow-robed woman, Xiaolong Nu, and the rest. That's not what I meant. Besides, they can't beat you. Why are you afraid of him? Song Qingshu smiled bitterly. I'm just teasing you. Dongfang Muxue smiled. The main thing is that the war between the Qing court and the three countries is coming to an end. I can't be at ease leaving it to Indigo Phoenix and Fei Yan. I don't want to fail at the last moment. Song Qingshu nodded. Indeed, business is more important. It's just that it's rare for us to meet each other. I can't bear to part with you so soon. Dongfang Muxue curled her lips. What's the use of saying such nice words? I've always been in the palace of Yanjing City. You're always welcome to visit, it's just that you've never come. Song Qingshu smiled bitterly. It's not like you don't know that I have too many things on my hands. I'm also troubled by the pressure from Western Xia and Mongolia. I can't spare any time. Dongfang Muxue naturally knew the reason, but she refused to admit it. You don't have to explain. It's not that interesting to be with you. It's not as fun as the concubines in the palace. Song Qingshu was speechless. If he had not experienced it himself and knew that she was a woman among women, he would have suspected her sexual orientation. Seeing that he was rendered speechless, Dongfang Muxue left behind a string of unbridled laughter before turning into a red shadow and disappearing into the wilderness. Wang Ziding could not help but walk over and ask, what happened to Master Dongfang? Song Qingshu answered, now that the situation has been settled, she naturally left. Wang Ziding was stunned at first. He thought to himself, you're really ambitious. I have a few thousand soldiers under me, do you really think that you're in control of the situation? However, on second thought, the enemy no longer had a great grandmaster. It was meaningless to leave two great grandmasters here. Moreover, they had just agreed on a common goal and he had no reason to fall out with them. King Qi really has a wide circle of friends. You can even invite someone like Master Dongfang. Wang Ziding could not help but sigh. I do like to make friends. Other than Master Dongfang, Western Poison Mr. Ouyang and Master Qiu of the Iron Palm sect also brought the Jin Kingdom's army to help when they heard that I was in trouble. Song Qingshu did not deliberately boast about himself. He just wanted to show his strength at the right time to prevent the other party from having any improper thoughts. As expected, Wang Ziding's expression changed slightly. He had heard that Song Qingshu was friends with Tang Qibian, a powerful minister of the Jin Kingdom. Now it seemed that Song Qingshu's influence in the Jin Kingdom was really extraordinary. With his status, he would not believe that people like Ouyang Feng and Qiu Qianren would dare or have the ability to mobilize the Jin Kingdom's army just because of their past friendship. It was most likely because of Tang Qibian that they did this favor at no cost. Song Qingshu continued, I believe that you will also become my good friend in the future. Wang Ziding could not help but laugh. Of course. Soon, we will become a family. At that time, you will have to follow Yu Yan and change the way you address me. Of course, of course. Song Qingshu subconsciously looked at Li Qingluo and noticed her murderous eyes. He could not help but smile bitterly. He could only ignore her anger and came to Ouyang Feng and Qiu Qianren. He said to them, messengers have been sent to various places in the capital to ask them to rescue the king. Moreover, after such a long time of disturbance, many people may have moved ahead of time. You should immediately go down the mountain and mobilize the loyal army. Otherwise, it will be troublesome if all the armies surround you. The two nodded and quickly left with the order. Qiu Qianren was easily used to this new role, but Ouyang Feng did not feel good. He thought of how he could still guide Song Qingshu in the past. But now, Song Qingshu had become an existence that he had to look up to. Moreover, he had witnessed the fight to the death between the Grand Master and the Grand Master. He secretly made up his mind that he must train hard in the future and strive to become a Grand Master one day. Next, Wang Ziding stationed his men on Mount Wudang. Along the way, they collected the bodies of the many guards who died in the battle. When they encountered a few survivors, they reorganized them. The accompanying officials who were previously trapped in the front mountain were finally allowed to visit the emperor. However, Zhao Ge was already seriously injured. Moreover, with Song Qingshu's soul-shifting technique, he was lying on the bed as if his life was hanging by a thread. The group of officials all expressed their concern for the emperor's health. Then, they all scolded Prince Yi for being a traitor. With Wang Ziding, Zhao Ge's trusted aide, and Prince Yi always coveted the throne, they didn't suspect anything. However, when they heard that Jia Sherdao had seen through King Yi's scheme and hurried back from the front line to save King Yi, many people secretly wondered why Jia Sherdao, who had always been on good terms with King Yi and had always been scheming, would be killed by King Yi this time. Of course, they were all people who had been in and out of the bureaucracy for so many years. Now that the official announcement was so, even if they had doubts, they wouldn't say it out loud. Instead, they all went along with it. Many people even made the funeral oration on the spot. After taking care of things here, Song Qingshu went to visit some of the wounded. Yin Lighting's injuries weren't fatal. It was enough to have a few brothers to treat him. Ding Dian's God Illuminating Sutra was helping him heal himself. Now, he was in a coma and wouldn't wake up for a while. Therefore, Song Qingshu went directly to Huang Yasher's room and used his internal energy to heal him. His one-yang finger had the ability to bring someone back from the dead. With the help of the carefree sex panacea, Huang Yasher's life was finally saved. When Huang Yasher woke up and saw him, he frowned and didn't say a word. Song Qingshu could not help but laugh. This time, quite a few great grandmasters died on the mountain, and countless grandmaster experts like you died. You're still alive thanks to me standing up for the majority's opinion. Now, I treated you regardless of my injuries, and you don't even say thank you? Isn't it what you should do to save me? Huang Yasher snorted. Song Qingshu was stunned. Why do you say that? Huang Yasher opened his mouth and finally turned his head away. Humph, you know what you have done. I don't want those dirty things to dirty my mouth. Song Qingshu's heart skipped a beat. Was he referring to the matter between him and Huang Ro? Then you stay here and rest well. After stealing someone else's daughter, Song Qingshu didn't have the slightest confidence in front of him. He smiled embarrassedly and didn't have the face to stay. He left as if he was fleeing. Not long after he left, he ran into the yellow-robed woman. She bit her lips and quietly stared at him without saying anything. This made Song Qingshu feel uncomfortable. Ask whatever you want. The yellow-robed woman finally opened her mouth. You didn't come with me earlier. Did you make up your mind to be late on purpose? Song Qingshu looked at her beautiful eyes and couldn't help but sigh. What's the point of saying all this now? The yellow-gowned woman was dazed, but she quickly understood. Everything had been settled. Yes or no, it didn't matter anymore. But I still want to know. The yellow-gowned woman raised her head. She had a stubborn look on her face. She wouldn't be a woman if she could always be rational. Song Qingshu was a little surprised. Seeing her hopeful eyes, he hesitated and finally answered, yes. I thought you would at least find a reasonable reason to lie to me. The yellow-gowned woman looked bitter. She suddenly became a little lost. Song Qingshu looked at the distant night sky and said slowly, there's no point in lying to you. Even if I say I didn't mean to delay, you won't believe me. I understand. The yellow-gowned woman was expressionless. She turned around and was about to leave. But after 2 steps, she stopped and asked, what are you going to do with the emperor? He won't die, Song Qingshu answered briefly. The yellow-gowned woman continued to ask, you want to use him as a puppet? Zhao Go is not a good emperor. Song Qingshu didn't answer directly. I think you know that better than me. But he is the most legitimate emperor, and this is the Zhao family's empire. The yellow-gowned woman was a little angry. The Zhao family's empire? Song Qingshu laughed mockingly. 100 years ago, it was the Gua family's empire. The yellow-gowned woman opened her mouth, but she couldn't refute. Everyone in the world knew that the founding ancestor Xianxia rebelled. But she didn't want to be led by the nose, so she said, no matter what, it's not the Song family's empire. Do all the nobles and generals have guts? Song Qingshu answered in a deep voice. Chen Sheng and Wu Guang said this. It is one of the spiritual cores of the Chinese people for thousands of years. A just cause enjoys abundant support, and an unjust cause finds little support. If an emperor loses the people's support, it doesn't matter if he changes the emperor. The yellow-gowned woman opened her mouth in shock. You really have the ambition to be an emperor? Then what's the difference between you and Jia Shidao and King Yi? Of course there's a difference. Song Qingshu answered without even thinking about it. I won't deny that I have a lot of selfish motives, but my main goal is to fight against the unprecedentedly powerful Mongolia. History has proven that if we rely on the Zhao family, we will only drag the world into the abyss, and it will be difficult for us to escape the fate of destruction. You are twisting words and forcing logic. A few years ago, the imperial court defeated the Mongols several times in Sichuan, Xianxia, and other places. How is it destined to bring destruction to everyone? The yellow-robed woman was incomparably furious. I really can't explain this. Song Qingshu's tone was full of melancholy. He couldn't tell her that the Song dynasty was destroyed by the Mongols in history, and then the Song people became the lowest class of people. So, these are all excuses. To think that I used to think that you. At this point, the yellow-robed woman bit her red lips tightly. In the end, she didn't say anything else and directly turned to leave. Looking at the back of the yellow-robed woman as she left, Song Qingshu muttered to himself, I want to put my worries into the zither, but there are few friends who understand me. Who will know when the string is broken? The yellow-robed woman's reaction was actually within his expectations. He didn't blame her for hating him. It was just that when he thought of the favorability that he had painstakingly raised to the maximum, it instantly dropped to zero. He still felt very sad. You spend your days in the bushes of flowers, but not all women in this world are idiots. At this moment, a cold laugh came from behind him. He turned his head to look and saw a graceful and beautiful woman standing not far away. Her usually bright and charming face was now covered in a layer of frost. Madam has also come to denounce me? Song Qingshu laughed bitterly. The woman in front of him was naturally Li Qingluo. Shouldn't I be here to denounce you? Li Qingluo said through gritted teeth. In order to help you, I didn't hesitate to use Yu Yan as a cover. Who knew that you would actually have designs on Yu Yan and say it in front of so many people? How is Yu Yan going to marry someone else in the future? She could privately use Yu Yan's marriage to convince Wang Ziding, but publicly speaking was a different matter. Song Qingshu's taking advantage of the situation made her extremely angry. Thank you, madam, for helping me rope in Wang Ziding previously. Song Qingshu bowed respectfully. Don't change the topic. Li Qingluo didn't fall for his trick at all. To think that I was thinking for you wholeheartedly. I didn't think that you would have designs on taking all of us. Don't you have any shame? Madam, you misunderstand, Song Qingshu explained hurriedly. The reason why I said what I did was to gain Wang Ziding's trust. Previously, when you told him, he clearly didn't believe you. I said the same thing when I didn't have anything to back up with you. That made him believe that it was true, and that then led to the cooperation between our two parties. But although Li Qingluo felt that what he said made sense, she still felt that something was off. Madam is just worried about Yu Yan's reputation, Song Qingshu explained with a smile. Madam, you don't have to worry about this. There weren't many people present at the time. Zhao Go is already a cripple. From now on, he will be under our control. How could he spread it? The others are all on our side. Who would spread it? You really didn't have those kinds of thoughts? Li Qingluo asked doubtfully. Yu Yan seems to be shrouded in mist at all times. She's like a fairy with a natural Beauty effect. If I say that I don't have feelings for her, it only proves that this person isn't a man. Seeing Li Qingluo's expression change slightly, Song Qingshu changed the topic. However, with our relationship, she is just a junior to me. How can I be such a beast? It's best if you don't. Li Qingluo snorted. Not only are you not allowed to take action, you can't even think about it. I can't even think about it in my heart. Song Qingshu stilled. Li Qingluo was instantly enraged. You really think about it? Her temper had always been fiery. In her anger, she could not help but slap his chest. Song Qingshu instantly spat out a mouthful of blood. His entire person fell limply. Li Qingluo was startled and hurriedly supported him. There was a hint of panic in her voice. What's wrong with you? I didn't use much strength. Song Qingshu smiled bitterly. It's not so easy to kill a great grandmaster. I suffered a very serious internal injury during the day. I just didn't want others to see through me, so I forced myself to hold on. Li Qingluo was worried that she would aggravate his injuries and did not dare to move him. She knelt on the ground and held him in her arms. She gently supported his head on her thighs. Her tone was full of anger. Then why did you heal Huang Yaoshi? Did you see that Huang Rong was beautiful and wanted to win her favor? Song Qingshu could not help but show a trace of a smile. Why? Is Madame jealous? You're still joking at a time like this. Li Qingluo glared at him angrily. She took out a 9-turn bear snake pill from her bosom and fed it to him. Don't talk anymore. Circulate your power to dissolve the medicine and adjust your breathing. She had visited Wu Yazi and Li Qiushui at Beating Drum Mountain before. The two had given her a lot of Xiaoyao sex healing medicine to protect herself. Don't worry. Help me back to the room first. Song Qingshu said. Li Qingluo hesitated. Will it aggravate your injuries? Song Qingshu smiled. I'm not a porcelain doll. Don't worry. I'm not that fragile. Li Qingluo thought that it would be inappropriate for others to see the two of them sticking together so intimately. So she got up, wrapped his arm around her shoulder, and helped him into the room. After entering the room, she closed the door behind her. Li Qingluo helped him to sit on the bed. Hurry up and heal. Song Qingshu wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. I need Madame to help me. Li Qingluo could not help but snort. Aren't you afraid that I'll take advantage of you and use the Dark North divine power to absorb your cultivation? Song Qingshu smiled. It's not like you didn't try it last time. In the end, you suffered a double loss and benefited me instead. Li Qingluo blushed. She remembered that they were still enemies at that time. She used the Dark North divine power to absorb his cultivation while he was healing her. In the end, she was turned into a slut by his joyful genuine qi. She actually threw herself on him shamelessly. She could still remember that feeling even now. Now that she was reminded of it, she felt hot all over. Li Qingluo suddenly felt that something was wrong with her body. She noticed his claws of Lushan. She was annoyed and amused at the same time. You little bastard. You're still thinking of mischief at a time like this. I want to heal my injuries, Song Qingshu replied with a serious face. Li Qingluo was a little annoyed. If you want to heal your injuries, why don't you hurry up and do it? Her body seemed to have become more sensitive. Being hugged and hugged by him, she could already feel it. She remembered that he was seriously injured. Firstly, she was worried about his body. Secondly, she was afraid of being teased. So she quickly pushed him away. Madam, have you forgotten what kind of martial arts I practice? I'm healing my injuries like this. Song Qingshu hugged her soft body and whispered in her ear. Feeling the heat beside her ear, Li Qingluo's heart trembled. At this time, she also thought of the characteristics of his martial arts. She could not help but spit out, such evil martial arts, and it's actually Buddhist. Really, how could she continue speaking? Her body was already mature to the extreme. Feeling the masculinity of the man's body, she felt that her body was a little greasy. She couldn't help but hug the man on top of her tightly. After a while, Li Qingluo finally realized that something was wrong. You bastard. You're full of energy. You don't look like you're seriously injured. Song Qingshu chuckled. I'm really healing my injuries. Tui. You must have deliberately pretended to be seriously injured to divert my attention. Li Qingluo's cheeks were red. She wanted nothing more than to bite him. However, she was a little worried that he was really injured. She was a little reluctant. I was indeed pretending. However, my injuries are also real. Song Qingshu hurriedly explained. Then I'll warn you again. Don't have any ideas about Yu Yan. Li Qingluo said hatefully. Yes, Song Qingshu answered absent-mindedly. You bastard. Li Qingluo suddenly exclaimed. Because she noticed that when she mentioned Yu Yan, there was a very obvious change in her body. You can't blame me. It's a natural reaction of my body. Song Qingshu smiled bitterly. No, I must keep Yu Yan away from you in the future. It's too dangerous. Li Qingluo bit his shoulder fiercely. His Song Qingshu sucked in a breath of cold air. Madam's temper is really strong. In order to thank Madam for healing my injuries, I'll help Madam vent her anger. Oh, after an unknown amount of time, a lazy and sweet voice rang out in the room. You're really unbearable. At worst, in the future, I'll allow you to occasionally use the transfiguration technique to make me look like Yu Yan. In any case, we look similar. It should be able to satisfy those little thoughts that you can't put into words. This is the biggest concession I can make. Otherwise, you might really do something to Yu Yan. Really? Song Qingshu gulped. He suddenly felt his heart beating faster. You're really going to do that? Li Qingluo's eyebrows immediately raised. Song Qingshu was speechless. You said it yourself, and now you're blaming me. Li Qingluo's face was also flushed. She snorted. I can say it, but you can't. Song Qingshu chuckled. He moved closer to her ear and whispered, Why don't I help you change your appearance now, you bastard? Li Qingluo was so angry that she wanted to bite him. Shoo. Song Qingshu's expression suddenly changed. He made a shushing gesture. You're still playing this trick? No way. Li Qingluo only thought that he was trying to divert her attention. She didn't care at all. Song Qingshu hurriedly covered her mouth and whispered, Someone's really here. Li Qingluo's eyes widened. Seeing that he didn't seem to be lying, she panicked for a moment. After all, she still had the identity of Madame Wang. If someone found out that she was fooling around with a young man in the middle of the night, she wouldn't be able to face anyone anymore. The Wang family and the Li family would be even more humiliated. After a few breaths, she heard light footsteps outside the door. She couldn't help but feel a little impressed. This bastard's cultivation level was indeed high. He was clearly fooling around with me, but he could still hear such light footsteps. Li Qingluo was the White Lotus Society's holy mother. In the entire martial arts world, she was also a top-notch expert. If it was a normal day, she would also be able to sense someone approaching. However, she was just fooling around with Song Qingshu, which caused her to be a little distracted. Who is it? Li Qingluo's heart was in her throat. She could hear that this person's footsteps were light. His martial arts must not be weak. Could it be that he was here to catch the adulterer? However, she immediately denied this ridiculous thought. She was really being paranoid. With Song Qingshu's current martial arts status, who would dare to offend him? The person stopped outside the door, as if hesitating. After a while, a cold voice sounded, Brother. Song Qingshu? Song Qingshu was startled and lowered his head to look at Li Qingluo. Li Qingluo hurriedly put on her clothes because the person outside was her cousin, Xiaolong Nu Long What's the matter? Song Qingshu grabbed Li Qingluo's hand, telling her not to make a fuss. Xiaolong Nu replied, I wanted to talk to my cousin just now, but I found that she wasn't in her room. I looked around, but I couldn't find any trace of her. Thinking that there were so many grandmasters and great-grandmasters fighting during the day, I'm worried that there might be some masters hiding in the dark, and it might be disadvantageous to her. She's quite concerned about you, Song Qingshu teased Li Qingluo in a low voice. He then raised his voice and replied, You don't have to worry, Longer. Right now, the mountain is guarded by our own people. There won't be any danger. I just saw your cousin. I asked her to do something for me. She shouldn't be back so soon. He thought that asking Li Qingluo to serve him could be considered as asking her to do something for him. Strictly speaking, it wasn't a lie. So that's how it is. Xiao Longnu nodded. Her figure moved as if she was about to leave, but she quickly stopped. You seem to be injured during the day. Are you all right? Song Qingshu felt a warmth in his heart. He didn't expect that Xiao Longnu, who had always been cold, would take the initiative to care about him. He hurriedly replied, Don't worry, I'm fine. I'm healing. Do you want me to help you heal? A hint of red flashed across Xiao Longnu's snow-white cheeks. You also healed me in the ancient tomb. I want to see if I can help you now. Song Qingshu thought of the scene when he healed her in the ancient tomb. He couldn't help but swallow. I'm afraid my healing method isn't suitable for you right now. Maybe in the future. If there's a chance in the future, I'll look for you. Ouch! Li Qingluo, who was beside him, pinched his waist hard. It was fine if Xiao Longnu was ignorant, but how could she not know what healing method he was talking about? What's wrong with you? Hearing Song Qingshu's cry of pain, Xiao Longnu couldn't help but ask. It was common for people in Jianghu to go berserk. He was healing, so she couldn't help but think too much. It's nothing. I was careless and got scratched by a cat, Song Qingshu replied as he pinched Li Qingluo impatiently, so that she wouldn't dare to do anything bad again. Cat? Xiao Longnu looked puzzled, but after hearing him say that, she didn't say anything else. After a pause, she said, Brother Song, I have something to tell you. Can I come in? Hearing that Xiao Longnu wanted to talk to him, Song Qingshu was overjoyed. Of course, no problem. Li Qingluo was scared out of her wits. She hurriedly mouthed silently, What should I do now? Song Qingshu pointed to the blanket. Hide in there. She won't get on the bed to see. Li Qingluo wanted to take the opportunity to escape through the window, but unfortunately, she wasn't wearing any clothes. It would be too late to put them on now, and if she made too much noise, Xiao Longnu would easily notice. She had no choice but to crawl into the blanket. At the same time, she glared at him and said angrily, If I'm discovered, I'll fight you to the death. Song Qingshu smiled, put on his clothes, and went to open the door. A beautiful white figure stood at the door. Her body was covered with a layer of tranquil moonlight. She looked like Chang'e of the Moon Palace. He couldn't help but praise, Longer is like a fairy from the ninth heaven. Really? The corner of Xiao Longnu's mouth rose slightly, and a trace of joy appeared on her face. Song Qingshu couldn't help but smile. Only someone like Xiao Longnu, who was not familiar with the ways of the world, could answer like this. If it was someone else, they would also say a few words of modesty. Do you have something to say to me? Song Qingshu asked as he welcomed her in. Xiao Longnu was about to answer, but suddenly her eyebrows furrowed. What is this smell? It's so strange. Li Qingluo's heart skipped a beat as she cursed Song Qingshu to death. Song Qingshu's expression was also awkward as he casually laughed it off. Maybe it's because I haven't had any fresh air for a long time. After saying that, he went to open the window and let the ambiguous atmosphere in the room dissipate. Xiao Longnu was after all a pure girl, and didn't think too much about it. She nodded and said, Brother Song, that yellow-robed girl. What's your relationship with you? Song Qingshu was startled. Why do you ask? I'm just curious. Xiao Longnu's face was as calm as water, and no one could tell what she was feeling. Song Qingshu thought to himself, You came to me in the middle of the night to ask me, how can it be just out of curiosity? But since the other party didn't want to say anything, he could only answer. We should be very good friends, but after the incident in Wudong Mountain, I'm afraid she may not treat me as a friend in the future. Xiao Longnu said softly, I saw that the girl looked very sad. Song Qingshu couldn't help but sigh. This is the helplessness of life. Many times, there are some things that can't be perfect, and some people are destined to be hurt. Xiao Longnu nodded as if she understood. After a long time, she suddenly asked, What about you and my cousin? Is she also your confidant? Li Qingluo, who was under the quilt, instantly felt her heart in her throat. She almost cried out in surprise. She never expected that she would suddenly mention her. Song Qingshu was drinking tea. When he heard this, he also sprayed out a mouthful of tea. Ahem, why did you suddenly mention your cousin? It seemed that Xiao Longnu might have noticed something unusual. Only someone like her would ask directly. To put it nicely, she was ignorant of the world, but to put it bluntly, she was stupid. Xiao Longnu replied, I have been with her for a period of time. I can feel that she is a little dismissive of men, but she is different to you. She seems to be very concerned about your affairs. This time, she even took the initiative to help you form an alliance with the Wang family. Being stared at by her limpid eyes, Song Qingshu felt a little uneasy. You're thinking too much. Maybe it's because I helped your parents, so she's grateful. Is there really nothing between you two? Xiao Longnu's beautiful eyes seemed to be able to speak. Song Qingshu felt a little guilty. Really, there is nothing. The relationship between him and Li Qingluo was just an adult man and woman attracted to each other's charm. In the future, it would not be a big deal at all. However, the customs of the Song dynasty were very conservative. If it was spread out, he would probably be condemned by thousands of people. He was not afraid of the itch, but he was not willing to let Li Qingluo face that kind of embarrassing situation. Hearing his denial, Xiao Longnu suddenly sighed. Then it seems that you really want to marry that Miss Wang. Not necessarily, Song Qingshu hurriedly explained. During the day, I deliberately said that to make Wang's eating believe me. There is nothing between me and Miss Wang. Are you kidding me? If I want to marry her, Li Qingluo will break into my room with a pair of scissors to make me practice the Bixia swordplay at any time? Is that so? Xiao Longnu did not deny it. It's getting late. I should go. Don't you want to stay longer? Song Qingshu pretended to ask her to stay. No, Xiao Longnu shook her head. When she walked to the door, she suddenly turned around and looked at him. Quietly. Brother Song, thank you so much. Thank you for vindicating my parents. Thank you for helping me take revenge. Although there are many things I don't understand, I understand that assassinating the emperor is a great disaster. For my sake, I caused you to fall out with that yellow-robed girl. I feel very sorry for you. Song Qingshu waved his hand. Longer, don't worry about it. Although part of what I did was to help you, more of it was for my own sake. He wanted to be like Wei Xiaobao, shamelessly taking all the credit so that the girls would remember his kindness. However, his character made it impossible for him to be so thick-skinned. I will remember your kindness. I will find a chance to repay you in the future. Xiao Longnu said softly. Song Qingshu smiled. Sooner or later, we will be family. There is no need to talk about repayment. A family. Xiao Longnu muttered to herself. She glanced at the slightly bulging quilt on the bed and sighed in her heart. She turned around and left. When Song Qingshu first passed the Nining manual to her, her martial arts skills had improved by leaps and bounds. Although she didn't notice that there was someone in the quilt when she first entered the room, she didn't know why, but halfway through, that person's heartbeat suddenly sped up a few times, and she keenly noticed it. She was just ignorant of the affairs of the world, but she was not really stupid. Moreover, she had smelled a strange smell when she entered the room. How could she not know what had happened in the room? She even had a rough idea of who the person under the quilt was. After all, there were only a few women in the entire Wudong Mountain. After sending off Xiao Longnu, Song Qingshu closed the door again and crawled back into the quilt. He hugged the plump and softly Qingluo in his arms. He could not help but say, I don't know why, when I saw your cousin leave, she looked a little strange. Could it be that she discovered something? Li Qingluo said worriedly. I don't think so. Song Qingshu was also somewhat uncertain. Her character is not the kind of person who can hide things. If she discovered you, how could she not have any reaction? I hope so. But people will grow. It has been many years since Long Air came out of the ancient tomb. Li Qingluo faintly sighed. But she came to find you in the middle of the night to say these words. It feels very strange. Song Qingshu was startled. He could not help but think of the love games in his previous life in Japan. There were often some inexplicable conversations. If one was not careful and chose the wrong answer, it would often lead to a bad ending with a certain female protagonist. Was it also like that just now? Bah, bah, bah. Jinx. Song Qingshu hurriedly dispelled this ominous thought from his mind. He had already made up his mind. Even if it was going to be a bad ending, with his current ability, he would still forcefully change his fate. What jinx? Li Qingluo asked with a confused face. Nothing. Song Qingshu's attention returned to the beauty in his arms. Hugging her warm and plump body, he couldn't help but swallow. I was disturbed just now. Do you want to continue now? Sensing the changes in the man's body, Li Qingluo couldn't help but spit. Are you a bull? She was acting coquettishly, her eyes moving, and there was an indescribable charm between her eyebrows. Seeing this, Song Qingshu's index finger moved. Amidst bursts of coquettish laughter, he hugged her and rolled back into the quilt. Why don't we give Yuyan a younger sister? Bah. You don't want to be shameless, but I do. If we really have a baby, how can I face others in the future? If you have one, then you have one. At that time, I'll see who dares to say another word. Don't think about it. There won't be one. Why? Because every time I will use my internal force to force out the thing you left in my body. The next day, before dawn, Li Qingluo got up and put on her clothes. Song Qingshu still wanted to hug her to sleep for a while, but she flatly refused. If someone saw her leaving this room at dawn, she would be too ashamed to face others in the future. Song Qingshu also knew how powerful it was, so he didn't make things difficult for her. Looking at her panicked but elegant figure as she left, he couldn't help but smile. This was the advantage of a mature woman. She knew when to advance and when to retreat. He didn't need to worry about anything, and he didn't even need to worry about accidentally making a child. They knew all the safety measures. He didn't need to take any responsibility. He only needed to enjoy their charm and gentleness. Which man wouldn't like it? Recalling last night's charm, Song Qingshu quickly fell asleep again. He didn't know how long he slept, but he was suddenly awakened by a hurried knock on the door. Who is it? It's me. Li Qingluo's anxious voice came from outside the door. Sunlight could be seen through the window. Song Qingshu frowned slightly. She ignored the gossip and came to my place in broad daylight. Did something happen? He hurriedly put on his clothes and went to open the door. It was Li Qingluo's turn to say, "Cousin is missing." Gone? Song Qingshu's heart skipped a beat. Li Qingluo handed him an envelope. When I got back last night, it was still early. I was worried that I would disturb her, so I went back to sleep. When I woke up, I went to look for her, but she had already left. Only this was left. Song Qingshu opened the envelope and found a piece of paper inside. There were a few elegant words written on it. I'm leaving. Don't worry about me. Li Qingluo paced back and forth, and said with some annoyance, she must have found out something last night, otherwise she wouldn't have left without saying anything. Look at this letter, she didn't even call me cousin. Song Qingshu, however, pondered to himself. He did not leave a title. Was this letter meant for Li Qingluo or for him? Seeing that he didn't speak, Li Qingluo couldn't help but raise her hand and hit his chest. It's all your fault. You insisted on letting her in last night. Now she must hate me to death. Last night, she said that she wanted to enter the house. If I refused, wouldn't it make her more suspicious? Song Qingshu smiled bitterly. Okay, don't scare yourself. She might not know anything. She left a letter and left. How could she not know? Li Qingluo's face turned green and then red. She thought that she was really blinded last night and insisted on hanging out with him. Song Qingshu smiled and said, she still knew to leave a letter for you. It proves that she doesn't hate you that much. Li Qingluo was stunned. That's true. Song Qingshu continued, and Xiaolong knew disappearing is her characteristic. After a period of time, when she wants to see us, she will naturally appear. In the original work, the reason why the love between Yang Guo and Xiaolong Nu was so rough was because of the interference of Huang Rong and others. But in the end, the problem was still with Xiaolong Nu. Although Yang Guo was fated to be in love with women, he didn't do it on purpose. In his heart, from beginning to end, he only liked Xiaolong Nu. As for Xiaolongnu, although she usually looked like an icy beauty, she was actually quite sensitive and had always had doubts about the relationship between them. When she encountered a little problem, her first reaction was not to discuss with Yonghua to solve it, but to blame herself and then mysteriously disappear. To describe it in one word, Xiaolongnu was actually quite pretentious sometimes. Song Qingshu didn't expect this. In this life, it was his turn to experience Yonghua's feelings. But sometimes, a short separation wasn't a bad thing. It could breed stronger longing and love. In the original work, at the Hero Conference, it was Xiaolongnu who couldn't resist the longing in her heart and finally went to find Yonghua. Song Qingshu suddenly remembered that in the original work, Xiaolongnu actually accepted Gong Sunji's proposal after she left dejectedly. If Yonghua hadn't coincidentally entered the Passionless Valley, the rice would have been cooked. Ugh, I can't be that unlucky. Song Qingshu's expression was very interesting. He kept comforting himself. Previously, he saw Xiaolongnu vomiting blood because of Qigong deviation. He realized that the Jade Maiden Heart Sutra had some flaws, so he taught her the entire Ninein Sutra. Now, she wouldn't vomit blood and pass out like in the original work, which almost gave Gong Sunji an advantage. Why aren't you worried about her at all? You're so cold-blooded. Li Qingluo said angrily. Song Qingshu spread his hands and said helplessly, if she wants to leave, how can we find her? It's not like you don't know the ancient tomb sect's Qinggong. After so long, she's probably hundreds of miles away. Plus, we don't know the direction, so we can't catch up even if we want to. Li Qingluo also knew what was going on, but she still felt very sad. It's all my fault, you don't have to worry too much. Her martial arts skills are so high that she can protect herself in Jianghu alone. I believe that we are fated. It won't be long before we meet again, Song Qingshu comforted him. Fate is such an intangible thing, who can say for sure? Li Qingluo was obviously not satisfied with this answer. To distract her, Song Qingshu changed the topic. You came at the right time, I have something to discuss with you. What is it? Li Qingluo answered weakly. After we return to Linen, how can we completely control Xiaoguo? Looking towards the southeast, Song Qingshu's gaze darkened. As expected, Li Qingluo's attention was attracted. She thought as she answered, although Xiaoguo is now a cripple, he has been the emperor for so many years, it won't be that easy to control him. First, the eunuchs and eunuchs around him must all be our people, and the palace maids must be changed as well. Also, the imperial bodyguards around the emperor must all be our people. Other than these, we also need a concubine with a high status in the palace to help us. Calm. Miao Shiwu calm. Li Qingluo shook her head as she spoke. You don't have what it takes. Song Qingshu thought for a while and said, it's hard to get a eunuch. Looks like I'll have to promote some new people from the palace. Among the eunuchs he knew, Patriarch Sunflower was naturally the first. But he certainly wouldn't be in charge, and Song Qingshu didn't have the confidence to control him. Tian Guanong was a good eunuch, but he was already dead. There was also Lu Guaniying, but Song Qingshu immediately extinguished that idea. He had a problem with his body and no one else knew about it. If he transferred him to the palace, wouldn't his reputation be ruined? Lu Guaniying wanted to bring honor to his ancestors, so he could only take the path of officialdom. Tossing these messy thoughts aside, Song Qingshu continued, palace maids are easy to handle. The Vulture Palace may be lacking in many things, but they are not lacking in maidservants. Send a message to Vulture Palace and have the 4 great maids, Plum, Orchid, Bamboo, and Chrysanthemum, select some clever ones to help in Linen. These people from Vulture Palace had been trained well by Tianshan Tonglao in etiquette, and all of them knew martial arts. They could completely control the internal court. Song Qingshu recalled the movie version of The Deer and the Cauldron that he had watched in his previous life. Zhang Ming's fake Empress Dowager relied on a group of divine dragon cults maids to build the entire palace of Compassionate and Peaceful into an iron bucket. She had stayed in the palace for many years without revealing any flaws. Old Tonglao is really generous. Li Qingluo said sourly. Vulture Palace was Tianshan Tonglao's painstaking effort and could be considered the headquarters of the carefree sect. She didn't expect Tianshan Tonglao to give it to him so casually. If it wasn't for the age difference between the two of them, she would have suspected that there was some sort of shameful relationship between them. After all, old lady Tong looked like a little girl now, and Song Qingshu's lecherous nature, this is called having a good character. Seeing her jealousy, Song Qingshu said impatiently, as for the guards, when the time comes, I will mobilize a team of trusted masters. It should not be too much of a problem. Actually, the people from the Spirit Vulture Palace were more than qualified to play the role of guards, but it would be too shocking, so it was better not to change the system. This time, the Imperial Palace guards suffered heavy losses during the trip to Mount Wudong. It was a good opportunity to replenish them. Back then, he was hunted down by the Golden Ripple Flower and almost had no way out. Later, Audiobook said that he wanted to cultivate a guard force for him to avoid a repeat of the same mistake. It was a good opportunity to transfer this team of people from the Golden Snake camp. Li Qingluo couldn't help but frown. However, the guards of the palace have always been under second brother's control. I'm afraid he won't let you get involved so easily. Song Qingshu said proudly, that's not up to him. Have you forgotten that I'm still a great grandmaster? Look at how smug you are. Li Qingluo rolled her eyes at him, but she felt sweet in her heart. Which woman didn't want their man to be as strong as possible? Song Qingshu immediately put away his high and mighty image and snickered. Also, don't I have you as a middleman? When the time comes, help me with his work. Li Qingluo snorted. I'm not a god, and on the surface, I'm a member of the Wang family. Won't it arouse suspicion to help an outsider like this? How can I be considered an outsider? Song Qingshu said with a smile. Have you forgotten my relationship with Yu Yan and Wang Ziding's eyes? Isn't it reasonable for a mother-in-law to help her future son-in-law? Finishing, he ran off in advance. Bastard! Li Qingluo's face instantly flushed red as expected. She quickly chased after him to hit him. Both of them knew how to walk on water. In the small room, they left behind after images. If someone saw them from the side, they would probably think they saw a ghost. Song Qingshu's qinggong was far better than the others, but he knew that if he didn't give in a little, she would become angrier and angrier. So he quietly went easy and occasionally let Li Qingluo catch up. After chasing and hitting him for a long time, Li Qingluo finally calmed down. All right. Since you know that you will provoke me, you deliberately said that. You're really a bastard. Song Qingshu held her in his arms. Do you know that you look very beautiful when you're angry? I can't help but want to see it. Your mouth seems to be smeared with honey. Back then, even the one surnamed Duan wasn't as good at flirting as you are. Li Qingluo knew that he was exaggerating, but she was still somewhat happy in her heart. Song Qingshu knew that she was talking about the past when she pretended to accept Duan Jingchuan's pursuit in order to numb Qin Hui. He couldn't help but hold her in his arms. Madam, you know that my mouth is smeared with honey. Do you want to taste it yourself? Li Qingluo's face turned red and she hurriedly pushed him away. She looked outside the door guiltily. It's broad daylight. Don't pull. Song Qingshu said with a smile, don't worry. With my cultivation, if someone comes near, I can detect it in advance. It's better to be safe than sorry. Li Qingluo tidied up her slightly wrinkled clothes. After confirming that there were no abnormalities, she said, let's continue the topic just now. There's still one more important factor. Who are you looking for as a spy in the back palace? As a member of a noble family, Li Qingluo naturally understood the rules of the game of the imperial court. Since ancient times, every powerful official, no matter how powerful he was, needed an ally in the back palace. Firstly, they could pass on news from the back palace in time. Secondly, they needed a concubine to provide legal status in some critical moments. Li Qingluo's brows furrowed even tighter. From now on, the most popular person in the back palace is concubine Jia. But she obviously won't help you sincerely. The other concubines are either too young or have too low a status. They won't amount to anything. Seeing that she was talking about serious matters, Song Qingshu also put away his frivolous expression. Have you forgotten that there's still one more person? Who? Li Qingluo asked curiously. When Prime Minister Han was in power, who did he use? Song Qingshu looked towards the southeast. A stunning face appeared in his mind. Concubine Wu? Li Qingluo frowned slightly. But I remember that the news from the palace said that she died not long ago. It's just to find a suitable reason for her disappearance. Song Qingshu then roughly told her about the deal he made with Huang Chang. Li Qingluo was stunned. You. Why do I feel that any beautiful woman has an inexplicable relationship with you? Low-key. Song Qingshu looked serious, but he couldn't hide the complacency between his brows. A trace of pleasure appeared on Li Qingluo's face. And that dog emperor, he was so cruel to use his own woman as a bargaining chip. He deserved such an end. He really suffered a double loss. But many people in Linen know about concubine Wu's death. Is it really okay? The water in the harem is very deep. Outsiders don't know the details. At that time, we can say whatever we want. Song Qingshu smiled. We can use this matter to make concubine Jia retire behind the scenes and let concubine Wu take the throne again. Li Qingluo was still a little worried. But concubine Wu is young after all, and I have seen her once before. I feel that she is a little childish. Song Qingshu knew that she was very euphemistic. With Aka's character and wisdom, it was really difficult for her to bear this heavy responsibility. Didn't Prime Minister Han also find someone to assist her at that time? The Qin Yuan who suppressed Qin Huai in the past. Li Qingluo exclaimed, and suddenly her face was a little strange. Do you have a relationship with the elder or the younger one? Ahem. Song Qingshu was drinking tea and almost choked. Fortunately, someone came to report the news and helped him out. Gang leader Huang is back. Hearing that Huang Rong was back, Song Qingshu was overjoyed. Invite her in. Forget it, I'll go out to greet her. Then he went out to greet her. Li Qingluo curled her lips and said, a dog can't stop eating shit. He gets excited when he sees a beautiful woman. When Song Qingshu arrived at the front hall, Huang Rong was sitting at the table, drinking tea and resting. Although she was just sitting there casually, her side profile was still very beautiful. However, he could faintly see some traces of hardship between her brows. Li Qingluo could not help but feel a little stunned. She had always thought that she was beautiful and charming, but the young woman in front of her was not inferior to her at all. More importantly, the other party had a very unique aura. Her actions looked dignified and elegant, but there was a hint of uncontrollable flirtatiousness between her brows. She was a pure fairy and a seductive witch. The two completely opposite auras were perfectly fused on her body. Rong. Master Huang, why are you back so soon? Did something happen on the way? Song Qingshu rushed forward a few steps and suddenly realized that there was an outsider there, so he stopped and kept a reasonable distance. He was indeed a little curious. Although Mount Wudong was not too far from Xianxia, it was not very close either. Huang Rong had just set off yesterday and returned early this morning. It was not even a day's time. It was too fast. Seeing the man in front of her, Huang Rong blushed. She put down the teacup gracefully to hide the ripples in her heart and replied, Don't worry, King Qi. Nothing happened. Oh? Song Qingshu was even more curious. Huang Rong explained, the LV brothers were not in Xiangyang City. I met them on the way. Song Qingshu suddenly understood. Jia Sherdao had needed their army to hold off Wang Ziding's bodyguards. How could the LV brothers not be there for such an important matter? Although the two didn't show up and disguised their troops as golden men, they must have been hiding in the army and giving orders at any time. Huang Rong continued, the LV brothers were a little surprised to see me, but after all, we have worked together in Xiangyang for so many years. Besides, they didn't know why I came, so they saw me and I had a chance to pass the message. What was the result? Song Qingshu asked hurriedly. The Liu brothers had been in charge of the Jinghu war zone for so many years. If a war really broke out, it would definitely be a mess. Li Qingluo couldn't help but say, seeing how calm and composed Chief Huang is, I know what the result will be. Song Qingshu was startled, then he smiled and said, I'm really confused because I'm too concerned. Huang Rong looked at Li Qingluo in surprise and said, Madam, you are indeed smart. When I met the Liu brothers, they already knew about Jia Shirdao's death. They were already in a dilemma, so I persuaded them according to the plan. They were very surprised to know that Jia Sherdao died protecting the king, but they agreed to come and rescue the king. I was worried that you would do something to provoke them, so I came back to tell you in advance. She said it lightly, but everyone knew that an old fox who had been in the officialdom for decades would not be so easily convinced. She had spent a lot of effort to convince the Liu brothers. It must be hard for you to travel day and night. I'll ask someone to clean up a room so that Chief Huang can have a good sleep. Song Qingshu's eyes were full of pity. Calculating the time, Huang Rong had just given birth to a child. She had to eat and sleep in the open all over the world to chase after Huang Yaoshi. Now she had to travel non-stop to send messages back and forth. It would be terrible if she fell ill. Huang Rong shook her head and said, I want to see my father first. Smiling, Li Qingluo replied, Madam, please be at ease. After you left, Prince Qi disregarded his own serious injuries and used the solitary young finger to treat Island Master Huang's injuries. After a period of rest, Island Master Huang should be able to fully recover. Huang Rong looked at her thoughtfully, which made Li Qingluo's heart skip a beat. Why is she looking at me like that? Is there something wrong with what I said? Suddenly, Li Qingluo's complexion changed, finally realizing the problem. If her words had been spoken by Zhou Zhirua, it would have been normal. After all, it was normal for a woman to stand up for her lover and not want his efforts to go unnoticed. However, she was clearly Madame Wang. Just now, she had spoken up for Song Qingshu without hesitation. She was too impatient and Huang Rong had probably seen through her. Thinking of this, Li Qingluo could not help but feel embarrassed. Why was this woman like a fox? With just a few words, she was able to detect so many things. Huang Rong stood up and bowed to Song Qingshu. Your servant thanks the Prince of Qi. Song Qingshu hastily helped her up. Please get up. Rescuing Island Master Huang is my duty. There is no need for you to regard me as an outsider. Huang Rong's face heated up. Naturally, she understood why. Li Qingluo, who was at the side, looked at the two of them suspiciously. This time, it was her turn to be suspicious. She felt that there was something strange going on between the two of them. Moreover, based on her understanding of Song Qingshu, she felt that this fellow was definitely thinking about this beautiful young woman who was famous throughout the world. However, the couple's reputation in Jianghu was too great. If Huang Rong and Song Qingshu had something going on, it would be too shocking. She subconsciously did not think in that direction. At this time, Wang Ziding also heard the news and rushed over. Knowing that the Liu brothers had been convinced, he could not help but be overjoyed. The general trend has been decided. Song Qingshu smiled. Uncle, let's have a pleasant cooperation in the future. Of course. Wang Ziding laughed heartily. He was in a very good mood. According to the reports of the spies, the generals in various parts of the capital have long noticed the abnormality of Mount Wudong. They have already led troops to rescue the king. I think they will arrive in the afternoon. Let's discuss how to deal with them when the time comes. All right. Although Song Qingshu still had many things he wanted to say to Huang Rong, business was more important. He could only suppress his thoughts and send someone to bring Huang Rong to Huang Yaoshi. He, Wang Ziding, Li Qingluo, and the others discussed some of the details. After a period of discussion, Song Yuanqiao suddenly came looking for him. Qingshu, Shifu has returned to the mountain. He invites you over. Song Qingshu was startled. However, since it was Zhang Sanfeng's invitation, he really could not refuse. He let Wang Ziding and Li Qingluo continue to discuss while he followed his father. Isn't Great Shifu recuperating? Why is he back so soon? On the way, Song Qingshu could not help but ask. Previously, he had been seriously injured by the Mansion of Spirits. If he wanted to recover, he would not be able to fight for several months. Considering that there would definitely be a chaotic battle between the great grandmasters here, Song Qingshu was worried that something might happen to Zhang Sanfeng. Therefore, Song Qingshu arranged for him to recuperate in a safe place. Song Yuanqiao was speechless. With such a big incident happening on Wudong Mountain, how could he rest in peace? Furthermore, if he did not return, the entire Wudong sect would have been destroyed by you. Song Qingshu smiled in embarrassment. Zhang Sanfeng's small courtyard in the bamboo forest at the back of the mountain was the battlefield where the great grandmasters fought against each other. Not to mention his small courtyard, even the entire bamboo forest at the back of the mountain had been almost completely destroyed by the aftermath of the great battle. Seeing Song Yuanxiao's hesitant expression, Song Qingshu could not help but say, "If you have something to say, just say it. There is no need to worry about talking to your own son." Song Yuanxiao sighed. Originally, it is said that it is every father's wish to see his son become a dragon. But your growth has really exceeded my expectations. It makes me wonder if you are still the son I raised from a young age. Song Qingshu was silent. No one knew a son better than a father. In the past, Song Qingshu was considered outstanding among the younger generation, but after all, he was not beyond the scope of common sense. Now that he had been using cheats, it was no wonder that he did not dare to recognize him. Fortunately, Song Yuanxiao had only said it casually and did not really suspect anything. He then said, "What you are going to do this time is really too risky. I won't say anything about you taking the risk yourself, but with your relationship with the Wudong sect, doing this is like putting the entire Wudong sect on fire. If anything happens in the future, hundreds of people in the Wudong sect will be buried with you." Song Qingshu replied, "There will be no such thing. Your blind confidence is what worries me the most." Song Yuanxiao was a little annoyed. Song Qingshu smiled bitterly. "There are many things that involve too many people, and I can't say it clearly. But please rest assured, I really know what I am doing." Now that he had secretly controlled several countries in Liao, Jin, and Qing, he had a lot of experience. It was just that he could not explain these things to him. While they were talking, the two of them had already arrived outside Zhang Songfeng's room. Song Yuanxiao did not continue to lecture him. "Master only wants to see you. You can go." Song Qingshu nodded and walked into the room. He saw Zhang Sanfeng sitting on the futon. Although he was seriously injured, his complexion was ruddy, and his whole person was still sage-like. From the outside, there was no sign of injury at all. Sensing that he had come in, Zhang Sanfeng opened his eyes. "Qingshu, you are here. Greetings, great master." Song Qingshu bowed respectfully. Zhang Sanfeng came over and helped him up. He said softly, "This time, I was really a little worried, so I came back early. First, I wanted to see if the disciples of the Wudong sect were in any danger. Second, I wanted to see if there was anything I could do to help. Although my injury is not light, it is not to the point of being bedridden." His tone was full of confidence. For decades, he had been recognized as the world's #1. Even if he was injured, no one could underestimate him. It was just that Song Qingshu wanted to play it safe and did not let him participate in this operation. "I just did not expect you to be so capable. You actually had the last laugh in a battle between so many great grandmasters." Zhang Songfeng's tone was full of praise. "I was just lucky." Song Qingshu was not being modest. The reason why he could have the last laugh this time was that the others were in the light and he was in the dark. Otherwise, if he had joined the battle at the beginning, with so many opponents of the same level, he would probably have been seriously injured if not dead. Seeing that he was not arrogant, Zhang Sanfeng nodded. "This time I have come back to understand the whole story. I called you here because I have a question to ask you." "Great master, please ask. Qingshu will tell you everything he knows." Song Qingshu replied. Zhang Sanfeng looked at him quietly. After a long time, he asked, "Are you planning to become an emperor?" Song Qingshu was startled. After a long time, he sighed. "Who doesn't want to be an emperor in this world?" Zhang Sanfeng laughed softly. "You are quite honest." Song Qingshu then said, "I know why Great Master has such a question. You must have seen that I plan to turn Zhao Go into a puppet. You are worried that I am ambitious and want to usurp the throne step by step. Is that not the case?" Zhang Sanfeng looked at him meaningfully. "If I want to be an emperor, I don't need to be in the Song dynasty." Song Qingshu said calmly. Whether it was the Qing kingdom or the Jin dynasty, it was not like he had never wanted to be an emperor before. Zhang Sanfeng nodded. He understood that the Golden Snake Camp now sat on half of the former Qing kingdom's territory. Coupled with the title of Ming dynasty's princess, it was not impossible for her to become an emperor. Song Qingshu continued. It is just that the Mongolians are strong and have recently completed their western expedition. Their main force is returning to the east. Not long after, they will invade the south. If we cannot integrate the resources of the various countries in the Central Plains will only be defeated one by one. Integrating the resources of the various countries is easier said than done. Zhang Sanfeng frowned. The various countries in the Central Plains had been fighting each other for decades. Their hatred was already as deep as the sea. How would it be so easy for them to unite? Just like during the war, the 6 countries of Guangdong knew that they would not be a match for the Qin kingdom if they did not unite. But the hundreds of years of hatred still caused them to suspect each other and plot against each other. In the end, they were defeated by the Qin kingdom one by one. We have to do it even if it is not easy. Song Qingshu said in a low voice. Great Master must be very clear about what the imperial court has been like these years. These few emperors are indeed outrageous. Zhang Sanfeng snorted heavily. He had lived for more than 100 years. It could be said that he had accompanied the entire Song dynasty as it grew up. He had witnessed many things with his own eyes. Back then, Emperor Huizong favored and trusted treacherous officials. He sold official positions and titles. He pursued luxurious pleasures and did not care about the suffering of the people. Just the birthday proclamation alone made the people unable to make a living. The peasants revolted everywhere. Later, when the Jin invaded the south, the corrupt army collapsed at the slightest touch, causing the entire country to suffer unprecedented humiliation in history. Now that the government has come to power, it is not much better. In particular, the murder of Yufei has disappointed the people in the world. So, he has invited me to preach Taoism many times, but I have refused to meet him. Great Master is really a man of character. Song Qingshu thought of Zhang Sanfeng's deeds in the early years. He was also hot-tempered and hated evil. It was just that in recent years, he had become more and more benevolent. Since the ruling class is so corrupt, then we should change a group of people. The Chinese are about to face an unprecedented disaster. How can I put the fate of the entire nation on someone like Zhao Guo? Song Qingshu said in a low voice, this time, we can take the opportunity of Jia Sherdao and King Yi's rebellion to change the world. Zhang Sanfeng frowned and said, but this will easily cause chaos in the country. It is not a blessing for the people. How can we spare the energy to deal with the Mongolians who are about to invade? Song Qingshu answered, so I have spared Zhao Guo's life and let him continue to be the emperor in name. I even protected Jia Sherdao's reputation and pushed everything to King Yi. Everything is for the smooth transition of the whole country. Zhang Sanfeng nodded and said, I am relieved that you see it so clearly. I have always been worried that you were driven by ambition and took the wrong path to the devil's path. Now that I know that you are trying to save the people of the world, I am relieved. Song Qingshu smiled bitterly and said, Great Master, you are exaggerating. The title of saving the people of the world is too great. Qingshu does not dare to accept it. Why not? Zhang Sanfeng stared at him and said, the Mongolians are extremely cruel. When they went west, they often destroyed countries and slaughtered cities. I do not want the people of the Central Plains to suffer such a disaster one day. If you can lead everyone to resist the Mongolians, what is it if not saving the people of the world? Don't worry, if anyone dares to say anything, I will personally go to them and beat them up. Song Qingshu was stunned as he listened. It was as if he could vaguely see how happy Zhang Sanfeng was when he was young. What followed was great joy. Zhang Sanfeng's reputation in the hearts of the people of the world was too high. With his help, many things could be easily solved. Thank you, Great Master. At this moment, Song Yuanqiao ran in a panic and said, Master, Qingshu, something bad has happened. The Lu brothers have surrounded the foot of the mountain with their army. It seems like they are ready to attack. First set a small goal, such as 1 second. Remember, book how Song Qingshu was shocked. Hey, didn't they say that the Lu brothers had surrendered? Song Yuanqiao shook his head and said, I don't know the details. You should go and have a look. Song Qingshu nodded. After bidding farewell to Zhang Sanfeng, he ran out. Not long after, he just happened to bump into Wang Ziding. Hastily, he asked, what exactly happened? Wang Ziding was also anxious at this time. He answered, according to the report of the spies, it seems that the Lu brothers arrived at the foot of the mountain. The soldiers guarding the mountain asked them to come up by themselves, but they didn't want to. They wanted to bring their troops up. Of course, my people didn't want to, so they started a fight. They said that there were ghosts on the mountain, and they wanted to go up the mountain to rescue the king. Song Qingshu finally understood the whole story. All the generals who came to rescue the king had brought their troops up the mountain. If they were all allowed to bring their troops up the mountain, Wutang Mountain couldn't accommodate so many people. Even if it could, they wouldn't dare to let all of them up the mountain. After all, Wang Ziding had limited troops. He could still rely on the mountain to defend himself. If he let other troops come up the mountain and there were a few ambitious people among them, how could he control the situation? As for the Lu brothers' reaction, it was understandable. They had failed to rebel this time, and they heard that the imperial court had decided that Jia Shidao had died to protect the king. They were already skeptical about it. Now that they were not allowed to bring their troops up the mountain, their first reaction would be to suspect that the imperial court had lied to them and wanted to deceive them up the mountain to execute them. What should we do now? Wang Ziding paced back and forth like an ant on a hot pan. The generals from all over the Jing Lake have also brought their troops here. After the Lu brothers made such a scene, they are all suspicious and want to bring their troops up the mountain. If it doesn't work, let them all bring their troops up the mountain. That way, they can keep each other in check. No. Song Qingshu shook his head. Human nature has always been insatiable. Now that the emperor is here, these people should not have brought troops up the mountain. If we agree to their unreasonable demands, they will be insatiable. They might feel that our side is weak and can be bullied. It is hard to guarantee that they will not make even more outrageous demands. So, we must suppress their arrogance from the beginning. Of course, there was another reason that he did not mention. Mount Wudong was the territory of the Wudong clan. It had always been a quiet and secluded place. The buildings, flowers, and trees were all very particular. The previous battle had already caused many places to be in a mess. If tens of thousands of soldiers were to arrive, the entire Mount Wudong would be thrown into a foul atmosphere. In the smiling, the proud wanderer, Ling Hucheng almost destroyed the Shaolin temple with thousands of soldiers. If these tens of thousands of troops came, the Wutang clan would have to change the place. Wang Ziding frowned. Wan. Tong. Wan. Tong. 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 Leave this matter to me. Song Qingshu finished speaking and turned to leave. He originally wanted to go down the mountain, but he suddenly changed his mind and went to Huang Rong's room. Ronger? Song Qingshu knocked on the door. After a long time, a slightly angry voice came from the room. I hope that the Prince of Qi will conduct himself with dignity. Aside from her father and several seniors, only her husband would call her so intimately. The other party was younger than her by a few years. How could she not be angry? Song Qingshu laughed. How can I not conduct myself when I call you by your name? Are you not called Ronger? The room quickly fell silent. Song Qingshu smiled and continued. Don't worry, Ronger. There are no outsiders here. No one will hear me call you. Huang Rong was clearly annoyed by his scoundrel. After a long time, she said in a bad mood, I want to rest now. If there is nothing else, I ask the Prince of Qi to come with me. Song Qingshu smiled bitterly. There really is something I need to talk to you about. He then told her about the Lu brothers' disturbance at the foot of the mountain. This is a bit troublesome. If we are not careful, all our previous efforts will be wasted. Huang Rong muttered. Wait a moment. Soon after, the sound of clothes being put on could be heard. Soon, the door opened from the inside, and Huang Rong walked out. It was obvious that she had just gotten out of bed. Her hair was casually tied into a bun at the back, and her clothes were hastily put on. Even so, her body faintly exuded a hint of languid charm, which was very different from the usual feeling, giving off a different feeling. Seeing him staring at her, Huang Rong blushed. Why are you staring at me? As soon as she said it, she regretted it. As expected, Song Qingshu replied, because you're good-looking. Huang Rong turned her face away, not wanting to continue the conversation. I will go down the mountain and talk to the Lu brothers. Song Qingshu grabbed her arm and shook his head. Right now, the Lu brothers are like a knocked arrow on a bowstring. Even if you go down to persuade them, it will be useless. Huang Rong somewhat shyly shook off his arm. Then why did you call me? Song Qingshu inwardly praised the softness of his fingers. Of course, it will be useless to persuade them directly. However, I will first give them a big stick. Then, you will appear to mediate. Huang Rong somewhat worriedly said, they have tens of thousands of troops under their command. Song Qingshu indifferently said, it is not like I have never taken the head of a general from an army of tens of thousands. Huang Rong gave him a deep look. Although this man was greedy and lecherous, his martial arts were truly unimaginable. Suddenly thinking of his injuries, she somewhat worriedly said, but you are injured. I am afraid this time, Song Qingshu smiled. Rest assured. After last night's treatment, I have already recovered about 70 to 80%. You have recovered so quickly? Huang Rong was startled. I don't know if it is possible to teach my father the healing method. He is so seriously injured that I am afraid he will not be able to recover within half a year. Song Qingshu's expression was strange. This healing method. I am afraid it is not suitable for him. What kind of joke was this? Asking Huang Yaoshi, who was as deep as the sea, to learn the dual cultivation method. How could such a proud person like him learn it? Moreover, if he knew about this crooked method, he would not allow Huang Rong to get close to him in the future. Seeing his strange expression, Huang Rong's heart suddenly jumped. She vaguely guessed what was going on and her face became somewhat hot. Come down the mountain with me. Song Qingshu did not dare to delay any longer. If the Lu brothers really started to attack the mountain, it would be a bit troublesome. Huang Rong blushed and subconsciously took a step back. I can walk by myself. Song Qingshu smiled bitterly. I am not trying to take advantage of you. There is still some distance from here to the foot of the mountain. I am afraid you will not be able to make it in time. Huang Rong gently bit her lip. She knew that what he said was somewhat reasonable. After a long time, she finally said, take me with you for a while and put me down after a while. There were so many people on Mount Wudong. She did not want others to see the two of them touching each other. When it was linked to Song Qingshu's reputation, there would be no lack of gossip. Okay. Song Qingshu finished speaking. He went over to hold her arm and used his qinggong to rush down the mountain. Seeing that he did not take the opportunity to put his arm around her waist, Huang Rong secretly let out a sigh of relief. Although they were separated by clothes, she could still feel the heat from his hand on her arm. She felt somewhat uncomfortable and hurriedly changed the topic. Right, I have a question that I have always wanted to ask you. Do you know the whereabouts of Brother Jing? There are rumors that he died in Suzhou, but I do not believe it. Song Qingshu nodded. Don't worry. Hirogua is not dead. You should thank me. I was the one who saved him from the battlefield. You saved him? Huang Rong's gem-like eyes widened. Her gaze was filled with disbelief. Song Qingshu was speechless. What? I have saved you and your wife so many times. Do I need to do it again? Thank you, Huang Rong said softly. I actually regretted it after the incident. If I had just stood by and let him die on the battlefield, there would have been no obstacles between us. Song Qingshu said somewhat exaggeratedly. Huang Rong's lips curled into a slight smile. No, you wouldn't have. You are actually a gentleman. She suddenly could not continue because she thought of the things that he had done to her. No matter how she looked at it, it did not have anything to do with being a gentleman. She subconsciously turned her head to look at him and found that he was coincidentally looking at her. It was obvious that the two of them were thinking the same thing. Put me down. Huang Rong's face turned red as she said hurriedly. There was a vague figure in front of them. Song Qingshu took the opportunity to let go of her and smiled embarrassedly. I'll go down first. You can come back later. Looking at his disappearing figure, Huang Rong's mood suddenly became light. She did not know if it was because of the news that Brother Jing was safe or something else. At this time, at the foot of Mount Wudong, the Lu brothers were inciting other generals who had come to rescue the emperor. We don't know the situation on the mountain now, but we are only allowed to bring a small number of followers up the mountain. What if Princey controls the situation and deceives us to go up the mountain with a fake imperial edict to catch us all in one fell swoop? We don't have soldiers in our hands. Won't we be at the mercy of others? Yes, it's a small matter if we die. If the Guan family falls into the claws of Princey because of this, it will be a big matter. If that happens, we will let down the country and the people of the world. Lu Wendy and Lu Wenhuan echoed each other. Some of their trusted generals also echoed casually, causing a commotion in the hearts of the people. Although some of the generals who came from other places had always been at odds with the Lu brothers, they had to admit that what they said was somewhat reasonable. They all looked suspiciously in the direction of the mountain. The mountain was surrounded by clouds and mist, as if there were countless hidden traps waiting for everyone. No one dared to go up the mountain. Suddenly, someone shouted, "What's that?" A group of people looked in the direction he pointed and vaguely saw a figure in the clouds. Is it a god? Someone murmured to himself. How is it possible? Another person immediately refuted. Official, family, sent this prince down the mountain to respectfully welcome all, your highness. A deep and mellow voice sounded in everyone's ears. It should be known that there were tens of thousands of troops and horses gathered at the foot of the mountain. The people's voices and horses' neighs were noisy, but the other party's calm voice could be clearly heard by everyone. This skill shocked many experts. A figure seemed to have descended from the ninth cloud palace, stepping on the clouds and mist step by step, as if there was an invisible ladder in the air, and he just walked down in such a carefree and unrestrained manner. How is this possible? It seems to be King Qi. I heard that King Qi went up to the sky to pray for rain in the palace, and I thought it was an exaggeration. Now that I see it with my own eyes, I know that I am a frog at the bottom of a well. Seeing the shocked and admiring eyes of the people on the ground, Song Qingshu only felt that his vanity had been greatly satisfied. He thought that the lightness skill in Taishan Sutra, which could ignore gravity, was really a great tool to show off. It was a pity that he didn't bring a tape recorder when he traveled here. Otherwise, it would be even more amazing with the exclusive BGM of Brother Fa or Qiao Feng. Greetings, King Qi. The LV brothers were the first to recover from the shock. Because of Jiao Sherdao, they had always regarded Song Qingshu as a potential enemy. Song Qingshu looked at the two of them and remembered that when he first traveled to this world, he had been to Jiangling. At that time, people like the LV brothers were like immortals to him, and even Huang Rong had to please them. He didn't expect that the tables had turned, and things were really unpredictable now. I heard that the two generals are making trouble here. Seeing that he had put such a label on them, the LV brothers were angry again. They replied, "May I ask, is the situation on the mountain really as the message said? Has King Yi been killed?" Song Qingshu replied, "Of course. You are all people who have received the imperial edict. Can't you tell whether the edict is real or fake?" Lu Wendy cupped his hands in obeisance and said, "We naturally recognize the authenticity of the imperial edict. But what if Princey controls the officials and passes a fake imperial edict?" The other generals nodded in agreement. This was indeed their concern all along. Now I am standing here safely. Is it not enough to explain everything? Song Qingshu said calmly, "Does General LV suspect that I colluded with King Yi to deceive you?" LV Wendy replied, "I dare not. It's just that it's related to the safety of the officials and the country of the Song dynasty. We have to be careful. Otherwise, if some ambitious people set up a trap on the mountain, it's not a big deal if we die, but if we can't get rid of the emperor's side, it will cause chaos in the country and the people will become homeless." Song Qingshu couldn't help but admire these people. They were clearly fighting for their own interests, but every time they opened their mouths, they would talk about the country and the common people. This kind of ability to use righteousness to fulfill their own selfish desires, he really had to learn. "So, King Qi, please allow us to lead the troops up the mountain. If we see that the officials are safe, we will personally apologize to King Qi," LV Wendy continued. Song Qingshu curled his lips. In the world of adults, people often went back on their words, not to mention those who were engaged in politics. After they led the troops up the mountain and took over everything, who would dare to fulfill what he had said before? In the end, General LV is just worried that we will trick you into separating from the main troops and then take the opportunity to catch you, right? Song Qingshu said calmly. LV Wendy smiled and did not answer, but the answer was self-evident. Song Qingshu suddenly sighed, if they really want to catch you, what's the difference if you are not separated from the main troops? LV Wendy's face changed instantly. He hurriedly retreated and at the same time ordered his soldiers to protect the emperor. First set a small goal, such as 1 second. Remember, bookseller's house LV Wendy was not a hothead who did not know anything. As a veteran general on the battlefield, he would not be careless enough to allow an expert like Song Qingshu to be so close to him. The two of them were separated by dozens of feet, and there were many guards between them, but for some reason, when he heard the other party's words just now, a bad feeling rose in his heart. He hurriedly hid, as if hiding in the center of the army would give him a sense of security. Before Song Qingshu finished his words, he had already rushed toward him. The troops under the command of the LV brothers had been fighting against the Mongols and the Jin kingdom for many years. They were all experienced soldiers. Seeing this, they all took out their bows and arrows and shot at him without any orders. Seeing that the rain of arrows had covered the enemy, LV Wendy finally breathed a sigh of relief. No matter how good his martial arts were, he was still like a mantis trying to stop a chariot in front of thousands of soldiers. However, his smile suddenly froze. He had originally planned to watch the other party get shot into a porcupine, but the other party suddenly disappeared the moment the rain of arrows was about to hit him. It was the kind of person who disappeared into thin air. These arrows were all veterans of the battlefield. The arrows were not aimed in a single direction, but they covered a large area. With the place where he was just a moment ago as the center, the surrounding area was densely packed with arrows, but the other party had disappeared. Before LV Wendy could react, he was suddenly alarmed. He hurriedly rolled to the side, just in time to avoid the figure that appeared next. Song Qingshu could not help but admire Lu Wendy. He was indeed a famous general who had fought against the Mongolians. His skill and agility were truly impressive. At this time, the guards around the LV brothers reacted. Because they were too close to LV Wendy, they did not dare to shoot. They all pulled out their swords and slashed at the enemy. Is there still any meaning? Song Qingshu sighed. He casually pushed and blocked, and the personal guards who were rushing over seemed to be pulled by a pair of invisible hands. They all collided with each other and instantly became confused. LV Wendy and LV Wenhuan had just pulled out their swords by an inch. Suddenly, their shoulders tightened and all their strength disappeared. The rest of the soldiers rushed over. Seeing that he had restrained the two commanders, they looked at each other and did not dare to take a step forward. LV Wenhuan's face was ashen. LV Wendy could barely muster the courage to say, Song, if you kill us, you won't live either. Song Qingshu harumphed. I am the current Prince of Qi. You are just an envoy. According to custom, you should salute when you see me. For you to call me by my surname as Song, you have committed the crime of disrespect. These soldiers are soldiers of the imperial court, not the private soldiers of your Lu family. Murdering a prince is a capital offense punishable by execution. Who would dare? The soldiers looked at each other in dismay. Only then did they realize the other identity of the person in front of them. They could not help but feel a lingering fear. They could not help but feel afraid and subconsciously took a few steps back. Noticing the reaction of the soldiers, LV Wendy, Lu Wendy and Wendy, Lu, 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 LV Wendy and Lu, Wendy, Lu, Wendy, and Song. Song Qingshu casually threw them to the ground and lightly said, I didn't come here today to show off my power as an official. I just want to tell you that if I really wanted to kill you, I wouldn't need to go through so much trouble to trick you up the mountain. I can just kill you now. Although they were a bit embarrassed, the Lu brothers were still surprised, because Wendy had let them go, having saved their lives. The two of them hurriedly shrunk into the protection of the soldiers. Song Qingshu did not care at all. He just stood calmly in the midst of the army and said indifferently, Can we go up the mountain now? The Lu brothers' faces turned pale. The reason why they insisted on taking the soldiers up the mountain was because they were worried that Jia Shidao was tricking them. The other reason was that they wanted to take control of the mountain and see if Jia Shidao was really dead. Then, they would decide whether or not to continue with their plan. Of course, they couldn't say that out loud, so they could only use the first reason. But now that the other party had caught the two of them, it proved that the people on the mountain did not want to trick them into going up the mountain and then kill them. The other generals who had been persuaded by them just now would probably not be on the same side as them now. They had just been caught like chickens, and now they had to obediently follow him up the mountain in front of so many people. That would be humiliating. But if they didn't go up the mountain, not to mention that the other troops wouldn't follow them, what if Xianxia made another surprise attack and caught the two of them again? Although there were many soldiers guarding them, they still felt very uneasy. They were struggling with all kinds of thoughts. They didn't know whether to go up or not. Right at this moment, an alluring figure appeared not far away. "General Liu, I didn't expect you to arrive so quickly. Your loyalty is truly worthy of the heavens and earth. It's Master Huang." Mrs. Gua. Huang Rong and Gua Jingyi had been guarding Xiangyang for many years, so many soldiers knew her. Seeing her, they all called out excitedly. The Liu brothers blushed. How could they not know that Huang Rong was saving them some face? They thought that she had worked with them for so many years, so they hurriedly replied, "Mrs. Gua." Huang Rong smiled sweetly. "Why are you all standing here? Hurry up and go up the mountain to pay your respects to the emperor." The other generals nodded in agreement. Only the Liu brothers were a little hesitant. Huang Rong smiled and said, "Are you worried that I will harm you?" "We wouldn't dare," the Liu brothers hurriedly replied. "Chief Huang is a heroine and a chivalrous woman. Why would she harm us?" Moreover, they had worked together for many years in Xiangyang and had some trust in each other. "Then follow me." Huang Rong smiled sweetly and turned to lead the way. The other generals followed. The Liu brothers looked at each other. They had no choice but to follow her. Song Qingshu sighed inwardly. Huang Rong's charm was indeed extraordinary. When these men saw her, their eyes were glued to her. Each and every one of their faces revealed a flattering smile. It seemed that calling her down to give them a way out of this embarrassing situation was indeed a wise move. Of course, everyone knew that if Song Qingshu had not shocked everyone, no matter how charming Huang Rong was, these high-ranking generals would not have risked their lives. On the way up the mountain, the Liu brothers were somewhat afraid of Song Qingshu. At the same time, they did not have the face to stand next to him. They unconsciously put some distance between them and chatted with Huang Rong. The other generals did not have so many misgivings. They all came to Song Qingshu's side and tried to curry favor with him. A burly general cupped his hands and said, "I am the deputy commander of Jingyi, Gauda. Greetings to the Prince of Qi." "General, you are too courteous." Song Qingshu had a strange expression on his face. The name Gauda was a good omen. There was a famous saying in later generations, "It's not that my army is incompetent, but that the communists have Gauda with him under their command." They won by 3 points before the battle even started. "I am the pacification commissioner of Jing Lake's northern road, Xianxia. I used to read history books. Guan Eryi assassinated Yan Liang amidst thousands of soldiers. At first, I thought it was inconceivable. However, the Prince of Qi just now made me understand that such a godly person truly exists in this world." Another official with a goatee chuckled. The faces of the Liu brothers, who were walking in front, twitched. "If you want to flatter me, then flatter me. Why do you have to insult us? In my opinion, Guan Yuncheng cannot compare to the Prince of Qi. It must be known that in history, Guan Yuncheng has only succeeded once. However, the Prince of Qi is so young, yet he has already accomplished 2 magnificent feats of taking the head of a general amidst thousands of soldiers. Last time, Li Keshou of Yangzhou was also captured by the Prince of Qi. The one speaking was the prefectural governor of Yi province, Chao Shixiang. Darren, you praise me too much. Song Mao does not dare to accept such praise. Song Qingshu's face heated up. The boot-licking of these officials was truly unbearable, boasting to the point that he was more godly than Guan Yu. At the same time, his heart was as clear as a mirror. He had previously heard Huang Rong mention that although the Jing Lake region belonged to the Liu brothers, it was not a monolithic bloc. However, they were not completely united. Many of the local officials were not of the same mind as them. Among them, the leaders were these few people. Calm. Miao Shiwu. Along the way, Gao De and the others took the initiative to get close to them. Song Qingshu also wanted to win them over, so they hit it off and talked happily. Soon, they went up the mountain. When they saw Zhao Go lying on the bed like a vegetable, they were all shocked. At this time, Prince Ting told them what had happened on the mountain. He was the emperor's trusted follower, so no one doubted him with his endorsement. A group of officials scolded Prince Yi, who was a traitor, and expressed their extreme sorrow and concern for the emperor's health. Many people even volunteered to recommend famous doctors, but of course, they were all rejected by Prince Ting. These people just wanted to show their loyalty. With the emperor in this state, no one could save him unless the Almighty God came down to earth. If the doctors they recommended couldn't cure him, they would be in trouble, so they didn't insist. After the LV brothers went up the mountain, they looked for Jia Sherdao everywhere. When they saw his body in the coffin, they finally confirmed his death. For a moment, the two of them looked pale and lost. Perhaps the officials present were the ones who knew the truth best. As participants of the rebellion, they certainly knew what kind of role Jia Sherdao played. Now that the other party had announced that he had died protecting the emperor, the two of them were surprised at first. Then, they gradually realized what the other party was trying to do. Although they were worried about getting back at them in the future, now that Jia Sherdao was dead, they had already lost the upper hand. This would at least buy them some time to think about the future. Now that the imperial court had publicly announced that Jia Sherdao died protecting the emperor, they wouldn't do anything to embarrass themselves in the future. A group of people had their own thoughts. Finally, with Prince Ting's endorsement and Song Qingshu's power at the foot of the mountain, no one had any objections to the truth announced by the imperial court. Next was the reward. Jia Sherdao died protecting the emperor, so he was posthumously conferred the title of King Wei. Song Qingshu, king of Qi, added 10,000 households and became a king. He was in charge of the state affairs of the Pingzhang army. He paid homage to an unknown person and walked up to the palace with a sword, imitating the story of Xiao He, the prime minister of the Han dynasty. Wang Zidong, the commander-in-chief of the front court, was originally Duke Gong. This time, he was conferred the title of Commandery Prince Tong'an, the military governor of Zhaoqing, and the title of Junior Master. The governor of Jinghu, Lu Wendi, was conferred the title of Ningguo Army Jidushi, conferred the title of Junior Protector, and received the title of Duke Chonghua. The prefectural magistrate of Xiangyang, Lu Wenhuan, was conferred the title of Zhaoyong Great General and Commander-in-Chief of the Imperial Bodyguards. Xiang Shibi, the pacification commissioner of the northern capital, was bestowed the title of Grand Scholar of the Dragon Diagram Pavilion, and was also conferred the title of Assistant Minister of War and Transport Commissioner. Gao De, the vice commander of Jing and Hubei, was promoted to the position of provincial governor of Xingyao Prefecture, governor of Shenyang Prefecture, and commander of the garrison army. Chao Shixiang, the governor of Azhou, was promoted to. The various officials in the capital actually did not have much merit in quelling the rebellion this time. They were all very satisfied with the rewards they received after leading their troops for a tour. Now, as long as one was not stupid, one could see that Song Qingshu and Prince Tingqi were very popular, and they wanted to get close to each other. Moreover, many of these people did not get along with Jia Sherdao. When Song Qingshu was in power, he had been pushed out and suppressed. Now that he had come to power, they were all very grateful. They felt like the clouds had parted and the moon had come to light. As for the LV brothers, they were all experienced officials. They were keenly aware that although they had also received great honors, it seemed that the imperial court intended to separate them. For example, LV Wenhuan was conferred the title of commander of the bodyguard army. Did it mean that he would leave Xiangyang to work in linen? How could the LV brothers not see this? If the other party went too far, they might directly turn against him. However, the rewards they received were far better than the other generals, and the position of commander of the bodyguard army was not a mere title. Thinking that they could be in charge of an important army in the capital, the LV brothers looked at each other and felt that it was not unacceptable after making eye contact. After all the officials were conferred, the next topic was to return to the capital. After all, such a big storm had happened, and there might be some shock in linen. It was better for the emperor to go back as soon as possible. Song Qingshu proposed to go to Hanshui via Shenyang and then the Yangtze River to go back to Linen, which was beyond the LV brothers' expectation. They never thought that Song Qingshu would be so bold. If they were in Xiangyang, they would never dare to go deep into the enemy's nest again. Hearing this news, the two couldn't help but think that they could use their army to gain control of the emperor in Xiangyang, which was their territory. However, after hesitating for a while, the two gave up the idea. Not to mention that they were afraid of Song Qingshu's supernatural martial arts. The 10,000 people under Prince Tingqi's command were not to be trifled with. In addition, Gao De and the others had never been on good terms with the two, and they were sure that they would go against them. Of course, the most important thing was that the two didn't have any support in the imperial court. Although the LV family was powerful, its influence was only in the capital. In the eyes of the officials and nobles in the imperial court, the two were only warlords. Without Jia Shidao in the center, even if they controlled the emperor, they wouldn't be recognized by the imperial court. After considering the pros and cons, the two had to give up the idea. Soon, the emperor's carriage was brought out by Prince Tingqi, and the group went down the mountain to Xiangyang. Xiang Shibi, Gao De, and the others also led the army to follow them, to make sure that the LV brothers didn't do anything. When they arrived at Xiangyang, it was already dark. The LV brothers wanted to arrange a temporary palace for the emperor, but this time Song Qingshu refused. He directly asked them to live in the Gua mansion, saying that it would show that they were a loyal family. The Gua mansion was very famous in Xiangyang, and the LV brothers used to go there often, so they didn't insist. After they settled down, the LV brothers held a feast to welcome them. However, since the emperor's injury was worrying, no one dared to celebrate. In addition, everyone had their own thoughts, so the feast always had a strange feeling. After a while, Song Qingshu let Wang Ziding handle the social interaction, and he sneaked out to the garden in the backyard to get some fresh air. Rubbing his face, Song Qingshu felt much better. He thought to himself that this kind of fake smile was really a kind of torture. Suddenly, a crisp female voice came from behind. "Brother Song." Song Qingshu looked in the direction of the voice and saw a young girl in red standing there. Her eyes were flowing, and her eyebrows were long and slender. Her face was incomparably fair and tender, like cream that seemed to be dripping water. "Oh, it's Miss Gua." Song Qingshu was a little surprised. This peerlessly beautiful girl in front of him was naturally Gua Fu. She was really lucky to have perfectly inherited her mother's looks. If she had looked like her father, then it would be a pity. "Big brother Song, why are you here?" Gua Fu skipped over to him with a smile on her face. "I came out to get some fresh air." Song Qingshu raised his eyebrows. He vaguely remembered that he didn't get along with this girl in the past. Why did her attitude change so much this time? "Brother Song, you're really capable. The arrogant Lord LV and the big shots of Xiangyang City all surrounded you and flattered you. I've never seen them like this." Gua Fu's voice was full of amazement. "Miss Gua, you flatter me." Song Qingshu was surprised. Since Gua Fu's attitude was so good, he was not as rude to her as before. "By the way, brother Song, I heard from Dao and Xiaowu that you captured the LV brothers in the midst of thousands of soldiers today. Is it true?" Gua Fu's big eyes were like stars. "It was just a fluke." Song Qingshu was a little surprised that the news spread so fast. People like Big Wu and Little Wu can't wait to boast about themselves when they do something. People like you, who are really capable, are very low-key. "Brother Song, can you tell me what happened at that time?" Gua Fu looked at him expectantly. Song Qingshu smiled bitterly. "There's nothing to tell. At that time it was almost over in the blink of an eye, so there was really nothing to tell." "Brother Song, tell me, Gua Fu kept pulling his arm and acting like a spoiled child. This was her usual trick when she asked for help from her parents or the elders in the beggar gang. Feeling the youthful aura of the girl, Song Qingshu was not used to her intimate behavior. "What are you doing?" At this time an angry voice came from afar. Looking back, he saw Huang Rongzhen staring at him coldly. Song Qingshu turned his head and saw a beautiful woman standing in the corridor. Her face was cold and it was obvious that she was not in a good mood. "Hello, madam." Song Qingshu was surprised and pleasantly surprised. Huang Rong ignored him and pulled her daughter to the side. She scolded, "Fu Er, what are you doing here?" Guofu was startled and thought it was obvious, I'm talking to Brother Song. Huang Rong choked on her breath and thought that her daughter was really stupid. She continued, since we're talking, why are you pulling me? What a scandal. Song Qingshu had a strange expression on his face. No wonder she was in a bad mood, it was because of this. Guofu looked aggrieved. I usually pull father and Uncle Lu like this too. I've never seen you so angry. Huang Rong was angry, how can that be the same? They are elders, but is he your father? You're about the same age. Don't you know that men and women should not touch each other? Song Qingshu thought that it was not a bad thing for Guofu to call him godfather. Wasn't godfather her father? Actually I'm much older than Miss Gua. Come to think of it, he was already in his early 30s, and Guofu was only a 16-year-old girl in the prime of her youth. His age and Huang Rong's were only a few years apart. I didn't ask you, shut up. Huang Rong glared at him. Song Qingshu was momentarily at a loss for words. On the contrary, Guofu looked at the two of them in astonishment. Mother, how can you be so rude to Big Brother Song? Putting aside the fact that he is the current Prince of Qi and that his martial arts are unfathomable, even if he is just an ordinary person, he is still our guest. Huang Rong was angry, fine, you're teaching him a lesson. I'm here. That's how it is. Guofu pouted, her face full of dissatisfaction. Huang Rong knew that her daughter had been spoiled since childhood and was very arrogant. Even if she knew that she was in the wrong, she would still argue. Moreover, it was hard to say whether she was in the right or wrong in this matter. He had no choice but to pull her aside and whisper, anyway, stay away from him in the future. You're not allowed to be so close to him. Why? Guofu blinked her big eyes, feeling wronged and puzzled. There is no why. Huang Rong glared at her daughter and noticed that her daughter's eyes were full of dissatisfaction. She knew her daughter's temperament best, and this might have the opposite effect. So, she said ambiguously, anyway, he's not a good person. You should stay away from him. But the people in Jianghu all praise him, and he has saved you and Dad a few times. How is he not a good person? Guofu was obviously not satisfied with this reason. Looking at her daughter's stubborn appearance, Huang Rong also had a headache. She wondered why her daughter was so troublesome. It would be great if she was a weak and obedient girl. The key was that she couldn't tell her the real reason. Mother, you're going back on your word. Guofu suddenly pouted and snorted. What do you mean? Huang Rong was confused. Guofu stole a glance at Song Qingshu in the distance, and her pretty face blushed. A few years ago, you told me to get closer to him. Huang Rong recalled that it was indeed the case, and hurriedly replied, at that time, I saw that you didn't get along with him, so I just wanted you to ease your relationship. It's not like that. I eavesdropped on your conversation with Dad. You. Guofu bit her red lips, and a young girl's shyness flashed across her face. You planned to betroth me to him. Huang Rong's heart skipped a beat, and she remembered that it was indeed the case. At that time, when she saw that Song Qingshu was a young hero, she really did have this idea. She even mentioned it to Guojing, but she didn't expect her daughter to eavesdrop. But then things developed out of her expectations, and she accidentally got herself involved. How could she still have the thought of betrothing her daughter? That was just something I said casually at that time. It doesn't count. Huang Rong's face stiffened, and she felt a headache and anger at the same time. What's more, he has many wives at home. What are you going to do? As the ancients said, it's better to be the concubine of a hero than the wife of a mediocre man. Guofu raised her neck. What's more, in terms of appearance, family background, and character, I'm confident that I'm not worse than anyone else. Huang Rong was so angry that she laughed. Appearance aside, in terms of family background, although it couldn't be compared to those of the royal family, it was still quite famous in Jianghu. Only this character. Huang Rong had watched her daughter grow up, and she didn't know where she got her confidence from. Go back to the room and stay there. Don't come out without my permission. Her daughter kept talking back, and Huang Rong's face finally sank. Seeing that she was really angry, Guofu didn't dare to be too presumptuous. She stomped her feet and turned around angrily. After Guofu left, Song Qingshu couldn't help but say, "Madam, why do you have to do this? I'm not a scourge." Huang Rong looked at him unhappily. "Even scourge is not as scary as you." Song Qingshu touched his cheek and muttered to himself, "Am I that scary?" Huang Rong obviously didn't want to argue with him on this issue. Her eyes were full of curiosity. "But I'm a little curious. Didn't Fu Er used to not get along with you? Why is her attitude so different this time? Did you do something to her?" Towards the end, her tone became a little unfriendly. Song Qingshu was speechless. "Am I that bad in your heart? Which girl in this world doesn't admire heroes? What's more, this hero is so young and handsome. It would be strange if she didn't like me." In the beginning, Guofu didn't get along with him. To a large extent, she regarded him as a young man of the same generation. In her eyes, there was no difference between Xiaowu and Xiaowu. No matter how handsome he was, could he be more handsome than Yonghua? Didn't they still not get along? But later, Song Qingshu's growth was too fast. All kinds of legendary stories were spread all over the world. Naturally, the girl's mind gradually changed. In fact, this was also human nature. If there was a gap between two people, but it wasn't too big, they wouldn't think that the other person was so good. They would only compare, be jealous, and be unhappy. On the contrary, if the gap between two people was so big that it was impossible to catch up, then there would only be worship and admiration. Where would there be a little bit of jealousy? "I said you were fat and you're still panting." Huang Rong laughed and scolded him. She was obviously speechless at his thick-skinned face. Song Qingshu looked a little strange. He moved closer to her and winked. "Did you really want to betroth Miss Gua to me?" Huang Rong's expression changed. "You heard it?" Song Qingshu spread out his hands. "Although you deliberately lowered your voice, I have such a profound internal energy. It's hard not to hear it." Huang Rong raised her eyebrows. "You really are a bastard. You really want to hit on Fu Er." Song Qingshu's face was gloomy. "You said it yourself. How did it become my idea?" Huang Rong carefully stared into his eyes. After a long time, she said, "You are too good at flirting. It's fine if you go around in the Jianghu, but if you dare to hit on Fu Er, I'll. You'll what?" Song Qingshu laughed. "In fact, we are a perfect match. Why does Madam have to stop us?" Huang Rong's face turned cold. "You know why. Objectively speaking, other than being a bit too romantic, he was excellent in all aspects. He was so excellent that other young people couldn't compare to him. Otherwise, she wouldn't have had that kind of idea. Speaking of which, other than appearance, Fu Er was a bit unworthy of him. However, since something like that had happened between the two of them, how could she sit back and watch her daughter get involved without knowing why? Song Qingshu knew that it was time to stop teasing her. So, he changed the topic. "Madam, you sneaked out at this time. I guess you want to talk to me about something." Huang Rong nodded. "You told me briefly on Mount Wudong. I want to know what Brother Jing experienced." Song Qingshu secretly sighed, but he didn't hide anything. He told her all the details of the northern expedition. Jiao Sherdao, that treacherous official. He sent Brother Jing to die on purpose. Huang Rong was very smart. When she heard that Gua Jing had taken the mission, she knew that the commander wanted to kill him. Song Qingshu nodded. "I guess it's because Master Gui gave up during the battle for the commander's position. In the end, Jiao Sherdao had to send Murong Fu to replace him. In the end, he lost the military power in Sichuan. That's why he was so angry. In Jiao Sherdao's original plan, he had the military power in the Jing Lake and Sichuan theater of operations. With his deep-rooted influence in the imperial court, he didn't need to take any risks on this trip to Wudong. Because of Gui Jing's sudden withdrawal, Jiao Sherdao's plan failed. How could he not be angry? Fortunately, that treacherous official is finally dead." Huang Rong bit her red lips. It's a pity that he can still keep his reputation as a loyal official and the glory of his family. What a lucky guy. Song Qingshu smiled bitterly. He was thinking about the big picture. He couldn't help her vent her anger, so he changed the topic and continued to talk about what happened on the battlefield. Even though she already knew the ending, Huang Rong was still shocked. She was so nervous that she almost grabbed Song Qingshu's arm several times. But she quickly realized that it was inappropriate, so she naturally resolved the awkwardness. In the end, you gave Brother Jing to Huajing? Huang Rong looked at him thoughtfully. Song Qingshu explained, at that time I was too busy to take care of Hirogua. But in my opinion, Huajing wouldn't harm him because of their past friendship. Moreover, she's a Mongolian princess and has many capable people under her command. She should be able to think of a way to heal Hirogua, who was on the verge of death. Huajing was engaged to Brother Jing in the past. She liked Brother Jing so much, so of course she wouldn't hurt him. Huang Rong suddenly had an inexplicable look on her face. But you sent him to Huajing. You definitely didn't have good intentions. You wanted them to rekindle their old love, and then you would have a chance to get. She paused for a long time. She couldn't say the word I. However, Song Qingshu's expression turned solemn. Rong you have a clever and intelligent mind. Normally, you are full of schemes, but it is precisely because of this that you will subconsciously speculate about others. In the past, you were like this with Yanggua, and now you are like this with me. If I really wanted to have you, why would I go all the way to the battlefield to save Hirogua? I only needed to do nothing and let Hirogua die for the country. You, Wenjun, are newly widowed. Wouldn't it be easier for me to have you? Huang Rong opened her mouth. She knew that he was telling the truth. After a long time, she said softly, I'm sorry. Because of this, the two of them quickly fell into silence. Huang Rong was wearing a snow-white dress today. The milky white moonlight shone on her dress, making her seem as if she was covered with a hazy veil. Seeing the sorrow on her perfect face, Song Qingshu knew that she was worried and confused, so he didn't ask too much. Just then, Huang Rong suddenly said, the children have been born. They're twins. Song Qingshu was pleasantly surprised. It was not because he had given birth to a pair of twins. After all, he could predict the future. It was because Huang Rong had taken the initiative to mention this to him. This had always been a taboo between the two of them. Whenever Huang Rong was mentioned, his expression would change immediately, let alone when she took the initiative to mention it. Huang Rong paused and continued, a son and a daughter. Song Qingshu hesitated for a moment, then asked tentatively, have you given it a name? As he expected, Huang Rong would not say anything like waiting for him to name them. She said, yes. The elder sister is Guoxiang and the younger brother is Guopolu. They have the meaning of guarding Xianxia and driving away the tauters. Good names. Song Qingshu sighed. He did not expect that he could not change the wheel of history. When she said the names, she deliberately said their surnames, obviously emphasizing their identity. They are still so young. Will they be fine on Peach Blossom Island? Song Qingshu did not shamelessly ask who their father was. There was no need to force them into an awkward situation. In any case, they could only have the surname Gua and Huang Rong would only allow them to have the surname Gua. I had no choice. I guessed what father wanted to do and had to stop him. Brother Jing's life is uncertain and I have to come out to investigate his whereabouts. It is not convenient to bring them along, so I could only leave them on Peach Blossom Island. Huang Rong looked apologetic. Fortunately, Sister Qing is a meticulous person. I can rest assured with her looking after them. Song Qingshu was puzzled and said, but Qingying is still an unmarried girl. Xiang and Polu will need to drink milk. Huang Rong blushed and rolled her eyes at him. Peach Blossom Island has already prepared a few wet nurses. I see. Song Qingshu smiled awkwardly. His eyes suddenly fell on her bulging chest. He hesitated and asked, you have been away from home for so long without breastfeeding. Won't your breasts swell? Huang Rong's face instantly reddened as she coldly said, Prince of Qi, please conduct yourself with dignity. I'm innocent. Song Qingshu spread his hands. He really didn't mean to tease her this time. It's just that I met a friend before. She was accidentally separated from her child after giving birth. She couldn't breastfeed normally, which led to a blockage in her breast. As a result, she had a high fever and almost died. He first thought of the time when he went to Xinjing City to pretend to be a doctor to treat Ma Chunhua. Then he thought of how he was poisoned by the golden ripple flower and hid on the Wan family's ship. Qi Fang had just given birth and was so bloated that she had to squeeze it out. Song Qingshu couldn't help but sigh at the wonders of fate when he thought of how he could save his life back then because of the Wan family's young mistress. He suddenly felt hot all over when he thought of the method to cure the poison. Noticing his expression, Huang Rong said angrily, "Your head must be filled with filthy thoughts right now." Song Qingshu hurriedly explained, "I was just thinking about you. That's not right, I was worried about Foreign's health." "There is no need for Prince of Qi to worry." Huang Rong was both embarrassed and angry. Perhaps it was because she was too excited that her breathing was short or something else, but her chest trembled. "No wonder everyone says that Prince of Qi is a dissolute man. I didn't expect that you would even know the private matters of a woman." "It was a coincidence, just a coincidence," Song Qingshu said embarrassedly. To say how much he understood women in front of a woman was really a foolish thing to do. Huang Rong took a deep breath and calmed her emotions. There are many eyes in the Fu today. If someone sees a man and a woman alone with Prince of Qi, it will be too inconvenient. This servant will take her leave. Ah. Song Qingshu reached out to pull her. Foreign does not need to worry about this. If someone approaches, with my skills, I will be able to detect them in advance. Huang Rong turned her head and looked deeply at him. Prince of Qi must make it so clear? This is just an excuse for me not wanting to stay with you. Song Qingshu was stunned. Huang Rong took the opportunity to leave, leaving behind only a faint sweet scent in the air. Meanwhile, Huang Rong quickly returned to her room and closed the door. She leaned against the door and fell into a daze. I'm dying. Why did I take the initiative to tell him about Xianxia and Polu? Huang Rong did not need to look at herself in the mirror to know that her face must be very red. After a long time, her heaving chest gradually calmed down. She was already very tired after running around for a few days. Previously, she had washed up and planned to sleep. It was only when she heard that her daughter had gone to look for Song Qingshu that she could not help but go out. Now that she was back, she could no longer resist the sleepiness and went straight to bed. But she did not know why, even though she was very tired, she could not fall asleep. She tossed and turned on the bed for a long time. Suddenly, she sat up and held her chest with her hand. She frowned and said, I feel a little uncomfortable. Could it be that what he said was true? Although she was experienced, when she gave birth to Guofu, it was the most leisurely days on Peach Blossom Island. She was usually with the child and she was the one who fed them. Fuer was a good eater, so she had never experienced the pain of breast growth. But this time, she left Peach Blossom Island not long after Xianxia and Polu were born. A few days ago, she did feel the swelling, but at that time, she was more concerned about her father's safety and did not take it to heart. Now that she had calmed down, she suddenly realized the problem. Bah! She suddenly spat, he is a man, what does he know? Then she turned over and continued to sleep. She could not be blamed for thinking this way. In this world, the literacy rate was not high, not to mention the knowledge of physical health. In addition, the Southern Song dynasty was very strict. Men did not know anything about women. Even if they were married, it would not be any better. So she did not believe that Song Qingshu really knew anything. She only thought that he was deliberately teasing her. Meanwhile, Song Qingshu sighed at the moon in the back garden. He knew that he had been away for too long. It would not be good to neglect the group of officials, so he returned to the banquet. This time, he had changed his attitude. At the banquet, he focused on winning over Xiang Shibi, Gauda, and the others. Although he had many female confidants around him, he lacked male talents that he could use. This had always been a headache for him. But after the conversation with Zhao Min and the conversation with Dongfeng Muxue, he understood everything. All along, he had been inclined to personally train his confidants, turning them from nothing into useful talents. But the two ladies told him that there was no need to personally train confidants. Sometimes, they only needed to be promoted appropriately. In the officialdom, as long as the person was promoted, he would be marked with your brand. Everyone would think that he was on your side. As long as that person did not betray you, you could use him boldly. This way, you could save the time of personally training them, and you could use them directly. Zhao Min and Dongfang Mushui used the Mongols and the Manchus as examples, explaining how they had become stronger over the years. Actually, these two countries did not have many people of their own. At least, compared to other races, their numbers were far from enough. However, they were good at recruiting talents from other races. The Mongols and the Manchus. Moreover, rewards and punishments were clear. Don't underestimate these few simple words. Since ancient times, very few people were able to do this. Most of them were only able to do it at the beginning of a dynasty. In the middle and later stages of a dynasty, whether it was rewards or punishments, it was completely dependent on the person. If you had someone above you, even if you continuously lost a battle, you would still be continuously rewarded. If you had no one above you, sometimes you would still be beheaded for some inexplicable reason after winning a battle. Even if you were rewarded, the rewards would be deducted from the hands of the people at the bottom. Could you even keep a tenth of it? Not to mention rewards, even if it was proper military pay, was there anyone who could receive their share in full and on time? Du Chong of the Southern Song dynasty was the best example. He could be said to be an idiot. After he came to power, he ruined the positive situation in the Central Plains that Zhongzhe had painstakingly worked on for many years. He lost one battle after another, dug up the Yellow River, and caused millions of people to lose their homes. He retreated all the way to the banks of the Yangtze River. However, with such a resume, his official position became higher and higher. With such a system of rewards and punishments, how could the middle and lower level officers and ordinary people think? How could they still have the strength to fight? In history, during the last years of the Southern Song dynasty and the end of the Ming dynasty, many imperial armies collapsed on the battlefield. Later, they had no choice but to surrender to the Mongols and Manchus. However, all of them instantly turned from sheep to tigers, and their fighting strength skyrocketed. They were the same people, why did they change so much? There was no other reason than the clear system of rewards and punishments. Of course, it was not that no one in the Ming dynasty and the Southern Song dynasty did not realize these things. Unfortunately, the dynasty was too big, and the interests of all parties were intertwined. Even if the higher-ups were determined to reform, the implementation would definitely change when it came to the lower levels. Song Qingshu did not think that he was smarter than these people. It was just that he stood on the shoulders of giants and knew a lot of lessons in advance. After a drinking competition, Song Qingshu also became familiar with these people. When the banquet was over, he was already 70 to 80% drunk. Although with his power, it could be said that he could not get drunk. If he could not get drunk, what was the meaning of life? Therefore, when he drank, he usually did not use his internal force to dissolve the alcohol. Not long after he returned to his room and fell asleep, there was suddenly an urgent knock on the door. Brother Song, Brother Song. Miss Gua, what's the matter? Song Qingshu lay on the bed and answered lazily. If it was a young girl, and she was so beautiful, who came looking for him in the middle of the night, he would definitely be excited. He might even flirt with her. Unfortunately, the other party's identity was too awkward. He did not want to make any mistakes, so it was better to nip it in the bud. Brother Song, I haven't seen my mother in a long time. Brother Song, I haven't seen my mother in a long time. I wanted to go talk to her, but I found out that she seems to be sick. Her body is very hot, and she talks nonsense from time to time. Father isn't home, and there are unfamiliar guards everywhere. I don't know who to look for in the middle of the night, so I came to you. Guofu's voice was filled with panic, and there was a hint of sobbing in it. Just as she finished speaking, Song Qingshu opened the door from the inside. Madam is sick? Wasn't she just fine? I don't know either. Guofu looked helpless. It is said that sickness comes like a landslide. Is it true? Take me to see her. Song Qingshu hurriedly walked out. After walking for a while, he suddenly thought of something and asked, What nonsense is your mother talking about? She said she was sorry to my father. I don't understand what she means. Guofu blinked, her gem-like eyes filled with confusion. Calm. Wonderful bookhouse. Song Qingshu stumbled and almost fell to the ground. He hurriedly asked, Did she say anything else? He thought to himself, Huang Rong has always been smart, so she shouldn't be muddle-headed. If she told everyone about what happened between the two of them, it wouldn't be too much for him to bear, but her reputation would be ruined. How would she be able to raise her head in front of her daughter? Guofu shook her head. She only repeats this sentence from time to time. As she speaks, she silently cries. It's as if she's half unconscious. Brother Song, quickly go and see her. She was worried about her mother's safety and didn't think about anything else. Song Qingshu nodded and didn't ask any more questions. The two of them quickly arrived outside Huang Rong's room. Big Wu and Little Wu were anxiously pacing back and forth outside the door. How's my mother? Guofu hurriedly asked. Wu Shouwen replied, Master's wife seems to have fallen asleep again. I don't know if it's getting worse or better, you're really useless. Guofu directly pushed him away and pulled Song Qingshu into the room. Brother Song, come and take a look. Wu Shouwen, who was behind them, opened his mouth, full of grievances. Although they were disciples, there was still a difference between men and women. Now that Master's wife had fallen asleep, they couldn't stay in her room, so they naturally didn't know her exact situation. Wu Duanru, who was at the side, pulled his hand to comfort him. That's just how she is. Wu Shouwen grunted in agreement. After so many years, how could he not know this? However, the strange thing was that the Wu brothers knew to avoid arousing suspicion and didn't have any objections to Song Qingshu entering. Guofu also didn't notice anything wrong. It turned out that Song Qingshu's reputation was too great. In the hearts of the three of them, they didn't even see him as someone of the same age, but as a person of virtue and virtue. Naturally, they didn't have any reservations between men and women. Song Qingshu came to the bedside and found Huang Rong lying on the bed with her eyes closed. Her face was flushed, and he didn't know if she had fainted or fallen asleep. He stretched out his hand to feel her forehead and couldn't help but whisper, "It's so hot." Guofu was on the verge of tears. Brother Song, will my mother die? Song Qingshu was speechless. If Huang Rong were awake and heard her daughter say this, she would probably die of anger. Don't worry. She's just been too tired recently. Plus, she's weak after giving birth, so she caught a cold. Her life isn't in danger. Wu Duanru stood at the back and said, We were going to ask for a doctor, but because the emperor is in the mansion, there are guards everywhere, and we are not allowed to go in and out as we please. Brother Song, do you have any way to make them let us out? Song Qingshu replied, Of course I can let you out, but there is no need. I can cure madam's illness. Wu Shouwen and Wu Duanru looked at each other. They had never heard of him being able to treat illnesses. At this time, Guofu couldn't help but snort. Brother Song is so capable. If he says he can cure it, then he can. Why bother hiring those quacks? Why are you guys still standing here like idiots? Why aren't you guarding outside and get some water? Okay. The Wu brothers hurriedly ran out. If it was Yang Gua here and Guofu insulted them like that, the two brothers would have already exploded. But the difference between them and Song Qingshu was too great, so great that it was like the difference between heaven and earth. They didn't even have the thought of pointing their spears at Song Qingshu. The noise outside slowly woke Huang Rong up. She opened her eyes and saw Song Qingshu at the side of the bed. She was so scared that her entire body trembled. Why are you here? Hurry and get out. Song Qingshu was speechless. Was he that scary in her heart? He was worried that she wasn't awake and would say something she shouldn't say in front of Guofu. He quickly said, Fu just came to find you and found out that you were sick. She came to find me in a hurry, so I came to see you. Hearing his words, Huang Rong couldn't help but stare blankly for a while. Gradually, she remembered what was going on. She looked at her daughter and said angrily, If I'm sick, you can go find a doctor. Why did you ask him to come here? Guofu was full of grievances. She pouted, The emperor is at home and I can't go out. That's why I went to find Brother Song. He said he can cure you. Song Qingshu nodded, Madam, I told you before. If you are separated from your child for too long, it will be easy for problems to arise. Because Guofu was here, he spoke in a more vague manner. Huang Rong was smart. Even though her mind was a bit muddled, she immediately understood what he was referring to. Song Qingshu continued, Problems will arise sooner or later if you continue like this. In addition, you've been on the move for days. Your body finally couldn't take it anymore. That's why all the hidden problems have flared up. Huang Rong also felt that her body was very weak. Just when she wanted to sit up, she felt dizzy. She felt that her chest was hard and swollen. She couldn't help but turn pale. Could it really be as he said? Thank you, Prince Qi, for your concern. However, you don't need to trouble yourself with such a small illness. Fu, go to the city and find a doctor. Huang Rong said as she looked at Song Qingshu. It shouldn't be difficult to get a warrant from Prince Qi. Song Qingshu naturally knew that she didn't want to have too much contact with him. He couldn't help but smile bitterly. Madam, you should know what the cause of your illness is. Even if you find a doctor, how can you ask him to treat you? Unless you can find a female divine doctor in Xianxia. Huang Rong was speechless. She had lived in Xianxia for many years. Of course, she knew that there was no female divine doctor in the city. Even the doctors were all men. It was indeed inconvenient for them to see her illness. Guofu was confused. Why do we need a female divine doctor? Shut up. Huang Rong was embarrassed and angry. Just as she was agitated, her vision became dizzy. She immediately realized that her illness was not light. Looking comfortingly at Guofu, who was suffering from an unexpected disaster, Song Qingshu said to Huang Rong, Madam, you must think carefully. This is not an ordinary illness. If it is not treated in time, I'm afraid it will endanger your life. Huang Rong bit her lip and shook her head. Prince Qi doesn't need to worry. I don't think it's a big problem. Mother, your whole body is so hot. You were just unconscious and talking nonsense. How can you be fine? Hearing her words, Guofu immediately became anxious. You can't say that you're fine just because you woke up for a while. Huang Rong's heart jumped. What nonsense did I just say? Song Qingshu knew what she was worried about. He rushed to answer, Madam, you spoke very vaguely. Miss Gua didn't understand. Huang Rong breathed a sigh of relief and said to her daughter, Fu, Prince Qi is also tired today. It's late. You should send him back to rest. But Guofu wanted to say more but suddenly noticed her mother's stare. Huang Rong usually spoiled her and had never been so strict. Guofu panicked and did not dare to disobey her mother's order again. Song Qingshu frowned. He knew that Huang Rong did not hesitate to risk her life to avoid him. Suddenly, he had an idea and said, Madam, you don't know. Even if this strange illness can be saved in the end, it will leave a sequela. In the future, I'm afraid I can't even be a woman, let alone a mother. What do you mean? Huang Rong was puzzled. Song Qingshu explained using secret voice sending, during this period of time, you were separated from Xianxia and the others. You've been separated from Xianxia and the rest during this period of time. You can't breastfeed, and at the same time, you didn't release the milk in time, so it's all stuck in your chest. Is it hard and painful? Huang Rong secretly touched the quilt. She frowned and nodded subconsciously. The cause of your high fever is this. If the meridians are not cleared in time, it will be completely infected and necrotic. In order to save your life, I'm afraid we can only cut it off. How can you still be a mother and a woman? Huang Rong's expression changed several times. She was already scared out of her wits. She didn't expect the consequences to be so serious. However, she quickly reacted and said, Nonsense. If what you said is true, then there must be many ordinary people who have encountered such things. How come I've never heard of it? Song Qingshu secretly praised Huang Rong. Huang Rong was indeed Huang Rong. How could she be so gullible because of a few words? Madam, you don't know. It is difficult for ordinary people to fill their stomachs. How can you be like Madam? Moreover, Madam is a martial artist and is gifted. Subconsciously, her eyes fell on Guofu's chest. Huang Rong blushed and quickly pulled the quilt as if she was afraid of exposing something. For various reasons, Madam is more likely to be depressed than other women. Song Qingshu concluded. Hearing the horror of his story, Huang Rong finally became a little afraid. Her tone also became a little relaxed, but you are not a doctor. How can you know how to treat it? Song Qingshu said with a smile, Madam, have you forgotten? I once said that I had a friend who had similar symptoms and was cured by me. Shameless. Huang Rong couldn't help but spit. She wondered how many women this bastard had hooked up with. He even had a relationship with a woman who had given birth to a child. Suddenly, her heart skipped a beat. What's wrong with me? How many women around him have anything to do with me? At this time, Guofu felt a little puzzled. Mother, Brother Song is kind enough to treat you. How can you scold him? Silly daughter. Huang Rong was too tired to explain, so she simply turned her head and ignored her. As Song Qingshu spoke, he raised his finger to point at the candlelight. The flame bent to the side but did not go out. Dao and Xiaowu came in with hot water and exclaimed, "Solar finger? It seems to be of a higher level than Daddy." Guofu snorted, "Of course. Brother Song is like an immortal. His attainments in solar finger are naturally extraordinary. I'm afraid he is not inferior to grandfather Nandi." Song Qingshu smiled but did not say anything. He only continued to explain to Huang Rong, "Madam, the root of your illness is the stagnation of your meridians. The only way to cure it is to open up your meridians. In this regard, what martial arts is more suitable than solar finger?" Huang Rong knew that what he said made sense. Solar finger was indeed very effective in this regard. Moreover, there were only a few people in the world who knew solar finger. Wu Santong's skills were not pure, the Wu brothers did not know how to use it, Reverend Yiding lived in seclusion in Tiannan, and the masters of the Duan family were far away in Dali. Even if there were people in Xiangyang now, she could not ask them to use it on her. After thinking about it, it seemed that only Song Qingshu was suitable. After all, in his eyes, she no longer had any secrets. After hesitating for a long time, Huang Rong finally made a difficult decision. "I can treat you, but I need Fu to stay by my side and take care of me." She was most worried that he would take advantage of the opportunity to do something, but in front of Fu he should have some reservations. Song Qingshu smiled, "Okay. Calm. Miao Shi Wu." Seeing that he agreed, Huang Rong let out a sigh of relief. With Fu by her side, he probably wouldn't have any other thoughts. She was already seriously ill, and before this, she was barely able to stay awake. Now that this energy was gone, she felt a wave of tiredness wash over her. "Big Wu, little Wu, go guard the courtyard, don't let anyone disturb her." Huang Rong felt her head getting dizzy and quickly added, "Yes, master's wife." Wu Shouwen and Wu Duanru bowed and slowly left. Song Qingshu instructed Guofu, "Soak the handkerchief in the hot water, don't add cold water." Guofu was startled, "Mother has a fever, shouldn't she put a cold handkerchief on her forehead?" "That's just treating the symptoms, I'm going to treat the root of the problem." Song Qingshu explained. Guofu nodded, not really understanding. She quickly took the handkerchief out of the hot water. It was so hot that she cried out, "Brother Song, it's so hot, won't it burn mother?" Song Qingshu took the handkerchief from her red hands. His martial arts were high enough, so he wasn't afraid of the heat. "Don't worry, it's just right." Just right? Guofu clearly didn't understand. "Miss Gua, you must be tired from all the work, rest for a while." Song Qingshu said. "No, I'm not tired." Guofu shook her head. She was actually a bit tired, but with her mother's illness so serious, she couldn't sleep. "No, you're tired." Song Qingshu's voice suddenly had a strange tone. Guofu found that his eyes were as black as ink, as if they had an infinite amount of magic. Soon, her eyes also became hazy. "Yes, I do want to sleep." Then she went to the table and sat down, lying on the table and quickly fell asleep. Huang Rong was about to fall asleep when she suddenly felt something was wrong. She looked over and immediately cried out, "What did you do to her?" "Nothing, I just let her sleep for a while." Song Qingshu replied. Soul-shifting technique. Huang Rong was also familiar with the Nining manual, so she immediately reacted. She subconsciously grabbed the quilt and covered her chest. "What are you doing?" Song Qingshu smiled bitterly. "Why are you so afraid, madam? Do you think I will eat you, can it be?" Huang Rong blushed. She had a sharp mind, so her mind worked much faster than ordinary people. Soon, she thought of another meaning of eating. Song Qingshu continued, "The root of your illness is there. It will be hard to hide it during the treatment later. Guofu saw it from the side. Letting me treat such a hidden illness, especially when we will inevitably come into contact with each other, no matter how stupid she is, she will feel that something is wrong. Huang Rong instantly sobered up. You still want to get in touch? Madam, don't misunderstand. Seeing her exaggerated reaction, Song Qingshu was speechless. He threw the towel in his hand over. You apply this towel to the painful swollen area. After the blood circulates, I will help you to dredge the tendons and veins. Only then will you get twice the result with half the effort. After a pause, he laughed. Isn't this just contact? If Guofu sees you apply it there, how are you going to explain it to her? Huang Rong opened her mouth. She knew that what he said was not unreasonable, but she was soon shocked by the hot towel in her hand. It's so hot, won't it burn? No, Song Qingshu replied with certainty. Madam, have you forgotten that I have experience in this area? Huang Rong thought of him mentioning that he had treated other people with similar symptoms, and she could not help but snort. Prince Qi really has a wide circle of friends. Hearing the sarcasm in her tone, Song Qingshu could only pretend to ignore it. You'd better hurry up and apply the hot compress. Otherwise, the effect will not be good when the towel gets cold. Huang Rong did feel very uncomfortable. In addition, the other party had said that if she did not treat it in time, it could lead to serious consequences. She was also a little afraid, so she silently took the towel to the quilt. But suddenly, she thought of something and hurriedly said, quickly turn around. Song Qingshu did not know whether to laugh or cry. Sister, you are in the quilt. How can I see through the thick quilt? Do you think I have X-ray vision? You are so skilled in martial arts, who knows if you really can see through things? As Huang Rong said this, she could not help but laugh. She also realized that she had exaggerated. No matter how skilled one was in martial arts, could he reach the point of X-ray vision? He was probably no longer human. Since the beginning, she had been wearing a straight face, but now she suddenly burst into a smile, like the melting of ice and snow, the blooming of 100 flowers. Coupled with the fact that her body heat caused both her cheeks to turn bright red, she looked really tender and beautiful at this moment. Seeing that the other party had been staring at her, Huang Rong's heart beat wildly. She turned her head guiltily. What are you looking at? Song Qingshu could not help but sigh. Madam is really too beautiful. I really can't get tired of looking at you for a lifetime. Huang Rong actually did not like this kind of frivolous person. For example, in the past, Ouyang Ku, in terms of handsomeness and honeyed words, was not inferior to her. But for some reason, when Ouyang Ku spoke such flowery words in front of her, she only felt that he looked repulsive. But when Song Qingshu did the same, she found it very difficult to truly hate him. Could it be that his tone is more sincere? Huang Rong hastily extinguished the rising thoughts in her mind and deliberately put on a straight face. I hope that the Prince of Qi will conduct himself with dignity. Otherwise, I will call for help. Big Wu and Little Wu will be outside. Song Qingshu smiled faintly, no longer continuing to use such offensive words, and directly changed the topic. Is Madam done applying it? If you don't feel hot, immediately change to another towel. As he spoke, he wrung another towel and handed it over. Huang Rong's red lips slightly opened, but in the end, she did not say anything. She stretched out a jade-white arm from under the quilt and took the towel from his hand. Song Qingshu spread out his hand. Give me the towel from before. I want to soak it in hot water again. Huang Rong's face heated up, and she hastily said, That, how can I give it to you? What a joke. She had just applied the towel to her most private part, how could she give it to another man? Thinking of this, she suddenly realized that these towels had been given to her through the other party's hand. Wouldn't that mean that his hand had indirectly touched her? Her heart was beating wildly, and she hastily stopped herself from letting her imagination run wild. She thought to herself, I am not an unmarried young lady, how can I be so rash? Song Qingshu was also somewhat stunned, and he could not help but sigh. Madam, there are no outsiders here. With the relationship between us, there is no need for you to be so restricted. Huang Rong hastily spat. What relationship do I have with you? However, although she said this, her actions did not deceive one's ears while stealing a bell. Blushing, she still handed over the towel that she had previously applied. Song Qingshu walked to the bedside and looked down at the beautiful young woman curled up under the quilt. It should be almost done. Let's start now. First set a small goal, such as 1 second. Huang Rong curled up under the blanket, her face alternating between green and red. It was obvious that she was having an intense mental struggle. After a long time, she sighed and said, "All right, sorry to trouble you." Seeing that she agreed so readily, Song Qingshu was a little surprised. He sat on the bed and reached out to remove her blanket. "What are you doing?" Unexpectedly, Huang Rong shrank back like a frightened rabbit. She wrapped herself in the quilt and looked at him with a vigilant expression. Seeing the other party's big reaction, Song Qingshu was also stunned. "If I want to unblock your blocked meridians, do I have to do it through the blanket?" Huang Rong thought about it and agreed. She bit her lip and whispered, "Wait." Then she curled up under the blanket. Soon, there was the sound of clothes being put on. She had taken off her bra to apply a hot compress. Naturally, she couldn't expose herself in front of him like that. Song Qingshu was also a little helpless, but he knew that the other party definitely wouldn't be naked in front of him, so he could only let him be. After a while, Huang Rong said with a red face, "It's done." Then she slowly lifted the blanket, but she didn't completely remove it. She still let the blanket cover her lower abdomen and legs, as if it would give her a sense of security. As far as Song Qingshu could see, she wrapped herself tightly, but the more she did so, the more her figure was impressive. It was as if she could break free from the ropes if she breathed a little faster. "The cause of your problem is that your breast milk is blocked inside. It should have left a comfortable space, but you're tying it so tightly now. Isn't it worsening the condition?" Song Qingshu was also speechless. Huang Rong's face heated up. "Isn't this to guard against you?" "Don't you know?" Song Qingshu couldn't care less. With a casual wave of his hand, a gentle finger force cut through all the ropes that bound her. The moment she swayed, he couldn't help but recall the scene of Haruka Iase lying on the bed in a scene from My Robot Girlfriend that he had watched in his previous life. "You!" Huang Rong exclaimed and hurriedly looked down to check. She found that he had only cut open the belt buckle that she had just prepared and didn't cut her clothes. Although it was a little vague, it wasn't to the point where it was completely unacceptable. Moreover, he had tied her up too tightly just now, and it was indeed a little uncomfortable to hold it in. Song Qingshu said seriously, "This way, the meridians will be smoother, and the treatment will be more effective." Huang Rong turned her head to the other side and didn't look at him anymore. Obviously, she didn't want to say anything in this situation. Song Qingshu, on the other hand, almost had a nosebleed. He thought to himself, "What are you doing? Is there a need to put on such a resigned look? Coupled with the faintly discernible snow-white breasts on your chest, don't you know how tempting this look is to men?" Taking a few deep breaths, Song Qingshu finally calmed down. He slowly circulated his qi and prepared to start healing. The abnormality in front of her chest made Huang Rong feel as if she had been scalded. She could no longer pretend that she knew nothing. She abruptly turned around and looked at the man close to her. "What are you doing?" Song Qingshu also had a headache because of her surprise. "Didn't I say that I would heal you? Is this how you treat me?" Huang Rong looked down at the big hand on her chest. Her beautiful eyes seemed to be about to spit fire. "Yes." Song Qingshu nodded as if it was a matter of course. He asked with some confusion, "Didn't you agree?" "When did I agree?" Huang Rong almost fainted from anger. "You said it yourself just now." Song Qingshu's tone was somewhat aggrieved. "I agreed to you using the one yang finger to treat me," Huang Rong said through gritted teeth. "I am using the one yang finger to treat you," Song Qingshu said as he pressed with his finger, and at the same time, he injected a force in his finger. The lump inside is so hard, so the root of the disease must have accumulated for a long time. It needs a lot of strength to rub it. It might be a little painful later, so you have to endure it. He thought back to when he treated Ma Chunhua at the Bao Prince Fu of Xingjing. Although the process looked very erotic to outsiders, it was actually quite tiring. If one's physical strength was average, they would not be able to endure until the end. "Don't use this trick to trick young girls against me." Huang Rong's cheeks were as red as a peach. Perhaps it was because she was angry or embarrassed, or perhaps it was because her body temperature was too high. "Years ago, when Xiao Qianren severely injured my whole body, Reverend Eating used his one yang finger to save me. He sealed all the acupoints on my body, but the old man could only tap empty air. Your power is far superior to his, so there's no reason you can't tap empty air. It is not impossible to point in the air, but the strength of the finger will be reduced. I originally thought that with our relationship, there should be no need to deliberately avoid arousing suspicion. Song Qingshu's expression was somewhat embarrassed. As if he could feel the heat of the other's gaze, he sheepishly withdrew his hand. Huang Rong took a deep breath, as if she wanted to suppress her anger. I hope that Prince Qi can conduct himself with dignity. We are both people with families, so we naturally have to avoid arousing suspicion. I was rude. Song Qingshu was somewhat apologetic. As he spoke, he retreated 10 feet away. Then I will treat Madam here. Noticing his gloomy expression, Huang Rong felt a little upset in her heart. She wondered if her tone was too harsh just now. But if she was not harsh, what if he had other thoughts in his heart? Tonight would be dangerous. I can't make the same mistake again. Just as she was letting her imagination run wild, she suddenly felt a gentle and warm finger poke her Debao acupuncture point. Knowing that the other party had already begun the treatment, she had no choice but to put away her thoughts. Song Qingshu focused his mind and calmed his breath. Previously, when he said that if this illness was not treated in time, it would endanger his life. It was not an alarmist talk, nor was he deceiving Huang Rong. At this moment, he did not dare to be careless, so as to avoid making any careless mistakes. Madam, I may use my internal strength to check your specific blocked acupuncture points before starting the follow-up treatment. Song Qingshu suddenly said. Huang Rong also knew that this was a very normal request, so she did not make things difficult for him this time. She nodded slightly. Seeing that she had agreed, Song Qingshu closed his eyes and exerted the single yang finger to feel the situation of the blocked meridians in her body. If Reverend Eating were here, he would most likely be amazed. It was not difficult to transmit his finger energy from a distance of 10 feet, but it was impossible for Reverend Eating to use his finger energy to feel the other party's condition from a distance. Feeling that the heat began to move slowly on the surface of her body, Huang Rong trembled all over, and her face was so red that it looked like it was going to drip water. This kind of real touch didn't seem to be much different from touching her with his hand. But she also understood that doctors also needed to feel the pulse before treating a patient. The other party did not directly touch her body, which was already very respectful of her wishes. She was not as inconsiderate as Guofu. Biting her lip, she resisted the shyness coming from all over her body and said nothing. After a long time, Song Qingshu opened his eyes and said, Madam, I've figured out the cause of the problem. Now we're going to start the treatment. Huang Rong snorted softly. As soon as she opened her mouth, the coquettish tone in her voice surprised even herself. Song Qingshu was stunned, thinking that she was really a seductress. He hurriedly gathered his thoughts and quickly used the single yang finger to seal all of her acupoints. Every time the finger energy fell on her body, Huang Rong could not help but tremble. The warm finger energy was extremely comfortable at first, but soon it was followed by bursts of pain. Because he had explained the situation to her earlier, she knew that he was using his finger energy to dissolve the stagnant swelling, so she did not panic. After the pain, she felt waves of numbness. It was a very strange feeling, as if her heartstrings were being gently plucked by a big invisible hand. This strange and shameful state stimulated Huang Rong so much that she clutched the quilt tightly as if she was fighting against something. After a long time, Huang Rong suddenly opened her red lips, which were almost bitten until they bled. Wait a minute. Song Qingshu was startled. What's wrong? Huang Rong bit her lip and looked out of the door. Go and seal Dao and Xiaowu's sleeping acupoints. Why? Song Qingshu felt that this request was somewhat inexplicable. Suddenly, his heart skipped a beat. Could it be her? But he immediately denied this idea. He knew Huang Rong's temperament well. How could it be what he thought? Do you really not understand, or are you pretending not to understand? Huang Rong gave him a reproachful look. The internal force is jumping around in my meridians, making me very, very itchy. Song Qingshu finally realized that the other party had used a relatively more face-saving word when she said itchy. Recalling her expression just now, He knew that she must have been worried about making some indecent sounds and being heard by the big and small martial artists outside. If that happened, her reputation would be ruined. Okay. After figuring out the reason, Song Qingshu smiled slightly and appeared outside the courtyard in a flash. Dao and Xiaowu were concentrating on guarding against the situation outside. How could they expect that someone would sneak attack from behind? Of course, with the gap between their martial arts, even if they expected it, they could not react at all. After sealing their sleeping acupoints, Song Qingshu carried them to the room next door. After all, they were loyal to their duty, and it was not good to let them sleep in the mud. After dealing with all this and returning to the room, Song Qingshu said as he closed the door, "Now it's all right. You don't have to worry about what someone will hear or see." Huang Rong was extremely ashamed. She thought that it sounded like a rendezvous with her lover. Let's continue? Seeing that the other party acquiesced, Song Qingshu continued to dredge her blocked meridians with the one yang finger. The room fell into a strange silence because Guofu, Dao, and Xiaowu had all fallen asleep. At this time, only the two of them were in the room, and the air seemed to be filled with a charming atmosphere. Huang Rong had been gritting her teeth to bear it. Now that she had no scruples, she finally began to hum softly. Of course, she deliberately suppressed it at first. But as Song Qingshu's fingers moved faster and faster, Huang Rong felt the pain was unbearable, and then she felt sore and numb, and then she felt limp and numb. Unconsciously, the sweet voice in her throat became more and more seductive. Song Qingshu's heartbeat quickened as he listened. He thought to himself, damn it. Do you think I'm Lu Xiaohui? Of course, he also knew that Huang Rong didn't do this on purpose. Her true qi was rampaging in several sensitive meridians, and it was difficult for a normal person to endure it. Moreover, she was originally a bit muddle-headed due to her high fever. She was in a half-awake state, and she didn't even realize how seductive her voice was. After cultivating for 2 hours, Song Qingshu finally finished his treatment. At this time, Huang Rong had already collapsed on the bed. Because of the unbearable pain and itchiness, Huang Rong twisted her body from time to time. Now, most of her body was exposed outside the quilt, revealing the attractive curves of her body. Song Qingshu secretly called her a vixen and hurriedly went to the bed and covered her with the quilt again. Thank you. Huang Rong opened her eyes weakly. Her messy hair was all wet with sweat and stuck to her temples, revealing a trace of pitiful look. Huang Rong had always been beautiful, but she always exuded a kind of mature charm. Now, she actually revealed a rare girlish look, which made Song Qingshu have to sigh that the creator favored her. Where are your clothes? I'll get a clean set for you to change into. Song Qingshu was worried that if he continued, he would turn into a werewolf, so he quickly shifted his attention. No need. Huang Rong's voice was a little flustered. Song Qingshu frowned. You just finished cultivating, and now your whole body is soaked in sweat. If you don't change into clean clothes immediately, you will most likely have a cold in your body. At that time, your condition will be worse, and my previous efforts will be in vain. Okay, then I'll get it myself. Huang Rong said as she struggled to get up. Are you kidding me? In this era, even the husband wouldn't touch a woman's clothes, so how could she let other men touch them? Unfortunately, she was already seriously ill, and in addition to the fact that she had just finished the treatment, she was sweating all over, and her whole body was weak. Just when she wanted to get up, her hands became weak, and she fell back onto the bed. Song Qingshu hurriedly helped her to sleep, and said with some embarrassment, Rong even if we don't put our previous relationship aside, with my current identity, I am a doctor who treats patients. In the eyes of doctors, there is no distinction between men and women. Thinking about it this way, is it acceptable? Huang Rong knew that it was not realistic to get up to get it in her current state, so she had to stretch out an arm from under the quilt and pointed to the wardrobe on the other side. The clothes are over there. Just get me a dress. Okay. Song Qingshu smiled slightly, went over to open the wardrobe, and picked for a while inside. Finally, he picked out a satisfactory one and walked over to hand it to her. Huang Rong saw the pink underwear in the clothes, and her face was shy and angry. You. How can you? How could he touch such private clothes? Of course, Song Qingshu knew what she wanted to say. He sighed and said, "You are soaked in sweat. How can you not change your underwear?" Coming from the future, he didn't think it was a big deal. In that era, not to mention underwear, men often went to the supermarket to buy sanitary pads for their girlfriends. Huang Rong twisted her body and also felt a little sticky and uncomfortable. She had to grab the clothes in his hand and quickly shrank back into the quilt. "Go outside." Song Qingshu looked strange. "Rong are you sure? If I stand at your door and be seen by others, there may be some gossip." Huang Rong knew that he was acting shamelessly, but what he said was not impossible. Thinking of the possible risks, she had to grit her teeth and said, "Then turn around and don't peek." Song Qingshu let out a long sigh. "Rong you and I have known each other for so long. Don't you know what kind of person I am? If I really wanted to look, I would look openly. Why would I sneak around?" Huang Rong was silent. She knew that with his status and martial arts, if he really wanted to do something to her, he had 10,000 ways to do it. There was no need to go through so much trouble. She could only apologize and said, "Prince Qi is magnanimous. I am just a woman. It is natural for me to measure the heart of a gentleman with my own mean measure." "Prince Qi." Song Qingshu's tone became more and more sad. "I remember that last time on Peach Blossom Island, our relationship was clearly quite harmonious. Why is it that when we meet again, our relationship has become so much more distant?" Huang Rong lightly clenched her teeth, an expression of wanting to say something but hesitating. Song Qingshu also knew that it was not good to talk about many things. Turning around, he ended the topic. "You change your clothes. I won't look." Looking at his tall back, Huang Rong blushed. If it were any other man, even if he turned around, she would not change her clothes in the same room. However, after being with him for so long, she understood his temperament. Biting her lips, she wrapped herself in the blankets, took off her sweat-soaked clothes, and began to change. After a while, Song Qingshu suddenly said, "Are you done changing?" Sensing that there was something strange in his tone, Huang Rong could not help but ask, "What is it?" "Someone is coming," Song Qingshu said in a low voice. The approaching person's footsteps were light and graceful. Presumably, their martial arts were not weak. "Ah?" Huang Rong cried out in alarm, her heart beating wildly. If others saw the two of them in the same room and her clothes were disheveled, even jumping into the Yellow River would not be able to clear her name. "They may not come looking for you. Don't scare yourself." Song Qingshu retreated to the side of the bed and said in a low voice. Huang Rong's delicate eyebrows were tightly knitted. If the other party came here in the middle of the night, who else could it be but her? The key point was that the lights in the room were still on, so she could not pretend to be asleep. Dong, dong, dong. At this moment, there was a light knock on the door. Obviously, the other party was also afraid of disturbing the person in the room. "Madame Gua, are you there?" Hearing this clear and melodious voice with a hint of tiredness, Song Qingshu was startled. How could it be her? Huang Rong also recognized the other party's identity. She subconsciously looked at Song Qingshu and said, "Miss Yang, what can I do for you?" The person who came was the yellow-robed woman. "I have something to ask madam. Is it convenient to come in and talk?" the yellow-robed woman asked. Huang Rong frowned. Naturally, it was not convenient to talk in the room. "Can we talk tomorrow? I also know that it is a bit abrupt to come here in the middle of the night, but tomorrow we may leave for the capital. At that time I may not have a chance to talk to madam." The yellow-robed woman's tone was full of apology. "My mind is in a mess right now and I have a lot of doubts. I can't find anyone else to talk to, so I just want to ask madam. I hope madam doesn't mind." Since the other party had already said this, Huang Rong was too embarrassed to refuse. More importantly, the other party's words were reasonable. She was worried that if she refused again, it would arouse the other party's suspicion. If the other party suspected that she was being kidnapped or something, it would be troublesome if she called someone else. Huang Rong was clever, and in an instant, her mind thought of all kinds of possibilities. "Miss, please wait a moment." Huang Rong hurriedly put on her clothes and moved closer to Song Qingshu. "Leave from the back window so that she doesn't see you." Song Qingshu smiled bitterly. Her martial arts are not weak. If I open the window and leave now, she will definitely notice. At that time, it will not be good if she suspects that you are secretly seeing another man. In fact, he was also curious about what the yellow-robed woman wanted to say. Huang Rong bit her lip. She knew that he was speaking the truth. She could only whisper, "Then you must hide well. If I am discovered, I will not be able to live." Song Qingshu smiled slightly. "Don't worry." He immediately hid behind the screen behind the bed. Huang Rong struggled to get up from the bed. She wanted to open the door for the other party, but after trying several times, she felt powerless. At this time, an invisible gust of wind gently swept the door latch and opened it. Huang Rong was startled. She knew that Song Qingshu sympathized with her current state. She was moved and worried that the yellow-robed woman would see through her, so she quickly said, "Miss Yang, please come in. The door is not closed." The yellow-robed woman pushed the door open and entered. There was some doubt in her heart. When she knocked on the door, it should have been locked. Could it be that she was mistaken? "May I know why Miss Yang is visiting so late at night?" Huang Rong noticed the doubt in her eyes. She secretly cursed in her heart and hurriedly diverted her attention. The yellow-robed woman came to her senses. "I am very sorry to disturb you so late at night." Huang Rong struggled to sit up. She leaned against the headboard. "It is no problem." "Are you all right, madam?" The yellow-robed woman hurried over to help her. Suddenly, she noticed the messy clothes on the bed. Her eyes could not help but narrow. Huang Rong smiled faintly and said, "I caught a cold earlier and was drenched in sweat after a nap. After changing my clothes, I didn't have time to tidy up. It's all because of Fu Er. She said she would stay behind to take care of me, but she ended up sleeping like a pig." The yellow-robed woman looked at Guofu, who was sleeping soundly on the table. Her doubts disappeared. "The imperial bodyguards are everywhere tonight. I am afraid it will be difficult to find a doctor. Should I go and find an imperial physician for you?" The emperor was traveling with several people from the imperial hospital. Huang Rong shook her head. "There is no need. I am sweating all over and feel much better. Let's talk about you." The yellow-robed woman opened her mouth. She was obviously hesitant. "I do not know where to start." Huang Rong became curious. "There is no need to rush. Speak slowly." After a while, the yellow-robed woman said, "Madam is quick-witted. She has been guarding Xianxia all these years. I am afraid I can only tell her about my troubles." Huang Rong did not interrupt. She quietly played the role of a qualified listener. The yellow-robed woman continued. "How does Madam view Song? Prince Qi?" Huang Rong was startled by this question. Her first reaction was to think that the other had seen through her. Only when she saw the confusion and pain in the other's eyes did she realize that she had misunderstood. "Prince Qi is so young but has such extraordinary abilities. He can be said to be a dragon among men." She knew that the other was hiding behind the screen. She was very pleased to hear this. However, in front of the yellow-robed woman, she could only give an objective evaluation. He is also handsome and at ease. Who knows how many girls dream of him? At this point, she suddenly had a thought, Miss Yang must also like him very much. Song Qingshu, who was behind the screen, had heard Huang Rong's evaluation of him. Just when he was feeling proud of himself, he suddenly heard this. He pricked up his ears to hear the yellow-robed woman's reply. The yellow-robed woman's pale face suddenly blushed. After a long silence, she replied, "I do not want to hide it from Madam. I really do have a good impression of him." Huang Rong smiled, but in her heart, she cursed Song Qingshu. This bastard has been flirting all day long. God knows how many women he has been with. The yellow-robed woman's voice was full of melancholy. "But after what happened on Wutang Mountain, I suddenly feel that I don't know him anymore." "Oh, why?" Huang Rong's spirits were lifted when it came to things related to Song Qingshu. The yellow-robed woman sighed and said, "In this trip to Wutang Dang, the emperor, Jia Sherdao, King Yi, and my master, everyone was defeated. Only he was the ultimate winner. Putting everything together, it's hard for me not to suspect that he was the one who planned everything." Huang Rong, who was smart, immediately guessed what the yellow-robed woman was thinking. This time, Song Qingshu became the biggest winner. It's impossible to say that he didn't have a plan. But this time it involved so many things that it was unprecedented. Whether it was the emperor, Jia Sherdao, or King Yi, each of them had painstakingly prepared for it for many years. I don't believe that Song Qingshu could have arranged all of this. He is a man, not a god. At most, he just took advantage of the situation. The yellow-robed woman nodded slightly. I know it's not his fault. It's just that he put the emperor under house arrest and controlled him like a puppet. Is he planning to replace him? Before Huang Rong could answer, the yellow-robed woman said, although he said that it was to defend against the alien clan, I really don't know whether what he said was true or not. Madame Gua, do you think he is a great hero or a hypocritical gentleman? Huang Rong was about to answer, but the door was suddenly slammed open. A black shadow flew in like lightning. Huang Rong could roughly guess why the yellow-robed girl had come to find her. Her resourcefulness was secondary, but the fact that she and brother Jing had defended Xianxia together for so many years made the yellow-robed girl think of her as a loyal and righteous person. That was why she dared to say these things to her, not afraid that she would turn around and tell on her. But she did not know that there was no need to tell on her. Song Qingshu, who was behind the screen, heard everything clearly. Huang Rong was about to answer when the door suddenly split open and a black shadow rushed into the room. To enter in this way in the middle of the night and dressed in black, it was obvious that this person did not come with good intentions. Huang Rong subconsciously wanted to use the dog-beating stick technique to fight the enemy, but she did not have the dog-beating stick and she was weak. How could she fight the enemy? Fortunately, the yellow-robed girl was also a kung fu master. Although it happened in a hurry, she instinctively attacked the man in black. The man in black was obviously in a hurry, but he was able to stop in an instant. He swept his leg across and rolled up the tables and chairs on the floor. He then threw them at the yellow-robed girl. The yellow-robed girl used the 9-in white bone claw to smash the tables and chairs in front of her. Suddenly, the man in black used a very strange and twisted body technique to get close to her side and punch her shoulder. Pfft! The yellow-robed girl spat out a mouthful of blood. Her pretty face immediately turned pale. She hurriedly used the 9-in manual snake-shape flipping fox movement technique to fall back while avoiding the opponent's next attack. In fact, with her kung fu, she should not have been defeated so easily. But the opponent's attack was sudden and his moves were very strange. It was very different from the martial arts of the Central Plains. That was why she was injured in the first exchange of blows. Through the exchange just now, the man in black realized that her kung fu was not weak. Now that there were guards everywhere outside, he was worried that if she recovered her breath, she would alert the others. So he did not hold back and continued to attack her, looking like he wanted to take her life. The yellow-robed woman's beautiful face paled. She could see that with her opponent's strange movement skills, she most likely would not be able to dodge. She wanted to call for help, but all of this had happened in the time it took for a spark to fly off a piece of flint. She didn't even have time to dodge. If she was distracted and called out, she feared that she would instantly lose her life. Just as she was in despair, a warm embrace suddenly caught her. Looking at that familiar face, the yellow-robed woman couldn't help but blink. Wasn't she dreaming? How could he appear here? Song Qingshu didn't have time to say anything to her. The martial arts of the person in front of him was much higher than he had imagined. Eh? After being forced back by a single move, the black-clothed man let out a low cry. Clearly, he did not expect to encounter such an expert. Most importantly, he was so young. That person clearly knew that he was in the enemy's territory. Without the slightest hesitation, he instantly attacked. Be careful, his moves are very strange. At this time, the yellow-robed woman seemed to have forgotten the gap between the two of them and anxiously warned. Sure enough, that person's movement skills were extremely strange. The martial artists of the Central Plains used sabers, spears, swords, and halberds. Most of them used their hands and legs, but this person used both his hands and feet. Headbutt, knee strike, elbow strike, and other moves were endless. At the same time, when the martial artists of the Central Plains reached a certain level of martial arts, they would often pay attention to their status. They would also be very particular when they used their moves. They would not casually roll or crawl on the ground. In their eyes, these moves could be said to be improper. But it was precisely these strange moves that when used, the power was enormous. Even if one's true martial arts were better than theirs, it was very easy to be controlled by these strange moves. Leaning against the headboard, Huang Rong's heart was also in her throat. Normally, she would not have worried. With Song Qingshu's current level of cultivation, who in the world could hurt him? But previously, when the great grandmasters of Mount Wudong fought, Song Qingshu was already quite injured. Then, he used the solitary yang finger to heal his father and herself, which consumed a lot of his internal energy. It must be known that when Reverend Yiding was one of the 5 masters, he used the solitary yang finger to heal someone, which resulted in him not being able to fight for 5 years. Although Song Qingshu's internal energy was higher than Reverend Yiding's, he could not withstand this kind of consumption. Thinking of this, she could not help but feel a little regretful. If she had known this would happen, she would not have asked him to use his finger power in the air. But if he did not do it in the air, when their bodies touched, would she still be shameless? She hurriedly shook off these messy thoughts and thought about how she could alert the guards of the residence to help Song Qingshu. However, she was incomparably weak. Right now, even if she used all her strength to shout, her voice would not travel far. In addition, if so many guards came and saw Song Qingshu in her room, how would she explain? While Huang Rong was in a dilemma, Song Qingshu, with his rich fighting experience over the years, managed to break the strange moves of the man in black one by one, although he was a little flustered. When the two separated, Song Qingshu asked with a frown, "Holy Fire Insignia Martial Arts. Are you from the Persian Ming dynasty?" "Oh, young man, you are quite knowledgeable." The man in black's voice was hoarse, and his pronunciation was very strange. Obviously, he was not from the Central Plains. "What's your relationship with the mountain elder, Huashan?" Song Qingshu asked. This person's attainment in holy fire insignia martial arts was so high that it was comparable to Ming Zun in the past. Obviously, he was a top figure in the Persian Ming dynasty. The man in black's eyes narrowed, but he did not answer. Suddenly, he waved his sleeve and a large number of hidden weapons were shot towards Huang Rong, who was on the bed. He had already observed clearly that Huang Rong's current physical condition was not good. She was no different from a woman who did not even have the strength to truss a chicken. She would definitely not be able to dodge his hidden weapons. If he could see it clearly, how could Song Qingshu not? In a flash, he had already appeared in front of Huang Rong. He used the flowing cloud sleeve skill and brushed all the hidden weapons to one side. Who knew that the man in black was only using this skill as a feint? In a flash, he grabbed the yellow-robed girl's shoulder and ran out. Song Qingshu hurriedly chased after him. At the same time, he was secretly regretting that if he was not injured and his inner force was greatly damaged, he would not have allowed the man to abduct the yellow-robed girl in front of him. However, the more he chased, the more frightened he became. It must be known that although his current condition was greatly damaged, the foundation of his light body technique was still there. Who knew that after chasing for the time it took for a jaw stick to burn, he still could not catch up with the man. This man in black's martial arts was so strange, and at the same time, his light body technique was superb. He did not know which expert from the western region he was. Could it be Huashan himself? The man in black was also secretly shocked. His light body technique was outstanding. All these years, it could be said that he had rarely met a worthy opponent. He did not expect that after running for so long, he still could not shake off the opponent. Seeing that the opponent was getting closer, he knew that it would not be long before he was caught up. So he simply stopped and waited for him. Song Qingshu did not speak to him. He directly slapped his palm towards him. This palm was not as strange and magical as the opponent's previous moves. It was just an ordinary slap. However, it was a little more simple and heavy. The man in black acted as if he was facing a great enemy. He did not even have the time to use the yellow-robed girl as a threat. He could only directly use the yellow-robed girl as a hidden weapon and throw her over. Song Qingshu caught the yellow-robed girl. He felt that there was a hidden force hidden in her body. He knew that the opponent had done something to her. He wanted to take the opportunity to injure him. Even if he could not injure her, he could at least injure the yellow-robed girl. He hurriedly dissolved the hidden force on the yellow-robed girl's body. At the same time, he was on guard against the opponent's sneak attack. However, he was shocked to find that the man in black had already escaped. Escaping 1,000 miles away after one attack? Song Qingshu could not help but admire the opponent's decisiveness. Now that he had used up a lot of his internal energy, and the yellow-robed girl was injured, there was no one to take care of her. He might as well give up on the chase. "Ing Luo, are you okay?" Song Qingshu carefully looked at the girl in his arms. His eyes were filled with worry. The yellow-robed girl's face turned slightly red. She hurriedly straightened her body. "Just now, you were in such a hurry that he did not have the chance to poison me. The only hidden force he had was also dissolved by you. Right now, it's just an injury from fighting with him. I'll be fine after a period of rest. It's not a big deal." Only then did Song Qingshu relax. "Just now, you really scared me to death. If something really happened to you, I'm afraid I'll live in guilt for the rest of my life." Feeling the sincerity in his voice, even though the yellow-robed girl was heavily injured, her heart warmed. "Thank you." Noticing that her thin figure was swaying in the cold wind, Song Qingshu walked over to support her. "I'm sorry about what happened at Wudong. I didn't think that it would cause you so much trouble." Only then did the yellow-robed girl remember that a lot of her words had been heard by him. Especially when she admitted that she liked him in front of Huang Rong, it made her even more embarrassed. She hurriedly explained, "Actually, a lot of what I said just now was nonsense. Please don't take it to heart." "Really?" Song Qingshu's expression was like a smile that was not a smile. The yellow-robed girl did not dare to meet his eyes. Song Qingshu suddenly sighed. "Actually, you don't need to wait for Madame Gua to answer your question. In fact, I'm not a hero. I'm more of a hypocrite." This action this time, half of it was for the sake of national justice, and the other half was naturally out of selfishness. No man can resist the temptation of power. That's human nature. The yellow-robed girl suddenly breathed a sigh of relief. If the other party had said righteously that he was wholeheartedly for the public, she would have been a little disappointed. Born in the royal family and experienced so many things, her understanding of human nature was not comparable to that of an ordinary girl. Now that the other party had admitted it so frankly, she felt that a huge stone that had been pressing on her heart had suddenly been lifted. Song Qingshu suddenly said, "When I rushed to Wudong Mountain, I was in a hurry to check on Xiaolong Nu's situation and neglected you. I'm also very sorry about this matter. These days, I think I've been feeling very guilty, but I couldn't find a chance to apologize to you." Hearing that he actually realized this matter, the yellow-robed girl's nose turned sour and she almost cried. She bit her lip and said, "It's nothing. I'm not anyone to you. Why do you have to explain this to me?" Song Qingshu smiled bitterly and said, "You're saying this because you're still angry with me." The yellow-robed girl thought to herself, "How can I not be angry?" But since he took the initiative to mention it, it seems that he still cares a little about me. Thinking of this, she could not help but feel a little better. It's all in the past, don't mention it anymore. The yellow-robed girl did not want to dwell on this matter, so she changed the topic. "Who was that man in black just now? His martial arts seemed so strange." Song Qingshu nodded. "His martial arts style is a bit like that of the Persian Ming dynasty. I don't know what relationship he has with the old man in the mountain." No wonder. Thinking of the fight just now, the yellow-robed girl felt a little scared. "Fortunately, I had you, otherwise." "Hey, why did you appear in Guofuran's room in the middle of the night?" Song Qingshu wanted to find a random reason to explain, but when he met the other's bright eyes, his heart softened and he told the truth. "Actually, I went to treat Guofuran's injury." He roughly told the whole story, of course, removing all the ambiguous parts. "I see." Although the yellow-robed girl said so, thinking of Guofu who was sleeping soundly in the room, coupled with Huang Rong's secretive appearance, a woman's intuition told her that things could not be so simple. But Huang Rong's reputation was well known, so she did not suspect that there was anything between the two. Both of them chatted as they walked back, and they were already not far from the Gua mansion. Song Qingshu tilted his head to listen to the faint voice in the air, and suddenly his expression changed. "Oh no, I've fallen into the trap of luring the tiger away from the mountain." "What happened?" Seeing his solemn expression, the yellow-robed woman's heart was in her throat. As Song Qingshu carried her back, he answered, I vaguely heard the shouts of the guards. It seems that someone broke into the Guo residence and kidnapped Madame Guo. Now that the emperor lived in the Guo residence, the guards were mainly stationed around the emperor, and the Guo residence itself was not under anyone's care. Even so, the Guo residence was not a place that ordinary people could break into. To be able to successfully break in proved that the person was definitely an expert in this field. Not long after, they met the guards who chased after them. However, the guards' main task was to protect the emperor. Now that most of the troops were still in the residence, there were not many guards sent out. After asking around, they found that they had also lost the enemy. Song Qingshu could only hand the yellow-robed woman over to them and go find Huang Rong. You have to be careful. The yellow-robed woman did not think much of it. Now that she was injured, not only would she not be of help, but she would also be a burden. Song Qingshu asked the guard in the general direction that the assassin had escaped, then jumped to the top of a tree, took a deep breath, and then used the sound transmission soul-searching technique. The principle of the sound transmission soul-searching technique was actually somewhat similar to that of a radar. The stronger the internal energy, the more powerful it was, and the farther it could search. Now that Song Qingshu had used up a lot of his internal energy, he was originally a little worried that the enemy had escaped out of his range of detection. Fortunately, the guards in the residence had entangled the assassin for a while, delaying his journey. Song Qingshu opened his eyes. He had already sensed that there was something strange in a certain direction. His figure flashed and he chased in that direction. Worried that something had happened to Huang Rong, Song Qingshu could be described as fast as lightning. After about the time it took for a stick of incense to burn, he finally stopped in front of a black figure. Baka, how did you find me? The assassin was extremely short, and his entire body was dressed very strangely, only revealing a pair of eyes. In the middle of his eyes, there was a hideous scar faintly visible, adding a bit of a sinister air to his appearance. Japanese? Song Qingshu was stunned. He had been in this world for so long, but it seemed that this was the first time he had come into contact with a Japanese. Judging by his attire, he should be a ninja. However, his attention quickly shifted to Huang Rong. He noticed that although her aura was weak, her life was not in danger. Only then did he heave a sigh of relief. Let him go, and I'll give you a quick death. Song Qingshu took a light step forward, and an invisible force field spread out. The ninja sneered, you don't know what you're talking about. You people of the Central Plains are always so arrogant and conceited. Take my facing the wind slash. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly raised the saber in his hand high up and a strange aura emanated from his body. Song Qingshu frowned slightly, not because he was intimidated by the opponent, but because he thought of the name of the move that the opponent mentioned. Why did facing the wind chop sound so familiar? It seemed to be the unique skill of a famous Japanese master, but this person did not feel as powerful as the legend said. Ah! The ninja roared. Unexpectedly, he did not advance but retreated. He instantly ran into the woods behind him, and soon became one with the forest and disappeared in an instant. He ran away just like that? The opponent's surprise was so great that Song Qingshu did not recover for a moment. He was about to chase after him when Huang Rong shouted, Don't chase after him, I'm poisoned. Song Qingshu was shocked and hurriedly helped her up. Rong what poison are you poisoned? A few miles away, a man in black was standing on a boulder by a small river. If Song Qingshu was here, he would definitely recognize him as the master from the western regions who kidnapped the yellow-dressed woman. He stood there as if waiting for someone. After a while, his ears moved slightly, and without turning around, he said directly, You're here. The ninja with the knife scar just now came out from behind a tree. How did you know of my existence? The man in black snorted coldly. How could the Great Khan be completely at ease with me coming to the Central Plains alone? He must have sent someone to secretly monitor me. This is easy to guess. As expected of the king of assassins who terrorizes the countries of the western regions. The ninja's voice was hoarse. Your meticulousness is really admirable. However, your martial arts are a bit lacking. If I hadn't kidnapped Huang Rong, how could you have escaped so easily? His pupils suddenly shrank and he hurriedly tried to pull out his knife, but unfortunately, it was already a step too late. His whole body was like a broken sandbag, heavily falling several feet away. The man in black stood where the ninja had just stood and casually blew at his hands. If it was your master from the Shuiyu sect, I might have looked at you seriously. But who do you think you are? The ninja tried to get up several times, but all the acupoints on his body felt like they were being pricked by needles. How could he have the strength to get up? He instantly understood that he had been hit by the opponent's unique internal energy of the penetrating bone needle. This type of internal energy usually condenses the yin energy into a single point, making it as thin as a strand of hair. During a fight, it is then transmitted into the enemy's body, repeatedly stabbing the enemy like tiny needles, causing extreme pain to the enemy's heart and lungs. It is extremely difficult to resist. The man in black stood with his hands behind his back. For the sake of the Great Khan, I'll spare your worthless life. Next time, don't blame me for being merciless. Yes. The ninja answered while enduring the pain. Since childhood, they had abided by the belief that the strong were respected, so they did not feel that they had changed from arrogance to deference. The man in black was, of course, the king of assassins who terrorized the countries of the western regions, the great elder of the Persian Ming dynasty, and the person who actually held power, the old man of the mountain. The vulture's nest, the headquarters of the Persian Ming dynasty, had been breached by the Mongolian army. He had no choice but to seek refuge with Temujin. Because Xiaojiao had escaped, he had been sent by Temujin to capture her and bring her back to be the Great Khan's furnace. However, a few days ago, he had suddenly received news that he was to kill Huang Rong of Xianxia, which was why he had broken into the city at night. Although he had not been working for Temujin for a long time, the old man of the mountain, as the former king of assassins, naturally understood the importance of intelligence and quickly understood the reason. It seemed that Princess Huajing was sad over the loss of the Golden Saber Prince consort, and Temujin did not want his daughter to live the rest of her life in regret. Without Huang Rong, there were no more obstacles between Guojing and Huajing. Huajing had found her ideal lover, and Temujin had obtained the invincible Golden Saber Prince consort. Therefore, he did not hesitate to change his orders and let the old man of the mountain deal with Huang Rong first. As for the ninja, he was one of Temujin's top experts. He was one of the 4 great servants of the Shuiyu clan. His ninjutsu was best at concealment and assassination, so he was sent to monitor the old man of the mountain. Guard Lin had always been proud of his own abilities. During this period of time, he had been with the old man of the mountain and thought that he had not been discovered, so he began to look down on him. This, coupled with what had happened today, only fueled his arrogance and made him speak rudely. The old man of the mountain snorted. I only deliberately lured away Song Qingshu. Otherwise, how would you have had the chance to sneak in and kidnap Huang Rong? Good job. Guard Lin said flatteringly. I think that Song Qingshu's kung fu is nowhere near as good as the rumors say. People from the Central Plains like to exaggerate and brag. The old man of the mountain nodded in agreement. When the two of them exchanged blows, although the opponent's kung fu was good, it was not by much. The old man of the mountain even felt that in a fight to the death, he would be able to rely on his experience as an assassin to obtain the final victory. It's a pity that the mission to kill Huang Rong was a failure. The old man of the mountain sighed. It was not that he had failed to complete the mission Temujin had given him, but that as the king of assassins, he was not used to the word failure. He understood that after this incident, Huang Rong's defenses would not be as lax as they were now. At that time, it would be difficult for him to succeed. Not necessarily. Although Guard Lin's face was covered, a hint of pride could be seen in his eyes. Oh, did you kill Huang Rong just now? The old man of the mountain asked in confusion. No, Guard Lin noticed the old man's anger and hurriedly explained, the mission I received was different from yours. I could choose to kill Huang Rong or destroy her chastity. Either way, there would be no obstacles between the Golden Blade Prince consort and the princess. You destroyed her chastity in such a short period of time? The old man of the mountain had a strange expression on his face. Were all Donging people this fast? I was about to succeed, but it's a pity that Song chased after me too quickly. Guard Lin's tone was also full of annoyance. He had heard that Huang Rong was the #1 beauty in the pugilistic world, and he wanted to take advantage of this mission to have a taste of her. Just now, when he was running with her in his arms, that mature and beautiful body had already captivated him. Unfortunately, all of this had been ruined by that Song fellow. Don't waste my time. The old man's eyelids twitched slightly, feeling that his patience was reaching its limit. Guard Lin then said, "Hee, I drugged Huang Rong." Drugged? The old man of the mountain frowned. Throat sealing? Otherwise, with Song's power, he should be able to force it out. It's not poison, it's that kind of drug. Guard Lin winked. Noticing the wretched look on the old man's face, the old man of the mountain instantly understood and couldn't help but feel a little annoyed. You clearly had time, why didn't you just kill Huang Rong and end it all? Why did you have to make it so troublesome? Senior, there's something you don't know, Guard Lin explained. If Huang Rong was killed directly, the Golden Blade Prince consort might vent his anger on the Khan in the future. It might affect the relationship between him and Princess Huajing. But if Huang Rong was the one who cheated and did something to let the Golden Blade Prince consort down, then it wouldn't have anything to do with the Khan, right? The old man of the mountain knew that what he said made sense, but he still couldn't help but snort. But what's the point of drugging her? Even if she took that kind of drug, it would lose its effect after being soaked in cold water. Of course not. Guard Lin suddenly straightened his back, and his short figure instantly became somewhat arrogant. Our Dong Ying's attainments in this aspect can be said to be unparalleled in the world. Once a woman takes the drug that we meticulously developed, other than a strong man, there's no cure for it. The old man felt a chill run down his spine as he looked at the ninja in front of him. He had heard in Persia that the Dong Ying people were a bit abnormal in this aspect, but he had thought it was just a rumor. Now that he had seen it with his own eyes, he was really speechless. Guard Lin suddenly sighed, his voice full of regret. It's a pity that she was taken back, otherwise I could have had a taste of the #1 beauty in the pugilistic world. Now, she can only benefit others. The old man suddenly had a thought. The one who saved her from your hands was Song Qingshu? Guard Lin nodded. That's right. I don't know how he found me so quickly. That's good. The old man suddenly laughed. Good? Guard Lin didn't think there was anything good about this, but the other party's martial arts were too high, so he didn't dare to question it. The old man continued, just now, I was 90% sure that I could kill Huang Rong, but who knew that Song Qingshu would suddenly appear? Now that I think about it, he should have been in the room at the time. A man and a woman together in the middle of the night, what good can happen? You're saying that the two of them had an affair? Guard Lin's eyes flashed with a hint of jealousy. Recalling Huang Rong's voluptuous body, he thought that the Song guy was really lucky with women. The old man in the mountain replied, nothing might have really happened, but it's true. That there's an ambiguous relationship between the two parties. Now that this has happened, the window paper between them will be broken, and we'll be able to clear our names. Guard Lin quickly understood what he meant. If they killed Huang Rong or destroyed her chastity, it would indeed help the princess and the Golden Saber Prince consort, but the Golden Saber Prince consort would definitely rise to the top in the future. When that time came, wouldn't he seek revenge? Now, as long as they went back and reported that Huang Rong had cheated, Gu Jing naturally wouldn't blame them. For the Khan, this would avoid some potential risks, and they might even be rewarded more. The Song guy seems to be quite famous in the Central Plains. This can be said to be killing two birds with one stone. Not only did we solve the problem of the Golden Saber Prince consort, but we also dealt a heavy blow to the spiritual leader of the Han people. Senior is indeed wise. Guard Lin immediately flattered. The old man of the mountain smiled, but he began to hesitate. If he no longer wanted to restore the headquarters, then this would not be a big deal. But he was not willing to serve Temujin. Would this really be beneficial to him? He was at a loss. As the king of assassins, his mind could be said to be extremely tenacious. But in the past few years, he had organized thousands of assassinations and had failed. Now that he had become Temujin's subordinate, he finally realized how terrifying the Mongolians' true strength was. It made him feel a sense of despair. Let's take one step at a time. Let's find the hierarch first. The old man in the mountain knew that his heart was wavering, so he quickly collected his thoughts. On the other side, Song Qingshu was shocked when he heard Huang Rong say that he was poisoned. What poison? Let me take a look. Over the years, he had been poisoned many times. It could be said that a long illness made a good doctor. Coupled with his current cultivation, it was not difficult for him to help people expel the poison. Unexpectedly, Huang Rong retracted her hand as if she had been electrocuted. No. It's nothing serious. Song Qingshu was startled. If she was poisoned, why was it that she was fine? But then he remembered that she was once the leader of the beggar sect, and her father, Huang Yaoshi, was an expert in alchemy. Her family was very knowledgeable, so she should have her own judgment. Since she said it was nothing serious, then it should not be anything serious. All right then, I'll take you back to the palace first. When we get there, I'll call the imperial physician to take your pulse. Song Qingshu guessed that she probably did not want to have skin contact with him, so she was resisting. No, I can't go back. Huang Rong's voice was filled with panic as she shook her head vigorously. Why? Song Qingshu was confused. What was wrong with the other party? Anyway, I can't go back. Huang Rong's voice was trembling, as if she was trying to restrain herself. Take me to the nearby river. River? Song Qingshu was puzzled. Suddenly, he felt the strangeness of her body and could not help but exclaim, why are you even hotter than before? This shouldn't be the case. I've just helped you unblock the knot in your body. Logically speaking, your body should have cooled down by now. Huang Rong seemed to have never felt so helpless before. Her voice carried a trace of sobbing. That person fed me a lowly medicine. Lowly medicine? Song Qingshu was not a hothead, and he quickly understood what was going on. When he first noticed that the other party's body was a little strange, he thought that it was just an illness from before, so he did not pay too much attention to it. But now, he noticed that the other party's usually bright and beautiful eyes seemed to be dripping water, and her cheeks were abnormally flushed. Ronger, don't worry. This kind of medicine can be washed with cold water and you'll be fine. Song Qingshu thought of the famous Yin-Yang harmony powder. Washing it with cold water would be fine. This poison could not be more powerful than the Yin-Yang harmony powder, right? Huang Rong was seriously ill and weak. Now that she was frightened, she did not have the strength to walk. Song Qingshu carried her and then began to look for a nearby water source. Seeing the panic in her eyes, Song Qingshu felt pity. No matter how smart and witty she was a woman after all. In the face of such a thing, women were born weak. Being held in his arms, Huang Rong felt an inexplicable masculinity around her, which made her heart tremble. She hurriedly said to divert his attention, "Thank you. If you didn't save me in time, I'm afraid what happened to me." When she was caught by the ninja, he said a lot of obscene words on the way, saying that he wanted to find a place to enjoy her body and so on. Thinking of this, she was scared. I was careless and caused you to meet with this disaster. Song Qingshu said apologetically. Huang Rong shook her head. No, they came for me. Oh? Song Qingshu had always been curious about their background. Hearing Huang Rong's tone, it seemed that she knew something. When the Dongying people kidnapped me, they revealed some information. Although they didn't say it explicitly, I guessed that the Mongolian Khan sent them to get rid of me for the sake of his daughter's marriage. Huang Rong did not know whether to be happy or angry. From the words of the ninja, she could tell that Brother Jing's life was not in danger. Otherwise, Temujin would never want a half-dead son-in-law. Song Qingshu had already guessed it before, and now that he heard her analysis, all the clues connected. He couldn't help but praise, Rong you are really quick-witted. Even in that kind of situation, you could still deduce so many things from just a few words. The corner of Huang Rong's mouth rose slightly. She felt a bit proud, but it was quickly replaced by an inexplicable surge in her body. She subconsciously clamped her legs together and asked with a red face, "Still haven't found a water source?" Song Qingshu looked into the distance and suddenly his eyes lit up. There's a pool over there. With a few leaps, he arrived at the edge of the pool. I'll go see if there's any danger around. Placing her on a rock, Song Qingshu did not wait for her to speak and turned to leave. Seeing him so considerate, Huang Rong's heart warmed, but she had no time to think about anything else. The heat in her body was making her feel more and more uncomfortable. She quickly took off her dress, revealing a body whiter than the moonlight, and slowly soaked herself in the cold pool. The coolness of the water caused Huang Rong's body to feel much cooler. She inwardly sighed in relief. Fortunately, the cold water was effective, otherwise, thinking of the consequences, her cheeks flushed red. However, even that is better than being drugged by that ninja. Just now, that ninja had been using obscenities on her, especially after being drugged. Huang Rong could not help but have a thought. Rather than being defiled by this despicable person, it was better to give her to Song Qingshu. The image of Song Qingshu's gentleness and overbearingness surfaced in her mind. Huang Rong's heart began to beat wildly. Subconsciously, she touched her cheeks, feeling that they were burning hot. I'm going to die, I'm going to die. Why am I thinking of such nonsense? Huang Rong bit her red lips, her eyes blurring, seeming as if they would drip water at any moment. Subconsciously looking around, she felt that her surroundings were pitch black. She could only faintly see the sparkling surface of the pool, unable to see anything else. Huang Rong could not help but feel somewhat afraid. Qingshu, are you there? She had originally planned to call him Prince Qi, but as the words reached the tip of her tongue, she felt that it was too distant. Subconsciously, she changed the way she addressed him. Unexpectedly, there was no reply. Huang Rong could not help but panic. Hastily, she shouted, Qingshu, where are you? I'm here. Hearing the distant voice, Huang Rong's anxious heart finally calmed down. However, her voice carried a tinge of coquettishness. Where did you go? You left me here alone. Hearing the indescribable coquettishness in her voice, Song Qingshu's heart jumped. He hastily replied, just now, I patrolled the surrounding several li, in case someone came over and offended you. Hearing that he had patrolled such a large area in such a short period of time, Huang Rong felt moved. However, for some reason, she could not help but angrily say, you ran so far. If someone came over, wouldn't I? As soon as the words left her mouth, Huang Rong was startled. Why did her tone sound so much like when she had acted like a spoiled child to her brother Jing? Song Qingshu stopped behind a large rock and replied, don't worry, I've been releasing my aura to envelop this area. If there's any movement, I'll know immediately. His kung fu is indeed very high. Huang Rong thought of his young age. Whether it was martial arts or power, he was one of the top existences in Jianghu. He was also handsome and elegant. Most importantly, he was considerate and gentle to women. No wonder so many outstanding beauties in the world fell in love with him. Just as his imagination was running wild, he suddenly heard Song Qingshu's voice. How do you feel now? Do you feel better? It should be better. Huang Rong twisted her body and was about to answer when she suddenly realized that something was wrong. She was very smart and connected the messy images that kept popping up in her mind. She hurriedly touched her cheeks and found that her cheeks were burning hot. Coupled with the inexplicable impulse in her body, she turned pale. It doesn't seem to have any effect. It doesn't seem to have any effect? Song Qingshu was also stunned. There was actually an aphrodisiac in this world that couldn't be affected by cold water? Yes. Huang Rong's voice was tearful. This time, she was really panicking. Don't worry. Song Qingshu thought for a moment and said, my cultivation method is special. I'm good at sensing the yin and yang qi. If you trust me, I'll use my internal energy to help you dispel the poison. Will it really work? Huang Rong came from a famous family and was also a master. Her knowledge was extraordinary. She knew that internal energy could be used to treat injuries, but she had never heard that internal energy could dispel this kind of poison. Song Qingshu knew that no matter how much he said, there was no practical example. He explained, I've done it before. I've indeed dispelled similar poisons for a few girls. Huang Rong secretly spat. She thought that this bastard really had countless female confidants. But now that things had come to this, she had no other choice. That's fine. But you've used up so much internal energy these past 2 days. Are you really okay? A man can never say that he can't do it. Song Qingshu couldn't help but tease. Hearing that the other party knew how to care about him, he was still a little gratified. Don't worry, I can still hold on. After a pause, he hesitated. But this kind of treatment will inevitably have some physical contact. Don't misunderstand that I'm taking advantage of you. Don't worry. Huang Rong sighed faintly. For some reason, she added, from head to toe, you've taken advantage of me. Song Qingshu's heart skipped a beat. He never expected that she would say such bold words. Normally, she would never say such words. It seemed that she had really been affected by the ninja's poison. At this time, Huang Rong's heart was also a mess. She didn't know why she would say that. She had always told herself to forget what had happened between the two of them. But this time, she was the one who brought it up. I'll go ashore first. The strange feeling that came from her body made Huang Rong subconsciously tighten her legs. She bit her lips tightly so that she didn't make any shameful sounds. Song Qingshu stopped her. No need. When I help you adjust the yin and yang qi in your body, the cold water will help to dispel the restlessness in your body. When the time comes, it will be twice the result with half the effort. But I'm not wearing anything right now. Huang Rong exclaimed. Even though she was in the water, she still subconsciously covered her chest with her hands. I'll cover my eyes with a black cloth. Anyway, with my cultivation, even if I cover my eyes, it won't be a problem to recognize acupuncture points. Song Qingshu said as he tore a strip of cloth from his clothes. Forget it. There's no need to go through so much trouble. Huang Rong bit her lips gently. Her voice was trembling. Anyway, you've seen what you shouldn't have seen. There's no need to do such a thing. Song Qingshu was very surprised. The other party actually hinted that he didn't need to cover his eyes. Of course, he knew that this was because the drug had affected her emotions. However, he wasn't a simple-minded man. In this kind of situation, he naturally wouldn't insist on spoiling the fun. Alright then. Song Qingshu's throat was a little dry. Then I'll come over now? Huang Rong's whole body shrank under the water, only her head sticking out. Her voice was almost inaudible. With her permission, Song Qingshu walked out from behind the big rock. Everywhere he saw was snow white, like a graceful and moving mermaid unguarded in front of him. At first glance, he almost had a nosebleed. Although Huang Rong's whole body was hidden under the water, with his current cultivation, it wasn't difficult for him to see through the water. Noticing Song Qingshu's expression, Huang Rong was extremely embarrassed. You can see clearly? Song Qingshu nodded. He wasn't the kind of person who wouldn't admit that he had taken advantage of others. He was ready to accept the other's storm of anger. Huang Rong's expression changed. In the end, to Song Qingshu's surprise, she didn't say anything. She just sighed. I really owed you in my previous life. Come over quickly. Hearing her call, Song Qingshu's heart couldn't help but palpitate. Especially her charming voice, it made people feel that there was a hidden meaning in her words. It's all because of the drug. Song Qingshu secretly warned himself not to take advantage of her. If it was the time when he had just crossed over, he might not have been able to hold himself back in the face of such an easily obtainable temptation. But now, he had countless confidants, and the higher his cultivation and status, the calmer his temperament was. Naturally, he would not do such a thing. This might be the so-called knowing the proper etiquette. Under such circumstances, Song Qingshu naturally couldn't take off his clothes, so he directly went into the water with his clothes on. When he came to Huang Rong's side, he noticed that her body was trembling slightly. He didn't know whether it was because of the cold or fear. I'll start. Song Qingshu knew that in this situation, the more he said, the more embarrassed she would be, so he directly began to sort out the yin and yang qi in her body. The moment his fingers came into contact with her skin, the smooth and soft sensation from his fingertips caused his heart to skip a beat. Furthermore, they were so close to each other that the clear and transparent water could hardly obstruct his vision. Song Qingshu felt his blood and qi surge, and he almost had a nosebleed. Hurriedly closing his eyes and calming his mind, Song Qingshu quickly began to hit the acupuncture points on her body, harmonizing the yin and yang qi in her body. Just now, Huang Rong was in a state of embarrassment and didn't know where to put her hands. If she covered her chest, it would seem like she was guarding against him. Moreover, there were so many places on her body, how could she cover all of them? But if she didn't cover, it really went against a woman's natural modesty to be so honest in front of a man other than her husband. Now that he took the initiative to close his eyes, she immediately let out a sigh of relief. She thought that he was a true gentleman. But then she quickly thought of what he had done in the past, and her expression suddenly became strange. Was this what it meant to become a devil with a single thought? But very quickly, her mind was interrupted by the strange feeling that came from within her body. The true chi that the other party had infused into her body was like a warm current, flowing through all the meridians in her body. Every time it passed, she felt extremely comfortable. At first, she was still able to control herself, but later on, she almost couldn't control the sound coming from her throat. But how could she let out such an embarrassing sound in front of him? She could only bite her red lips and endure it bitterly. As if sensing the abnormality of her body, Xianxia suddenly said, "You don't have to endure it. Follow your body's instincts. This is the fastest way to expel the evil poison from your body." Huang Rong's face heated up, but at this time, her whole body was already bright red, so she didn't have to worry about being seen. "It's easy for you to say. How can I really do that?" Xianxia smiled and said, "Right now, there are no outsiders in this area. Rong you don't have to be bound by those harsh rules. We are all adults, so this is not a big deal." At the same time, he secretly sighed that the women of ancient times were better. Even these women who had been married for more than 10 years were so shy, unlike the women in the office in the future. When they told dirty jokes, they were even better than men. "Alright, I understand." Huang Rong thought that he was not an outsider. She was afraid that if he continued to persuade, it would become more and more embarrassing, so she casually agreed. Xianxia nodded and began to continue to help her expel the poison. Because he needed to adjust the yin and yang qi, he used pure yang qi to help her neutralize the yin qi in her body, and then used pure yin qi to calm the violent qi in her body. But this made Huang Rong suffer. She was originally gritting her teeth to endure, but the result was that her body was cold one moment and hot the next. The torment of ice and fire in her body couldn't help but make her cry out. Once she opened her mouth, it was out of control. It was easier said than done to hold it back. Hearing her own cry, Huang Rong's first reaction was to feel extremely ashamed. But in addition to the shame and anger, she suddenly had a kind of presumptuous pleasure. She was originally a little demon girl who was not afraid of heaven and earth, but after these years of marriage, under the influence of her husband, she became more and more obedient. She became more and more like a virtuous traditional woman. Even her father, Huang Yaoshi, was very dissatisfied with this. He was even too lazy to live with them, preferring to travel around the world. Until this moment, Huang Rong suddenly had a feeling of returning to the days when she was a young girl. She didn't need to be dignified and reserved, she didn't need to think about national affairs, and she didn't need to maintain a noble and inviolable face in front of people. The feeling of breaking through the taboo made her a little addicted. Originally, her body was extremely uncomfortable, but once she made a sound in her throat, her whole body seemed to relax a little. She hesitated and no longer suppressed it. She found that it really produced a sense of relaxation. Under the double effect of her mind and body, Huang Rong unconsciously completely let go. She knew that at this time, she must be quite embarrassed, but she didn't care about it. Usually, she used to play with others with her intelligence, but now she didn't want to use her brain at all. She wanted to experience being manipulated by others and completely obey them. Her rationality told her that this was very inappropriate, but there was a strong and irresistible voice in the bottom of her heart, telling her to try this unprecedented feeling. At this time, Xianxia was also sweating. The other party's incomparably sweet humming could make any man's bones go limp, but this wasn't the key point. The key point was that he had keenly sensed the abnormality of the yin and yang qi in her body. At the beginning, there was clearly a gradual trend of balance, but for some reason, it suddenly became abnormal, making him feel more and more unable to suppress it. If the yin and yang qi in her body were like a surging river before, barely under control, then now it was like the flood of the Yellow River. The dam built by his true qi already had a feeling that it couldn't hold back, but the yin and yang qi in her body showed no signs of stopping. It wouldn't be long before it became a roaring sea. Rong there's something wrong with the current situation. Xianxia hurriedly said, cold sweat dripping down his back. What's wrong? Huang Rong's voice at this time was hoarse with a hint of languid sweetness. It had an inexplicable attraction. However, Song Qingshu didn't have time to appreciate it and immediately described her situation. The ninja's medicine is really strange. I haven't dealt with the Dongning people before, but I didn't expect their medicine to be so different from that of the people in the Central Plains. At this time, Huang Rong's red lips exuded a layer of moist luster. So there's no way to cure it? If I'm at my peak, I might be able to try, but now that I've used up a lot of my inner energy, I really can't suppress it. Song Qingshu's mind spun rapidly. How about this, I'll take you back to Xianxia City first. There are many imperial physicians there, maybe they can think of something. Just as he was about to take her away, Huang Rong pulled him back and said in a trembling voice, "No but." Song Qingshu also felt extremely vexed at this time. I don't want others to see my current sorry state. Huang Rong's hair was disheveled, and her eyes suddenly became clear. Even you can't cure it, let alone them? I don't want the whole of Xiangyang City to know that I've been poisoned by this kind of drug. But you'll probably burn your heart and die like this. Song Qingshu secretly regretted letting that ninja go just now. He might have the corresponding antidote on him. Huang Rong's face was flushed, and she stared at him with her big eyes. A hint of annoyance flashed across her face. Do you really not understand, or are you pretending not to? Come. Miao Shiwu. Ah? She was so close to him that he could clearly feel her breath and her fragrance. Song Qingshu suddenly felt his throat go dry. Huang Rong stretched out her two snow-white arms and gently wrapped them around Song Qingshu's neck. She moved closer to his ear and whispered, "Everyone says that you're a prodigal son in love and that you understand a woman's heart the best. But why do I feel like you're a hothead now?" The other party leaned close to his ear to speak, her whole body could be said to be half hanging in his arms. Song Qingshu only felt that the area in front of him was slippery, making him momentarily unsure of where to put his hand. Rong you've been poisoned. Song Qingshu sighed with a hint of melancholy. So what? Huang Rong looked at him with a flushed face. Song Qingshu smiled bitterly, I don't want to have you in this kind of situation. Afterwards, you will think that I am taking advantage of you. Our relationship has finally progressed, and I don't want to be hated to death by you after today. Who said that I would hate you? Huang Rong's body was like a mermaid as she spoke, constantly twisting and turning. Feeling that faint contact, Song Qingshu's heart also began to pound. When you wake up, I'm afraid you won't think that way. Then do you have a way to cure me? Huang Rong stared straight at him, her eyes seemed to be flowing with a layer of water. Song Qingshu frowned slightly. He ran through all kinds of methods in his mind, but it seemed that there really was no way. Huang Rong sighed, aren't you the antidote? Song Qingshu was startled, and then he felt a surge of heat. He never thought that one day he would become such an alluring antidote. At this moment, Huang Rong suddenly raised her head and kissed his lips. Song Qingshu's body stiffened, and he felt like his head was about to explode. He had always been the one in the offensive position, and Huang Rong had been indifferent to him. He never thought that she would take the initiative to kiss him. After a long time, their lips parted. Huang Rong buried her head in his chest and said in a barely audible voice, I also want to save face. Do you really want me to say it so clearly? How could Song Qingshu not know what she meant? He was so excited that his entire body felt like it was about to explode. Looking down at the beauty in front of him who was like white jade, he suddenly had a mischievous heart. He held her incomparably soft waist and pulled her closer to him. He whispered into her ear, beg me. You. Huang Rong abruptly raised her head and glared at him angrily. Song Qingshu was also a little flustered in his heart. He wondered if he had gone too far. If the cooked duck flew away, it would be too late to regret it. Huang Rong's expression changed, and her body trembled slightly. It was obvious that she was on the verge of exploding. Song Qingshu cursed inwardly and was about to correct himself when a charming smile suddenly appeared on Huang Rong's face. Please. Midwinter my ass, Song Qingshu did not expect her to be so cooperative and obedient. He swallowed his saliva and said in a hoarse and dry voice, what did you call me? This bastard wants a foot after giving me an inch. Huang Rong was extremely angry. She did not know why, but she still called out sweetly, "Brother Song." He was a few years younger than her, and in terms of seniority, he was a little like her junior. Calling him like this made Huang Rong feel ashamed. But besides the shame, she also had a feeling that she had never felt before. Her heart was beating faster and her cheeks were red. It was as if she was going to sink into this endless sea of bitterness. Her voice was sweet and cloying. Song Qingshu had been suppressing himself with great willpower when he healed her. Now that the beauty was taking the initiative to be submissive, he could not hold back anymore. He roared and directly pounced on her. It was almost dawn. A man and a woman were on their way back to Xianxia. Let's go through our statements again. Huang Rong's face was delicate and beautiful, and there was a trace of satisfaction and charm between her brows. I am the dignified Prince Qi. Who dares to ask for my statement? The corner of Song Qingshu's mouth curled up, and his face brimmed with pride. You're not afraid, but I am. Huang Rong stomped her feet, and her tone was full of slight anger. It's fine if those people ask, but I'm afraid that they won't ask, and then let their imaginations run wild. At that time, rumors will spread. Song Qingshu could not help but laugh. Anyway, with our relationship, even if there are any rumors, it won't be unjust. You really are a bastard. Huang Rong was so angry that her teeth itched. Bastard? Song Qingshu said seriously, Rong you have to have a conscience. Last night, you were clearly sick and weak. But after one night, not only did you get rid of the poison in your body, but you're also full of vigor. Isn't this my credit? You can't treat me like a dregs after the incident. Go to hell. Thinking that he had taken advantage of her, but now he was making sarcastic remarks, Huang Rong chased after him, wanting to hit him. The two of them joked along the way, and not long after, they met people who came out of Xiangyang City to look for them. Huang Rong hurriedly pushed Song Qingshu away, and quickly tidied up her somewhat messy clothes, making sure that no one would notice anything strange. Mother, are you all right? The person in the lead was extremely delicate and beautiful in red. Impressively, it was Guofu. I'm fine. It's all thanks to Prince Qi's help. Huang Rong glanced at the man beside her with some guilt. He was indeed very helpful last night. Thank you, Brother Song. Guofu smiled brightly at Song Qingshu, and then quickly pouted. It's all my fault. Last night, I clearly said that I would take care of Mother, but in the end, I didn't even know when my acupuncture point was sealed by an assassin. And those two useless things, Dao and Xiaowu, caused Mother to be in danger. Song Qingshu had a strange expression on his face. I was the one who sealed your acupuncture point, but she misunderstood that you were under the control of an assassin, which saved me a lot of excuses. Huang Rong clearly thought of the same thing. Worried that her mother would realize something was wrong if she continued to dwell on this, she hurriedly said, It's not your fault. The assassin's martial arts are very high, and he had an accomplice. He used the tactic of luring the tiger away from the mountain. Those thieves are too hateful. Guofu could not help but curse at the assassin. Song Qingshu knew her temperament and could not help but smile. Although this girl's temper was bad, her concern for her mother could not be faked. The group quickly returned to Xiangyang City. Scouts had already run off to inform the other search parties, and the various levels of officials in the city also came out to greet them. Thank you for your concern. It was all thanks to Prince Qi's timely arrival that we were safe. Huang Rong bowed gracefully. As she returned the greeting, she gave Song Qingshu a look, indicating that he should act according to the plan. Noticing her anxious appearance, Song Qingshu secretly laughed, but he still said, the one who came should be the old man of the mountain from the Ming dynasty of Persia. The one who came later seemed to be a ninja from Dongying. Each of them was very skilled. It took me a lot of effort to catch them, but in order to rescue Madame Gua, I accidentally let them escape. The king of assassins, the old man of the mountain? The other officials did not understand the affairs of Jianghu, but Wang Ziding was the commander of the front guard, and the Wang family was a martial arts family. Naturally, he was very familiar with the affairs of Jianghu. This person was a tyrant in Persia, and the lords of the western regions trembled in fear at the mention of his name. Today, he was defeated by Prince Qi. Prince Qi's martial arts are truly unfathomable. The other officials seemed to have been inspired and began to flatter Wang's eating, vividly describing the events of the previous night. Song Qingshu felt a headache coming on and hurriedly changed the topic. It is said that the Ming dynasty of Persia has sided with the Mongols. I wonder what the attitude of the Mongols is when the Mongols came. Did the Mongols want to assassinate the emperor, but ended up falling into a trap, or did they really intend to harm Madame Gua? We have to carefully investigate this. As expected, everyone's attention was attracted, and they no longer cared about how he rescued Huang Rong last night. Seeing that this topic had been dealt with, Huang Rong finally felt relieved. She then took the opportunity to bid farewell to the officials, saying that she was tired. Everyone sympathized with her and asked her to rest well. When she passed by him, Song Qingshu lowered his voice and said, "Let's play a game. Today, you are not allowed to wear." Only the two of them could hear the last two words. Huang Rong's cheeks instantly turned crimson. Biting her red lips, she snorted and said, "Get lost." End of chapter 2043. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.